Athean Satov Apocalypse, Xiao Tong found himself tragically thrust in Tozhurjing Tidov corpses by his girlfriend, who's up to preserve her own life. Yet, fate appeared to play a cruel jest upon him, as she astonishing lyre tained shaman memorious while simultaneously transforming into a zombie. Unexpectedly acquiring the extraordinary ability to command the dead. After enduring 8 years of brutal combat and relentless struggle, Xiao Tong gradually rose to power, ultimately ascending to the throne of Zombie King through his formidable strength. However, misfortune struck when the secret of his retained human consciousness was inadvertently discovered by his former girlfriend. In her desperatiquesto seizethun paralleled power encapsulated within his zombie core, Shareser Tedo Animians Cesare. She dispatched her subordinates to brutally murder Xiao Tong their brother and to experience his stage, leveraging their livestis or Sam. Fei said with fedual threats of familial bonds Sanlai fight self, Xiao Tong found himself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. Amid endless turmoil and anguish, he was compelled to lead hundreds thousands of zombies into a deadly trap meticulously laid by his former girlfriend shaman faction. There, he endured a relentless onslaught from numerous fiery elemental abilities, mercilessly consummate bethurging flames, ultimately meeting a heroic demise. By the year 2030, 8 years shade lapsed into the Briptonsatov Apocalypse. In the imperial capital, a fortress-like ancient city wall, constructed from granite and cement over meter thick, stood resolutely, isolating the world within from the outside realm. Inside this confining structure lies the inferno, where a countless zombies, reeking of decay and grotesque in appearance, wandered aimlessly. Amidst a short doft-hewn dead stewed a zombie, indistinguishable from a human, silently observing the inhabitants atop the wall, surrounded by throngs of his fellow zombies. After striving so hard, must I ultimately confront death? I refuse to accept this fate. The wretched woman still lives, and Mavingi and Siramain. How can I simplify keep this? Hatred and defiance brimmed in Xiao Tong's size. Reflecting on the events saw 8 years prior, when the apocalypse set ascended without warning, Xiao Tong had merlibinant. Embarking on a survival journey with his girlfriend and a group of classmates. Yet, a the moment they left the shoal, his girlfriend, having already succumbed to the embrace of privileged here, callously proposed sacrificing him to the horde of zombies to bite him for their escape. Except for an brother of Motley opposed the idea, Theothersko Sezelance. Hepliged in tothetide of corpses, enduring the excruciating gajonio of being devoured within dead. Yet, unexpectedly, after transforming into a zombie, Hertained a shaman intellect and acquired Doniki ability to power to control zombies. Utilizing this newfound strength, he evolved and grew stronger over the subsequent 8 years. Ultimately becoming a formidable force among the dead, commanding hundreds softhouse and soft zombies. However, when his girlfriend discovered his retained him in consciousness, she sotokoka vethis zombie core, capturing his surviving parents to sursim into letting Ashurda zombies into a fear trap. Left with no choice, Hezer rendered. Yet, as she entered the trap, that merciless woman callously pushed the parent sand brother from the first reducing them Tamara flesh and bone, only to incinerate their remains. Above, the cruel woman nestled in the arms of te privileged here, both indulgent in firmament offenderness. Flames voraciously consumed Xiao Tongdishpit, having evolved into level 7 zombie king of Marisa standstill fire. He could not withstand the searing heat and Li should be themel tichid fiery elemental abilities. Engulfed in flames, he endured excruciating painicious consciousness into fade. Roar! Hundreds thousands of zombies swayed in agony, collapsing in droves. From ordinary level 0 zombies to levels 1, 2, and 3 until at last. Event deformity level 6 zombie lord sunders commandful, howling in despair. Ultimately, the flames enveloped him entirely fell, his eyes brimming with resentment and unbridled fury. I refuse to accept this. I will have my revenge, shout Ongro red despair. Yet, in the next moment, he jolted awake, finding himself seated in an open class 4th financial management, Manhattan University. Realizing that everything had merely been a dream. The classroom erupted in astonishment at the sudden outburst, head turning in surprise to gaze upon him. This guy's incredible Natan lit a sleep through class, you feel so dreamt? He must be senior. The bigger the bolder they jathatskam in knowledge. Now under Yoris to me dasimus. Shut up. Isn't this the boyfriend of the Campus Beauty, Lominghan? I can't fathom how a goddess like he her could fall for someone so ambitious. Whispers echo at among the students as Xiao Tong gradually processed his surroundings, a look of bewilderment flashing across his fire-set countenance. "I'm back," he exclaimed, unable to suppress his elation, tears swelling in his eyes. Yes, he had returned, had been reborn, back to Thedemy before the apocalypse began. Thus, had Dano Thurchance, this time, his parents and his brother Wabisuf. And Thatchrecht Twuman. Thetho Toflung Menghan ignite the glimmer of murderous intent in Xiao Tong's gaze. However, at that moment, there at a professor's Lemadabu Kana Thietsk, glaring Gatham and Dinkwing, which class are you from? What is your name? Xiao Tong prompt lighter Nedto Thetachair with respect, explaining, I apologize, teacher you. I've been suffering from a severe cold these past few days and have not trusted well at night. Intended request alivio of absence, but since this classizures, it did not. I wash feeling Gunnaland laid me head on the desk for armament, only to accidentally fall asleep. Eisenkirl ye pelages for interrupt tinjor lectury and hope, for our understanding. Ash spoke, shout Ong bowed deeply to Thetachair. He did not leave this status as reborn individual lead him to act arrogantly or confront the teacher. He understood that acknowledge in Jonah's mistakes was crucial, and a simply pelogi could resolve matter, effective with in defiance. He had no time to squander now. Hearing Xiao Tong's words and witnessing a shumbled meaner, Thetachair sang her visibly dissipated. Since if this to dentison will, it is understandable. I shall not deduct the usual points this time. Please get to the shul clinic and ensure right does not worsen, the teacher said. Thank you, teacher, Xiao Tong replied, quickly gathering belongings before he exiting the classroom. He took out his phone and glanced at the date June 7, 2025. June 7. Only 3 days remained before the apocalypse would strike. 3 days sis amplitum forma to accomplish many things, Xiao Tong contemplated inwardly. Heexatet the classroom and made his way towards the cafeteria. Having been a zombie for so long, he had not tasted human foodages. After devouring a meal, a bowl of noodles, and a bowl of sorfishup, Xiao Tong finally left the cafeteria, leaving Gother seeing Shakatis' voracious appetite. Ah, that was delightful, Xiao Tong exclaimed, rubbing his light lie bloated stomach at the cafeteria. He prompt Liddy all disparents number. After several rings, the call was answered. Hello, Midiarson, Kamathorm voice of his mother, Xiating. Xiao Tong was the second son the family, and disparent Shadelways dote on him, affectionate like calling him Dearson. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Xiao Tong sure-touched, tears is streaming down his cheeks. His last memory of his mother was themament she was bushed from Fulby Lominghan, reduced to a gruesome fate. Mom, Xiao Tong choked out. Midiarson, what is it? Ario facing difficulties? Please do not curtail him. Do I need money? Ario will? Or did you have an argument with our girlfriend? Jusselt Mechno, Anna will transfer money to you immediately. Xiating's voice had trembled with concern upon hearing Xiao Tong choked words. No, Mom, I'm fine, and I don't need money. I just miss you so much, Xiao Tong said, straining to contain his tears. Chapter 2. Settling the family on the other end of the line. Shouting paused momentarily before breaking into a gentle smile. You silly child, your mother and father miss you too. In just over a month. You'll be on summer vacation, and your father and I will come to see you. Okay. Xiao Tong nodded through tears, yet his heart was laden with bitterness. Mother, in 3 days, the world will end, and I want to be able to wait for your visit during the summer. Is father with you? After exchanging a few more words with Xiao Tong immediately inquired about Xiao Dashan's presence. Hearing his name called, Xiao Dashan, who had been waiting by Xiaoting's side, quickly took the phone. Hello, father, you must listen very carefully to what I say next and follow my instructions precisely. Xiao Tong's voice was laden with gravity. Upon hearing his son's serious tone, Xiao Dashan's smile vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. He nodded gravely. My son, go ahead, father. I am studying in the capital. A classmate's father is a high-ranking official here, and I learned from him that a highly infectious virus has spread from elsewhere. With a high mortality rate, moreover, one infected individual has escaped and headed south. The situation is extremely urgent. In the next few days, you must buy as many emergency food supplies, like compressed biscuits, as possible, along with non-perishable food with at least a 2-year shelf life. Stock up on sufficient rice, oil, and salt to last at least 3 to 5 years. Have all the rice from our home processed into polished rice and stored. Xiao Tong conveyed a multitude of instructions in one breath. When he mentioned the numerous fatalities, Xiao Dashan's expression changed dramatically. Son, is your school safe? Father, our school is fine for now. You must heed my words and prepare diligently. This matter is of utmost importance. Rest assured, my son. I understand the gravity of the situation. Xiao Dashan nodded heavily. Although he instinctively felt that the situation was somewhat exaggerated, he chose to trust Xiao Tong, who had always been honest since childhood. Do not make this too public. It's best to purchase supplies in several trips to avoid drawing too much attention. I will contact a construction team to reinforce the walls and gates of our home. You will tell them to wait a month after the work is completed before paying, understood? Xiao Dashan nodded earnestly. If what Xiao Tong said were true, it would certainly incite chaos. If others discovered the ample supplies stored at their home, they would undoubtedly be in danger. Reinforcing the walls and gates was entirely justified. Furthermore, after the construction team finishes their work, you must stay at home for the next few days without going anywhere. And do not let anyone visit AS for an excuse. You can say I have a terminal illness and need several million for treatment. I doubt anyone would dare to visit. Also, ensure that the well is securely covered so that not a single drop of rainwater can enter. Xiao Tong continued to relay a myriad of instructions before finally hanging up the phone. With a heavy sigh of relief, Xiao Tong felt a significant weight lift off his shoulders. Having settled his parents' situation eased his anxiety. He had considered bringing them to be with him, but despite his advantage as a reborn individual, he could not guarantee their safety. The capital was densely populated, whereas their hometown in Yunnan Guizhou was sparsely inhabited, particularly in rural areas, thus providing a higher level of security. Therefore, he dismissed the notion of relocating his parents. Next, he thought of his elder brother, Xiao Jiang. His brother, a hotel manager, had become an ability user after the apocalypse erupted in his previous life. In the early days, he even established a small survivor camp. However, when Long Minghan sent people to capture him in an attempt to threaten Xiao Tong, Xiao Jiang resolutely fought back and was brutally killed. The survivor camp was obliterated, and its resources were seized. Initially, Xiao Tong contemplated inviting Xiao Jiang to the capital, but he soon abandoned the idea. He was uncertain whether bringing Xiao Jiang to the capital would alter his fate. If it deprived him of the opportunity to awaken his abilities, it would be a grave mistake. Most importantly, the path he must tread would inevitably be a solitary one, in this lifetime, despite carrying the memories of his past. He was unsure if he would awaken as an ability user. Meanwhile, Long Minghan's influential background provided her with powerful connections. Her father was a high-ranking general commanding the military. After the apocalypse, that official's son also awakened as an ability user. If Xiao Tong strayed from his path, he might repeat the same mistakes. Even if he survived by relying on his past memories, that was not his goal. His life's ambition was to take vengeance on his enemies. Thus, he resolved to follow his old path. He would become a zombie and regain the ability to control them. In a world where human factions held no power, even becoming strong would not allow him to contend with those of elevated status. Zombies were his only allies. By traversing this path and leveraging his past memories, he would undoubtedly evolve more swiftly in this lifetime. He aspired not only to become a zombie king but also to evolve further into an 8th-level zombie, a zombie emperor, or even a 9th-level zombie, a sovereign of the undead. He would represent the zombie faction while Xiao Jiang remained in the human faction. Gradually, he would cultivate Xiao Jiang into a formidable human ally with sufficient influence within the human realm. Eventually, he would be the king of zombies, while Xiao Jiang would be the king of humans. Together, they would conquer this world without fear. With this thought in mind, Xiao Tong took out his phone and dialed Xiao Jiang's number. "Hello, little brother, how much do you need?" As soon as the call connected, a cultured voice with a hint of helplessness resonated from the other end. Xiao Tong couldn't help but wipe away the non-existent sweat from his forehead. His face slightly flushed. Ever since he started dating Long Minghan in his second year, his expenses had skyrocketed. Every time they went out to eat, although Long Minghan never explicitly requested to dine at upscale places, if Xiao Tong suggested a slightly less extravagant venue, she would find an excuse to leave. She never insisted on branded clothing, yet if the gifts he presented were not from renowned brands, they would find their way to the trash the following day. During holidays, she always claimed not to want gifts, but if Xiao Tong failed to present one, she would concoct various reasons to argue with him. In truth, Long Minghan was not exceptionally beautiful. Her appeal stemmed from her humble background and the image of being non-materialistic, thoughtful, and considerate, which earned her a fair amount of admiration. even ranking as the 10th among the top 10 beauties of Beiyan. To maintain this image, she exerted considerable effort, even dating Chen Fan, a man with no background or wealth, to enhance her persona while also securing a free meal ticket. Chapter 3. Grandfather, that grandson is calling. Xiaotong could only juggle 2 part-time jobs during his studies, earning about 4,000 to 5,000 a month, yet it was still insufficient to cover expenses. Thus, he had no choice but to turn to Xiaojiang for assistance. Over the past 2 years, Xiaojiang had been sending Xiaotong at least 2,000 to 4,000 each month. Otherwise, Xiaotong would struggle to afford even meals. Were it not for Xiaojiang's relatively high salary, Xiaotong might have drained him dry. Just recalling his past life as an insufferable sycophant made him shake his head in bitter amusement. Sycophants met unfortunate ends, brother. I'm not asking for money. Xiaotong spoke shyly, finding it hard to believe such words were coming from him. Yes, I know. How about this? I'm feeling a bit generous and want to give you some pocket money. How much do you think is reasonable? Xiaojiang's voice was laced with affection, for he cherished his only younger brother. The primary reason for his indulgence was the guilt he felt for having bullied Xiaotong during their childhood, which had driven Xiaotong to run away from home several times. Xiaotong grimaced, Brother, I really don't need money. The thing is, my classmate's father is going on a business trip to Xizang, which happens to be close to your hotel. They suggested staying at your hotel for convenience, so I'm calling to arrange that. By the way, he wants to book the highest grade presidential suite with a rooftop swimming pool. Please reserve it using your ID, and I'll transfer his deposit to you. After finishing, Xiaotong promptly hung up and transferred 30,000 yuan to Xiaojiang. Upon seeing the 30,000 yuan in his WeChat, Xiaojiang paused in disbelief, finally accepting Xiaotong's words. After confirming the transfer, he used his ID to book the presidential suite for 3 days. His phone buzzed, and when Xiaojiang picked it up, a list of unusual requests appeared. 1. Drain all the water from the swimming pool and open the glass roof above it. 2. Purchase as many emergency food supplies and fresh water as possible for storage in the room. 3. No one, except for the authorized Xiaojiang, is allowed to enter the room, including housekeeping. 4. Xiaojiang must reside in the presidential suite daily. Xiaojiang glanced at the requirements with a perplexed expression. Those are indeed peculiar requests. Nevertheless, the customer was king. As long as he did not violate any principles, Xiaojiang would accommodate all demands. As the phone vibrated, Xiaojiang glanced at it and noticed yet another transfer of 20,000 yuan. Brother, this is the payment for purchasing supplies. You must ensure that all this money is spent. If there's a shortfall, just cover it for now. They are big bosses and won't mind the money. Xiaojiang rolled his eyes. Got it? Putting down the phone, Xiaotong let out a sigh of relief once more. The procurement of supplies and the reservation of the presidential suite on the rooftop were intended to provide Xiaojiang with ample time to adapt and the means to survive as the apocalypse commenced. The decision to drain the swimming pool was predicated on the ominous blood rain expected to fall on the last night of the world. No one knew the composition of this blood rain. But after 5 years of the apocalypse, humanity had discerned one crucial fact. Both the strong among the human factions and those among the zombie hordes shared a common trait. They had all been drenched in blood rain before their awakening and mutation. Furthermore, most humans who did not transform into zombies had also been touched by this blood rain to some extent. Thus, the blood rain served a pivotal function. It reduced the likelihood of mutation. Xiaotong understood that the blood rain on the final night would be critical. After hanging up on Xiaojiang, he felt a significant lightness, knowing that the most important people in his life were now secured. As long as they adhered to his instructions, survival in the early days of the apocalypse was assured. If they could endure the initial phase, he would soon grow powerful enough to protect them from harm. In his past life, he had been blinded by hatred, focusing solely on revenge while neglecting his parents and brother. This time, he swore never to make such a grave error again. It was not worth it for a woman like her. Grandfather, that grandson is calling. Suddenly, Xiaotong's phone rang, drawing the attention of those around him, who could not help but cast their gazes his way, bemused. With an impassive expression, Xiaotong unlocked his phone, seeing the contact labeled as my queen. It was Long Menghan. A glint of cold light flashed in Xiaotong's eyes, the surging intent to kill causing his classmates to tense up, their hairs standing on end, as if they were being hunted by a primordial beast. Yet, upon further reflection, it felt as though nothing was amiss, leaving others bewildered as they glanced around before departing. Gradually calming his emotions, Xiaotong pressed the answer button. Xiaotong, What have you done with my money? How did you spend so much in an instant? Explain yourself. As soon as he picked up the call, a sharp voice pierced through the receiver. Xiao Tong frowned slightly. Since being with Long Minghan, she had even taken over the phone number linked to his bank account. Thus, every time he made a transfer, she would receive an instant notification. He contemplated hanging up, but a thought crossed his mind. And he replied, "Well, Minghan." "Minghan? Xiao Tong, you've grown bolder. Is that how you address me? Call me master." Before he could finish, Long Minghan interrupted. Xiao Tong was taken aback. He almost forgot that this woman was not only domineering but also possessed an exceptionally strong desire for control. The contact name My Queen was fitting, while privately, she required him to address her as master. During certain tempestuous nights, he shuddered at the thought of their past encounters, cursing himself for being so bewitched by Long Minghan. "Minghan, let me share some good news with you." "Good news? What good news?" "I'm telling you, my family is about to be relocated." "What?" Upon hearing Xiao Tong's words, Long Minghan's initial surprise quickly transformed into skepticism. Her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, Xiao Tong, have you gained some competence? Do you dare to deceive me? With your family's few dilapidated toilets in the countryside, how could they be relocated? Even if they were, how much could they possibly fetch? A few tens of thousands at most? Minghan, listen to me. There's a high-speed rail line being constructed through my family's land, and they've already begun land acquisition. If my family's property is relocated now, we could receive over 100,000 yuan per mu, and the residential land is valued at 10,000 per square meter. Luckily, we have over 10 mu right on the route, so we should receive at least 1 million. Plus, our land is being acquired at 10,000 per square meter, but since our house is only 1 story, I sent the money back to have my dad expedite the construction of a second floor. That way, we could potentially gain over 1 million more." Chapter 4. My family is being relocated really. On the other end, Long Minghan's face lit up with joy upon hearing Xiao Tong's words. If what he said was true, then his family could potentially receive 3 to 4 million yuan. Although it wasn't an enormous sum, it would be enough for her to indulge for a while. Moreover, she didn't believe Xiao Tong would dare deceive her. "Of course it's true. The relocation notice has already been issued. I'll have my dad send it to me shortly, and then I'll forward it to you." Xiao Tong replied, his gaze unwavering. Although he majored in financial management, his true passion had always been computer science. He had only enrolled in the same program as Long Minghan for her sake. Nonetheless, he still possessed the skills to manipulate computers, and he could easily fabricate such notices in no time. As for the legality of forging documents, who would care about the law in 3 days when the apocalypse would descend? "Wonderful, my dear. I just misjudged you. By the way, dear, do you still have enough money? If not, I can lend you some. Our family is quite spacious. 2 floors won't suffice. We should at least build 3, 4, or even 5, 6, or 7 stories." Long Minghan's voice trembled with excitement, her eyes sparkling with the allure of wealth. With each additional floor, she envisioned an extra million in profit, causing her legs to weaken at the thought. "All right, but can we use your money instead? Why would that be a problem? We're family. If you truly feel uncomfortable, then you can simply return me the compensation for the floors built with my money. As for the rest of the compensation, I only want a quarter, but you must also give me your quarter. My dear, you love me so much. You wouldn't want to deny me, would you?" Xiao Tong's face twitched slightly, realizing he was in the presence of a seasoned manipulator. "Of course. I love you so much. What's mine is yours." Suppressing his disgust, Xiao Tong exchanged a few more sugary words with Long Minghan before hanging up the phone. No sooner had he ended the call than his phone rang again. He opened WeChat to find that Long Minghan had already transferred money. The first transfer was 50,000, the second was 100,000, and the third was 20,000 in total. Long Minghan had transferred nearly 500,000 yuan. Even Xiao Tong was taken aback by the sum. However, a smile soon graced his face. What a kind-hearted person. This money is just enough to alleviate my immediate needs. As a reward for your kindness, I shall ensure that your entire family meets their end when the time comes, so you can all reunite in the afterlife. After completing all these arrangements, Xiao Tong took a week off from his advisor and left the campus with just a backpack. Outside the campus, he hailed a cab. "Driver, take me to Ichidajia. Please step on the gas." With the roar of the engine, the car swiftly navigated through traffic. Leaning back in his seat, Xiao Tong inadvertently dozed off, only to be awakened by the driver. Upon waking, he found himself in a narrow alley. After paying the driver, Xiao Tong walked into the alley, following the route etched in his memory. Deep within, he finally spotted a dilapidated sign. Old Beijing Blacksmith Shop. Upon seeing this blacksmith shop, memories of a unique individual from the human faction flooded back to him. The old blacksmith. Although merely a level 5 powerhouse, he held a status in the human faction that surpassed even ordinary level 6 powerhouses. Thanks to his extraordinary ironworking skills and a precious piece of meteorite iron he had in his possession, in the apocalypse, while firearms still held their ground, cold weapons began to rise in prominence. Among the top 10 powerhouses of humanity, the first 5 wielded weapons forged by the old blacksmith, crafted from the meteorite iron, sharp enough to pierce even the defenses of a level 7 zombie king. Although the old blacksmith was not an ability user, the weapons he forged were still formidable in the early stages of the apocalypse. As Xiao Tong entered the blacksmith shop, he was surprised to discover that it retained the appearance of the late 1980s and early 1990s. In the shabby hall, a rudimentary forge stood at the center, a fire roaring within. Beside it was a bellows, where a young apprentice strained to operate it. As he pulled the bellows, air rushed into the forge, causing flames to leap. At the anvil stood an elderly master blacksmith, bare-chested, displaying countless scars, testaments to a lifetime of forging. The master held a crucible in one hand, manipulating the iron, while his other hand wielded a small hammer, striking the anvil in a rhythmic pattern. Another apprentice beside him swung a hammer in time with the beat, shaping the iron. The two individuals were utterly engrossed, their gaze unwavering, seemingly oblivious to the arrival of Xiao Tong. Yet, Xiao Tong remained unperturbed, standing silently to the side as he observed the scene unfold. It was not until several minutes later that the master craftsman, clutching a piece of iron, placed it into a nearby water trough. A sharp hiss erupted as steam billowed forth, vaporized by the extreme heat. Having completed this task, the master finally turned his attention to Xiao Tong, addressing him with a composed demeanor. "I beg your pardon. Esteemed guest, I was preoccupied with my forging and overlooked your presence." Xiao Tong smiled and shook his head in response. "No need for such formalities, master. I should be the one asking for your understanding for my uninvited arrival." Upon hearing Xiao Tong's words, a smile graced the master's face. It was rare to encounter a young person so calm and collected. "What brings you here, esteemed guest? What do you wish to forge?" "I seek to commission a few exquisite artifacts." "Oh? And what might those be?" "1 Emo Dao, 3 Tang Dao, and 3 short-handled mountain axes." The master frowned slightly at Xiao Tong's request but quickly relaxed his expression. "That is quite straightforward. However, I have another request." Xiao Tong suddenly interjected, interrupting the master. "What is it?" "I wish for these artifacts to be crafted from the celestial meteorite you possess." Xiao Tong fixed his gaze upon the master, articulating each word with precision. Upon hearing this, the master's body tensed, his previously clouded eyes now glimmering with intensity. "How did you come to know that I possess celestial iron? That is of no concern to you. Rest assured, I have no intention of causing you any loss. I will pay 200,000 for each of the Emo Dao and Tang Dao, and 50,000 for each mountain axe." As Xiao Tong spoke, an aura reminiscent of his previous life as a king of corpses began to subtly emanate from him. Chapter 5. Celestial Meteorite. The master, sensing this aura, felt his pupils constrict momentarily before returning to normal. "What gives you such confidence that I will acquiesce to your demands?" "It matters not if you refuse, master. However, once I step outside, I shall contact the relevant authorities, should they discover that remnants of a meteorite have fallen here years ago." "Will you still be able to live in peace?" Xiao Tong smiled as he regarded the old blacksmith. Taken aback, the old blacksmith shook his head with a wry smile. "You rascal, you truly are something else." "Very well, I shall agree. I have one more request." Xiao Tong spoke again. "Young man, do not push your luck." The old blacksmith's expression darkened slightly, revealing his displeasure. "Master, I understand this may be a tall order, but I am left with no choice. I must see these items, all completed and sharpened, within a day and a half. I can provide a deposit of 400,000. Xiao Tong's gaze bore into the old blacksmith, his tone grave, as the aura from his past life once again enveloped the old blacksmith. Feeling this pressure anew, the old blacksmith's body stiffened, his already hunched frame appearing even more stoop. "I agree." Moments later, the old blacksmith gritted his teeth and acquiesced, as if a heavy tide had receded. the oppressive sensation lifted, allowing the old blacksmith to straighten his posture and meet Xiao Tong's smiling face. Master, may our cooperation be fruitful. I have already transferred the funds. I must take my leave now. We shall reconvene in a day, and my apologies for the disturbance. With that, Xiao Tong clasped his fists and turned to depart. Wait! Just as Xiao Tong was about to vanish from sight, the old blacksmith called out. Xiao Tong halted and turned, a look of curiosity on his face. Master, is there something else? The old blacksmith regarded Xiao Tong, hesitating for a long moment before finally asking, May I inquire as to your esteemed position? Xiao Tong beamed. I am merely an ordinary student. With that, he turned and left, leaving the old blacksmith standing in contemplation. Royal aura. To think I would encounter someone with such presence today, a century after the fall of the Qing dynasty. How unfortunate that in this era of peace, I cannot witness the true potential of such a person. The old blacksmith shook his head, casting aside his thoughts, and retrieved an old mobile phone, dialing a number. Hello, brother. I need your assistance with something. The old blacksmith called out. Xiao Tong had already exited the alley and hailed a cab back to the university. Upon arriving, he set down his backpack and soon fell into a deep slumber, in his previous life as a zombie. Although he occasionally required rest, as his level increased, even that became unnecessary, let alone sleep. It had been many years since he had truly enjoyed a restful night. Xiao Tong slept until awakening naturally. When he opened his eyes, the dim sunlight streamed in from the balcony, casting a lazy, muted glow throughout the room. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Awake? A boy with a buzz cut approached, smiling at Xiao Tong. Upon seeing this familiar face, Xiao Tong's lips curled into a genuine smile. Brother, it's so good to see you again. The individual before him was none other than Chen Bei, one of Xiao Tong's closest college friends. When Lung Minghan had suggested throwing him into a horde of zombies to buy them time to escape, only Chen Bei had stood up in opposition, while the others chose to remain passive. Yes, I'm awake, Xiao Tong replied, rising and taking a few steps forward to embrace Chen Bei. Brother, it's been ages. Chen Bei was momentarily taken aback, but soon returned the warmth with a broad smile, gently patting Xiao Tong's shoulders. I brought you some rice noodles. You'd better eat them before they turn into a mushy mess. Indeed. Xiao Tong released Chen Bei, nodding vigorously before eagerly digging into the noodles. Just then, the dormitory door swung open, and the other two roommates returned, sweat-soaked and clutching a basketball. Hey, Xiao Tong's awake. You're quite the legend today. Sleeping through class and even talking in your sleep, which the teacher overheard. Even more impressive, you managed to fool the teacher. No wonder you've managed to win over the campus belle. Yeah, everyone outside is saying you're the top dog now. Fearlessness seems to go hand in hand with being a big shot. The two roommates, upon spotting Xiao Tong, instantly became animated, while Xiao Tong continued to eat his noodles, barely acknowledging them. Seeing his lack of enthusiasm, the two quickly lost interest, dropped their basketball, showered, and headed out for dinner. Grandpa, that brat is calling. Just as Xiao Tong finished his noodles, his phone began to ring. It was Lung Minghan. Hello? Xiao Tong answered coldly. His tone distant, he was no longer the same person who would fawn over Lung Minghan. The favors he had once owed her had been repaid, and she no longer held any significant value in his life. Lung Minghan, oblivious to Xiao Tong's change in demeanor, excitedly inquired, Darling, has your father sent you the demolition notice? Hurry and show it to me. Oh, I've been busy coordinating with the construction team for the new house all day and almost forgot about that. I'll send it to you shortly. Xiao Tong responded casually, planning to block Lung Minghan after the call, no longer wishing to engage in even the slightest pretense. In a rush. Take your time, by the way. Did I send enough money? Lung Minghan was brimming with enthusiasm. Hearing her question, Xiao Tong decided to indulge her a bit longer. The funds are still a tad short, but today I transferred your money to my mother. And she was overjoyed. She mentioned that as long as we're doing well, they want to take a penny from the land or property compensation. It will all go to US, so when the compensation arrives, it will all be yours. Really? Your mother is so understanding. I promise to treat her well from now on. Is it still a bit short on funds? I've managed to borrow a few $100,000 from some friends. I'll send it to you now, and you can pass it on to your mother for the house. Lung Minghan almost let slip a detail but quickly corrected herself. Despite Xiao Tong's insistence on not needing it, she still sent over 600,000 IT. Seemed her backup suitors were rather affluent. A hint of coldness crossed Xiao Tong's lips. Darling, I'll be waiting for you in the grove tonight. We have some private matters to discuss, and don't forget to work hard on the house. Chapter 6. Still want to take advantage of me? Dream on. Rest assured, I'll handle everything. Finally, Xiao Tong's voice warmed, recognizing that he needed to maintain a decent attitude after receiving such a substantial sum. Oh, you're so naughty, I'm ignoring you now, not shy at all. To his surprise, just as Xiao Tong finished speaking, Long Minghan suddenly feigned shyness and hung up, leaving Xiao Tong in a state of bewilderment. Struggling to comprehend what had just transpired, unable to suppress a sigh, he lamented the complexities of women. Observing Xiao Tong's reaction, Chen Bei, who had been nearby, looked at him in surprise. Your family is being demolished? Demolished? With my family's location, I'd say wait another 200 years. By the way, can I borrow your computer for a bit? Chen Bei hastily handed over his computer, and Xiao Tong spent a minute editing an image to send to Long Minghan, who instantly grew even more excited. Are you not afraid of deceiving Long Minghan like this? Chen Bei inquired, a hint of concern etched on his face. Do not worry yourself so much. I am fully aware of my own situation. Xiao Tong reassured, casting Chen Bei a comforting glance, prompting Chen Bei to refrain from further questioning. As time passed, Xiao Tong took out his phone and played a game for a while. After some time, he found it rather uninteresting and turned his gaze toward Chen Bei. Chen Bei paused momentarily, then tossed aside his book, nodding warmly with a smile. All right. After several hours of play, Xiao Tong collapsed onto the bed, drowsy and on the verge of sleep. Suddenly, a buzzing sound erupted from his phone. Darling, I've arrived at the small grove. Okay, wait for me. You must wait for me. I will be there shortly. After sending the message, Xiao Tong promptly switched off his phone. In a previous life, he might have been intrigued, but now, he was simply relieved he hadn't killed Long Minghan immediately. Still wanting to take advantage of me? What a dream! From now on, no matter who contacts me, you must not respond. Xiao Tong instructed Chen Bei before flopping onto the bed, soon producing steady snores. As for Long Minghan, the small grove in the sweltering summer. Mosquitoes and her ultra-short skirt were a perfect match. He slept soundly until 8 the next morning. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed, You didn't go to class? Xiao Tong asked, astonished, looking at Chen Bei, who smirked slightly. I took a leave as well. Xiao Tong was briefly taken aback, then smiled broadly. He retrieved his phone and turned it on. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as he connected to the internet, a flurry of messages and WeChat notifications flooded in, along with over a dozen missed calls. Opening WeChat, he read, Darling, have you arrived? There are so many mosquitoes here. Do you want to bring some mosquito repellent? Darling, the mosquitoes are biting me. How long until you arrive? Ah, why are you still not here? Xiao Tong, where the hell have you been? Did you stand me up? Why aren't you answering my WeChat calls? Xiao Tong, you're dead. You stood me up, and you actually turned off your phone? I am covered in mosquito bites. If you don't give me an explanation tomorrow, you're finished. Xiao Tong glanced at these messages and smiled slightly before shutting off his phone. Let us go. Today, I'll treat you to a lavish feast. I am now a wealthy man. Xiao Tong declared, taking Chen Bei to dine at the finest restaurant, enjoying themselves, and even booking an entire arcade. They indulged in exquisite wine, specifically Romani Conti, choosing the most expensive options without hesitation. After a fulfilling day, the two returned home, only for Xiao Tong to be taken aback as Long Minghan and a few girls glared at him fiercely. Xiao Tong! Long Minghan's sharp voice pierced the air as she approached briskly, her eyes blazing with anger. She stood beside Xiao Tong, instinctively raising her hand to slap him, but recalling her image in front of the onlookers. She took a deep breath, fixing her gaze upon him. Xiao Tong, why did you stand me up yesterday? Why did you turn off your phone and ignore my calls? Where have you been all day? Long Minghan ground her teeth. Xiao Tong glanced at the surrounding crowd and suddenly adopted a dramatic demeanor, his eyes filled with sincerity. Minghan, I am truly sorry. You know I've been unwell these past few days. And yesterday I was preoccupied with the construction team because my home is about to be demolished. I've been overwhelmed and exhausted. So I accidentally fell asleep and forgot to charge my phone, leading to it being turned off. Today, realizing my mistake, I took Chen Bei and searched half of Yanjing to buy you that LV bag you wanted so much. We ran around all day, visiting several stores before we found this latest model. Here, take a look. As he spoke, Xiao Tong retrieved a bag from his satchel and presented it to Long Minghan, gazing at her with a pitiful expression. Upon seeing the bag in Xiao Tong's hand, Long Menghan's anger swiftly transformed into delight as she observed his slightly pale complexion. For the first time, a sense of gratitude blossomed in her heart. "I'm sorry. Darling, I misunderstood you. Now that you realize your misunderstanding, shouldn't there be some reward for me?" Xiao Tong teased. "What kind of reward?" Long Menghan replied, slightly taken aback. "Wait, what did you just say?" Long Menghan momentarily froze. Then her eyes widened in realization. "Ha ha ha, just kidding. I've not been feeling well, so I'll head back to my dorm to rest," Xiao Tong stated, preparing to leave. "Wait." Just then, one of the girls who had accompanied Long Menghan stepped forward. Looking down her nose at Xiao Tong, disdain evident in her eyes as she observed his modest attire. Finally, she shifted her gaze to the bag in Long Menghan's hands. "Menghan, Xiao Tong couldn't he possibly be deceiving you?" "Could he? With his meager monthly salary, he can barely afford to treat us to bubble tea. How could he possibly buy the newest LV? Indeed, Menghan, don't let him fool you," the other girls chimed in. Upon hearing their remarks, Xiao Tong frowned slightly. The first girl to speak was named Chu Yeye, a so-called friend of Long Menghan. Whenever Xiao Tong and Long Menghan went on a date, she would shamelessly tag along, always consuming and enjoying without contributing, sometimes even bringing a whole entourage of friends to feast on Xiao Tong's generosity. Yet, despite feeding off him, she still looked down upon him with contempt. Noticing her friend's words, Long Menghan frowned slightly, about to respond, but Xiao Tong interjected coldly. "Whether I have money or not, Menghan knows well enough it's merely a bag worth several thousand. If Menghan desires it, I can buy her 10 without a second thought. Menghan, if you don't believe me, you may verify the authenticity of this bag with anyone," Xiao Tong concluded, turning his gaze toward Long Menghan. "Enough. As your girlfriend, of course, I trust you. Weren't you going to rest?" "You should go now," Long Menghan replied, her expression filled with faith. Had it been in the past, she would have undoubtedly doubted Xiao Tong, but considering that his family was facing demolition, she couldn't help but believe him. As she stepped aside, Xiao Tong glanced back at Qin Bei, who promptly moved forward to support him as they entered the dormitory. Once inside, Qin Bei released Xiao Tong, his face a mixture of amusement and disbelief. He knew that Xiao Tong had spent the day indulging and entertaining, returning home only after purchasing a counterfeit bag. How could he have been searching for a bag all day? As for last night, Qin Bei's snores had been quite melodious. "You've changed for the worse," Qin Bei chuckled, eyeing Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong shook his head slightly. "What do you mean?" Qin Bei's innocent expression was filled with confusion. A hint of shame flickered across Xiao Tong's face. "It's nothing." In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. With only 2 days remaining until the apocalypse, Xiao Tong's acquisition of the counterfeit bag using Long Menghan's funds had brought him a measure of peace. By noon, he donned a hat and slung a backpack over his shoulder as he stepped outside. "Do you want me to accompany you?" Qin Bei asked, glancing at Xiao Tong before he left. "No need. Please stay at school and help me retrieve something." Once outside the school gate, Xiao Tong hailed a cab and headed straight for the blacksmith shop. As soon as he entered, he was captivated by the items laid out on the table. "Welcome, esteemed guest, master. I apologize for the disturbance," Xiao Tong replied respectfully. "No trouble at all." The blacksmith chuckled, then led Xiao Tong to the table. "Here lies a mo knife, 3 tang swords, and 3 hatchets, all crafted from my treasured meteorite iron. The mo knife weighs approximately 10 kilograms and is 1 meter long. The tang swords are 1 meter in length and weigh 3 kilograms. The hatchets have a head weight of 1.5 kilograms, and all these weapons are fully sharpened. In order to complete these items in just a day and a half, I summoned my 2 senior brothers and all 12 of my apprentices to assist. We worked tirelessly for a day and a night to finish them before 8 this morning. Thank you very much," Xiao Tong expressed sincerely, bowing deeply. After exchanging pleasantries with the blacksmith, Xiao Tong paid the remaining balance. Fortunately, the blacksmith had various weapon bags available. Otherwise, it would have been quite inconvenient to carry everything. Bidding farewell to the blacksmith, Xiao Tong and Qin Bei exited the shop with all their possessions. Just before leaving, Xiao Tong paused, turning back to the blacksmith. "If time permits, please forge a few more suitable weapons from the remaining meteorite iron for me." The blacksmith was taken aback, asking, "Why? Why?" "Because the era of cannibalism is upon us," Xiao Tong replied, departing. Watching Xiao Tong's retreating figure, the blacksmith was filled with confusion. The age of cannibalism? Is chaos truly approaching? the blacksmith mumbled, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over him. Xiao Tong paid little heed to whether the old blacksmith had absorbed his words. He merely felt that having bestowed such generous benefits upon the blacksmith, it was only fitting to leave behind a kind admonition. Whether the blacksmith heeded it was a matter of his own fortune. With that, Xiao Tong shouldered his weapon and exited the smithy. Next, he planned to send a Tang Dao and a Kaishan axe to his parents, as well as another set of the same to his elder brother. As for the remaining 3 weapons, he intended to keep the Mo Dao for himself, while the Tang Dao and Kaishan axe were meant for Qin Bei, while regulated knives could not be shipped via express delivery. This restriction applied only to ordinary folk. After hailing a cab, Xiao Tong spent over an hour en route, eventually stopping before a large air transport company, which boasted 2 independent runways behind its premises. Without pausing, he made his way directly inside. Entering a private room, he operated a computer, inputting the account and password stored in his mind, selecting the precise address, and pressing confirm. Within a minute, a sharp-dressed woman in a suit entered. "Greetings, esteemed black gold guest. It is a pleasure to serve you." Xiao Tong calmly nodded, responding, "Yes, please arrange for the immediate air transport of these items, ensuring they reach their destination today. Of course, esteemed guest, rest assured." The capable woman respectfully nodded, then donned white gloves to place 2 Tang Daos and 2 Kaishan axes on either side of a cart before pushing it out with reverence. Witnessing this, Xiao Tong couldn't help but marvel at the power of capital. It was fortunate that they had captured a formidable human during their earlier endeavors. During interrogations, he had divulged even the color of his wife's undergarments. This human had once been an esteemed black gold guest of the airline, a true bigwig. Before long, 2 planes ascended into the sky, each heading in opposite directions. As Xiao Tong watched the aircraft disappear from view. He exited the room, having completed all that he needed to do. Now, he awaited the arrival of the apocalypse. Upon returning to school, Xiao Tong tossed the items over the wall to Qin Bei. After returning to his dormitory, he concealed the items in his private wardrobe. Qin Bei had intended to inquire further, but Xiao Tong interjected, "Do not ask anything. Tomorrow, after the day is past, I shall reveal everything to you. This is a token. When you sense my absence, you shall open it." Qin Bei appeared bewildered, while Xiao Tong lay down, closing his eyes. He intended to savor a good night's sleep, cherishing every moment before the impending apocalypse. For once it arrived, such peaceful slumber would be a distant memory. Only one day remained. Chapter 8. The blood moon approaches the next morning. Xiao Tong awoke to messages from his father, Xiao Deshan, and his brother, Xiao Jiang. Xiao Deshan wrote, "Son, we received the items you sent. The construction team has also reinforced the walls, but is it truly necessary to replace the main gate with a double-layered steel door? And must we really raise and fortify the rainwater collection balcony? Otherwise, over time, the roof may not withstand the weight." Xiao Jiang added, "Why did you send me a Tang Dao and a Kaishan axe? Are you trying to get me locked up?" Xiao Tong first replied to Xiao Deshan with a voice message, "Dad, please don't concern yourself with these matters. At midnight tonight, a peculiar red rain will fall from the sky. You and Mom must not be afraid or hide. You must stand in this rain. After it ceases, get into the rooftop water tank and soak until the rainwater completely loses its color. And remember to bring our dog, De Huang, Dad. I understand that what I'm saying sounds utterly absurd, but you must trust me. I would never harm you. You must follow my instructions." At those words, a flicker of hesitation crossed Xiao Deshan's eyes, but upon reading the final sentence, it transformed into resolve. He gritted his teeth, replying, "Rest assured, son. Even if this is a farce, I'll indulge your madness." Next, Xiao Tong called Xiao Jiang. "Hello, brother. Do not speak. Just listen. I know what I'm about to say may sound like a fantasy or a farce, but you must believe me." As soon as the call connected, Xiao Tong spoke, preempting the barrage of questions from Xiao Jiang. "Brother, do not sleep tonight. After midnight, a blood-red rain will fall. You must stay in the presidential suite on the top floor. Whatever you do, do not leave. When the rain begins, do not shy away. Instead, immerse yourself in it. Block the pool, and when the rain ceases, jump into the pool and soak in the red rain until it fades before you leave." Xiao Tong spoke in one breath, and when he paused for air, Xiao Jiang finally found his chance to respond. "What blood-red rain? Xiao Tong, you haven't been using drugs, have you, brother? I know you don't believe me now. But let us wait until midnight. If it truly rains blood, you must do as I say. If it doesn't, you You may do with me as you please. As Xiao Tong finished speaking, there was a moment of silence on the line. Eventually, Xiao Zhang's voice came through. You rascal, I don't know what you're up to or if this is some sort of truth or dare game, but because you're my brother, I choose to trust you. I will wait until midnight and hope you're not deceiving me. Feeling Xiao Zhang's trust, Xiao Tong's heart swelled with emotion. Brother, thank you. After hanging up, Xiao Tong got up and went to the cafeteria with Chun Bei. They explored several dining halls and purchased a variety of items to bring to the library. Meanwhile, Longmeng Han, aside from sending a few messages, did not pester Xiao Tong further and seemed to have disappeared into her daydreams of financial windfalls from demolitions. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 11 at night. The dormitory occupants had all fallen asleep, but Xiao Tong quietly roused Qin Bei before sneaking out of the dormitory. The two made their way directly to the gymnasium. Upon arriving, Xiao Tong, under Qin Bei's astonished gaze, entered a code, causing the gymnasium doors to slowly swing open. They kept the lights off and Xiao Tong proceeded to the main power switch, gently pressing a button. The glass skylight above the swimming pool gradually opened, and they looked up at the sky. Despite the absence of clouds, not a single star was visible. Only the moon shone solitary in its glow. Qin Bei, having been awakened from sleep by Xiao Tong, followed him to the gymnasium without uttering a word. He understood that Xiao Tong had his reasons for these actions. The two sat beside the swimming pool, and Xiao Tong took out his phone, glancing at it. Half an hour left. What half an hour? Qin Bei inquired. Xiao Tong did not respond but instead asked, Qin Bei, have you ever watched a zombie movie? I have. Xiao Tong gazed at the sky, murmuring, in half an hour, a blood rain will fall, and our world will soon descend into chaos, teeming with zombies. But this chaos will be 100 times more terrifying and brutal than the zombie worlds depicted in films. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Chun Bei's expression momentarily froze. He trusted Xiao Tong implicitly, yet as he listened to his brother's fantastical claims, a profound sense of doubt crept into his heart. As if sensing Chun Bei's thoughts, Xiao Tong continued, I know you don't believe me, but time will reveal the truth. 27 minutes left. With that, the vast gymnasium fell into silence once more. Time sped by, and as the doomsday countdown reached 15 minutes, then 10, Chun Bei felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety rising within him, as if something ominous was about to unfold. Chun Bei, if you believe me, call our parents now and have them step outside to stand in the blood rain in 10 minutes. Xiao Tong's voice was incredibly calm, but Chun Bei's heart was already in turmoil, his body trembling slightly. Having known Xiao Tong since high school, he could tell his brother was not lying. Thus, was the apocalypse truly upon them? Would the terrifying, grotesque, man-eating zombies soon arrive? The mere thought of the brutal imagery from those films caused Qin Bei's complexion to pale. Xiao Tong, is everything you said true? He looked at Xiao Tong, fervently wishing for him to shake his head or fantasizing that the lights would suddenly flicker on and a multitude of classmates would burst in laughing, revealing it all to be an elaborate prank. But there was none of that. Xiao Tong merely gazed upward at the sky. There wasn't a single cloud to be seen. The moon was so clear, yet not a single star shone in the night. Qin Bei's pupils constricted sharply as he looked up, and indeed, the sky was exceptionally clear, but not a star was visible. Suddenly, he noticed the once pristine white moon seemed to take on a different hue. Was that red? Xiao Tong, look, the moon, it's changing color. Qin Bei screamed out, and Xiao Tong calmly nodded. Quickly call uncle and aunt. They must endure this crimson rain. If they do so, there is a strong possibility they will not transform into those wretched zombies. Chapter 9. Welcome to the Apocalypse. Qin Bei hurriedly took out his phone, trembling as he dialed the number. Meanwhile, Xiao Tong stepped aside to call Xiao Dashan. Hello, Dad. Son, why is the sky so strange today? Not a single star is visible, and the moon seems to be gradually turning red. Xiao Dashan's voice trembled, revealing a primal fear of the unfamiliar events that loomed ahead. Dad, do not be afraid. Just follow my instructions, and you will be safe. Though I am not by your side, take good care of Mom. Tell her I miss her dearly and love her very much. By tomorrow, many things will become clear to you. Remember, I will return to you soon. Upon hearing Xiao Tong's words, Xiao Dashan's heart shuddered violently. For some reason, he felt as though Xiao Tong was imparting a final farewell. However, Xiao Tong did not afford him the opportunity to speak further and abruptly hung up. Time was of the essence. Only 5 minutes remained. He dialed Xiao Zhang's number. Once connected, there was a brief silence on the other end. Brother, did you foresee all of this? Xiao Zhang's tone was slightly grave, clearly indicating he too had noticed the anomalies in the sky. No stars in sight, and the moon gradually taking on a crimson hue, evoking a sense of impending doom. Brother, time is running out. Use the last moments you have to secure the door to the presidential suite. Keep the only keycard and key that can access all rooms on you at all times. Do not let anyone into your room. The apocalypse is upon us. Remember, while ensuring your safety, hunt down zombies. The cores within their skulls can grant immense power. Initially, the zombies are of the lowest level, slow and weak. This is the golden period for hunting them. However, stronger zombies will emerge later, so take great care. Remember, you must survive until I return. After imparting a few more words of caution, Xiao Tong hung up, leaving Xiao Jiang in stunned silence. The apocalypse? Zombies? Just like in the movies? No, it was far more terrifying than any film. Finally, he shook his head and glanced at his watch. Only 1 minute remained until midnight. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated across the globe, shocking everyone as they realized the lightning was red. The sky darkened rapidly as countless ominous clouds surged forth, obscuring the light of the blood-red moon. Inside the gymnasium, Xiao Tong gazed motionlessly at the sky. Chen Bei returned after hanging up, lifting his gaze to the red lightning that split the heavens. Xiao Tong's deep, restrained voice rang out, 10. 9.3.2.1. Welcome to the apocalypse. Xiao Tong raised his head, closed his eyes, and spread his arms wide as if embracing something. Boom! As Xiao Tong's calm voice echoed, another thunderclap resonated, illuminating the world in a crimson hue. Splash! Raindrops began to fall from the sky, quickly transforming into a torrential downpour, and countless people were stunned to discover that the rain was, in fact, red. Many rushed indoors, fearful that this crimson rain might be toxic. Meanwhile, in the gym, Xiao Tong stood in the rain with his eyes closed and arms outstretched, and without hesitation, Chen Bei closed his eyes and stood beside him. Do not resist, do not fight it. Accept it and adapt. Xiao Tong's words resonated, and Chen Bei nodded slightly, entirely relinquishing his mind to the moment. He now regarded Xiao Tong as an undeniable truth. At that very moment, in their hometown of Yunnan province, Xiao Dashan and Xia Ting, along with De Huang, stood motionless in the rain, their eyes filled with shock, mirroring exactly what Xiao Tong had described in the presidential suite of the Sheraton Hotel. Xiao Jiang also stood in the rain, his face pale and eyes wide with astonishment. This rain persisted for a full 3 hours. By 3 in the morning, it finally ceased. Xiao Tong and Chen Bei had since moved to the swimming pool, where the water had turned a deep crimson, gently rippling like blood, exuding a strange odor. Meanwhile, online, the world erupted in chaos, and my goodness, what is happening? The stars have entirely vanished, the moon has turned red, and a blood rain has fallen. Where are you from? I am from Hejiang. We are experiencing the same. I am from Jinfu.its, the same here. I am from Xinjiang. I am studying abroad in America, and it's the same there. Oh heavens, is the whole world like this? As discussions surged online, people were horrified to realize that it was indeed a global phenomenon. Just as they were about to continue conversing, they suddenly found themselves without internet access. All phones received a text message. Dear customers, due to the severe damage caused by the blood rain to communication devices and signal towers, many towers have been compromised. Our company is dispatching personnel for urgent repairs. We appreciate your patience. 3 hours later, the water in the pool returned to its normal hue. Xiao Tong led Chen Bei swiftly back to their dormitory. Although the red rain had stopped, everyone seemed to have plunged into an inexplicable panic. Phone calls were unresponsive, and all signals were completely cut off. The entire campus felt as if it had lost contact with the outside world. Upon their return to the dormitory, they found the corridor bustling with noise, with students anxiously pacing back and forth, frantically searching for a signal. Xiao Tong, Chen Bei, where have you two been? As they entered the dorm, their 2 roommates immediately inquired. Xiao Tong remained silent. Xiao Tong, Chen Bei, where have you two been? They pressed again. Nowhere in particular. Xiao Tong replied calmly, observing their reluctance to converse. The other 2 roommates ceased their questioning, merely pacing anxiously in and out. Xiao Tong then opened the dormitory, retrieving bags containing a foreign knife and a tang knife. Let us go, he urged, leading Chen Bei outside. Xiao Tong, one of the roommates suddenly called out. Do you know something we don't? Please, if you know anything, tell us. I'm feeling so anxious. My heart is racing, and my head feels heavy. Hearing Li Zhan's words, Xiao Tong's heart quivered slightly. He then looked closely at Li Zhan, and when he noticed the faint crimson glow in his eyes, he instinctively tightened his grip on his weapon. Chapter 10. Welcome to the land of zombies. With a heated head, rapid heartbeat, and slowly reddening eyes, this was unmistakably the precursor to becoming a zombie. In 1 hour, when the clock struck 6, Li Zhan would undoubtedly transform into one of them. For the sake of our 3 years as roommates, I offer you both a word of advice. Find a secluded spot and stay there alone. As for what will happen in 1 hour, everything will become clear. Having said this, Xiao Tong led Qianbei outside. Li Zhan exchanged glances with the remaining roommate, ultimately opting to stay in the dormitory. Hoping to find solace in their company, Xiao Tong, if what you said is true, why don't you tell them? Qianbei hesitated before asking, I said it. Would they believe me? Xiao Tong replied, looking at Qianbei. Qianbei was momentarily taken aback before bitterly shaking his head. Indeed, if Xiao Tong had not warned him beforehand, who would believe that this beautiful world was on the brink of turning into a savage realm of cannibalism? If Xiao Tong had not spoken, who would have known that today would witness a blood moon, with stars retreating and torrential blood rain falling? Qianbei, I'll give you a precautionary warning. In this chaotic world, please suppress any lingering compassion, for it will only lead to your swift demise or make you fodder for the zombies. Having finished speaking, Xiao Tong paid no heed to whether Qianbei absorbed his words and quickly led him in a specific direction. As they passed through a small grove, Xiao Tong instructed Qianbei to wait a moment, then found a tree and dug a hole, burying the foreign knife within. After completing this task, he continued leading Qianbei toward the library. Upon reaching the library entrance, Xiao Tong adeptly entered the access code and proceeded with Qianbei straight to the rooftop. The library was one of the tallest buildings in Yin University, and from the rooftop, they could overlook the entire campus. Dormitory buildings lay beneath their gaze, with teachers and security guards bustling about, maintaining order among the dormitories. Counselors from each grade and major moved among the dormitories, comforting students and checking attendance. However, despite their efforts, the noise and disputes among students escalated, with even physical altercations breaking out. Unbeknownst to anyone, tempers flared, eyes gradually reddened, and hostility grew increasingly palpable among individuals. Almost there. Just half an hour left, Xiao Tong remarked, glancing at his watch. Upon hearing Xiao Tong's words, Qianbei's body involuntarily trembled, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Time passed inexorably, and soon the clock struck 5:59. Xiao Tong activated the stopwatch, observing the second hand's rapid movement. As the second hand aligned with 12, his voice turned cold. Welcome to the realm of the undead. At that very moment, a cacophony of terrifying roars erupted from the dormitory area. Under the horrified gazes of all, numerous figures disintegrated amidst the howls, their veins turning a ghastly shade of purple, pressed tightly against their skin, emanating a bizarre odor, while their eyeballs turned completely white and their fingernails sharpened. Before anyone could collect their wits, these transformed students let out a roar and lunged at their uninfected peers, opening their gaping maws to viciously tear flesh from bone. Help me! The students who were tackled screamed in despair, struggling frantically, while the remaining students regained their composure, unleashing piercing screams. Zombies! Zombies! It's a zombie apocalypse! Woohoo! Help! How has the world turned to this? They cried. Mom and Dad, this must be a dream. Just a dream. Run. The zombies will eat us alive. This has to be a movie. Click, click, click. Where's the director? Where is the director? Amidst their frantic screams, the terrified students scrambled back towards the dormitory, many collapsing to the ground, trampled underfoot, never to rise again, becoming fodder for the undead. Countless individuals rushed back into the dorms, hastily barricading the doors with anything movable. Those who were unable to make it in pounded desperately on the doors. Help! Open the door! Please, open the door! I'm not in yet. Yet, those inside braced against the door, shaking their heads vigorously, tears streaming down their faces. You beasts, open the door! A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, as those inside distinctly heard the sounds of gnawing and swallowing from outside. The screams persisted for several agonizing minutes before abruptly ceasing, a rancid odor permeating the air, blood seeping through the cracks beneath the door into the dormitory in less than half an hour. The cries outside faded away, leaving only the roars of the zombies and the ghastly sounds of them feasting. Inside the dormitory, sobs and muffled cries filled the air. Chun-Bei stood atop the library, staring blankly at the scene below, which resembled a hellish nightmare. His entire body trembled, his face ashen, devoid of any color. Suddenly, he bent over and violently retched, his dinner mixed with stomach acid spewing forth, tears cascading down his cheeks. Xiao Tong calmly patted his back, observing the vomit on the ground, shaking his head with a sigh. What a pity! In the future, people will fight over even this vomit. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Chun-Bei retched even more violently. An hour later, the sky gradually lightened, first revealing a fiery orange line on the horizon, then slowly illuminating the darkness of fear. Another half-hour passed, and the sky was fully bright. From the library's rooftop, the view of the dormitory was one of bloodshed and chaos. Zombies wandered aimlessly in the corridors, some repeatedly slamming against a dormitory door. As the light grew brighter, many zombies came to a standstill, entering a state of dormancy. On the library's rooftop, Xiao Tong slowly rose, handing Chun-Bei a tang knife while gripping a mountain axe. Let us go forth to meet this apocalypse. Chun-Bei followed closely behind Xiao Tong, his complexion still pale. Their footsteps echoed harshly in the vast silence of the library. Roar. As they reached the first floor, a roar suddenly erupted from a certain direction. Xiao Tong turned to look. It was the room of the librarian. Tightening his grip on the mountain axe, he redirected his course towards the librarian's quarters. With Chun-Bei clutching the tang knife closely behind him. Roar, bang, bang, bang. As Xiao Tong and Chun-Bei approached, the sounds of beastly roars and relentless pounding on the door filled the librarian's room. Chapter 11. This cannibalistic world. Xiao Tong stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to the door. Bang. The wooden door was sent crashing backward, pinning a shadow beneath it. Moments later, the figure struggled to rise and staggered out of the room. Its skin a ghastly pale, eyes completely devoid of color, sharp teeth and claws glistening, yellowish saliva dripping from its mouth, resembling a malevolent spirit escaped from the depths of hell. Seeing this up close, Chun-Bei felt his legs weaken, gripping the tang knife tightly, the only source of safety in his trembling hands. Meanwhile, Xiao Tong advanced towards the librarian zombie, mountain axe in hand. As he approached, he spoke. Zero-level zombies are slow. Their attack speed is lethargic. They possess no sight, relying on sound and scent to detect their prey. Their strength is slightly weaker than that of an average adult male. A regular person can defeat a single or a few zero-level zombies with a bit of caution. Upon hearing Xiao Tong's voice, the librarian zombie roared and lunged at him, moving slightly slower than an ordinary person. Xiao Tong approached the zombie directly, axe raised. Roar. Hearing Xiao Tong's advance, the zombie roared, its claws swiping at him. Xiao Tong sidestepped, bringing down the mountain axe with a powerful swing, severing one of the zombie's arms, greenish blood spraying forth. When defeating a zombie, it is crucial to avoid letting the zombie's blood come into contact with any wounds or entering the mouth, as this poses a risk of infection. Zombies are only truly vulnerable to headshots. Even if only a head remains, a zombie can survive. Thus, the most effective way to eliminate a zombie is to destroy its head. As he spoke, Xiao Tong raised his axe again and brought it down at an angle, cleaving half of the zombie's head off, green blood, gray matter, and yellowish brain matter erupting forth. The zombie collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Xiao Tong knelt and explored the zombie's head until his fingers brushed against a hard object. A glimmer of delight crossed his face as he withdrew his hand, revealing a white crystal nucleus the size of a peanut nestled between his fingers. This crystal nucleus belongs to the zombie. If consumed by other zombies, it may trigger a chance for evolution. If ingested by a human, it could potentially awaken latent abilities, and even if not, it would significantly enhance physical attributes. Zero-level zombies do not all possess crystal nuclei. Some lack them entirely, but all zombies above zero level will have these nuclei. Today, we are fortunate to have encountered one right away. Today, I will take you to practice your skills. After all, there may not be another opportunity, Xiao Tong stated, placing the crystal nucleus in his pocket before looking at Chun-Bei. They made their way to the north gate, which connected to the outside world, currently the area with the highest concentration of zombies aside from the dormitory. Soon, they arrived at the north gate, where they could see that most of the zombies outside stood motionless, with only a few wandering aimlessly. The security booth's glass was shattered, stained with dark red blood, and the security guard was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Tong led Chen Bei straight outside, crossing the security booth, and they were now merely 10 meters away from the nearest zombie. As they approached, the few wandering zombies began to sniff the air, their nostrils flaring. Cough. Xiao Tong coughed, inciting the few wandering zombies to charge at them frantically. Without uttering a word, Xiao Tong swung his axe swiftly, cleanly beheading 3 zombies in rapid succession, red-green blood and white fluid spraying forth. The roars of the 3 zero-level zombies abruptly fell silent, their bodies collapsing to the ground, leaving only one zombie still charging from a distance. Roaring as it approached, Xiao Tong retreated a few steps, positioning himself beside Chen Bei, his voice icy. "You will handle the remaining one." "What?" Chen Bei froze, his pale face losing all color, fear and panic filling his eyes. No, Xiao Tong, I can't do it. Chen Bei. Xiao Tong's cold tone interrupted him. "This is the apocalypse. This is a world where humans devour each other. Here, the law has crumbled, morality is decayed, and there are no rules. If you wish to survive, your only choice is to fight the zombies and strengthen yourself. If you continue to say you can't, then you might as well step forward and feed the zombies. For this world operates on this principle. Either you kill the zombies, or the zombies will consume you. Beyond the zombies, you must also contend with the chaos of a lawless and morally bankrupt society, which is far more terrifying than the undead." Xiao Tong cast a cold gaze upon Chen Bei, resolute in his decision that if Chen Bei did not take action today, he would unhesitatingly abandon him. For in this apocalyptic world, timidity and kindness are the most terrifying of traits. Should Chen Bei fail to conquer the barriers within his own heart and continue to linger by his side, he would inevitably bring about Xiao Tong's demise. Hearing Xiao Tong's words and perceiving the glimmer of disappointment in his eyes, Chen Bei's heart quivered, filled with a tumult of struggle, fear, and the relentless urge to survive. Xiao Tong silently observed Chen Bei, refraining from uttering harsher words. What he had already said was sufficient. If Chen Bei could comprehend it, so be it. If not, there was little more that could be done. Ah, damn these zombies, damn this apocalypse. Suddenly, Chen Bei let out a roar, akin to that of a wild beast, as he drew his Tang Dao and charged toward the slowly advancing zombie. His face was marred with madness, his eyes brimming with deep-seated terror. Xiao Tong, wielding his axe, followed closely behind, his body taut and ready to rescue Chen Bei at a moment's notice. Upon hearing Chen Bei's voice, the zombie also turned, roaring as it extended its claws toward him. Yet, Chen Bei stood his ground, gripping the Tang Dao tightly, and without hesitation, he struck down with all his might. With a sharp sound, it was uncertain whether it was Chen Bei's fortune or the zombie's misfortune. But the Tang Dao met the zombie's claws with precision, severing them cleanly. The zombie howled in pain, abruptly losing balance and collapsing to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Bei stepped onto the zombie's back and unleashed a flurry of strikes toward its head with fervor. With the first blow, a significant portion of the zombie's skull was cleaved away, a multitude of colors oozing forth, and in an instant, the zombie lay motionless. Chen Bei, consumed by a frenzy, roared, "I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you." He continued to slash down, one blow after another, until he was breathless, having reduced the zombie before him, head included, to mere pulp. Meanwhile, Xiao Tong hastily approached the fallen zombies. Rummaging through their heads, fortune favored him today. All 4 zero-level zombies possessed crystal cores. Grasping the cores, he swiftly retreated. Chen Bei's earlier roar had already stirred a portion of the nearby zombies, and the scent of blood from the slain zombies was drawing them closer. "Chen Bei, stop. We need to leave now. If we get surrounded, we're done for," Xiao Tong urged as he returned to Chen Bei's side. But Chen Bei appeared oblivious. His eyes reddened as he continued to hack away at the zombies, reducing them to nothing but mush. "Stop your madness." Without hesitation, Xiao Tong slapped Chen Bei's face, causing him to stagger. The slap jolted Chen Bei back to reality. "Let's retreat to the school." Xiao Tong glared at him, and Chen Bei quickly nodded, following suit. The two dashed into a nearby classroom, finding refuge in an empty space. Outside, the zombies crawled on the ground, feasting on the remains of their fallen kin. Typically, zombies do not attack their own kind. But when one perishes, it becomes food for the others. As they stood by the window, Chen Bei felt a chill run down his spine. Had Xiao Tong not slapped him awake, he would have been among those being devoured. Xiao Tong turned, his gaze icy as he addressed Qin Bei. If you cannot even control your own emotions, you have greatly disappointed me. Today, it was merely a slap. Next time, it could very well be the sharp teeth of a zombie or a knife thrust from another. Noticing Qin Bei's lowered head, Xiao Tong's tone softened slightly. However, taking the initiative to hunt zombies marks a significant step forward. That is commendable. Fortune smiled upon them today, as all 4 zombies bore crystal cores. This one belongs to you, Xiao Tong said, producing a crystal core and offering it to Qin Bei. Qin Bei raised his head, gazing at the core in Xiao Tong's hand, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes before it transformed into resolve. Xiao Tong, without you, I would have likely become a zombie like so many others. Thus, I cannot accept this core. You mentioned that absorbing it would make you stronger, so you should take it first. Once you grow stronger, our chances of survival will increase. Upon hearing Qin Bei's words, a glimmer of appreciation shone in Xiao Tong's eyes. He had shared all the effects of the crystal cores with Qin Bei. And in this apocalypse, even a single core could significantly enhance one's chances of survival. In his previous life, many had fought fiercely over a single core, resulting in countless casualties. Qin Bei's ability to resist the allure of the crystal core confirmed Xiao Tong's belief in him. Such individuals were worthy of cultivation and held the potential to become a loyal ally in the future. I understand your thoughts, but what belongs to you is yours. Take it, quickly absorb it, and test its effects. Xiao Tong insisted, pressing the core into Qin Bei's hands. He was destined to forge his own path and could not remain by Qin Bei's side indefinitely. Thus, Qin Bei needed to grow stronger swiftly. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Qin Bei ceased his objections, sitting cross-legged as he placed the core into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, the solid crystal transformed into a milky liquid, flowing down his throat and coalescing into warmth that spread throughout his limbs. Instantly, he felt an exhilarating sensation, a comfort he had never experienced before, every pore rejoicing in delightful breaths, as if his very soul trembled in ecstasy. While Qin Bei absorbed the core, Xiao Tong stood at the door, vigilant and ready for any sudden developments. 5 minutes later, Xiao Tong glanced at Qin Bei, who slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a deep breath. Rising, he looked down at his hands. Lacking regular exercise, his muscular contours were now distinctly visible. He clenched his fists, feeling a notable surge of strength. How do you feel? Xiao Tong inquired. Quite good, Qin Bei replied. Any other sensations? Xiao Tong's gaze was intense as he scrutinized Qin Bei. It feels excellent. My strength has increased significantly. All right. Xiao Tong shook his head in slight disappointment. It seemed that a single crystal core had minimal awakening effects for Qin Bei. At least 10 cores were needed. Coupled with serendipitous circumstances to ignite the awakening process, in his previous life, humanity had discovered methods to facilitate awakening, although these methods were still in their infancy and carried high mortality rates. Yet many sought them fervently. Xiao Tong, having been a zombie in his past life, had not delved into this information. Otherwise, he could have provided Qin Bei with it. However, Qin Bei had bathed in the blood of the fallen and shared a bloodbath with Xiao Tong. Thus, his chances of awakening were significantly higher. In his previous life, Qin Bei had awakened alone. This time, with the accumulation of crystal cores, he was certain to awaken, and his awakened abilities would be all the more formidable. Next, it's your turn to keep watch while I absorb the crystal core, Xiao Tong declared. Okay. Qin Bei nodded, brandishing his Tang Dao as he moved to the door. Xiao Tong sat cross-legged, preparing to absorb the core, his axe positioned within easy reach. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to be prepared. It was not that he doubted Qin Bei, but rather, he had to exercise extreme caution. He had already experienced the apocalypse's brutality once and could not afford a second failure. Raising his head, he swallowed a crystal core, feeling the warm energy spread throughout his body. He sensed his strength growing steadily. 5 minutes later, the warmth dissipated, and without opening his eyes, he tossed another core into his mouth. 15 minutes later, Xiao Tong slowly opened his eyes. He examined his arms. The muscular definition was now pronounced, and lifting his shirt revealed that the slight belly he had developed in college had vanished. With 6 subtle abdominal muscles faintly visible, the 4 zero-level zombie cores had significantly enhanced his physique, making him nearly twice as strong as an average adult. Regrettably, he still felt no signs of awakening. Alas, it seems I still have much work to do. After all, Zombies transformed from abilities are in a league of their own compared to ordinary zombies. The abilities of mutated zombies far surpass those of regular ones, making their evolution easier. If I can awaken as an ability user before reaching that stage, I will be more confident in surpassing my former self. Let us proceed. We need to continue hunting zombies and gathering crystal cores. Xiaotong announced. Are we going outside? No, there are too many zombies out there. While they may all be 0 level, getting surrounded would be perilous. Moreover, I cannot ascertain whether there are any first-level zombies lurking outside. Encountering a first-level zombie remains highly dangerous. Today, we shall hunt zombies within the teaching building. At Yin University, there are 2 primary places of study, the library and the teaching building where students gather after classes. However, the library enforces a strict closing time, prompting many diligent scholars to migrate to the teaching building. Beyond these academic achievers, the building also harbors clandestine meetings of amorous couples, with certain classrooms temporarily devoid of functioning cameras, becoming their secret sanctuaries. As for the rationale behind seeking out these camera-defunct rooms, the 2 figures made their way down the corridor. Xiaotong raised a hand and forcefully pushed open the door to an adjacent classroom. Bang! The wooden door was violently flung open, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud that echoed through the otherwise silent corridor. Roar! Soon, the distant classroom erupted with the growls of zombies. Let us go. It's time to work. Xiaotong tightened his grip on the axe, while Qin Bei firmly held onto his tang sword, following closely behind. The 2 made no effort to muffle their footsteps, which only served to aggravate the zombies within the classroom. Bang! Before they could reach the door, the large entrance to the classroom was suddenly thrust open with force, revealing a figure in a JK uniform with a high ponytail. Upon witnessing this grotesque sight, Qin Bei couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Just days prior, this fearsome zombie had likely been a vibrant young girl, brimming with youthful vitality. As Qin Bei contemplated this, Xiaotong had already stepped forward, axe in hand. Roar! The JK zombie let out a furious bellow and lunged at Qin Bei with its claw-like hands. Xiaotong remained calm, sidestepping just as the zombie was about to make contact. With the zombie's back now presented to him, he swung the axe without hesitation, cleaving through the zombie's skull. The axe met only a slight resistance as it split the creature's head open, causing it to crash to the ground with a mournful wail before falling silent, a mixture of green, red, and white fluids gushing forth. Some of this gruesome liquid even splattered onto Qin Bei. The foul odor caused his complexion to pale further, and he stifled a gag, unable to expel anything more than a bitter, acidic bile from his stomach. Xiaotong merely glanced at Qin Bei. Saying nothing, he took a moment to further hack at the zombie's head, then reached inside, only to withdraw his hand in disappointment, empty. This zombie bore no crystal core. Yet, this was hardly surprising. After all, the likelihood of a 0-level zombie possessing a crystal core was less than 50%. The fact that he had managed to hunt 5 with cores that morning had been sheer luck. The continuous roars of zombies echoing through the corridor and from above indicated that this teaching building was teeming with them. And he had ample time to hunt. Once Qin Bei acclimated a bit more, they would venture outside the school. He had 2 days remaining, after which, a select few would gradually adapt to this apocalyptic world, and communication via radio broadcasts would begin to resume. It would be then that the man, who had once sought refuge in the embrace of Long Minghan, prepared to leave the school. Only then would his true plan commence. However, before that, he had to successfully awaken his powers and become an ability user before transforming into a zombie, as this would greatly benefit him in the future. In his past life, he had fought for 5 years, narrowly escaping death countless times to ascend to the rank of a level 7 zombie king. But only by reaching level 8 could one truly be considered a formidable force, unafraid of any threats. Let us proceed. The next zombie is yours to handle, Xiaotong calmly remarked, casting a glance at the pale-faced Qin Bei before heading towards the source of the zombie growls. Minutes later, Xiaotong and Qin Bei found themselves standing before a restroom at the corner. The sounds of zombies echoing from within, a pungent odor, a foul mixture of excrement and zombie stench, wafted through the air. While Xiaotong appeared unfazed, Qin Bei's complexion turned even paler, his stomach roiling ominously. With an odd look, Xiaotong turned to Qin Bei. You're in luck. Go on. The smell may be overpowering, but these zombies are genuine. Qin Bei grimaced, nodding reluctantly, then drew a deep breath and rushed inside with his tang sword. Through the sound of zombies pounding against the restroom door, Chun-Bei quickly discerned the location of the zombie. He positioned himself at the squat toilet, thrusting his sword through the door with great force. The wooden barrier offered little resistance against the blade forged from meteorite iron, and with a soft hiss, it was easily pierced. The tang sword plunged into the zombie's body. Roar! The creature howled in pain. Intensifying its assault on the door, crack! The door, already compromised by Chun-Bei's strike, splintered further under the zombie's relentless battering. Panic flashed across Chun-Bei's face as he swiftly pulled back his sword and thrust it in again. Roar! The zombie howled once more, while Chun-Bei withdrew and stabbed repeatedly, each time pulling out and plunging back in. Finally, he felt a momentary resistance at the tip of his blade, followed by a release. The zombie's screams abruptly ceased. Chun-Bei extracted his sword. Bang! A sound of something collapsing echoed from within the restroom. At that moment, Chun-Bei could no longer maintain his composure, dashing into the corridor to gulp down fresh air. His flushed face gradually regaining color, Xiaotong silently nodded in approval. Once Chun-Bei had caught his breath, Xiaotong instructed, "Quickly check if the zombie has a crystal core. We are short on time." Chun-Bei nodded hastily, inhaled deeply, and rushed back into the restroom. He pushed against the door, only to find it locked. Without hesitation, he swung his tang sword down, cleaving the door in two, as the wooden door fell apart. Chun-Bei stood frozen, nearly retching once more. Chapter 14. The peculiar zombies of this generation. Xiaotong, witnessing the scene unfold, could only retreat silently, mourning for Chun-Bei for 3 seconds. Inside the squat toilet sat a mound of excrement that had been stewing for hours. While the zombie sat bare-bottomed amidst it, red and white fluids cascading from its body and head. The sweltering summer heat had caused the excrement to begin fermenting, releasing a pungent gas that stung Chun-Bei's eyes, prompting tears to stream down his face. Braving his nausea, Chun-Bei stepped forward, grasped the zombie's hair, and swung his sword to sever its head, then bolted outside, clutching the severed head with all his might. Upon reaching the corridor, he slumped against the wall, collapsing to the ground as he gasped for fresh air, his eyes stinging with tears. Minutes passed before he regained some composure, lifting his gaze to Xiaotong. His face still pale, Xiaotong nodded in acknowledgement. Chun-Bei then reached into the zombie's head, probing until his eyes brightened. He withdrew his palm to reveal a white crystal the size of a peanut. Xiaotong's expression brightened as he nodded. Not bad. There truly is a crystal core. This suffering was worth it? Chun-Bei shot him a resentful glance. You can have this core. Next time we encounter such a zombie, you take the lead. To Chun-Bei's surprise, Xiaotong's expression remained neutral as he nodded. Next time, I'll handle it. However, you should keep this crystal core for yourself. Let us head to the second floor. Chun-Bei paused momentarily before hurrying to follow. Xiaotong, you have no idea how disgusting that scene was. That zombie was sitting in its own filth. For heaven's sake. The stench of rotting flesh mixed with excrement. Disgusting? You haven't witnessed true horror yet. Xiaotong thought to himself, recalling the grim memories of his past life. An era of cannibalism where the phrase "man eats man" was not merely rhetorical. When food became scarce and hunger gnawed at everyone, some turned their gaze towards their fellow humans. In those times, survival meant resorting to any means necessary. Nothing that could fill their stomachs was off limits. That was the true grotesque scene. A few piles of excrement were merely an appetizer. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiaotong paused. Appetizer? Something felt amiss. Recalling the fleeting glimpse he had just witnessed, Xiaotong felt a churn in his stomach and quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion. Roar! As the two reached the second floor, a zombie suddenly lunged at them from around the corner of the staircase. Watch out! Xiaotong shouted, lowering himself as he swung his axe at the zombie's lower leg. The axe cleanly severed the zombie's limb, and as it lost balance, its body toppled into the stairwell. Roar! It howled, struggling to rise, but Xiaotong stepped onto its back, bringing his axe down hard onto its head to end the confrontation. Reaching into the wound, he fished around for a moment before pulling out a crystal smeared with white fluid. Holding the crystal aloft, a smile finally broke across Xiaotong's face. He wiped the white residue on the zombie's clothing and tucked the crystal into his pocket. What luck! As he spoke, he glanced at the corpse of the zombie on the ground, a smile gracing his face. This batch of zombies is truly peculiar. There's the old 8 zombie squatting in the toilet and the old 6 zombie adept at ambushes. Qianbei, upon hearing Xiao Tong's words, couldn't help but roll his eyes. His heart had nearly leapt from fright just moments ago, yet Xiao Tong seemed to be in the mood for jest. "Let us go, continue the mission," Xiao Tong declared, and the two resumed their hunt for zombies. After more than 3 hours, they had thoroughly cleared all 8 floors of the teaching building, having slain a total of 46 zombies, 29 at Xiao Tong's hands and 17 by Qianbei's. Xiao Tong had acquired 9 crystal cores, while Qianbei obtained 10. This disparity left Xiao Tong speechless. Despite his greater number of kills, the yield of crystal cores was disappointingly low, barely reaching 30%. In contrast, Qianbei's probability of acquiring crystal cores surpassed 50%. It was truly infuriating. Had Xiao Tong not known that in his previous life Qianbei had been pushed off a city wall by Long Menghan alongside his parents, he might have suspected Qianbei to be the chosen one of this realm. Having cleared the zombies from an entire building, the two proceeded to absorb the crystal cores within. Qianbei stood at the entrance while Xiao Tong sat cross-legged, tossing one crystal core after another into his mouth. The warm energy surged through his limbs, and he could feel his strength steadily increasing, his body gradually becoming lighter. However, the sensation of awakening had yet to manifest. It was only upon consuming the 8th crystal core that Xiao Tong felt a tingling sensation at the center of his brow, accompanied by the heat within his body concentrating there. Realizing this sensation, Xiao Tong's heart raced with exhilaration. It was a precursor to awakening. Yet, the energy from that particular crystal core quickly depleted. Without hesitation, he swallowed the last remaining crystal core, and as it settled within him, it transformed into a warm energy rushing towards his brow, the tingling sensation intensifying, as if a third eye were about to emerge. However, soon enough, the energy from the final crystal core waned, and without its support, the tingling feeling began to fade. Xiao Tong felt a pang of urgency. If his first awakening lacked sufficient energy, it could result in failure, delaying his next opportunity for awakening. If he chose not to pursue this path, he would have ample time to prepare for the next awakening. However, he was destined to walk this path, and thus he needed to become an ability user beforehand. If he missed this chance, he might not awaken before succumbing to zombification. Failing to become an ability user before becoming a zombie would greatly diminish his talents and prospects for growth, making his future endeavors exceedingly arduous. No, I cannot forfeit this opportunity. With this thought, he quickly opened his eyes and shouted to Qianbei, "Qianbei, hurry and give me your crystal cores." Qianbei had been attentively observing Xiao Tong and had already sensed something amiss. Upon hearing Xiao Tong's urgent plea, he rushed in without a hint of hesitation, pouring all the crystal cores from his pocket into Xiao Tong's hands. Chapter 15. Hold on, I'll go hunt zombies and find you crystal cores. Seeing Qianbei act without the slightest delay, Xiao Tong felt a warmth in his heart. He nodded at Qianbei and, without time for words, immediately swallowed 2 crystal cores. As the 2 cores settled within him, the energy they released caused Xiao Tong's stomach to swell, but the tingling sensation at his brow surged once more, drawing the energy forcefully and consuming it voraciously. After 5 minutes, the energy from the 2 cores was nearly depleted. Xiao Tong hastily consumed 2 more. 20 minutes later, only 2 crystal cores remained in his hands, yet the pulling sensation at his brow showed no signs of diminishing. Xiao Tong gazed at the last 2 crystal cores, acutely aware that the intensity of the sensation was only increasing. He couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. It seemed fate was playing tricks on him. After enduring such a torrential downpour of blood and consuming so many crystal cores without successfully awakening, it was evident that the power he was destined to awaken was immensely formidable, resulting in a correspondingly greater difficulty in achieving that awakening. Normally, an ordinary person could awaken their abilities with just 3 or 4 cores. Yet he had consumed over a dozen, still feeling that powerful sensation. He sensed that to successfully awaken, he would need at least 10 more cores. But where could he find such a quantity? With this thought, Xiao Tong couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Others aspired to awaken potent abilities, yet he was at risk of losing his chance due to the overwhelming strength of his potential. Fine, I won't waste these 2 cores. I'll save them. Realizing he could not achieve awakening, Xiao Tong extinguished any desire to consume further cores, deciding to keep the remaining ones for Qianbei. Xiao Tong, are you currently awakening your abilities? Qianbei suddenly inquired. Xiao Tong instinctively nodded. Then you must not have enough cores for the awakening. Xiao Tong grimaced and nodded again. I calculated. You can sustain yourself for about 5 minutes with 2 cores. 3 minutes have already passed since you consumed the last ones, and you still have 2 left. Thus, you have roughly 7 minutes remaining. Hold on. I will go hunt zombies and find you more crystal cores. Chen Bei's expression was resolute. Despite the fear lingering within him, he made this decision. Having watched numerous zombie films and read several zombie novels, he understood how crucial an awakening was for an individual. He vaguely sensed that if this awakening failed, it would have significant repercussions for Xiao Tong. In Chen Bei's heart, Xiao Tong had not only saved him, but also his parents. Perhaps without Xiao Tong, he and his parents would have become zombies like many others. Even if they hadn't mutated, they could easily have been bitten and infected without proper preparation. Therefore, in his heart, Xiao Tong was not only his brother but also the savior of his family. Although Xiao Tong had slapped him earlier and said some harsh words, Chen Bei understood Xiao Tong's good intentions. Xiao Tong merely wished for him to adapt quickly to this brutal world. Treating him as a brother who wanted him to survive, Xiao Tong had been good to him. How could Chen Bei stand idly by when Xiao Tong needed help? Fear? They were merely zombies. He could slice them down with a single stroke. Hearing Chen Bei's words and seeing him grasp his Tang Dao and stride away, Xiao Tong was momentarily stunned before panic set in. Chen Bei, no. It's dangerous. Xiao Tong longed to rise and stop Chen Bei, but he was in the midst of awakening and found it difficult to move, only able to anxiously watch Chen Bei's retreating figure. Upon hearing Xiao Tong's warning, Chen Bei continued forward with firm strides, leaving behind a single remark. Don't call me Chen Bei, call me Dad. Stay put, son, and watch your dad hunt zombies for crystal cores. With that, Chen Bei vanished around the corner of the staircase, and Xiao Tong could no longer see him, only the sounds of Chen Bei descending the stairs fading away. Chen Bei! Xiao Tong felt a pang in his heart. Warmth flooding through him. In his previous life, Chen Bei had been captured by Long Ming Han while trying to protect his parents, ultimately perishing alongside them. Today, Chen Bei ventured out alone to hunt zombies for crystal cores for him. Just yesterday, he had been a carefree student, immersed in learning at school. Yet he was now filled with fear, his trembling hands and clenched teeth visible during each zombie hunt. Yet now, for Xiao Tong, for his brother, he wielded the Tang Dao and set forth alone. In his past life, he had struggled alone, no matter how arduous the circumstances. But now, Xiao Tong had a brother. Soon, Xiao Tong gritted his teeth and buried his emotions deep within. He could not let Chen Bei's kindness go to waste. Closing his eyes, he focused intently on the sensation at his brow. As the energy began to wane, he lifted his head and swallowed the 2 remaining crystal cores. Continuing to absorb the energy within as he consumed more energy, he felt the area between his brows not only tingle but gradually grow hot. A sudden roar from the zombies outside broke through the silence. Reaching Xiao Tong's ears, with his eyes shut, he felt his body tremble involuntarily, his fists clenched tightly. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Eventually, the energy from the last 2 crystal cores began to dwindle. Yet there was still no sign of Chen Bei at the staircase, only the continuous, eerie howls of the zombies from outside. Chen Bei, my brother, you must not come to harm. Xiao Tong's nails dug painfully into his flesh. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed in the stairwell. Half a minute later, Chen Bei appeared in the corridor, gripping the Tang Dao tightly in his right hand while his left hand clutched at it. His body was splattered with fresh blood, but thankfully, it was all from zombies. Chen Bei! Xiao Tong opened his eyes, and upon seeing Chen Bei completely unscathed, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Son, your father has returned. Luck is on our side. I managed to hunt down 6 zombies and acquired 3 crystal cores. This should sustain you for a few more minutes. The moment Chen Bei laid eyes on Xiao Tong, a smile broke through his previously disheveled expression. He approached Xiao Tong and placed the 3 crystal cores into his hands before turning to leave. Chen Bei, don't go. Xiao Tong urged anxiously. He would rather endure more hardships and traverse greater distances himself than to place Chen Bei in danger. Chen Bei regarded him as a brother, and how could he not feel the same? Chapter 16. Awakening. Lightning ability. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Chen Bei waved his hand dismissively without looking back. Son, be quiet. Don't disturb me while I level up by battling monsters. Moments later, Chen Bei's figure vanished down the corridor. Xiao Tong had no choice but to close his eyes and continue his awakening. 7 minutes later, Chun Bei returned once more, bringing with him 2 additional crystal cores. After placing them in Xiao Tong's hands, he departed again. Over the course of 6 trips, he managed to deliver a total of 13 crystal cores to Xiao Tong. By this time, the area between Xiao Tong's eyebrows felt intensely hot, and the sensation of something wanting to break free became increasingly potent. Furthermore, the speed at which he absorbed the energy from the crystal cores quickened. Xiao Tong opened his eyes and tossed all 3 crystal cores into his mouth. Immense energy was immediately drawn into the area between his eyebrows. Thump, thump, thump. A sound akin to a rapid heartbeat echoed from that spot, and Xiao Tong felt a surge of joy, sensing something fervently pushing outward. Finally, a sound reminiscent of a bubble bursting reverberated within Xiao Tong's soul. He felt a tremor run through his entire being, followed by an overwhelming sense of comfort that nearly compelled him to cry out. Simultaneously, a tingling sensation spread between his eyebrows as he instinctively raised his hand, and to his astonishment, a small arc of blue electricity materialized in his palm. Stunned for a moment, Xiao Tong's heart swelled with joy. I have awakened a lightning ability. It is well known that abilities come in various forms. Water-type abilities can condense water orbs that, when sufficiently powerful, explode with the force of a bomb. Fire-type users can emit flames that reach thousands of degrees. In his past life, he and his army of hundreds of thousands of zombies were incinerated by 5 level 5 fire abilities, 2 level 6 fire abilities, and a half-step level 7 fire ability. There are also bone abilities that can sprout fearsome bone spikes, some of which can be launched, and defensive abilities that develop a thick layer of armor-like skin for protection. However, among all these, the most powerful, ferocious, and rarest is the lightning ability. Lightning abilities are typically explosive and capable of overwhelming opponents of comparable strength from other categories. When facing water abilities, who could channel electricity? Simply tossing an electric orb could eliminate a water ability user. Against fire abilities, while both possess fire, the lightning user wields a more domineering force, with temperatures that are equally terrifying and accompanied by paralysis effects. It's evident who holds the upper hand. In summary, Xiao Tong's awakening of the lightning ability was nothing short of extraordinary. Suddenly, a more intense chorus of zombie howls erupted. Right? Chun Bei. Amidst his excitement, Xiao Tong was jolted back to reality by the cacophony of cries. He sprang to his feet and dashed toward the exit of the teaching building. Brother, you must not come to harm, he prayed silently as he ran. Just as he exited the building, Xiao Tong's pupils involuntarily contracted. Chun Bei, he shouted, as he saw the security booth in the distance surrounded by a throng of zombies. The door was tightly shut, but the glass windows were shattered. A horde of zombies frantically surged toward the windows, eager to claw their way inside and tear Chun Bei to shreds. Meanwhile, Chun Bei wielded his tang knife with fervor, severing the outstretched claws of the zombies and cleaving their heads in half. However, after nearly 10 minutes of relentless hacking, his arms grew weary and his speed began to falter. Damn it, am I really going to die here? Despair washed over Chun Bei as he realized that surrounded by so many zombies, he would have no escape once he exhausted his strength. Yet, he had no regrets. Without Xiao Tong, he might have already been transformed into a zombie or consumed by these horrific creatures. As for his parents, they were elderly and frail. Without the blood rain, they too could have succumbed to zombification. Now, having endured the blood rain, at least there was a chance of survival. Xiao Tong had shown him immense kindness, and he felt compelled to repay that debt. Yet that was merely one reason. The more crucial reason was that he wished to continue following Xiao Tong. He did not know how Xiao Tong had foreseen this damned apocalypse, or why he was so adept at exterminating zombies. He simply had a premonition that staying by Xiao Tong's side would offer him a better chance of survival. He understood that no matter how close their bond, if he did not strengthen himself and prove his worth, their relationship would eventually wither. He had to demonstrate his value in order to maintain his place beside Xiao Tong. Otherwise, he would face the harsh reality of being eliminated. Thus, when Xiao Tong needed help, he stepped forward to confront the terrifying zombies alone, even as he found himself surrounded and on the brink of becoming zombie fodder. Xiao Tong, brother, I can only accompany you this far, Mom and Dad. You must live well. Chun Bei's hands began to weaken, the tang knife feeling as though it weighed 1,000 pounds, and he could no longer lift it. He was finished. Despair filled his eyes, mingled with a lingering attachment to this world. His only regret was not being able to see his parents one last time. His hands slowly fell as the zombies roared and began to claw their way inside, the foremost zombie already thrusting a foot through the opening. Chun-Bei! At that moment, a voice broke through the cacophony of zombie howls, reaching Chun-Bei's ears. Am I hallucinating? Chun-Bei was taken aback. And then the voice sounded again. Chun-Bei! A surge of joy filled his heart, quickly followed by a wave of urgency. Xiao Tong, don't come here. You need to leave. Get out of here. He didn't want Xiao Tong to risk his life. With so many zombies around, if Xiao Tong came to save him, he would only fall into the same dire predicament. If someone had to die, let it be him alone. Shut up. Chun-Bei, do not give up. Your grandfather is here to save you. If you consider your grandfather a brother, then don't say you don't want me to rescue you. If you can still move, keep swinging your knife and cut these damn zombies down. Xiao Tong's scolding voice rang out, causing Chun-Bei's nose to tingle and his eyes to redden. Damn it, I'm the one who's your father. Chun-Bei chuckled through his tears, his gaze hardening as a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Die, you bastards! Strength surged through him once more as he swung the tang knife down with ferocity, cleaving the head of the zombie that had half passed through the opening. Outside, Xiao Tong's shouts diverted a portion of the zombie's attention. Clutching his axe in his right hand and the crackling arc of electricity in his left, he roared, You bastards! You dare bully my brother? Die! Xiao Tong charged forward, leaping high when he was a few meters away from the zombies, and brought his axe crashing down onto the head of the foremost zombie. With a swift slice, the axe met minimal resistance before splitting the zombie in two. Witnessing this, Xiao Tong couldn't help but feel elated. Indeed, after becoming a level 1 ability user, both his speed and strength had significantly increased. Roar! Beside him, a ravenous zombie let out a guttural roar, extending its sharp claws menacingly towards Xiao Tong in a swift motion. Xiao Tong pivoted, bringing down his mountain-cleaving axe with a decisive strike, severing the zombie's claws in an instant. After dispatching the creature's appendage, he chose not to linger on it any longer. Instead, he brandished his axe vigorously, steadily advancing towards the security booth. His primary objective was to rescue Chun-Bei, relegating the task of slaying zombies to a secondary concern. Zombies could be dealt with at any time, but a brother was irreplaceable. Chun-Bei, your grandpa is here. Hold on, Xiao Tong shouted towards the security booth while felling the undead. Damn it, Xiao Tong. My grandpa has been dead for years, came a humorous retort from within the booth, prompting Xiao Tong to exhale a heavy sigh of relief. Out of the 56 zombies outside the booth, nearly half had been drawn away by him, leaving the remainder intent on breaching the booth's defenses. With each swing of his axe, Xiao Tong had drawn closer to the booth, leaving a trail of fallen zombies in his wake. As he approached, the remaining zombies encircling the booth finally abandoned their pursuit of Chun-Bei and lunged towards Xiao Tong instead. Chun-Bei, on the count of 3, open the security room's door and run out. Got it. Though fully aware that the area outside the booth was swarming with zombies, Chun-Bei trusted Xiao Tong implicitly. If Xiao Tong urged him to dash out, there must be a reason behind it. Clutching his axe in his right hand, Xiao Tong faced the encroaching horde, employing a combination of speed and agile maneuvers to evade their grasp while striking back. Meanwhile, the arc of electricity crackling in his left hand intensified, emitting sharp pops and crackles. 3, 2, 1. Now, on the count of 1, the arc had grown to the size of a fist. With a mighty shout, he hurled the electric arc towards the zombies surrounding the security booth. With a sizzling sound, the arc transformed into a flurry of small lightning bolts that struck the horde in an instant. Those caught in the electric storm began to tremble uncontrollably. Just then, Chun-Bei burst through the door with all his might, gripping his tang knife, ready to confront the oncoming swarm. However, he was momentarily taken aback to see the zombies outside the booth seemingly engaging in an elderly disco dance, smoke billowing from their bodies. What kind of absurdity is this? Shaking off his surprise, he dashed through the throng of zombies towards Xiao Tong. As he exited the booth, the zombies at the windows surged in, and had Chun-Bei lingered inside, he would surely have been torn to shreds. Soon, Chun-Bei reached Xiao Tong's side. Xiao Tong, upon seeing him, Chun-Bei's face lit up with joy, but his body weakened, causing him to collapse to his knees, supported only by his tang knife. After nearly 10 minutes of relentless fighting, he had nearly exhausted himself. Had it not been for Xiao Tong's timely arrival, he would have succumbed to fatigue. Now that he had escaped the jaws of death, the weight of relief overwhelmed him. "Chen Bei!" Xiao Tong exclaimed, rushing to support him. "Stay strong. We need to get back to the classroom." With his left hand steadying Chen Bei and his right hand wielding the axe, Xiao Tong continued to fend off the attacking zombies. Roaring with renewed vigor, the zombies that had been immobilized by the electric arc slowly regained their strength and charged after the pair. As they navigated the path towards the classroom, the duo faced a barrage of zombie attacks. At this pace, they would soon be encircled by the relentless horde, leaving no chance of escape. "Damn it. They just won't quit. One more shock for you." Xiao Tong shifted the axe to his left hand, as his right hand curled slightly, summoning a blue electric arc that rapidly expanded. "What?" Chen Bei's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed the electric arc in Xiao Tong's hand. Due to their proximity, his hair stood on end. "Is this the awakened ability?" he murmured. Just then, Xiao Tong swung his right hand with force, sending the electric arc hurtling towards the zombies blocking their path. Upon contact with the lightning, the zombies erupted in clouds of smoke and began to convulse. Xiao Tong's complexion paled slightly as he bent down to hoist Chen Bei onto his back, hastening their escape towards the classroom. The pursuing zombie horde thundered behind them, but their speed was barely faster than a normal person's walk. Soon, Xiao Tong and Chen Bei vanished from sight. Minutes later, with the absence of human scent and sound, coupled with the daylight, many of the zombies gradually ceased their movements and fell into a dormant state. Upon reaching the classroom, Xiao Tong carefully placed Chen Bei on a chair before meticulously closing the door. He then collapsed beside Chen Bei, gasping for breath. After a few minutes of recuperation, Xiao Tong rummaged through the classroom and eventually found 2 partially consumed bottles of mineral water in a few desk compartments. He handed one bottle to Chen Bei and, after opening the other, drank it down in a few hearty gulps. Chen Bei also lifted his bottle and downed it in one go. Chapter 18. In a world turned upside down and rebuilt anew, who among us cannot ascend to heights unknown? After finishing their drinks, both of them took a moment to compose themselves before simultaneously letting out a long, resounding belch. "Ha ha ha!" They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. For indeed, having survived a harrowing ordeal, was it not right to find joy? "Xiao Tong, was that electric arc you wielded today your awakened ability?" Chen Bei asked eagerly, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "Yes," Xiao Tong affirmed, raising his right hand and, with a mere thought, summoned a crackling blue arc that emitted faint popping sounds. "My goodness. Lightning." Although Chen Bei had little understanding of abilities, he could sense the immense power of the lightning element. "My ability is lightning-based, one of the rarest and most potent among all abilities. However, I'm currently only a level 1 ability user, with a limited reserve of power. Without additional crystal cores, I will exhaust my energy after just a few uses," Xiao Tong explained earnestly. He then proceeded to demonstrate some of the combat techniques associated with his lightning ability, including the area-wide paralysis effect he had utilized to save Chen Bei, as well as a single target attack that condensed the lightning into a bullet-sized projectile. The power of this attack was not to be underestimated. Finally, he showcased the ability to compress lightning into a ball, which, when thrown, would create a localized explosion, resulting in area damage. Chen Bei watched in awe, overcome with envy. These are merely the basic functions of a lightning ability. Some formidable lightning users can even command the true forces of nature, unleashing devastating attacks akin to missiles, Xiao Tong continued. A flicker of caution crossing his eyes as a shadowy figure flashed in his mind. After resting for over an hour, Xiao Tong glanced at his watch. It was already past 6 o'clock, and the sun would soon set. "Let us take this opportunity to venture out and eliminate a few more zombies. We still have many corpses left to harvest for crystal cores." Rising to his feet, Chen Bei, now revitalized, joined him, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He understood that since Xiao Tong had awakened as a level 1 ability user, all the crystal cores they obtained from slaying zombies would ultimately be used to facilitate his own awakening. Following the display of Xiao Tong's formidable powers, he couldn't help but anticipate what kind of ability he might awaken. Only by becoming an ability user could he enhance his chances of survival in this apocalyptic world. Most importantly, this was only the second day of the apocalypse. The world had yet to grasp the significance of crystal cores and ability users. By awakening ahead of the curve, they could gain an advantage over the rest of the world. Otherwise, when the powerful and influential figures caught wind of the situation, they would swiftly rise to dominance and continue to control the world. If everything in this world had been overturned and rebuilt, who among them could not ascend to lofty heights? With the mountain-cleaving axe in hand, Xiao Tong and Qin Bei stepped out of the classroom, making their way towards the north gate. The scene at the north gate was chaotic, littered with the remains of a dozen zombies, all of whom had recently fallen to the duo's blades, though their bodies had been gruesomely devoured by others. The ground was stained with congealed green and red blood, emitting a foul stench, while swarms of green flies buzzed around it. That moment, over 30 zombies stood motionless at the north gate, while vehicles lay haphazardly parked along the road, and more zombies lurked in the shadows of the city. Remaining still, only a few zombies, startled by some unseen noise, let out growls and wandered aimlessly. As Xiao Tong and Chen Bei's footsteps echoed, the dormant zombies began to awaken, emitting piercing roars as they sniffed the air. Charging towards the pair. Watch this. Xiao Tong concentrated, the blue electric arc pulsating in his right hand. When it reached a critical mass, he tossed the electric arc towards the group of zombies ahead. In an instant, a dozen zombies enveloped in crackling lightning trembled violently on the spot, emitting wisps of smoke. Chun Bei, now is the moment, Xiao Tong whispered urgently, wielding his cleaver as he charged forward. As he swung the axe, the heads of the zombies were cleaved with ease. Chen Bei, too, brandished his tang knife and surged ahead. His weapon, longer than the axe, sliced through the throng of undead, spinning in a fierce arc that severed several zombie heads in half. Spraying a medley of colorful fluids, the stench was overwhelming, yet Chen Bei maintained his composure. Despite the lingering fear in his heart, his strikes quickened. The harrowing battle he had narrowly survived taught him the second ironclad rule of the apocalypse. The only sure way to ensure one's safety amidst a horde of zombies was to annihilate everyone within sight. Before the first wave of zombies could regain their bearings, the two of them had dispatched them with alarming efficiency. Seizing the opportunity before the second wave could approach, they crouched among the fallen, diligently scavenging for crystal cores, pocketing them one by one. They had slain 17 zombies in the first wave, netting 6 level 0 crystal cores. Earlier, when rescuing Qin Bei, they had taken down 21 zombies, their grotesque forms mangled beyond recognition. Nevertheless, they endured their revulsion and continued to search, securing an additional 5 crystals, bringing their total to 11. This was the advantage of having an ability user. Thanks to Xiao Tong's powers, they could swiftly hunt down so many zombies. Without such abilities, facing more than 5 at once would have posed a grave threat. As they finished their search, the second wave of zombies drew near, and with the sun sinking lower, more and more undead awakened from the cacophony of growls echoing before them. Let us take out another wave and then retreat. Xiao Tong directed a glance towards Chen Bei, who nodded in agreement. The two of them, armed with their weapons, charged into the fray once more. The second wave was scattered, allowing them to cut through the zombies with relentless precision. Meanwhile, on the second floor of a nearby hotel, a girl peered through the window, watching Xiao Tong and Chen Bei cleave through the undead at the north gate of Yen University. A flicker of excitement ignited in her eyes. She called out, "Hey, help, you two, come save me." Her voice shattered the evening silence, instantly awakening countless zombies who turned to her location with ravenous intent. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of frantic knocking and zombie growls erupted outside her room. Upon hearing the girl's cries and the ensuing chaos, Xiao Tong's expression darkened. What the hell? Who is this idiot? Qin Bei, speed up. Finish off these zombies and grab the crystal cores, then we need to get out of here. Chen Bei glanced at the woman in the hotel, hesitation flickering in his eyes before he steeled himself, continuing to swing his knife at the undead before him. Meanwhile, Xiao Tong's demeanor grew increasingly grave. As night descended, the zombies began to awaken, their strength and speed noticeably enhanced. With a swift strike, Xiao Tong severed the final zombie's head, and the second wave was swiftly neutralized. Quick, gather the crystal cores. They immediately crouched down to collect their spoils. Observing that the two men ignored her pleas for help, the girl's face twisted with indignation. She wanted to scream, but the encroaching horde of zombies forced her to stifle her voice. Bang, bang! The wooden door of the hotel trembled under the relentless pounding, creaking under the strain. The door could not withstand such force for long. Ziazi's face turned pale as she approached the window once more. Seeing Xiao Tong and Chen Bei still crouched, seemingly oblivious to her plight. A surge of resentment coursed through her. No, I must save myself. She moved to the window, which was secured with a metal grate. However, it appeared to be made of aluminum. This was the second floor. With an awning below to cushion her fall, if she could just pry open the grate, she could leap down and run to the school before the zombies closed in. As she scanned the room for a solution, an idea struck her. Her eyes lit up as she grabbed a chair, wedging one of its legs into the grate and forcefully prying it open. With a loud creak, the aluminum bars bent apart. A glimmer of hope bloomed on Ziazi's face as she tossed aside the chair and climbed onto the windowsill, awkwardly squeezing her body through until only her hands gripped the railing. Taking a deep breath, she glanced down and, with a determined grit, released her hold. Thud. She landed on the awning, which bounced her down to the pavement below, her legs striking painfully against the curb, blood gushing forth. Ah! She cried out involuntarily, drawing the attention of a horde of zombies that surged toward her. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she staggered to her feet and limped towards the north gate. The scent of blood drove the zombies into a frenzy, with the darkness enhancing their speed, and her injury hindering her own. The distance between them rapidly diminished. Finally, Ziazi reached the north gate, where Xiao Tong and Chen Bei spotted her. A flicker of hope ignited in her eyes. Help! Help me! Seeing Xiao Tong and Chen Bei, she screamed desperately, the zombies now a mere 7 or 8 meters behind her. Fear overwhelmed her, tears streaming down her face as her body trembled uncontrollably. Her cries summoned even more zombies to her location. Damn it, this fool is practically inviting them over. Let us go. Retreat. At the sight of Ziazi, Chen Bei had initially considered saving her. However, her outburst only attracted more zombies, including some lurking in the campus shadows. Xiao Tong instinctively decided to pull back, but Chen Bei hesitated, calling out to him. Xiao Tong, let us save her. With our current capabilities, we can do this without too much risk. Otherwise, she'll surely be devoured by the zombies. A hint of desperation colored Chen Bei's expression. Xiao Tong regarded Chen Bei, a soft sigh escaping him. Having experienced the apocalypse once, he understood its brutal reality. While for Chen Bei, it was only just beginning, his heart still harboring the innate goodness of humanity. Fine, consider this a lesson for you. With that thought in mind, Xiao Tong nodded, and a smile of relief spread across Chen Bei's face. The two men grasped their weapons and hastened towards Ziazi, who was perilously close to the zombies now just 2 meters away, their claws reaching out. Help me! I'm the student council president. Please, help me! Ziazi cried, her voice tinged with panic. Hearing her words, Xiao Tong frowned slightly, while Chen Bei extended a hand to support her, quickly retreating. Xiao Tong swung his axe, severing the claws of the nearest zombie, and followed closely behind. Which academy are you from? Who is your advisor? What were you doing just now? I called out to you from the hotel, and you didn't hear me? How could you just stand by and do nothing? Is it not enough that I had to jump down myself to escape? Rather than gratitude, Ziazi's heart swelled with resentment upon being rescued. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Xiao Tong frowned again, about to say something when, suddenly, a chilling roar erupted from the mass of zombies. This roar was sharper and louder than the rest, causing Xiao Tong's expression to change dramatically. Chen Bei, run! It's a level 1 zombie. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Tong's pupils constricted in alarm. He spotted a zombie moving swiftly through the horde, barreling toward them. Damn it, it's a rapid-type level 1 zombie. Upon reaching level 1, some zombies exhibit distinct evolutionary traits, much like ability users. Some may focus on defense, others on strength, and yet others on speed. Some particularly gifted zombies may even develop elemental abilities like fire, water, or bone spikes. If he had been here in his past life, he would have dismissed this mere level 1 zombie without a second thought. However, now he was just beginning. He had only just awakened his supernatural powers, and his energy reserves were already waning. Most importantly, he was not alone. If he were by himself, defeating this zombie would not pose much difficulty, but currently, he had to contend with an unawakened Chen Bei, who was also burdened with a deadweight. Chapter 20. The ungrateful wolf. Upon hearing Xiao Tong's urgent cries, Chen Bei's expression shifted drastically, and he hastily assisted Xiao Ziyi in quickening their pace. Xiao Ziyi's face was pale. The roars of the pursuing zombies grew increasingly closer. Gripping Chun-Bei's clothing with a vice-like grip, the earlier irritation on her face had vanished, replaced by sheer terror. I beg you. Please don't abandon me. Chun-Bei gritted his teeth. Rest assured, we will not leave you behind. Chun-Bei, hurry up, Xiao Tong shouted, wielding an axe to cleave down two zombies that had caught up behind them before sprinting to Chun-Bei's side. What are you waiting for? Just run. Behind us is a level 1 rapid zombie. If we don't flee now, we will all perish here. With a piercing roar, the creature's shriek echoed once more, causing Xiao Tong's pupils to constrict sharply. Turning to glance back, he saw the zombie was now merely 10 meters away. At this pace, it would catch up within mere seconds. Hearing that terrifying roar, Xiao Zi burst into tears, paralyzed by the thought of being torn apart and devoured by the zombies. She felt utterly weak, her entire body hanging limply from Chun-Bei. What are you doing? Stand up and move, Chun-Bei urged. Xiao Zi, still clinging to him, caused their speed to plummet once again. Woo-woo. I doubt I have no strength left. I'm so scared. I'm so frightened. Please don't abandon me. All right, she sobbed. Gripping Chun-Bei's hand with all her might, with reddened eyes, Chun-Bei roared in fury. Get up and run, or we will all die. Promise me you won't leave me behind. Xiao Zi's eyes were wild with desperation, her hands frantically tearing at Chun-Bei. Suddenly, a glimmer of madness flickered in her gaze. She seized Chun-Bei's hand and with all her strength, pushed him away. Go die. Taken by surprise, Chun-Bei was knocked to the ground. Disbelief and shock etched across his face as he looked at Xiao Zi, whose expression was filled with resentment and venom. Stumbling, she limped away towards the teaching building, glancing back at Chun-Bei with baleful eyes. It's all your fault. You wanted to abandon me first. I merely acted before you. I am not wrong. I am not wrong. I just want to survive. Chun-Bei, Xiao Tong shouted, then lunged towards Chun-Bei. Just as the horde of zombies closed in, he grabbed Chun-Bei's leg, dragging him backward, causing the claws of a multitude of zombies to swipe at empty air. Having missed their target, the zombies let out a collective roar and charged towards the two once more. Xiao Tong pulled Chun-Bei as they dashed towards the teaching building. With another shrill scream, the level 1 zombie was now alarmingly close, matching the speed of an adult male, while the rapid zombies were comparable to a man sprinting at full capacity. The two could only run frantically to evade the approaching threat. Finally, after a desperate sprint, the teaching building loomed closer. Xiao Zi reached the entrance first, and in a moment that plunged both men into despair. She struggled to close the heavy doors, locking them just as Chun-Bei and Xiao Tong arrived. Bang, bang, bang. Chun-Bei and Xiao Tong pounded on the door. What the hell are you doing? Open the door and let us in. Chun-Bei's eyes were bloodshot. Through the crack, Xiao Zi peered at the massive zombies behind them, her lips quivering, eyes brimming with tears, looking pitiful. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, but I can't open the door now. If I do, I won't survive either. I'm sorry. I just want to live. You. Chun-Bei glared at Xiao Zi, a chill settling in his heart. He was filled with rage, wanting to retort, but was pulled away by Xiao Tong. What's the point? We need to run. To the library. The two turned and, with weary legs, sprinted towards the library. Mere seconds after they departed, a grotesque figure darted past. As it approached the teaching building, it glanced at the closed doors, locking eyes with Xiao Zi through the gap. The sight of its milky, dead eyes and grotesque face sent a shiver down her spine, causing her to scream and collapse onto the ground. Bang, bang, bang. 3 seconds later, a violent thumping erupted from outside. A wave of zombies had arrived, drawn by the sounds of sobbing and the rich scent of blood that incited their frenzy. Xiao Zi screamed again, scrambling backward. Fortunately, the doors had been reinforced by Xiao Tong and Chun-Bei, preventing the zombies from breaching them, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Xiao Tong and Chun-Bei raced towards the library, pursued by hundreds of zombies, including the level 1 creature. From nearby buildings, a few surviving students and teachers peered out cautiously, their eyes widening as they witnessed the two students sprinting past. When they saw the rapidly approaching level 1 zombie and its horde, they recoiled, collapsing in fear. Who were those two? Have they invited that many zombies upon them? They must be courting death. Indeed, they are doomed. Did you see that level 1 zombie behind them? Its speed was on par with ours. Yes. Aren't zombies supposed to be slow? Could it be that they are evolving? If all zombies become this fast, is there any hope for us? Despair filled the eyes of all present as they processed this grim reality. They struggled against the slow zombies with great difficulty, and now some had evolved, leaving them with little hope. Elsewhere, Xiao Tong and Chen Bei were still sprinting. Having exhausted much of their energy during their earlier skirmishes, Xiao Tong fared relatively well, but Chen Bei's legs trembled, feeling as though they were encased in concrete. Xiao Tong, I can't go on. You should run ahead. No, we cannot stop now. If that level 1 zombie catches up, the others will be right behind it and we won't escape. Just hold on a bit longer. I'll support you. Once we reach the library, we can lure that level 1 zombie inside and then lock the door. Xiao Tong extended a hand to help Chen Bei, and they stumbled towards the library, which finally came into view. Chapter 21. Defeating the level 1 zombie, just a bit more endurance, Xiao Tong shouted. Gripping Chen Bei's arm tightly, Chen Bei gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of strength to move his legs. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. With a roar, the level 1 zombie was now only 5 or 6 meters behind them. Its cries reverberating painfully in their ears, the stench of decay palpable. Damn, it's so fast. Xiao Tong's face turned ashen. Clenching his right hand, he summoned blue arcs of electricity to dance around his palm. Moments later, he released Chen Bei's hand, shouting, "You go ahead with that." He abruptly halted, pivoting. With a swift motion, he hurled the blue lightning at the level 1 zombie. The zombie, caught off guard by Xiao Tong's sudden stop, could not evade in time and collided with the electrical discharge. A puff of smoke erupted, freezing the level 1 zombie momentarily, sending it crashing forward. After unleashing the lightning, Xiao Tong turned and continued his sprint. 3 seconds later, the level 1 zombie regained its senses, roaring furiously and resuming its pursuit. During that brief interval, the two finally reached the library's entrance, rushing inside, with one of them taking position behind a door. Swish! Moments later, a foul-smelling silhouette burst into the library. "Close the door," Xiao Tong yelled, and both swiftly shut and locked it, breathless. They watched as the level 1 zombie entered the library, its pale eyes fixated on them. Nostrils flaring as it confirmed their locations. With a roar, it charged towards them, claws raised. "Be careful, dodge." With a low growl, Xiao Tong rolled to the side just as the zombies lunged forward, narrowly escaping their grasp. Thud! The first-level zombie, undeterred, slashed at the grand wooden doors with its formidable claws, leaving deep gashes in the wood and sending splinters flying. Roar! Frustrated by its failure to catch the two, the first-level zombie turned its wrath towards Chen Bei. His face paled, and he could only retreat hastily, raising his Tang Dao to deliver a fierce strike at the approaching beast. Meanwhile, Xiao Tong was not idle. He brandished his axe and charged at the zombie, leaping into the air to bring the weapon down upon its head. However, at the last moment, the zombie pivoted mid-lunge. Its claws aimed squarely at Xiao Tong. In that fleeting instant, Xiao Tong's heart raced. He knew he could cleave the zombie in two, yet its claws would surely pierce through him. He was uncertain whether he would retain his human consciousness and memories if infected, and thus he dared not gamble. Time seemed to freeze as thoughts raced through his mind. Xiao Tong abruptly withdrew his axe, shielding his head with both arms and rolling to the side. Thud! He landed beside the zombie, narrowly avoiding its attack. Roar! Seeing Xiao Tong beside it, the zombie pounced without hesitation. Xiao Tong executed a deft roll to evade its fierce assault. At that moment, Chen Bei reacted, rushing forward with his Tang Dao raised, aiming to strike the zombie's head. The zombie, just rising from the ground, instinctively raised its arms to block the incoming blow. Sizzle! Roar! With a sharp sound, one of its claws was severed by Chen Bei's strike. In agony, the zombie let out a furious roar and swung its remaining claw at Chen Bei, who quickly retreated. Yet, the first-level zombie, faster than Chen Bei in his fatigued state, lunged forward with its deadly claws. Chen Bei's eyes widened as the claws loomed larger in his vision. Behind him, Xiao Tong had also regained his footing and saw Chen Bei in peril. He lunged forward, axe in hand, and swung it fiercely at the zombie's legs. Sizzle! The axe cleaved through the zombie's lower legs, severing them cleanly. Thud! The dismembered limbs fell heavily to the ground, and the zombie let out a pained roar. Clawing at the earth with its remaining hand, dragging its body towards Chen Bei with great effort, Chen Bei, wielding his Tang Dao, swung at the zombie's remaining arm, severing its final claw. Yet, even so, the relentless zombie continued to crawl towards him, leaving a trail of greenish-red blood behind. Chen Bei, observing the seemingly indomitable first-level zombie, felt a profound shock at its tenacity. Despite his awe, he approached the creature, halting before it, raising his Tang Dao, poised to deliver a fatal blow to its head. Roar! But at that moment, unexpectedly, the zombie, defying its injuries, propelled itself off the ground with its severed legs, soaring towards Chen Bei, its gaping maw revealing rows of sharp teeth that sent chills down his spine. In that critical instant, a flying axe struck the zombie's head powerfully. Sizzle, thud. The axe embedded deeply into the creature's skull, and its body crashed heavily to the ground. As it struggled, Chen Bei swiftly severed its head and drove the blade into its skull again. Finally, the zombie ceased its thrashing. Is it dead? Chen Bei's face was tense. Dead. Xiao Tong nodded. Clang. Chen Bei dropped his Tang Dao, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, his body trembling from exhaustion and muscle pain. Xiao Tong, weary yet determined, moved to the door, barricading it with chairs and tables. Thud, thud, thud. Roar. The echoes of zombies outside reverberated as they relentlessly battered the library's sturdy doors. Thankfully, the doors held firm against the onslaught. After securing the entrance, Xiao Tong approached the first-level zombie, retrieving the axe from its head. He reached inside the skull and soon extracted a crystal core. Chapter 22. Kindness is not naivety. The crystal core from the first-level zombie was slightly larger than that of a zero-level zombie. Its color more vibrant. Holding it, he could feel the violent energy contained within, far surpassing that of the zero-level core. After completing this task, Xiao Tong sat beside Chen Bei. He handed the first-level zombie crystal to Chen Bei, who hesitated and quickly waved his hands. Xiao Tong, if it weren't for you, I might have died countless times. This crystal core belongs to you. Take it. I have awakened my abilities and become a first-level supernatural being. This core will serve you better than it will for me. When you awaken, you will need it. But I got enough with the excuses. Just take it. Xiao Tong interrupted, pressing the core into Chen Bei's hands. Today, Chen Bei had risked his life to hunt zombies when it mattered most, and Xiao Tong did not hesitate to give him the valuable core. Chen Bei, his eyes glistening, nodded gravely and carefully placed the core into his pocket. The two sat on the ground, taking more than half an hour to regain their composure. During this time, Chen Bei looked at Xiao Tong several times, and after a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, Xiao Tong, hit me. Xiao Tong was taken aback. Why would I hit you? Chen Bei lowered his head, guilt etched across his face. If it weren't for me today, we wouldn't have had to save that Xiao Zi. I wouldn't have been pushed down, and you wouldn't have had to risk your life to save me. It was my actions that put us both in peril. You had already warned me. Yet I still made that mistake. Xiao Tong observed Chen Bei, a smile breaking through his serious demeanor. He had refrained from mentioning the incident, hoping Chen Bei would recognize his own error. After all, it was far more profound for Chen Bei to realize his mistake than for Xiao Tong to chastise him. Only through self-reflection could one truly understand their faults and avoid repeating them. Otherwise, external admonishments would be futile, perhaps even counterproductive, leading Chen Bei to view Xiao Tong as cold-blooded or cruel, ultimately driving a wedge between them. However, it seemed Chen Bei had indeed recognized his mistake. In truth, one could argue that he had not been wrong. Kindness was not a sin, but in these chaotic times, it would not yield any benefits and would only hasten one's demise. Moreover, kindness did not equate to naivety. The best course of action was to conceal one's benevolence within, preserving one's purity and the last remnants of humanity. Xiao Tong's words settled. Chen Bei paused, then nodded, choosing to heed Xiao Tong's advice unconditionally, even if he did not fully grasp its meaning. Xiao Tong observed Chen Bei's bewildered expression and smiled inwardly. The chaos was only just beginning. In time, Chen Bei would come to understand the value of preserving one's humanity amidst turmoil. Let us head upstairs to eat and rest. We'll deal with the rest tomorrow. Xiao Tong guided Chen Bei to the library's rooftop, where a small storage room held provisions he had prepared in advance. They each took a bread roll and a bottle of water, sitting at the edge of the rooftop, facing the dormitory. As night fell, the zombies that had been dormant during the day began to awaken, their fury ignited by the scent of students emanating from the dormitory. Thud, thud, thud. Countless zombies began to batter the doors. And within the dormitory, Students turned pale with fear, frantically barricading the entrance with anything they could find. Yet, as the relentless assault continued, the doorframe began to tremble, the screws loosening, filling the students with despair. Thud! Finally, with a final, forceful blow, the dormitory door and its frame were smashed open. In the next instant, a horde of zombies surged inside. Help! The chilling screams mingled with the grotesque sounds of zombies feasting, creating an atmosphere of terror in the night. In the neighboring dormitory, hearing the familiar cries, the students were paralyzed with fear, huddling in the furthest corner, cowering by the window. The anguished wails of the neighbors, the chilling growls of the zombies, and the grotesque sounds of gnashing and swallowing reverberated clearly through the window. After a brief moment, as if struck by a sudden realization, they frantically began to move all the cabinets and beds to reinforce the dormitory door. Chen Bei and Xiao Tong sat atop the library roof, gazing towards the dormitory building, where the air was thick with mournful screams and the haunting cries of the undead. They exchanged a silent glance, words failing them. The eerie howls of the zombies persisted until 5 or 6 in the morning, and as dawn broke at 6, the once furious creatures gradually calmed. That night, countless dormitories fell victim to the onslaught of zombies, particularly on the ground floor, where everyone had fortified their doors but neglected the windows. The so-called security bars proved utterly ineffective against the undead. Very few dormitories on the first floor survived, and those within had been reduced to mere sustenance for the zombies. As the night wore on, the horde grew ever larger. By 6 in the morning, Chen Bei had awoken, unable to return to sleep, while Xiao Tong finally stirred at 8. After a quick splash of water on his face, he consumed a breakfast of bread, eggs, and milk. Once he finished, Xiao Tong gently tossed the used napkin into a plastic bag and stood up. "Let's go!" Chen Bei hastily stuffed the last bite of bread into his mouth and followed suit, grasping his tang knife. As they descended to the first floor, they found the remains of a level 1 zombie lying still on the ground, its greenish-red blood already congealed. They muted their footsteps and approached the door. Peering through the crack, Xiao Tong estimated that there were roughly 40 zombies outside the main entrance, with even more lurking in the open space around the library, all attracted by the commotion of the previous night. Faced with such a daunting number of undead, Xiao Tong decisively abandoned the idea of charging out to engage them in close combat. Instead, he led Chen Bei to a nearby window. He struck the steel bars of the security window with the handle of his axe, the sound echoing sharply in the silent campus. The zombies near the window began to rouse, their nostrils flaring as they caught the scent of the two. As they drew closer, the frenzy escalated, and the zombies hurled themselves at the barrier, but the security bars held firm. Chapter 23. Chen Bei awakens. Fire ability bang. They crashed against the bars, desperately reaching in with claws and heads. Without hesitation, Xiao Tong and Chen Bei wielded their weapons, cleaving the heads of the zombies in half and severing their claws. In no time, the window was obstructed by the corpses of the undead. They quickly moved to the next window, only to find it blocked soon after by yet another pile of bodies. By this point, they had dispatched 50 or 60 zombies, significantly thinning the ranks outside. "All right, the opportunity has arrived. Follow my lead," Xiao Tong commanded as he flung open the door and charged out with his axe, Chen Bei trailing behind him with his knife. As they burst forth, their scent wafted on the wind, drawing the attention of more zombies, who began to awaken. With a roar, the nearest zombies surged towards them. Undeterred, Xiao Tong advanced, axe in hand. The first zombie opened its gaping maw, yellow saliva dripping from the corners, its sharp claws reaching for him. With 2 swift strikes, Xiao Tong severed the creature's claws, and before it could emit a pained howl, he delivered a powerful blow that split its skull open, blood and viscera sprang forth. After his ascension to a level 1 ability user, he felt confident facing ordinary 0-level zombies, especially when the numbers were below 10. Even against a level 1 zombie, he felt assured in his ability to slay it solo, given that his powers were fully charged. Presently, he was sure that he could dispatch the level 1 zombie from the previous day in under a minute. With the first zombie down, Xiao Tong pressed on towards the next. Meanwhile, Chen Bei wielded his tang knife with precision, his movements more agile and his mind sharper after the life-or-death ordeal of the previous day. He struck with decisive blows, dispatching zombies with remarkable speed that rivaled Xiao Tong's OW and in mere moments. The first wave of over 20 zombies lay defeated. However, A new wave of over 40 zombies approached from a distance. Witnessing this, Xiao Tong paused, his right hand crackling with blue lightning. 20 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. When the zombies were within 5 meters, he unleashed a burst of electricity that enveloped the first 20 undead. Instantly, they froze, many collapsing face first into the ground, while those behind stumbled over their fallen brethren. With the lightning unleashed, the two seized the moment and charged forward. Xiao Tong cleaved through a zombie attempting to rise, kicking another that had just regained its feet, then stepping on its back and driving his axe down with a resounding crack. The zombie's skull caved in, greenish-red blood and white matter exploding forth. On the other side, Chun Bei's knife sliced through the ranks, severing heads left and right, though even in death, the zombies' eyes remained wide and their mouths continued to gnash. After 6 or 7 seconds, the zombies under the influence of the lightning began to recover, by this time. The two had already dispatched no fewer than 20 zombies, and the remaining dozen fell swiftly thereafter. After vanquishing this wave, they found no more zombies approaching from the distance. Breathless and with hearts racing from the intense combat, they exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile. We've hit the jackpot. After a brief rest, Xiao Tong stood and began to cleave the heads of several zombies in two, searching for cores. Chun Bei joined him, and after 10 minutes, they concluded their search, having slain a total of 109 zombies and obtained 45 cores. With a nearly 45% core drop rate, Xiao Tong was quite pleased. Let's return. With this many cores, you'll have more than enough to awaken your abilities. At the sound of Xiao Tong's words, Chun Bei's face lit up with uncontainable excitement. Upon returning to the library, Xiao Tong securely locked the door. Chun Bei sat cross-legged, a small pile of cores beside him, with one slightly larger and purer than the rest, his sole level 1 core. Let us begin. Absorb the 0-level cores first, and once you feel something, move on to the level 1 core. All right. Chun Bei nodded, tossing a 0-level core into his mouth. As it descended, it transformed into energy, coursing through his body. Xiao Tong observed as Chun Bei visibly grew stronger at an astonishing rate. 5 minutes later, Chun Bei swallowed another 0-level core. An hour later, Chun Bei had absorbed 12 0-level zombie cores. Yet, aside from more defined muscle lines and a noticeable boost in strength and speed, there were no signs of awakening. Another hour passed, and after consuming 24 cores, Chun Bei felt a tremor throughout his body and sensed something unusual at his brow. His eyes widened in delight. Xiao Tong, I think I'm about to awaken. Quickly, give me the level 1 core. Chun Bei nodded eagerly and swallowed the core. Boom. As it entered his stomach, a massive surge of energy erupted, racing towards his brow, and his body flushed a visible red. Even Xiao Tong, standing 3 meters away, could feel a faint burning sensation. Realizing the nature of this heat, Xiao Tong raised an eyebrow. Fire ability? Not bad. Minutes later, the oppressive heat began to dissipate, returning to a normal temperature. Chun Bei gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of flame igniting within them. He looked down at his now more defined muscles and clenched his fist, feeling a surge of newfound strength. Finally, he focused his intense gaze on his right hand, willing it to ignite. Boom. Instantly, flames erupted spontaneously, a small fire akin to that of a lighter appearing before rapidly expanding to the size of his fist, flickering in his palm. Chun Bei stared at the flames, then, mimicking Xiao Tong's previous actions, he flipped his hand and sent the fire flying towards a nearby table. With a hiss, the flames engulfed the table, consuming it in mere moments amidst a cacophony of crackling sounds. Chapter 24. Chun Bei's powerful fire ability. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Tong couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It appears that Chun Bei's awakening of fire-based abilities is quite formidable. Even as a first-level ability user, he possesses such remarkable power, rivaling others of the same rank. This is indeed a positive development, for Chun Bei is his brother, and as Chun Bei grows stronger, it will undoubtedly benefit Xiao Tong as well. However, after unleashing his abilities, Chun Bei feels a significant depletion of energy within him. It seems that while this skill is powerful, it consumes an enormous amount of ability. Currently, as a first-level ability user, he can only unleash flames of equivalent potency 4 to 5 times at most. He finally comprehends why Xiao Tong, after awakening the mightiest lightning abilities, can hunt zombies without relying on skills. For abilities to truly manifest their potential, one must attain a higher level so that the body can harbor more energy, thus allowing for greater freedom in utilizing skills. Clap, clap, clap. Impressive. To possess such strength right after awakening indicates your exceptional talent. Xiao Tong remarks with a smile as he approaches, unable to contain his applause. Upon hearing Xiao Tong's words, Chun Bei's smile brightens even further. I owe you much gratitude. I am aware that both the blood rain and blood pool from earlier are connected to my awakening now. Without your assistance, even if I could awaken, my abilities would not be so formidable. Xiao Tong pauses for a moment, then playfully punches Chun Bei. When did you become so sentimental? It's only natural for your grandfather to help you. Come on, since you have awakened, we should get to work. With that, Xiao Tong turns and strides outside. Damn, who is your grandfather? I am your father. Wait for me, you big lad. Chun Bei grumbles while hurrying after him. This time, neither of them hides away. Both are first-level ability users, and as long as they do not encounter an overwhelming number of zombies or a first-level zombie, they are quite safe. After ascending to the first level, Chun Bei has experienced significant enhancements in both strength and speed. Previously, when using a 7-gene, approximate 3.5 kg, Tang Dao, after a dozen or 20 swings, his arms would feel sore, and after 30 swings, the pain became unbearable. However, now, wielding the same 7-gene Tang Dao feels almost effortless. Roar. Along the way, a few wandering zombies roar and charge toward them, but they are swiftly dispatched by the duo. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a nearby building, around 10 individuals sit weakly in chairs, some lying on the ground. Their faces are deathly pale, and their lips are parched. They have not eaten for 2 days, and the few bottles of water they carried have been depleted. Now, they feel utterly drained. Roar. Just then, the sound of zombies growling erupts again below. A girl by the window drags her weary head to glance outside, and upon seeing the scene, her eyes widen in astonishment. It's those two. They're alive, and they are slaying zombies. My goodness, they are astonishingly powerful. Those zombies are no match for them. Hearing the girl's exclamation, the others quickly gather at the window to watch Xiao Tong and Chun Bei effortlessly hunting zombies below. As they observe the ease with which the two combat the undead, their eyes widen in disbelief. Goodness, these two are like gods. They are dispatching those terrifying zombies with a single stroke. This is the apocalypse. Why do I feel like they are on a leisurely outing? Are the zombies too weak, or are they simply too strong? The crowd looks at Xiao Tong and Chun Bei, their eyes filled with awe. In truth, it is not that they are too strong, but rather that their weapons are exceedingly sharp. Each strike requires minimal effort, yet they effortlessly cleave through the zombies. If only I had such a sharp weapon. I too could be formidable. A tall young man exclaims, his eyes gleaming as he fixates on the weapons in Xiao Tong and Chun Bei's hands. Soon, Xiao Tong and Chun Bei depart from the building, leaving a trail of zombie corpses in their wake. Watching their retreating figures, the girl gazes at them with admiration. If only they could come to rescue us. Indeed, with their exceptional skills, they should be able to protect us well. We all attend the same school. Surely they will come to our aid. Upon hearing the girl's words, the others nod in agreement, their eyes brimming with hope. However, the tall young man who had spoken earlier suddenly chuckles mockingly. His eyes filled with derision. Don't be foolish. This is the apocalypse, do you understand? This is a world where humans devour one another. We just watched them. If they wanted to save us, they would have rushed in by now. Hearing the young man's words, the others' faces pale once more, their expressions filled with disappointment. If Xiao Tong had heard their remarks, he would undoubtedly feel wronged, as he truly had not noticed the onlookers from the building. At this moment, Xiao Tong and Chun Bei continue to hunt the reawakened zombies on the road, leaving behind at least 30 corpses. They soon catch sight of the teaching building. The moment they see it, thoughts of Xiao Zi flood their minds, the ungrateful one who had pushed Chun Bei towards the zombies and subsequently locked the door, leaving Xiao Tong and Chun Bei outside to face the undead. Instantly, a chill passes through their eyes. Xiao Zi. She must pay for her actions. At the entrance of the teaching building, there are approximately 30 to 40 zombies, most of which remain dormant, motionless. Only a few wander aimlessly. Xiao Tong and Chun Bei exchange a glance and simultaneously declare, "Let us kill." They nod in unison and charge forth like a tempest. A few wandering zombies are the first to react, roaring as they lunge at the two. Xiao Tong grips his axe and charges forward, while Chun Bei, wielding his Tang Dao, keeps pace. When they are just 2 or 3 meters away from the zombies, Xiao Tong accelerates, evading the zombie's claws, and without hesitation, brings his axe down upon the zombie's head. With a swift sound, the axe cleaves the zombie in half without resistance. Beside him, Chun Bei does not flinch or evade. Leveraging the length of his Tang Dao, he delivers a horizontal slash, severing half of the zombie's head, with various colored fluids splattering. Initially, upon witnessing these fluids, Chun Bei felt his stomach churn and wanted to retch. However, seeing them again now, he inexplicably feels a surge of exhilaration. In mere moments, they dispatch the remaining wandering zombies. Chapter 25. When language fails to resolve a problem, the knife in hand can effortlessly provide a solution. This moment, the combined stench of the two, along with the roars of the awakened zombies, rouses even more of the undead. As they awaken, they sniff the air and begin to charge at the two. Inside the teaching building, the sounds of zombies and combat awaken Xiaozi. During the first half of the night, she was consumed by fear, but after realizing that the zombies could not breach the building, she finally managed to sleep soundly. She awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. While those who came to rescue her, Xiao Tong and Chen Bei, nearly became the zombies' next meal. As the sounds of battle grow louder outside, she pauses momentarily, her heart racing with joy. Surely, someone has come to save me. She hurriedly approaches the door to peek outside, and upon seeing the situation, she is instantly taken aback. Impossible. How are they still alive? She gasps, unable to comprehend how Xiao Tong and Chen Bei survived the previous night's onslaught. Seeing them effortlessly navigating through the horde, her complexion pales. Yesterday, she had personally pushed Chen Bei into the swarm of zombies, which was tantamount to murder. Now that Xiao Tong and Chen Bei have lived to tell the tale, will they seek retribution? However, her concern is swiftly eclipsed by anger. Their survival indicates that they could have defeated that terrifying zombie, yet they pretended to be overmatched. They must have intended to harm me. I merely acted first on what they wished to do. They cannot blame me. Locking them outside was merely a means of ensuring my own survival. If I had opened the door, the zombies would have overrun us all. Humans are inherently selfish. In the face of danger, I must prioritize my own life. As the president of the student council, they would surely not dare to harm me. Now that they have returned to slay zombies, it is perhaps a sign that they recognize their faults and are here to redeem themselves. With their remarkable skills, I shall insist that they escort me to a safer place. As Xiao Zi's thoughts spiral with excitement, the flicker of fear she felt moments ago vanishes entirely in her mind. She has done nothing wrong. Rather, she believes her actions were justified. The true culprits are Xiao Tong and Chen Bei, who ought not to hold her accountable but rather should escort her to safety to atone for their mistakes. Meanwhile, Xiao Tong and Chen Bei remain oblivious to Xiao Zi's thoughts, entirely focused on exterminating zombies. Finally, after a few minutes, they have dispatched all 30 to 40 zombies. After wiping their weapons clean, they exchange a glance, their gaze shifting towards the teaching building. The two make their way toward the building, with Xiao Tong raising his axe toward the entrance, prepared to forcefully break down the door. Creak, however, in the next moment, the door astonishingly swung open from within. Xiao Tong and Chen Bei exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a fleeting astonishment. Xiao Zi opened the door, observing the bewildered duo. With her chin held high and an air of authority, she proclaimed, "Considering your initiative to rescue me today, I shall pardon your transgressions. Now, swiftly escort me to a place of safety, and I am famished. You must procure me some food. Nothing too meager, mind you. My legs have ached throughout the night, and you still need to take me to the hospital for." Before Xiao Zi could finish her sentence, Xiao Tong raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, sending her sprawling to the ground. She cupped her face, staring at Xiao Tong and Chen Bei in stunned silence. In the next instant, realization dawned upon her, and her shrill voice pierced the air. "How dare you strike me? I shall not forgive you." As she spoke, her spit landed on Xiao Tong's face. Without uttering a word, Xiao Tong stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to her mouth. "What the hell? Do you think you're a fire truck? Shouting so loudly? Are you afraid the zombies won't hear you?" Xiao Zi screamed in agony as two of her teeth were dislodged. Yet, this was not the end. Xiao Tong seized her by the collar and unleashed a series of resounding slaps against her face, the rhythmic sound echoing through the building. After delivering a dozen slaps, his hand grew somewhat numb, and he finally ceased his assault. "Now, Do you still wish to forgive our misdeeds? Do you still require us to find you something to eat? Do you still want us to take you to the hospital for medicine? Clutching her face, now swollen like a pig's head, Xiao Zi wept bitterly, her eyes filled with resentment and fear as she gazed at Xiao Tong and Chen Bei. Just as Xiao Tong was about to deliver a few more slaps, Chen Bei intervened, restraining him. Xiao Tong turned to Chen Bei, who slowly shook his head, saying, "Xiao Tong, let me handle this." Xiao Tong hesitated for a moment before stepping aside. Chen Bei moved forward, his gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Zi. "Yesterday, we set out to save you. Why did you push me toward the zombies? After we narrowly escaped death, why did you lock us out? Why? You dare ask me why? You were ready to abandon me. I merely acted first on what you wished to do. What fault do I have?" Xiao Zi's eyes brimmed with animosity as for not opening the door for you. "There was a horde of zombies behind you. If I had opened it, would I have had any chance of survival? I am not in the wrong. I only desire to live, to survive. What fault do I have? Do you wish to strip me of my right to live? What gives you the right? You only bully a girl. You are not real men. If you were men, you would slay all the zombies. Your hands are meant to protect us, not to strike us." Xiao Zi shouted passionately, her fervor growing with each word. Upon hearing her, Chen Bei slowly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before reopening them. In that moment, a chilling aura emanated from him, causing Xiao Zi, who was still shouting, to involuntarily shudder. Chen Bei gripped the knife in his hand tightly. The blade glinted menacingly, causing Xiao Zi to recoil in terror. "What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I am the student council president. You cannot harm me." Chen Bei remained silent, advancing with the knife in hand. Then with a swift motion, he slashed. A piercing scream accompanied the severing of Xiao Zi's arm, blood gushing forth as Chen Bei, devoid of expression, wiped the blade clean. In that moment, he grasped the third survival principle of the apocalypse. When words fail to resolve a conflict, a blade can effortlessly eliminate the issue. Chapter 26. The ruthless Chen Bei. Xiao Tong was momentarily taken aback before a smile broke across his face. He was astonished by Chen Bei's rapid growth. No wonder in a past life, Chen Bei, in a state of confusion, managed to become a formidable level 5 warrior, even journeying thousands of miles back to the south to protect Xiao Tong's parents for several years until they were captured by Longmeng Han and thrown from the city walls to their demise. With this mindset and ruthlessness, coupled with his assistance, this lifetime's Chen Bei was destined to reach an unpredictable height. It hurts so much. I'm dying. You are not human. You are demons. Help. Someone save me. Xiao Zi, clutching her severed arm, writhed on the ground in excruciating agony, wailing in despair. Hearing her cries, Chen Bei frowned and approached her once more, yanking her by the hair and dragging her outside. Fear seized Xiao Zi as she clawed desperately at Chen Bei's hand. "What are you doing, you monster? What more do you want?" Yet, Chen Bei's grip was as unyielding as iron. He remained silent, continuing to pull her hair as he exited the building. At that moment, Xiao Zi finally grasped the essence of fear. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, spare me. I realize my mistakes. Pushing you toward the zombies was my fault. Locking you out was my fault too. I truly understand my errors now. Please forgive me. I only wish to live." Xiao Zi pleaded, sobbing. "Rest assured, I will not kill you, at least. I won't let my hands be stained with the blood of my own kind just yet." Chen Bei's cold voice rang out, and Xiao Zi froze momentarily, instinctively relaxing. As long as he didn't kill her, she could endure. One day, she would make Chen Bei and Xiao Tong pay for their actions. But in the next moment, Chen Bei's words sent her into a panic. "So let the zombies solve the problem for me." His icy tone, devoid of any emotion, made Xiao Zi's body tense and terrored. "No, no, no. Please, don't do this. You can't do this." She thrashed wildly, but Chen Bei had already dragged her outside the building. The sound of her screams, coupled with the fresh scent of blood, roused the zombies lingering near the security booth, causing them to awaken and approach with low growls. As Xiao Zi beheld the approaching horde, a sense of dread washed over her, and in an instant, she lost control, a puddle of yellow liquid seeping beneath her as the faint stench made Chen Bei frown. The zombies are coming. I don't want to die. Please, spare me. I'll do anything you ask." Xiao Zi wept, begging for mercy, but Chen Bei seemed deaf to her cries, dragging her relentlessly toward the zombies. When they were merely 5 to 6 meters away, Xiaozi was paralyzed with fear, her lips trembling, her face pale, her mind blank with terror. Chunbei released her hair, flinging her forward. This scene mirrored the moment when Xiaozi had cruelly shoved Chunbei toward the zombies the day prior. Detecting the potent scent of blood emanating from Xiaozi, the horde of zombies surged forward in a frenzy, as their claws pierced her flesh, as their jaws clamped down and tore away at her body. The excruciating pain finally jolted Xiaozi back to reality. Her piercing and desperate wail echoed amidst the throng, only to be swiftly silenced. Xiaozi lay on the ground, her pupils dilating as she lost the strength to struggle. Surrendering to the countless zombies feasting upon her flesh, in her final moments, she reflected on whether she would have met this tragic end had she not pushed Chen Bei toward the zombies. Or had she not locked Chen Bei and Xiao Tong outside to face the horde alone. In that instant, clarity dawned upon her, but it was far too late. Chen Bei returned to the building. Standing motionless by the window, observing the scene unfold. Sigh. Xiao Tong sighed softly, placing a comforting hand on Chen Bei's shoulder, yet not uttering a word. Chen Bei remained silent. After a prolonged silence, several minutes passed before he turned to Xiao Tong. All right, son, let us slay some zombies. I am your father. You ungrateful child. Xiao Tong scolded with a chuckle before brandishing his axe and charging out first, with Chen Bei closely trailing behind, his knife in hand. Upon exiting the building, he quickened his pace, swiftly surpassing Xiao Tong, who raised an eyebrow before smiling. Hearing the sounds of their exit, the zombies finally stirred, their mouths and hands stained with crimson as they relished the taste lingering on their tongues. Eagerly rushing toward Xiao Tong and Chen Bei, die! Chen Bei bellowed, and as he neared the zombies, he sidestepped, gripping his knife tightly across his chest. Shoo! A sharp sound pierced the air as the zombie beside him collapsed instantly, its head nearly severed. Chen Bei gripped the axe firmly in his hands, striking down with brutal simplicity upon the undead creature's skull. One by one, the zombies roared as they charged forward, only to fall again. Their heads split in twain as 4 to 5 dozen zombies surged towards them. Had the two not awakened, or if only one had, they would have found themselves severely constrained. Yet, in this moment, both Xiao Tong and Chen Bei, now awakened, faced the onslaught of the horde with remarkable ease. 5 minutes later, they finally paused, panting heavily as they stood in place, inhaling deeply. The zombies in the vicinity had been largely exterminated by the previous nights and this morning's hunts, while those further away remained in a dormant state. After resting for a few minutes, Xiao Tong and Chen Bei began to quietly search the area. Despite their arms still aching, they managed to collect a total of 19 cores from the fallen zombies. A nearly 50% yield was more than satisfactory for Xiao Tong. Once they finished gathering the cores at the northern gate, the two stood and made their way towards the teaching building. However, just as they rose, a deep, resonant roar echoed through the air, momentarily startling them. They exchanged a quick glance before turning in unison. In the distance, the slumbering zombies stirred at the sound, awakening in fear and retreating to the sides. Chapter 27. Fierce Battle Against a Level 1 Defensive Zombie. Thud, thud, thud. A series of heavy footsteps approached, and moments later, a colossal figure emerged, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, its body remarkably muscular, with greenish skin stretched taut over bulging muscles. The decayed areas revealed gray, sinewy masses that resembled hardened steel. Its arms were like thick tree roots, and upon its appearance, an overwhelming pressure radiated outward. As it walked, its gaze fell upon Xiao Tong and Chen Bei. Upon sighting the creature, Xiao Tong immediately spoke, a level 1 defensive zombie. Its protective layer can withstand most melee weapon attacks. It isn't particularly fast, roughly the speed of a light jog for an adult. However, its strength is tremendous. Be agile in the fight. Do not confront it head-on. At this, Xiao Tong turned to Chen Bei, who nodded vigorously. In the face of this behemoth, neither felt a hint of fear. Instead, a thrill coursed through them. Both had awakened as level 1 ability users, with Xiao Tong's lightning-based powers geared towards offense, and Chen Bei, having been drenched in blood rain and immersed in a blood rain pool, found his fire-based abilities significantly enhanced, surpassing those of ordinary fire users. In truth, either of them could have taken on the defensive zombie alone, but for the sake of caution and safety, they chose to strike together. With a roar, The level 1 defensive zombie locked onto their presence and charged towards them, crashing forward like a human beast. Each step it took reverberated with a dull thud, sending nearby lesser zombies fleeing in terror. This gigantic creature barreled through, sending the weaker zombies flying, some limbs severed in its wake, while others were seized and devoured. Its jagged teeth tearing them asunder with terrifying ease. Blood, a grotesque mixture of green and red, streamed from the corners of its mouth as it voraciously swallowed its prey. Witnessing this, Chun Bei couldn't help but gasp, feeling a chill run down his spine. By heavens, this zombie is ferocious. It doesn't even spare its own kind? Typically, zombies do not attack their own. Only higher-level zombies will do so when famished, which is part of what drives their evolution. Moreover, zombies in a state of hunger become excessively violent. Be cautious, Xiao Tong warned. Understood. Qin Bei nodded, his heart tightening in apprehension. Finally, after bowling over several lesser zombies, the level 1 zombie was within 5 meters of them, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the pair, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Xiao Tong tightened his grip on the axe, his body tense. Qin Bei, let us go. Use your abilities to weaken it first, right? As the words left his lips, both surged forward from opposite sides towards the level 1 defensive zombie. In that instant, Xiao Tong's hands crackled with blue electricity, manifesting in a vibrant sphere of lightning that enveloped the creature. The moment the electric net struck, the zombie froze, convulsing as a noxious odor wafted through the air. Reminiscent of charred flesh, at the same time, Qin Bei unleashed a fiery onslaught, flames engulfing the defensive zombie. As it broke free from the paralysis, the flames licked hungrily at its body, prompting a furious roar as it thrashed about like a living torch. In a fit of rage, it charged towards Xiao Tong and Qin Bei, seemingly aware that they were the source of its torment. Its first target was Xiao Tong, who was closer. With arms like tree trunks, it lunged at him. Yet, Xiao Tong evaded with a nimble retreat, pivoting to the side and bringing his axe down with force. The axe cleaved deeply into the zombie's shoulder, the thick protective layer proving ineffective against the celestial sharpness of the axe. Now's our chance. Qin Bei's eyes lit up as the zombie turned its back to him. He leapt forward, wielding his broadsword with intent. But in a split second, the zombie spun around, delivering a devastating punch toward Qin Bei. His expression shifted as he raised his sword defensively. The impact resounded with a dull thud, throwing him backward 3 meters, where he crashed to the ground and skidded nearly a meter before coming to a halt. Struggling to rise, he felt a searing pain in his chest. Had he not awakened as a fire user, greatly enhancing his physical resilience, he would have been left in a far worse state after that blow. After knocking Qin Bei aside, the zombie roared and charged at him again, intent on capitalizing on its advantage. However, the next moment, a powerful axe struck at its neck. The sharpness of the weapon sank deep, but the thickness of the zombie's protective layer and the angle of the strike caused the axe to get lodged halfway. Xiao Tong leapt, using his foot to push off the zombie's back, deftly escaping its retaliatory swipe. The grievous wound inflicted upon its neck sent torrents of green-red blood gushing forth. Chapter 28. Survivors. It turned to Xiao Tong, launching a fierce charge. Yet, Xiao Tong rolled aside just in time to evade the onslaught. As the creature turned to attack him, Qin Bei accelerated to its right, swinging his sword down at the zombie's massive arm. With a clean slice, the zombie's arm fell to the ground. With a sudden loss of balance, the level 1 defensive zombie let out a defiant roar before crashing down. As it fell, Xiao Tong swooped in, aiming his axe at the creature's skull. Sensing the imminent threat, the zombie defied gravity, using its remaining arm to brace itself and rolling swiftly to the side. The axe missed its mark, striking the concrete ground with a resounding clang, creating a gash in the surface. Fortunately, the axe was forged from celestial iron. Had it been a mere ordinary weapon, it would have surely shattered upon such impact. Beside him, the zombie narrowly escaped a deadly blow, its furious roar echoing as it lunged with its remaining arm towards Xiao Tong. Instead of retreating, Xiao Tong advanced boldly, executing a deft roll to evade the zombie's sharp claws, landing deftly behind it. Seizing the moment before the creature could react, he swung his axe upward with tremendous force. Slicing through the air, the remaining arm of the zombie was severed. With a monstrous howl, the zombie's legs buckled as it lost its balance, collapsing to the ground, this time lacking the fortune it had before. Xiao Tong leapt onto its back, driving the axe deep into the creature's skull. The first-tier defensive zombie, however, clung to life, its body still twitching in the next instant. Chun Bei's tang knife plunged into its head. Twisting violently, the body of the first-tier zombie shuddered violently, its head drooping as it succumbed to stillness. Xiao Tong withdrew his axe and struck down once more, cleaving the head in two before wiping the blade clean on the zombie's clothing. Panting heavily, both men felt the strain in their arms, but the successful hunt of a first-tier zombie, especially with minimal use of their abilities, felt rewarding, at the very least. Chun Bei had become significantly more agile, and their efficiency in slaying zombies had markedly improved. After catching their breath, Xiao Tong moved to collect the zombie cores, while Chun Bei reached into the hollowed skull of the first-tier zombie, retrieving a core that was larger than the ordinary ones. Minutes later, the duo had thoroughly scavenged the cores from the zombies outside the classroom building. As they made their way toward the library, they continued to collect cores from the zombies they encountered along the path. "Look, those two have returned. They're still alive," a girl who had been waiting by the window exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Xiao Tong and Chun Bei. Others, dragging their weary bodies, hurriedly turned to the window. Indeed, it was them. These two were truly extraordinary, managing to navigate through the hordes of zombies with such prowess. Their skills were remarkable. If only they could protect us. Yes, with their protection, what do we have to fear from zombies? If they could come to save me, I would do anything for them. The crowd gazed longingly at Xiao Tong and Chun Bei, their pale faces filled with desire. "We can't just wait to die. We must save ourselves." Suddenly, the girl who first spotted them clenched her fists and swung them vigorously. The others turned to her. "Curious, we've exhausted all our food and water. If we stay here any longer, we will only grow weaker until we inevitably perish. But now that the zombies downstairs have been nearly eliminated by those two, if we rush down and catch up with them, we can be saved." The girl looked at everyone, her excitement palpable, and others' eyes brightened with hope. "I refuse to believe they would abandon us. They must come to our aid. After all, we are from the same school. Yes, strong individuals habitually protect the weak. They are so powerful. Safeguarding us should be their responsibility." The crowd fervently exchanged words, growing more animated. However, one tall boy interjected, "But the area outside our classroom is swarming with zombies. Are you sure you can make it downstairs? Don't forget, anyone scratched by a zombie will become one of those grotesque creatures. Do you dare take that risk?" At that moment, the girl who had first noticed Xiao Tong and Chun Bei spoke up with determination. "Staying here is undoubtedly a death sentence. If you want to go, I shall go alone with that." She strode toward the door, gripping the handle. Just before pulling the door open, she turned to everyone. "I wish you all good fortune. May we meet again." And with that, she flung the door open and dashed downstairs. It was a gamble. After all, death was inevitable. It was better to fight for a chance at survival than to languish here, waiting to be devoured by zombies or starve to death. A few others, gritting their teeth, joined her side and rushed out. Once they had bolted through the door, the remaining individuals hastily secured it once more. The sound of their frantic footsteps immediately attracted the attention of the zombies within the building in the dimly lit interior. Many zombies remained in a semi-conscious state, and soon, a throng of them surged toward the staircase. Leading the charge, the girl reached the next floor just before the zombies closed in. However, the last boy to arrive at the staircase found himself face to face with a zombie drawn by the noise. He skidded to a stop, colliding directly into the zombie's embrace. The creature, momentarily stunned, quickly opened its maw to relish its unexpected meal. Chapter 29. What do your lives matter to us? Ah, the boy's scream reverberated throughout the building, sending chills down the spines of those still hiding inside. Meanwhile, the group outside quickened their pace, racing toward the ground floor. The zombies within were all level 0, relatively slow, allowing the group to reach the first floor swiftly. The girl was the first to open the door and burst outside. Upon spotting Xiao Tong and Chun Bei, her face lit up with joy. She lowered her voice, "Help, please, save me and my companions." Just then, the others emerged, shouting in desperation. But a chorus of roars erupted, and the zombies within the building followed suit, causing the newcomers to nearly collapse in fear, their legs moving frantically. "Help! Help!" they cried, their voices filled with panic as they recognized Xiao Tong and Chun Bei as their glimmer of hope for survival. Exchanging a glance, Xiao Tong and Chen Bei nodded in unison, gripping their weapons tightly as they charged toward the advancing zombies. A bounty of cores was too good to pass up. Just as they leapt into action, a scream pierced the air. The last girl had stumbled, falling to the ground, and a zombie lunged at her. Seeing this, Xiao Tong hurled his axe at the creature, the weapon spinning violently as it struck the zombie's head. He dashed forward, retrieving the axe from the incapacitated zombie and swiftly dispatching the one that had attacked the girl. She scrambled backward, desperately seeking safety as others rushed to help her up. Xiao Tong and Chen Bei stood at the entrance, severing the heads of each zombie that emerged. Within minutes, all the revived zombies had been dispatched. The duo crouched down to collect the cores. Observing them rummaging through the decapitated heads, the other survivors felt their stomachs churn with nausea, perplexed at the sight. When they finally saw the cores in Xiao Tong and Chen Bei's hands, their eyebrows shot up in astonishment. "What are those things you pulled from the zombies' heads?" a boy inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Xiao Tong glanced up briefly without responding, then resumed his search for cores. Once they had gathered the cores, Xiao Tong and Chen Bei stood up, and a group of survivors, supporting the injured girl, approached them, their faces filled with gratitude. "Thank you for saving us. You are true heroes." Yet, Xiao Tong and Chen Bei merely cast a dispassionate glance at them before walking past, heading toward the library. Their demeanor left the survivors' faces strained. The boy who had previously questioned them could no longer hold his tongue. "Hey, what's with your attitude? We're talking to you. Can't you hear us?" Xiao Tong abruptly halted, turning to regard them with cold indifference. "We saved you. Don't flatter yourselves. We only sought to hunt zombies. Your lives mean nothing to us. Furthermore, this is the first and last time. If you ever shout at me again, I will answer with my axe." Meeting Xiao Tong's icy gaze, the boy turned pale, chills racing down his spine. He sensed the utter disregard for life in Xiao Tong's eyes, realizing that he was not jesting. Should he yell again, Xiao Tong would not hesitate to sever his head with the axe. The chilling words hung heavy in the air, leaving the group speechless. Once Xiao Tong and Chen Bei were out of earshot, the boy's expression darkened with malice. "What does that even mean? What do you mean our lives are of no concern to them? Indeed, they possess such strength. Should they not safeguard us, the weaker ones?" The girl who had just been bitten chimed in agreement. "Enough, everyone. Let us refrain from further complaints. Their act of rescuing us is a matter of grace, while failing to do so is merely their duty. Even in times of peace, no law mandates that they must save us, let alone in this apocalyptic era where laws, rules, and humanity have been ruthlessly trampled upon. We must not take their willingness to protect us for granted." The girl who had initially led the charge spoke up, interrupting the others. A few beside her nodded in agreement, while the rest could only seethe in silence. "Dong Jiao, what should we do now?" a girl suddenly inquired, and all eyes quickly turned to Dong Jiao, the very girl who had bravely rushed down moments ago. "We shall follow them. As long as we stay close, we will be temporarily safe from danger." Dong Jiao gritted her teeth, gazing at the retreating figures of Xiao Tong and Chen Bei. "However, everyone must cast aside the grievances we felt earlier. They owe us nothing, nor do they have an obligation to protect us. Moreover, should we provoke them, we won't fare well. They dispatch zombies with remarkable efficiency. I suspect killing humans would be even simpler." As Dong Jiao spoke, she cast a pointed look at the boy and girl who had voiced their complaints earlier. "Rest assured, Dong Jiao, we shall heed your words. Let us hasten to pursue them. Otherwise, if zombies emerge, our fate is sealed." The girl who had grumbled about her bite quickly added, and the others promptly nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed," Dong Jiao affirmed, and the group hurriedly set off in pursuit of Xiao Tong and Chen Bei. Xiao Tong and Chen Bei, while walking, were diligently searching for zombie cores, and thus the group quickly caught up with them. The two appeared oblivious to the followers, merely continuing their search. Dong Jiao hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. "May I assist you in any way?" Xiao Tong glanced at her coldly. "No need. Just keep your distance." Dong Jiao stood awkwardly, her toes digging into the ground, a wave of disappointment washing over her. It was well known that she was the third-ranked beauty among the top 10 at Yin University. Coming from a privileged background, excelling academically, and possessing striking looks, she was accustomed to admiration from the boys around her. Yet, her rare attempt to engage was met with an icy response, leaving her questioning her allure. As Xiao Tong and Chen Bei advanced several meters, the others finally approached. A boy stepped beside Dong Jiao. Jiao, do not be upset. They are clearly looking down on us. What arrogance, relying solely on their sharp weapons. If I possess such weaponry, why should we bow to them? From now on, I shall protect you. The boy's voice dripped with complaint, his gaze toward Xiao Tong filled with envy. Enough, Wu Lei. Such words should not be uttered again. Furthermore, I do not require your protection. Just ensure you do not hinder us. Dong Jiao shot a frosty look at Wu Lei before leading the group to follow. Wu Lei remained rooted, his face pale, but after a moment of indecision, he trailed after them. Before long, the group arrived at the library. Upon seeing the multitude of zombie corpses at the entrance, their eyes widened in shock. The sun cast an unbearable stench of decay, prompting a wave of nausea among them, as they glanced at Xiao Tong and Chen Bei. Their expressions shifted to one of deep respect and fear at Wu Lei. Having watched Xiao Tong and Chen Bei meticulously search through the zombies' heads for those white crystals, felt a surge of confusion. He struggled to recall the zombie films and novels he had seen, and suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. His eyes widened. Although the reality diverged significantly from fiction, sometimes stories are rooted in truth. He quickly deduced that Xiao Tong and Chen Bei's ability to hunt so many zombies stemmed not only from their sharp weapons, but also from those white crystals, at the very least. These crystals were crucial spoils of their zombie hunts. With this thought, Wu Lei quietly moved aside, suppressing his disgust as he began to search through the zombies' heads. Before long, he felt a hard object beneath his fingers. Pulling it out revealed a white crystal. Previously, when he had observed Xiao Tong and Chen Bei with those crystals from a distance, he felt little. But now, upon touching this crystal, an unfamiliar sensation washed over him. It was as if his very soul craved the energy emanating from the crystal, signaling that it could grant him immense power. This discovery ignited Wu Lei's excitement, prompting him to hasten his search. Quickly accumulating several crystals in his pocket. Soon, Xiao Tong and Chen Bei finished their search and headed toward Wu Lei. Alarmed, Wu Lei quickly retreated. After gathering the remaining crystals, Xiao Tong and Chen Bei approached the group. Seeing them advance brought a flicker of hope to Dong Jiao and the others. Could it be that the two intended to accept them? Hello, Dong Jiao stepped forward, eager to speak, but Xiao Tong and Chen Bei bypassed her. Confronting Wu Lei directly, Wu Lei's heart raced as he clutched the crystals in his pocket, attempting to appear composed. What do you want? Hand them over, Xiao Tong demanded coldly. What are you talking about? I haven't taken anything from you. I won't repeat myself. Hand them over. Xiao Tong tightened his grip on his axe, while Chen Bei unsheathed his dagger with a metallic sound. Wu Lei's complexion turned ashen. However, the thought of relinquishing the crystals was unbearable. He had begun to grasp the secret behind Xiao Tong and Chen Bei's strength, and if he could learn to wield the crystals, he believed he could soon rival them. Yet, surrendering them now would make acquiring more exceedingly difficult, especially since he lacked the courage to hunt zombies alone. But if he refused to hand over the crystals, the menacing looks from Xiao Tong and Chen Bei suggested they would not spare him. These crystals are mine. I found them fair and square. Why should I give them to you? Wu Lei protested, feeling wronged. You bully your classmates just because you wield weapons. I found these through my own efforts. If I refuse, then go ahead and kill me. Before Wu Lei could finish his sentence, a flash of sharp light caught his eye, and in an instant, he felt himself lifted off the ground. He caught a glimpse of a headless corpse clutching at its pocket. Suddenly, realization hit him. Was that not his own body? Just as this thought crossed his mind, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. They killed him. They killed Wu Lei. A shrill scream erupted, and several girls in the group covered their mouths in horror, tears streaming down their faces as they recoiled. The others stood in disbelief, gazing at Wu Lei's lifeless form, their hearts crumbling. Though they had witnessed countless zombie corpses, those transformed into zombies no longer bore resemblance to humans. In their minds, such beings were no longer of their kind. Yet, witnessing Wu Lei's head severed by Xiao Tong's axe shattered their psyche. The wave of dread washed over them, leaving them chilled to the bone, their lips and faces pale. Xiao Tong retrieved his axe, coldly kneeling to extract the crystals from Wu Lei's pocket. Chen Bei, equally expressionless, gripped his dagger, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the group. Once Xiao Tong had collected the crystals, both turned to head toward the library. Wait, at that moment, a clear yet trembling voice rang out. Xiao Tong frowned slightly, turning to face Dong Jiao. Under his icy stare, Dong Jiao trembled, feeling a chill run through her limbs. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and spoke. Though Wu Lei was in the wrong, is it justifiable to take a life over a few stones? We are classmates. After all, die in this time of disaster, should we not unite and support one another? Upon hearing Dong Jiao's words, Xiao Tong couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had refrained from driving the group away because they had dared to rush down from a zombie-infested room to seek help rather than merely shouting from above. Such courage was commendable, especially for a girl like Dong Jiao. At that moment, Xiao Tong contemplated the prospect of finding reliable companions for Chen Bei. Dong Jiao is indeed an excellent choice. After all, he will soon embark on that path, and once he becomes a zombie, he cannot accompany Chen Bei for eternity. He has his own journey to undertake, just as Chen Bei has his. Thus, upon encountering Dong Jiao and the others, he instinctively desires to establish a foundation for Chen Bei. Chapter 31. Foolish kindness will only render you fodder for zombies. Ultimately, whether human or zombie, the strength of a team is indispensable. One cannot survive alone in this apocalyptic world. Hence, Dong Jiao and her companions are a commendable selection. However, Wu Lei and the bitten girl present a troubling variable. One takes their rescue for granted, while the other wishes to appropriate their belongings. Both are individuals of questionable intentions, and their presence in Chen Bei's group may prove detrimental. Fortunately, the bitten girl will likely live no more than 2 hours, and Wu Lei will be decisively eliminated by Xiao Tong. With these unruly elements cleared away, the remaining individuals will undoubtedly become formidable allies under Chen Bei's command. Xiao Tong glanced at Dong Jiao and remarked, "You are correct, but that does not justify his desire to claim our possessions. If he seeks zombie cores, he can slay the zombies himself instead of resorting to theft. Moreover, he insisted that I kill him. I have always relished assisting others, so I obliged his request." As he concluded, Xiao Tong displayed a radiant smile before turning to enter the library with Chen Bei. Dong Jiao hurriedly led the others to follow. Upon entering the library, Dong Jiao ensured the door was shut and reinforced it. Once inside, they finally exhaled deeply, with many rushing to the restroom. After entering, they immediately set to work. Although the restroom water was merely tap water, at this moment, no one cared much. It was sufficient that they could drink. Each person quenched their thirst before returning to the hall, relishing the feeling of a full stomach. "It feels wonderful to be satiated," someone exclaimed. Meanwhile, Xiao Tong and Chen Bei continued their ascent to the top floor. Upon reaching the corner of the second floor, Xiao Tong suddenly turned to look at Dong Jiao and the others below. Keeping a bitten person nearby is an exceedingly foolish act. Foolish kindness will only lead you to become fodder for zombies. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Dong Jiao and the others trembled, their gazes fixated on the infected woman, eyes filled with fear and suspicion. As they distanced themselves from her, the infected woman immediately broke down. "What are you all staring at me for? I was merely bitten by a zombie. I will not turn into one, I assure you." Observing the distraught woman, Dong Jiao felt a pang of compassion. "Do not worry, Li, we will find a way to save you." After saying this, she turned to Xiao Tong. "Given your prowess, is there any method to prevent her from transforming into a zombie?" "Methods? Indeed. Simply kill her before she turns into a zombie." Xiao Tong raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Oh, and do remember to aim for the head, otherwise, in 2.5 hours. No, it should be 1.5 hours now. She will still transform into a zombie." A brilliant smile graced Xiao Tong's face, yet to Li, he appeared as a devil incarnate. After speaking, Xiao Tong and Chen Bei ascended to the top floor, while Dong Jiao and the others redirected their attention back to Li. Li, clutching her wound, retreated in terror, crying out, "No, they are deceiving you. I was merely bitten slightly. I will not turn into a zombie. Please do not kill me." Silence enveloped the group, and eventually, their gazes turned to Dong Jiao. "Jiao, you must believe me. We are classmates. You have to save me. I am only 22. I do not want to die." Li pleaded desperately with Dong Jiao. Dong Jiao gazed at Li. Her heart heaved. Li, although we wish to save you, we truly have no other options. Perhaps you should step outside. If you do not transform into a zombie in 2 hours, we will let you back in. Yes, Li, you cannot be selfish. If you truly are infected, we will all be doomed. Indeed. Li, you should go. Others chimed in, eager to expel Li Li in that moment. Driven by self-preservation, each individual became exceedingly selfish. No, no, no. I will not go outside. There are zombies everywhere. I will certainly die if I do. I refuse to go out. I absolutely will not. Lily shook her head frantically, tears streaming down her face. Her eyes filled with resentment as she looked at the others. Enough. At that moment, Dong Jiao's voice rang out. I will not agree to expel Lili. Upon hearing Dong Jiao's words, Lili was overcome with joy. Wu, I knew it. Dong Jiao, you are on my side. You won't harm me. The others, however, exchanged glances, and Dong Jiao continued, nonetheless, just to be safe, we must tie you up first. Once again, the group's expression softened slightly. Lili paused. Though she was reluctant, she could only nod. Otherwise, she knew they would forcibly throw her out. They searched for rope but found none, ultimately tearing several thin shirts into strips to fashion a makeshift rope to bind Lili's hands and feet. After completing this, the group sat in silence on the chairs, waiting for an hour and a half to pass. Meanwhile, upstairs, Xiaotong and Chen Bei laid out all the cores they had collected on the table. 71 cores in total. 70 zero-level cores, and 1 first-level core. I will take 36 zero-level cores, and you can have 34 zero-level cores along with the first-level one. Xiaotong divided the cores into 2 piles, pushing the one containing the first-level core towards Chen Bei. However, Chen Bei shook his head in refusal. No, Xiaotong, I have already absorbed a first-level core before. This one must go to you. But no buts. If you refuse it, then I won't take it either. Chen Bei interrupted Xiaotong directly. Xiaotong looked at Chen Bei, forced a wry smile, and ultimately acquiesced. Xiaotong, you should absorb the cores first. I will keep watch. Chen Bei moved to the door, and Xiaotong nodded, accepting the arrangement without further protest. Sitting cross-legged, he held 1 zero-level core in each hand. Having successfully awakened his abilities and become a first-level ability user, he no longer needed to consume the cores directly. Instead, he could absorb them simply by holding them. And the process would be much quicker. In just 4 minutes, the 2 zero-level cores had been completely absorbed. Raising his hand, Xiaotong grasped 2 more zero-level cores and began the absorption process. Chapter 32, Second Awakening. Over an hour later, all zero-level cores had been absorbed, and Xiaotong felt his strength and speed significantly enhanced once more. His muscles became more pronounced, and with a slight exertion, the veins in his arms bulged, exuding a sense of power. Finally, he held the last first-level core in his hand and closed his eyes to begin the absorption. The energy within a first-level zombie core was far more substantial than that of a zero-level core. And as soon as he conceived the notion of absorption, a torrent of energy surged from the core into his body. Furthermore, the energy contained within was purer than that found in zero-level cores. Soon, 10 minutes had passed, and he had absorbed half of the energy from the core. However, at that moment, Xiaotong felt a tingling sensation in the center of his brow, causing him to startle. Was this the sensation of awakening abilities? But he had already successfully awakened. Could it be that abilities could undergo a second awakening? A jolt of realization surged through Xiaotong. However, in his previous life, he had never heard of anyone experiencing a second awakening. Nevertheless, the opportunity lay before him, and he was determined to seize it, regardless of the circumstances. Even if it was not a second awakening, it could still yield remarkable benefits for him. With this thought, Xiaotong closed his eyes once more and focused intently on absorbing the energy from the first-level core. Soon, he felt a similar tingling sensation spreading throughout his body, akin to the sensation of wounds healing. This feeling was quite uncomfortable, yet Xiaotong gritted his teeth and persevered, fervently absorbing the energy from the first-level core. The core visibly dimmed in Xiaotong's grasp as he continued his efforts. Soon, the sensation of a creeping itch intensified, ultimately feeling as though countless mosquitoes and ants were crawling upon the surface. Following the peak of this unbearable itch, a piercing pain emerged, as if his skin were being violently torn apart. Only to heal, then tear again. The energy within the crystal core was absorbed through his brow, rapidly surging towards the surface of his skin. Upon absorbing this energy, the torn skin felt a sudden coolness, significantly alleviating the pain. As the energy continued to be absorbed and conveyed to the skin, the agonizing sensation gradually diminished until it vanished entirely. Meanwhile, Chen Bei, who was on lookout, gazed in astonishment at the meditative figure of Xiaotong before him. To his surprise, a layer of gray, akin to a keratinous sheath, enveloped Xiao Tong's body, glimmering with a faint metallic luster, resembling a suit of armor. This keratinous layer completely encased his skin, from head to toe, even covering his face like a mask. Once the pain subsided, the brow regained its tranquility, ceasing to absorb any more energy. After 2 minutes, the energy within the crystal core was nearly depleted, and Xiao Tong slowly opened his eyes. The crystal core in his hand had transformed entirely into a gray powder upon gentle pressure. Staring at his hands now shrouded in the keratinous layer, Xiao Tong's eyes sparkled with delight. This gray, metallic-tinged keratin was none other than that of the crystal's original owner, the level 1 defensive zombie. He had never anticipated that consuming this zombie's crystal would awaken a power akin to this creature's energy. Thus, he had successfully awakened 2 distinct abilities. One, an offensive lightning-based power, and the other, a defensive ability. Whether in his past life or this one, such an occurrence was unprecedented. Xiao Tong, you have awakened another ability? Chun Bei exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Xiao Tong shook his head, offering a wry smile. I was uncertain before, but with my living example here, I can affirm that I have, however. I suspect the conditions for awakening a second ability are exceedingly arduous, such as having experienced blood rain, having soaked in a blood rain pool, having absorbed sufficient crystal cores, or whether the absorbed level 1 zombie's core possesses any peculiar traits. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Chun Bei shook his head, dismissing the thought. It seems I should focus on honing my fire abilities. Xiao Tong nodded in agreement, for Chun Bei's fire ability was considerably stronger than an ordinary one. With diligent training, he was destined for great achievements as a formidable fire wielder. Approaching Xiao Tong, Chun Bei playfully poked his chest and marveled, so sturdy. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he yanked open Xiao Tong's shirt. Upon looking down, he was startled and stumbled back. What the heck? Quickly regaining composure, he added, Xiao Tong, make sure the host doesn't see this. With a thought, Xiao Tong made the keratinous layer gradually disappear, smacking Chun Bei on the head. Although the two had frequently shared baths during their university years and were quite familiar with each other's bodies, being suddenly exposed in such a manner still caused Xiao Tong to blush. Just as the two were about to exchange further words, a sudden roar echoed from downstairs. Frowning, they opened the rooftop door and descended. Upon reaching the second floor, they heard a cacophony of panicked shouts and screams, mingled with the growls of zombies. Upon arriving on the second floor, they saw Dong Jiao leading a group of people in a frantic flight. A zombie hot on their heels, the group was soon cornered against the wall, their faces etched with terror as they watched the zombie, once Li, approach them step by step. Chun Bei, witnessing this scene, intended to rush down, but Xiao Tong stopped him with a hand. If this many people could not handle even a level 0 zombie, they had no right to survive in this world. Chun Bei paused, then nodded, quelling his impulse to charge. Below, everyone trembled, their faces pale as they stared at the advancing zombie. Several girls screamed in panic, while the boys cowered behind Dong Jiao, shivering in fear. Terror marked Dong Jiao's face as well, but she gritted her teeth and stood at the forefront, feeling a sense of responsibility for suggesting they leave Li locked inside. As the zombie drew closer, Dong Jiao suddenly made an unexpected decision. She grabbed a nearby stool and charged at the zombie. From a few meters away, she swung the stool with all her might at Li, who had transformed into a zombie. With a thud, the zombie staggered and fell. Chapter 33. Devour every last drop. Witnessing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. The zombie moved slowly. As long as they kept their distance, they would be safe. If they wanted to survive, they needed to utilize tools to attack. If they wished to remain cowards forever, they should just stand still. After knocking the zombie down, Dong Jiao turned to the others and shouted, encouraging them to act. Ignoring whether they listened, she seized another stool and charged at Li, striking her head. With a dull thud, as the zombie attempted to rise, Dong Jiao struck again, sending her crashing back down. The others exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, a boy gritted his teeth. Let's listen to Dong Jiao. It's just one zombie. With all of us together, we can surely take it down. Following his lead, another girl joined the fray, and soon several others rallied, grabbing chairs and tables to hurl at the zombie. Get back! A voice thundered, and they turned to see Dong Jiao rushing up the stairs with a fire extinguisher. The crowd quickly parted, and Dong Jiao charged at the zombie, which was struggling to rise, weighed down by stools, tables, and even a trash bin. Reaching the zombie, she swung the extinguisher at its head. With a loud crash, the world fell silent as the zombie's head burst like a watermelon. Colors sprang across the floor. The hall was momentarily hushed. Suddenly, Dong Jiao dropped the extinguisher, her face pale as she clutched her stomach and began to retch. While others felt their stomachs churn, some even vomiting bile on the upper floor, Xiao Tong and Chen Bei exchanged appreciative glances. It was commendable for anyone to take the lead in confronting a zombie, especially someone like Dong Jiao, who had never even killed a cockroach. Truly, in such dire circumstances, few could muster such courage. Clapping, Xiao Tong descended the stairs. As he and Chen Bei approached, the group turned to them. Still shaken. "Did you see the zombie chasing us? Why didn't you save us?" A girl shouted at them, her eyes blazing with anger. Xiao Tong remained silent, his expression calm as he approached the group. Seeing his lack of response, the girl assumed he was guilty, and her anger flared. Suddenly, Xiao Tong slapped her hard, sending her sprawling over a meter away. Despite not using much force, half her face swelled dramatically. The sharp pain jolted her back to reality, and she realized that this was the same person who had just decapitated Wu Lei. How could she have shouted at him? Xiao Tong coldly addressed her. "Remember this. No one is obligated to save any of you. In this savage world where people prey on one another, if you wish to survive, you must prove your worth. Otherwise, it would be better to step outside and feed the zombies." As his words sank in, the group lowered their heads in submission, silenced by fear at the thought of Xiao Tong's axe. Observing their quietness, Xiao Tong turned to Dong Jiao, commanding, "Go check if there's anything in the zombie's head." Dong Jiao hesitated, her face paling as she gazed at the mangled remains of the zombie's head, feeling a wave of nausea. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and approached the gruesome sight. As she stepped aside, she could no longer suppress her urge to retch, yet she crouched down, closed her eyes, and reached in to dig. Mere seconds later, she unexpectedly felt something the size of a bean. Her face brightened with joy as she swiftly withdrew her hand. Revealing a white crystal clutched between her fingers, fighting back the nausea, she approached Xiao Tong and presented it to him. However, Xiao Tong merely gazed at her and commanded, "Open your mouth." Deng Jiao was momentarily taken aback but obediently complied. Xiao Tong stepped forward and decisively thrust the crystal into her mouth. The instant the crystal settled on her tongue, Deng Jiao's complexion drained of color, and she nearly retched again. "Don't spit it out. Swallow it all." Xiao Tong's authoritative voice resonated, prompting her throat to instinctively constrict. In the next moment, a warmth cascaded down her throat and into her belly, rapidly dispersing throughout her body. She felt her limbs grow weak. Collapsing onto the ground, her eyes shut tightly as she sensed waves of heat radiating outward from her core. Then she perceived, with her very eyes, her body strengthening at a visible pace. 5 minutes later, she slowly opened her eyes, raised her hands, and gently clenched them, feeling an immense surge of power coursing through her. She could distinctly sense her biceps tightening with exertion. She was now a person of muscle. Rising to her feet, she lightly leaped, feeling her body become remarkably agile. She looked at Xiao Tong in astonishment. "Is this all due to the crystal?" Xiao Tong nodded. "Indeed. There is a certain probability that crystals form within the brains of zombies. By absorbing a zombie's crystal, a human's physique can become increasingly robust." Upon hearing Xiao Tong's words, Deng Jiao and those nearby suddenly realized why both Xiao Tong and Chen Bei were so formidable. It was because they had discovered this secret first. With this newfound knowledge, the eyes of everyone sparkled with fervor, their gazes drifting toward the outside, ignited with enthusiasm. If they too could obtain a zombie's crystal, they could become as powerful as Xiao Tong and Chen Fan. "Shall we go hunt zombies?" someone suddenly suggested, their eyes brimming with zeal. It was daytime, and most zombies were in a deep slumber, with only a few wandering about, making it an opportune moment to hunt and acquire crystals. "Count me in." A boy nodded eagerly. "Me too. Count me in." Almost everyone expressed their desire to venture out and hunt zombies, except for a few girls who remained silent, including one who had been slapped by Xiao Tong, cowering in the corner. "How about you boys go hunt zombies while we girls stay behind?" One suggested. "Yes, we're so weak. We would just be a burden to you." "You go hunt zombies and bring us back some crystals," another echoed. "Exactly. Not every girl has strength like Deng Jiao." How could we survive out there? We haven't eaten in days. Where would we find the strength to hunt zombies? You boys should take on more responsibility, right? Su rang. Several girls chimed in, reminiscing about the days when a mere word from them would prompt the boys to compete for their favor. Ultimately, their gazes turned to a boy named Su Rang. Under the pitiful gazes of the girls, Su Rang felt a surge of emotions. Yes, after all, they were girls, utterly defenseless. The boys should be the ones to hunt zombies. Once they returned, they could simply share half the crystals with them. Su Rang turned to look at the other boys. To hell with that. As soon as Su Rang's words fell, one boy erupted in anger. Su Rang, remember our outings? We agreed to split the bill. Yet every time you insisted the boys would cover the costs while the girls just had to sit pretty and eat. All the benefits went to you while we bore the burden. Don't drag me into your self-righteousness now. Exactly, Su Rang. I've put up with you for too long. Don't act all virtuous with me. Su Rang, everyone tolerated you because you were our classmate, but this is a time of chaos. If you want to play the saint, you go hunt zombies and give your crystals to them. But don't expect my crystals to be shared. Let us go hunt zombies. As for Su Rang, you can form your own team. Who knows when your self-righteousness will lead you to your doom? Yes, let's go. With those words, several boys armed with makeshift tools headed outside. Su Rang stood alone, his expression darkening. Finally, he turned his gaze towards Deng Jiao, but she ignored him, choosing to follow the others out. Alone, Su Rang remained, his face clouded with frustration. A few girls nearby wore expressions of awkwardness, feeling quite displeased. In the past, these boys had always revolved around them, hanging on their every word. Yet now, over a mere crystal, they had turned against them. Bah, what scum! Thank goodness we only toyed with these boys and didn't let them have their way. In the end, they looked towards Su Rang. Su Rang, you can do it. We believe in you. That's right, Su Rang, you're so strong. Those zombies won't stand a chance against you. Go bravely, Su Rang. We're cheering for you. The girls offered encouragement, but Su Rang's face stiffened slightly, forcing a smile as he grabbed a stool and stepped outside. Once Su Rang left, the girls promptly shut the door and found a place to lie down and rest. With the sun blazing outside, being out would surely tan their skin. After all, as girls, their role was to look pretty. Hunting zombies was a task for the boys. Surely, they wouldn't expect these delicate beings to slay zombies themselves? Were all the men dead? Meanwhile, upstairs, Xiao Tong stood guard at the door while Qin Bei absorbed crystals. After an hour, Qin Bei slowly opened his eyes. Having absorbed over 30 crystals, his aura had grown significantly stronger. Both in strength and agility, the two of them could now effortlessly dispatch a mid-tier zombie. After a brief rest, Xiao Tong retrieved a piece of bread and a carton of milk from a small storage room and handed it to Qin Bei. His food supplies were dwindling, leaving only a backpack full, which would be his lifeline after he departed the next day. Sitting on the rooftop, the two savored their meal. From the library's rooftop, they could see a few zombies wandering the campus. While most were huddled in the shadows, asleep, among them, the dormitory had the highest concentration of zombies. Suddenly, the crackling sound of electricity echoed through the campus. At that moment, everyone simultaneously lifted their heads to the source of the noise. It was the sound of the campus broadcasting system. Greetings, fellow citizens. This is Daxia Radio. We are fortunate to still be here in the broadcasting room to connect with you. Upon hearing this voice, countless individuals were momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers. Many were moved to tears, covering their faces as the oppressive atmosphere of despair lifted. We are saved. Finally, we are saved. Wonderful. I can finally continue living. Countless voices broke into sobs, releasing the pent-up fear and frustration from days past. From the blood moon to the torrential blood rain, and the transformation of countless individuals into zombies. Laws were trampled. Rules rewritten. Many had become zombies, while others became their prey. Though they had survived, they faced daily threats to their lives. One moment, they were carefree university students, attending classes and dating, basking in the vitality of youth. But the next, the apocalypse shattered their reality, casting them from paradise into hell. They not only faced the threat of zombies, but also the specter of starvation. The absence of food was more unbearable than death itself. Yet, upon hearing the broadcast, they finally felt a sense of relief, believing that salvation was on its way. The broadcaster continued, according to our scientists, the zombie virus is transmitted through the air. The infection rate of the zombie virus in Daxia has reached 80%. particularly among the elderly, children, and those currently ill. Although the remaining individuals are not susceptible to airborne infection, being bitten or clawed by an infected zombie will still lead to transformation within 2 hours. Zombies lack cognition, driven solely by an instinctual compulsion to incessantly feed and hunt. In Chapter 35, titled The Survivor Base, scientists classify zombies into 9 levels. Initially, the infected zombies are categorized as Level 0, characterized by their sluggish movements, which approximate the brisk walking speed of an adult male when they exert themselves. Moreover, they possess no sight, relying solely on their keen sense of smell and hearing to locate prey. When confronted with Level 0 zombies, cautious engagement allows any adult to successfully eliminate up to 3 of them. It is crucial to note that all zombies possess a singular fatal weakness, the head. Thus, to completely eradicate a zombie, one must aim for a headshot. Otherwise, even a disembodied head can continue to survive. Level 0 zombies evolve continuously through feeding, while the zombie virus incessantly modifies their bodies, enhancing their speed, strength, and defenses. Upon evolution, Level 0 zombies transform into Level 1 zombies, whose speed rivals that of a moderately jogging adult, and their strength becomes comparable to that of a human. Some unique zombies may awaken special abilities. For instance, the swift variant of Level 1 zombies can move at double the speed of ordinary Level 1 zombies, matching the full sprint of an adult male. However, the swift zombies exhibit a weakness. Their strength is inferior to that of ordinary Level 1 zombies. Conversely, the defensive variant of Level 1 zombies develops a tough, armor-like carapace, significantly bolstering their defenses, making it exceedingly difficult for conventional melee weapons to penetrate their protective layer. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in despair, their eyes reflecting a profound hopelessness. Although Level 0 zombies are slow and weak, they have rendered many helpless, and the prospect of their evolution leaves little room for survival. Just as the wailing intensified, the broadcaster's voice emerged once more. Fellow citizens, do not despair. While zombies evolve through feeding and the virus, we humans can also grow stronger by hunting them. Within the heads of zombies lies a white crystal core, a reservoir of potent energy. When consumed by humans, these cores enhance physical attributes, and after ingesting a sufficient quantity, one may even awaken as a powerful psychic. Most zombies are active at night, while during the day, they enter a dormant state. Consequently, daylight presents the optimal opportunity for hunting zombies. Brave citizens, step forth and eliminate the zombies to empower yourselves. Upon hearing this, the previously despondent crowd began to regain hope, their eyes shining with renewed determination. Some individuals, suppressing their disgust, smashed open the heads of nearby zombie corpses, discovering the coveted crystal cores within. Incredible, there truly are zombie crystal cores. The atmosphere ignited with excitement. The corpses became highly sought after, and as more individuals found and consumed the cores, their strength surged, further igniting the fervor among the masses. Many began to form teams to hunt zombies, though a significant number remained cautious observers. The broadcaster continued, "Dear compatriots, do not relinquish hope. Our nation has established 5 major survivor bases across the country: the Imperial Capital Survivor Base, Northern Survivor Base, Southern Survivor Base, Western Survivor Base, and Eastern Survivor Base. In addition to these, numerous provincial survivor bases are being constructed with the assistance of the People's Army, alongside various governmental and grassroots organizations. Soon, supplies including food, fresh water, and maps to the survivor bases will be airdropped to you. Survivors, please ascend to the rooftops of buildings and create visible signals, allowing our aerial staff to deliver supplies as close to you as possible. Fellow citizens, do not abandon hope. As long as we unite in purpose, there remains a glimmer of hope for our nation and a future for us all. May we meet again someday." This concludes today's broadcast. Please stay tuned for further updates from various survivor bases. As the broadcast ceased, the campus fell into a momentary silence, only to be filled again with the roars of awakened zombies and the courageous sounds of those daring to hunt in light of newfound strength. Many of the billions of survivors in the Great Xia were emboldened to take on leadership roles, organizing the remaining humans to hunt zombies and procure crystal cores. On this day, countless individuals bravely ventured into the streets to confront the undead. Outside the library, after having dispatched several zombies, Dong Jiao and her companions felt invigorated by the broadcast. "Let us push forward. The more zombies we slay, the more crystal cores we can obtain. With greater strength, our chances of survival will increase. and only by surviving can we hope to rescue our parents, Dong Jiao exclaimed, raising her fist, and her companions nodded vigorously, their eyes alight with hope. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. They turned to see 3 zombies overpowering a male student on the ground, devouring him, its Su Rang. Their expressions shifted, realizing the folly of one who dared to hunt zombies alone. Let us avenge him by taking down those 3 zombies. They agreed, gathering makeshift weapons and rushing towards the undead. Meanwhile, several girls on the first floor, upon hearing the broadcast, were moved to tears, embracing one another. Resolving to remain hidden and await rescue from the government. They hoped Su Rang would slay zombies, acquire crystal cores, and grow strong enough to seek the survivor base in Chapter 36, titled Zombie. Thanks to Heaven's gift, the girls rushed to the entrance, peering through the cracks. They spotted Su Rang cautiously advancing with a stool in hand, witnessing Dong Jiao and her friends dispatching zombies effortlessly. This instilled him with newfound confidence. Go, Su Rang, you're the best. Hurry and kill those zombies to bring back the cores. Cheered the girls, their voices ringing with encouragement. As their cheers drew the attention of the 3 nearby zombies, Su Rang felt invigorated. However, upon seeing their terrifying visages, fear coursed through him, and he instinctively sought to retreat. Yet, the encouraging gazes of the girls at the library entrance spurred him on. You've got this, Su Rang. It's just 3 zombies. You're strong enough to take on 10. With their words echoing in his mind, Su Rang charged at the zombies, emboldened by their faith in him. The zombies, sensing their meal approaching, quickened their pace towards him. Su Rang is so cool. I want to have his babies, the girls exclaimed dreamily. As Su Rang lunged at the zombies, a devilish grin crossed his face. Just 3 little zombies. He gripped the stool tightly, leaping forward to strike the nearest zombie. Yet, as he took off, exhaustion from days without food weighed him down, and his legs faltered. The stool slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, sending him tumbling into the arms of the first zombie. Momentarily stunned, the first zombie quickly recovered, opening its mouth wide to bite into Su Rang's neck. Thank you, Heaven, for this gift. The other 2 zombies closed in, their jaws tearing into Su Rang's flesh. Su Ruan could only let out a horrified scream before a zombie sank its teeth into her throat, tearing it out with a gruesome finality. The jubilant cheers of several girls at the library entrance abruptly ceased as they beheld the sight of the zombies feasting on Su Ruan's lifeless body. Their faces turned ashen, and they recoiled in terror, letting out sharp cries. At that moment, Xiao Tong and Chen Bei descended the stairs, speechless as they took in the grim scene. They felt the urge to report this. Lamenting Su Ruan's demise, huddled together, the girls trembled, deeply traumatized by the sight of Su Ruan being torn apart by the zombies. When they caught sight of Xiao Tong and Chen Bei, their eyes brimmed with despair and resentment. What are you 2 staring at? Hurry and save Su Ruan. They cried. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Su Ruan wouldn't have met such a tragic end. You are so heartless, with such power. Why didn't you protect her? Xiao Tong remained silent, raising the axe he held in an instant. The first girl to speak clutched her throat, her eyes widening in shock as she staggered back a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Blood gushed from the wound she had tried to cover, and her bright eyes quickly dulled to a lifeless gray. Ah! The remaining girls screamed in terror, clinging to one another as they retreated in horror. Xiao Tong wiped the blood from his axe on the deceased girl's clothing, casting a cold glance at the frightened girls. You foolish idiots, only thinking of reaping the rewards while leading that fool to his doom. Now that you've caused his death, you show no remorse and dare to blame others for your faults. Remember, this is not an era where you can simply spread your legs and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Not everyone is as gullible as that fool to heed your empty words and walk to their demise. I have no obligation to assist you. You have no right to point fingers at me. Anyone who displeases me will feel the wrath of my axe. Xiao Tong's words filled the girls with fear, but also with a deep-seated indignation towards him. They were acutely aware that he had just killed someone who had been speaking with them moments before. Envisioning a future that now lay shattered in a pool of blood, this stark realization struck them. In a chaotic world, the so-called laws had lost their power, and human life had become worthless. If they were not careful, their own lives could be brutally snatched away, either by zombies or by men. Consequently, everyone was rendered mute, too afraid to even breathe. Xiao Tong and Chen Bei stood at the entrance, one wielding an axe, the other a tang knife, calmly observing as Dong Jiao and her companions advanced towards the 3 zombies that had killed Su Ruan. 2 girls and 4 boys armed themselves with chairs and mops, while Dong Jiao wielded the most lethal weapon, a fire extinguisher. United in purpose, the 6 swiftly dispatched the 3 zombies. After the last one fell, Dong Jiao crouched down, reaching into the zombie's skull, her face lighting up with joy as she pulled out a white crystal core from within. To their astonishment, all 3 zombies had possessed crystal cores, and the group cast grateful glances towards Su Ruan. What a good person. With a resounding thud, Dong Jiao raised the fire extinguisher and smashed it down onto Su Ruan's head, obliterating it. Thus, as a reward for being a good person, she ensured that Su Ruan would never even become a zombie. Observing this scene from a distance, Xiao Tong could not help but nod in approval. Dong Jiao, quite impressive. Yet, at that moment, several more zombies roared in the distance, drawn by the scent of Su Ruan's blood. As the new zombies charged towards them, Dong Jiao and her companions fearlessly advanced. However, just as they engaged the zombies, more appeared from around the corner, their growls echoing menacingly. Realizing the danger, Dong Jiao's face paled. Not good. There are zombies behind us. We need to retreat. But if we turn now, the zombies will pounce on us. The 6 were already entangled with the zombies before them. Fleeing now would only expose their backs to the oncoming threats. Then let's finish these zombies quickly and retreat to the library. Dong Jiao commanded, spurring everyone into a fierce battle. They initially held the upper hand, confident they could finish off the remaining zombies within 5 or 6 minutes. However, the relentless horde of zombies rushing towards them offered no respite. While engaged in combat, Dong Jiao glanced at the 2 figures standing at the library entrance. She longed to call for help but recalled Xiao Tong's earlier words, he would never come to her aid. Thus, she gritted her teeth and swung the fire extinguisher with all her might against the zombies. With a resounding thud, one zombie fell, its skull crushed under her blow. Yet, there was no joy on their faces. For 3 zombies still loomed ahead, and 6 or 7 more were closing in from behind, mere meters away. Despair washed over them as they faced the grim reality. Are we really going to die here? Someone, please save me. I swear I'll be yours forever. One of the girls broke down, tears streaming down her face, her sobs amplifying the group's panic. Meanwhile, Xiao Tong surveyed the perilous situation faced by Dong Jiao and her companions. Then turned to Chen Bei to go save them. Huh? Chen Bei hesitated for a moment. I said, go save them. Haven't you wanted to do this for a while? Hurry, or it will be too late. Xiao Tong noted the tight grip Chen Bei had on his tang knife and smiled. Upon regaining his composure, Chen Bei nodded resolutely, then charged forward with his knife in hand. Since becoming an awakened being, he had absorbed more than 30 crystal cores. Now, his speed outstripped even that of the fastest sprinter. Bolt! The zombies were closing in on Dong Jiao and her group, who were desperately battling the creatures before them. Their eyes filled with despair as they sensed the encroaching threat. Just then, a fierce roar erupted behind them as one zombie collapsed to the ground. Cleaved in 2 by Chen Bei's blade, with swift precision, he dispatched 2 more zombies in quick succession, his tang knife slicing through them effortlessly in less than 10 seconds. All 6 zombies had fallen to his might. Witnessing Chen Bei's rapid and ruthless efficiency in eliminating the zombies that had cornered them, the group felt a surge of hope. Chen Bei himself was astonished by his newfound prowess. He had become more formidable than he had been when he first awakened his abilities. It was evident that even among first-level awakened beings, there were vast differences in strength, influenced by numerous factors. One such factor was the blood rain he had avoided, combined with the enhancement gained from soaking in the blood rain pool with Xiao Tong. This not only reduced the risk of infection by the zombie virus, but also bolstered his physical attributes, resulting in a much stronger awakening. After eliminating the zombies, Dong Jiao and her companions quickly dealt with the remaining 3. Once the danger had passed, they approached Chen Bei, their eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, big brother. I am Chen Bei, he replied coolly. Big brother Chen Bei, thank you for saving us. We would have surely perished without you. Yes, big brother Chen Bei, you saved us all. Big brother Chen Bei, your strength is incredible. You single-handedly took down so many zombies. Big brother Chen Bei, I want to bear your children. The girls expressed their gratitude, with one boldly declaring her willingness to bear Chen Bei's children. Initially, Chen Bei's face remained impassive, recalling Xiao Tong's advice to keep his emotions in check. However, upon hearing the last statement, he stumbled slightly, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Seeing his face redden, the group felt relieved. The once distant Chun Bei now felt closer and more approachable, no longer an unreachable figure. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed, prompting everyone to swiftly turn their heads. Xiao Tong approached with an air of cold indifference, casually passing by them. The heroic rescue had concluded. It was time to gather the crystal cores and resume the hunt for zombies. As Xiao Tong walked past Chun Bei, he softly uttered a few words. After speaking, he crouched down and lifted the mangled corpse of Su Rang, striding off into the distance. Time to make use of the waste. Chun Bei promptly knelt down, feeling around for the crystal cores. Dong Jiao and the others also squatted down, each beginning their search for the precious cores. Moments later, Chun Bei stood up, his luck proving as unwavering as ever. From 6 zombies, he had obtained 3 crystal cores. Dong Jiao and her companions fared even better, managing to collect 3 cores from 4 zombies. Adding to the cores they had previously harvested, they now possessed 8 in total, allowing each person to take 1, with 2 remaining. Once the crystal cores were amassed, Chun Bei grasped his Tang Dao and followed Xiao Tong toward the north gate. The zombies in the vicinity of the library to the north gate had been nearly eradicated. Only the north gate remained connected to the outside world. Despite having slain hundreds of zombies there, each night, as the undead stirred, the wild area would be replenished. Observing Chun Bei and Xiao Tong's retreating figures, Dong Jiao and her companions attempted to follow. Xiao Tong and Chun Bei glanced back at them with indifference before resuming their path. Seeing that they were not driven away, a flicker of joy crossed Dong Jiao's face. She understood that Chun Bei had tacitly permitted them to accompany him. With such formidable allies as Chun Bei and Xiao Tong, they felt assured that even the slightest morsel of bounty would suffice to sate their hunger. Most importantly, being behind the two provided a guarantee of safety. Chapter 38. A swift execution. As they journeyed, Dong Jiao and her companions were met with numerous dried bloodstains and remnants of corpses. Their eyes wide with astonishment. From the library entrance to the north gate, the path was littered with the blood of slain zombies, along with the remains of others that had gone uneaten. They were left in awe of the sheer number of zombies Xiao Tong and Chun Bei had dispatched, as well as the vast number of crystal cores they must have acquired. How powerful must they have become after absorbing so many cores? When they passed by a colossal skeleton, their breath caught in their throats. Although the flesh had been completely devoured, the mere sight of the skeletal remains was enough to instill a profound sense of dread. Confronting a zombie of this magnitude would surely spell doom for them. Could this skeletal zombie be the evolved level 1 zombie mentioned on the broadcast? A boy in their group suddenly spoke up, and everyone shivered involuntarily. They struggled even against level 0 zombies, and the thought of facing a level 1 sent shivers down their spines. However, upon seeing Chun Bei and Xiao Tong ahead, their frayed nerves gradually settled. While a level 1 zombie was indeed terrifying, the crystal cores it possessed would be exceptionally valuable. Surely, Xiao Tong and Chun Bei would not let such an opportunity slip by. It was likely that the skeleton they observed belonged to a level 1 zombie they had already vanquished. So even if they encountered one now, Xiao Tong and Chun Bei should be able to handle it. With this thought, the group released a collective sigh of relief. Upon reaching the north gate, they encountered a few stray zombies along the way, which Xiao Tong and Chun Bei swiftly dispatched. They did not rush to collect the crystal cores. Instead, Xiao Tong raised his axe and struck the security booth door forcefully. With a resounding crash, the dormant zombies outside began to stir. Xiao Tong struck again. After several loud knocks, a cacophony of growls erupted as more zombies awoke. Xiao Tong hurled Su Rang's corpse outside, the pungent scent of blood inciting a frenzy among the newly awakened zombies, which charged toward the north gate. Standing at the entrance, Chun Bei and Xiao Tong held their weapons in silence. Resembling 2 indomitable war gods, the first wave of zombies, numbering over 20, surged forward. 7 or 8 of them lunged at Su Rang's corpse, while the others continued towards Xiao Tong and Chun Bei. Chun Bei, let us engage. No holding back today. Let us make it a swift execution, Xiao Tong declared, looking at Chun Bei, who nodded eagerly in agreement. In truth, he had never unleashed his full potential since awakening as an ability user. Similarly, Xiao Tong had yet to exert himself to the fullest, and he was eager to witness just how terrifying he could be in such a state. Both nodded resolutely and then dashed forward. Witnessing Xiao Tong and Chen Bei charge toward a horde of zombies left Dong Jiao and her companions astounded. That moment, Xiao Tong's right hand curled into a claw, crackling with electricity, producing a series of sharp snaps. With a flick of his wrist, a burst of lightning surged forth, enveloping the dozen zombies ahead. Simultaneously, a fiery blaze followed close behind, aiming at the zombies. The lightning danced through the air, unfurling like petals from a celestial flower, forming a net that ensnared all the zombies beneath in that instant. The zombies caught in the electrified web froze in place, trembling, wisps of smoke rising from their bodies. A fiery explosion erupted within the throng of zombies, igniting several of them and rapidly spreading the flames to others. Even those zombies feasting on Su Rank's remains were engulfed in flames, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Moments later, the paralysis from the lightning dissipated, but the 20-odd zombies writhed in agony, succumbing to the searing heat that nearly reduced their bodies to ashes. As the flames subsided, the charred corpses lay scattered, emitting wisps of smoke, while the foul stench of burnt flesh pervaded the air. Chen Bei stood momentarily stunned by the scene before him. He had always sensed that he had grown significantly stronger. Yet he had not anticipated such a dramatic increase in power. In contrast, Xiao Tong remained composed, approaching to deliver the finishing blows to the still-twitching zombies, regardless of whether they posed any threat. Chen Bei, regaining his composure, followed suit. Just then, another wave of zombies surged forth. Exchanging glances, the two readied themselves to employ the same strategy, swiftly dispatching another dozen zombies. Dong Jiao and her companions watched in awe as the duo effortlessly summoned lightning and flames with a mere flick of their wrists. Was this the extraordinary power described in the broadcasts? Had both of them awakened their abilities? It became clear to them why Chen Bei and Xiao Tong were so formidable. They had long since awakened their special powers and become ability users. Chen Bei, I want to have his child, one girl in the group exclaimed, gazing longingly at Chen Bei's striking figure. Her, he resembled a fire god descended from the heavens. Watching the flames dance in his hands, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Imagine if a spark ignited during intimate moments. How exhilarating that would be, however. Just then, a few scattered growls broke out behind Dong Jiao and the others. Turning around, they spotted two zombies limping toward them. Further away, a handful of other zombies also approached, having managed to evade Xiao Tong and Chen Bei's onslaught by hiding in the corners. Awakened by the cacophony of growls, they were now drawn toward the sound. Spotting these zombies, Dong Jiao's eyes lit up. While they could not handle the larger hordes, these few stragglers were ripe for the picking. Everyone, prepare yourselves. It's time to hunt zombies, Dong Jiao called out, tightening her grip on her fire extinguisher. Yes, the others echoed, tightening their grips on their tools as they charged toward the approaching zombies. Observing Xiao Tong and Chen Bei's effortless slaughter, these few zombies seemed no threat at all. Chapter 39. A decision. The battle raged on for over an hour, with Xiao Tong and Chen Fan standing at the gate, tirelessly dispatching the zombies that surged from every direction. The entrance to the north gate. A veritable mountain of zombie corpses had accumulated, until the two could barely lift their arms in exhaustion. Finally, the nearby zombies were vanquished, and the noise subsided, causing the more distant ones to remain dormant. Even the wandering zombies hesitated to approach, deterred by the presence of several level 1 corpses among the pile. Xiao Tong staggered back, leaning against the wall of the security booth, before sliding down to sit. Gasping heavily, Chen Bei joined him, collapsing beside him. After more than an hour of relentless fighting, they had nearly reached their limits. The emergence of 3 level 1 zombies had drained their last reserves of energy. Now, even swinging their weapons felt like an insurmountable task. Meanwhile, Dong Jiao and her companions had also managed to eliminate over 30 zombies, securing 12 more crystal cores. Initially, they were exhilarated at the prospect of vanquishing such a multitude of zombies and acquiring an abundance of crystal cores. However, upon witnessing the heaps of lifeless corpses at the northern gate, silence enveloped them. Surely, there must be several hundred bodies piled there. After a brief respite of a few minutes, they finally regained some strength. Xiao Tong turned to glance at Dong Jiao and the others, beckoning them with a wave of his hand. Dong Jiao, perplexed, pointed to herself and looked towards Xiao Tong, who nodded in affirmation, indicating that he was indeed calling them. With enthusiasm, Dong Jiao and the others hurried forward. This elder brother, will assist us in searching for crystal cores. In return, each of you shall receive 5 crystal cores as a reward. Xiao Tong gestured towards the distant pile of zombie corpses. Dong Jiao and the others momentarily froze, then erupted in joy. With 6 of them, 5 cores each amounted to 30 cores. After laboring tirelessly in combat for so long, they had scarcely managed to gather 20 cores. Now, with Xiao Tong's intervention, they were promised 30 cores, nearly prompting Dong Jiao to embrace Xiao Tong in gratitude. Rest assured, elder brother, we will accomplish this task splendidly, Dong Jiao proclaimed. Elder brother, these are the crystal cores we obtained from our previous zombie hunts. Totaling 20 cores, which we place in your care. Dong Jiao produced a small handful of crystal cores from his pocket and set them beside Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong nodded, signaling his acknowledgement. Only then did Dong Jiao and the others turn towards the mound of corpses. Faced with hundreds of zombie bodies, even those who had witnessed such horrors were left in awe. Particularly striking were the 3 first-level zombies, 1 of the swift type and 2 of the defensive type. They had just experienced the speed of the swift zombie, a velocity that even some of the slower boys might struggle to match. As for the defensive zombies, their slow pace belied their formidable strength. Every inch of their bodies was sheathed in several centimeters of tough, gray keratin. Driven by curiosity, one boy jabbed at the body of a defensive zombie with an iron rod, but even with all his might, the rod merely produced a dull thud, leaving only a faint mark. Such terrifying defense. The group gasped collectively, realizing that had they been the ones confronting it rather than Xiao Tong and Chen Bei, they would have surely met their demise, and even their best efforts would likely have resulted in little more than a superficial wound. Stop dawdling. Quickly collect the zombie crystal cores, Dong Jiao urged. Prompting everyone to begin their task, they first targeted the 3 first-level zombies, which had a 100 core drop rate. Thus, they secured 3 first-level crystal cores. After several minutes, the 6 of them had thoroughly searched all the bodies, each pocket brimming with cores. In total, they had encountered over 600 zombie corpses, yielding 175 crystal cores. Hence, in just over an hour, Xiao Tong and Chen Bei had slain more than 600 zombies. Despite Xiao Tong and Chen Bei's powers and stamina being severely depleted by the end, Dong Jiao and the others approached Xiao Tong and Chen Bei, laying all the crystal cores they had gathered on the ground before Xiao Tong. Simultaneously, they removed their outer garments and turned their pockets inside out, indicating they had concealed no cores. The white crystals glistened enchantingly under the sunlight. Apart from the 3 first-level cores, each of you may take your 5 cores, Chen Bei declared, following Xiao Tong's instructions. Upon hearing his words, Dong Jiao and the others rushed forward in delight, each claiming 5 cores. Xiao Tong then gestured for Dong Jiao to take the 20 cores that rightfully belonged to them. In an instant, their total rose to 50 cores. Even if evenly distributed, each person would receive 8 cores, with 2 cores remaining. Meanwhile, Chen Bei divided the remaining cores into 2 piles, one containing 70 cores, including 2 first-level cores, and the other containing 75 cores, with 1 first-level core. He pushed the pile with 2 first-level cores towards Xiao Tong, who shot him a fierce glare before placing the other pile into his own pocket. Xiao Tong Chen Bei began, but was abruptly silenced by Xiao Tong. Enough with the sentimentalities. Compared to me, you require these cores more. If it weren't for your reluctance, I would have given them all to you, Xiao Tong said with a smile. Tomorrow at noon, the faction behind Longming Han, the official second generation she had allied with, would come to rescue them, marking the day they would retreat from the school. Furthermore, it would also be the day Longming Han would betray him to the zombie horde. He would become one of the undead, severing ties with Chen Bei and embarking once more on his path as a zombie king. Since his rebirth, he had made numerous preparations, having already gained a significant edge over the world. However, the government had now discovered the existence and utility of crystal cores. With this knowledge, it was evident that true supernatural beings had been cultivated by the state. Once the governmental machinery began to operate, the terrifying power could shatter the so-called advantage he had painstakingly crafted. Once Longming Han returned to her own faction with the official second generation, their ascent would be swift. Hence, the ability to command the undead after becoming one would be his only means of securing that position. Having bathed in blood and emerged as a supernatural being, he now wielded formidable lightning and defensive abilities. He had a premonition that should he transform into a zombie, unforeseen changes and gains would await him. Chapter 40 Now, can we converse properly? After his departure, Chen Bei would be left to fend for himself among the ranks of humanity. If he grew stronger now, he would have a better chance of survival in the future. Upon hearing Xiao Tong's words, Chen Bei was momentarily taken aback. For some reason, Xiao Tong's words struck him as a last testament, as though Xiao Tong were about to leave him forever. Panic surged within him. Xiao Tong, are you hiding something from me? If there is, please tell me. We are brothers. I will shoulder it with you. Observing the distress on Chen Bei's face, Xiao Tong felt a pang in his heart. In his past life, after becoming a zombie, he had been terrified of confronting his parents and brothers in that ghastly form. Their last encounter had been during a life-or-death separation. In this life, he would not repeat that. He had family, an elder brother, and comrades. He was no longer alone. Gently, Xiao Tong placed a hand on Chen Bei's shoulder. Why are you so anxious? What could I possibly be concealing from you? Now that we are both first-level supernatural beings, as long as we exercise caution, nothing should pose a significant challenge for us. What else is there for you to bear? Xiao Tong concluded with a smile. Chen Bei's face flushed slightly. Let's go back. Xiao Tong turned. Chen Bei followed closely behind, with Dong Jiao and the others trailing after him, instinctively aligning themselves with Chen Bei. Upon their return to the library, the sight of a fresh corpse on the ground caused Dong Jiao and the others to change countenance dramatically. What happened here? How did Wang Yu die? Upon hearing Dong Jiao's inquiry, several girls looked at her with tearful eyes. Jiao, we are so frightened. As soon as Dong Jiao spoke, the girls erupted into tears. They wished to explain, but with Xiao Tong, the ominous figure, standing nearby, they dared not utter a word. They cast timid glances at Xiao Tong, then quickly averted their eyes, their expressions filled with tears and vulnerability, as if Xiao Tong were the villain responsible for Wang Yu's demise. And they were too intimidated by his presence to speak the truth. Witnessing their charade at such a critical moment, Xiao Tong could not help but laugh in anger. With a swift motion, he hurled his axe, resulting in a blood-curdling scream as one girl collapsed amidst a pool of blood, writhing in agony. The axe was embedded in her abdomen. Xiao Tong approached and withdrew the axe. While the girl struggled a couple of times before succumbing, I am not one for idle chatter, so when someone makes me uncomfortable, I respond with my axe. He coldly gazed at the remaining girls, who screamed in terror, covering their mouths and nodding frantically as they stared at the corpse, fearful that the next strike might fall upon them. Jiao, we are sorry. It was our fault. We deceived Su Rang into going out to hunt zombies, leading to his demise. We then blamed this elder brother for not rescuing Su Rang, for not protecting us. It was our mistake. We were shameless. Yes, Jiao, we were wrong. Please intercede for us. We do not wish to die. The girls knelt before Dong Jiao. Upon hearing their words, Dong Jiao and her companions looked displeased, especially the boys, whose gazes towards the girls were filled with disdain. Such nuisances, who had tricked a fool like Su Rang into a death trap, now sought to shift the blame onto Xiao Tong. This was akin to provoking a force far beyond their capacity. The cautionary tale of Wu Lei looms large, yet they audaciously persist in their blatant grievances against Xiao Tong, unjustly branding him with baseless accusations. Just moments ago, they were still playing their roles, each feigning a pitiful demeanor as if possessed by the spirit of dramatics, portraying themselves as victims in a bid to mislead Dong Jiao and others, inciting discord between Dong Jiao and Xiao Tong. Such individuals are unworthy of life. Xiao Tong, indifferent, averted his gaze and ascended the stairs alongside Chen Bei. The few boys near Dong Jiao cast disdainful glances at the girls kneeling on the ground before turning away. Dong Jiao, rendered speechless, shot a glance at the girls, dismissing them entirely as she turned to walk away, with the others promptly following her lead. Dong Jiao produced the cores they had collectively harvested from the zombies, stating, "We have secured a total of 20 cores from our joint efforts. Each person shall receive 3. As she spoke, Dong Jiao distributed 3 cores to each individual, including herself. Upon hearing this, the 3 girls nearby perked up, their eyes gleaming with interest as they exchanged glances, and then, as if in unison, they inched closer to Dong Jiao and the others. After distributing 3 cores to each person, Dong Jiao addressed the group. Now, we have 2 cores remaining. How should we divide them? Speak up. I currently possess 8 cores, and as Brother Chen Bei mentioned earlier, that should suffice for me to awaken my abilities. Once I awaken, hunting zombies will become significantly easier, so I shall forego this core. I shall also abstain. Me too. I will not take one. In truth, I have two candidates in mind for the remaining cores. The first is Brother Chenbei. For had he not intervened to save us earlier, we might have met our demise at the hands of the zombies. We ought to express our gratitude towards him. However, 2 cores are too few. And I doubt Brother Chenbei would even desire them, so we should remember his kindness and repay him in the future. The second is Jiao Jiao. Had she not taken the lead in slaying the zombies, we might still be huddled in the library awaiting our fate. Furthermore, during the hunt, she was the one who dispatched the most zombies, hence I propose we give these 2 cores to Jiao Jiao. Suddenly, a quiet boy from the group spoke up, and the others' eyes lit up as they quickly raised their hands in agreement. I concur. So do I. I agree. Then these 2 cores will go to Jiao Jiao. Upon hearing the consensus, Dong Jiao did not refuse. Since everyone insists so earnestly, I shall accept these 2 cores for now. In the future, when we hunt zombies and obtain more cores, the distribution will be left to you. All right, everyone, let us find a place to absorb the cores. With Dong Jiao's words, the group nodded eagerly, eager to locate a spot to absorb the cores and awaken his formidable powers. Wait a moment. At that instant, a voice interrupted Dong Jiao and the others. They frowned and turned to the 3 girls nearby, who gazed hungrily at the cores in their hands, swallowing hard at the thought of possessing them. What do you want? Dong Jiao questioned the trio, her patience wearing thin. Dong Jiao, you have so many cores. Surely you cannot distribute them all. Why not share a few with us? Yes, Jiao Jiao, we have been classmates since the outbreak began, helping each other along the way. You cannot abandon us now, Jiao Jiao. We are not just classmates. We are roommates. I don't need many. Just 5 cores will suffice, please. Jiao Jiao, you are not the sort to abandon your teammates. Are you? The girls spoke in turns, attempting to guilt Dong Jiao into sharing the cores, as if refusing them would brand her as ungrateful and a traitor to her team. Dong Jiao regarded the 3 girls, her chest heaving with indignation. She finally understood why Xiao Tong preferred to remain silent with such individuals, opting instead for decisive action. The audacity of these girls was such that engaging them further would serve no purpose. Moreover, they sought to morally manipulate her. Dong Jiao's expression turned icy as she addressed the girls coldly. I'm sorry, but these cores were acquired through our perilous battles against the zombies, not simply picked up off the street. You saw for yourselves. Had it not been for Chen Bei's timely intervention, would we 6 have survived to see you again? When we invited you to hunt zombies, you were too afraid of the sun darkening your skin, preferring to bide your time. Now you wish to claim cores? Not a chance. Indeed. Long Qin, Ma Fong, by Jia, you may have persuaded Su to willingly lead him to his demise, but our cores were earned through our lives. Why should we share them with you? Long Qin, can you not show a modicum of shame? You expect to receive cores without contributing anything? Just 5. Do you not realize that without Xiao Tong and Chen Bei's assistance, each of us would have barely received 5 cores? Who gave you the audacity to even ask? This is no longer an era where all the boys must cater to your whims. If you want cores, go hunt zombies yourselves. With Dong Jiao's words, the others chimed in, voicing their refusal to share the cores they had nearly sacrificed their lives to obtain. As their words echoed, the faces of the 3 girls flushed with humiliation and disbelief, unable to comprehend that Dong Jiao and the others would truly deny them even a single core and insult them in the process. They felt a mix of shame and fury, yet could find no words to counter their remarks. Seeing Long Qin and the others fall silent, Dong Jiao and her group simply turned away, seeking a corner to sit in meditation and absorb the energy from the cores. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the library, Xiao Tong stood vigilant at the door, keeping watch for Chen Bei, who was seated, absorbing the energy from the cores. An hour had swiftly passed. Below, powerful auras began to emanate, and Xiao Tong, sensing the shifts, nodded slightly, recognizing that Dong Jiao and the others must have awakened their abilities. Indeed, those who had not been drenched in blood rain or immersed in the blood rain pool found their awakenings relatively effortless, though their talent would inevitably pale in comparison to those who had. On the first floor, Dong Jiao and her companions looked at one another in astonishment. All 6 had successfully awakened their powers. Dong Jiao raised her right hand, and with a thought, a transparent crystal formed in her palm. As the crystal materialized, the temperature around her dropped considerably, creating the sensation of standing beside a refrigerator. Ice powers. My ability is ice, Dong Jiao exclaimed with excitement. Without any guidance, she willed the ice crystal to shift and morph into the shape of a sword. With a single motion of her hand, the ice sword shot forth, embedding itself into a collapsed wooden table with a resounding thud. Witnessing the immense power of the ice sword, expressions of delight spread across Dong Jiao and her companions' faces. Goodness, Jiao Jiao, your powers are extraordinary. A 1 centimeter thick wooden table was pierced effortlessly. In the future, when slaying zombies, just a wave of your hand will send the ice sword through their skulls. Indeed, Jiao Jiao, your abilities are truly remarkable. Dong Jiao beamed with a radiant smile, her thoughts drifting to Xiao Tong and Chen Bei. Had they not generously bestowed 30 cores upon her, awakening her powers would have undoubtedly required far more effort. All right, enough about me. What abilities have you all awakened? Show me. Dong Jiao turned to the others. My ability is water. Another girl from the group announced. As she spoke, she cupped her right hand, summoning a stream of water to materialize in her palm. With a mere thought, the water began to flow and formed a water curtain approximately half a meter in diameter before her. Who wants to throw a punch at it? She asked, glancing at the boys. I'll do it. A burly boy stepped forward, lightly tapping his fist against the water curtain, causing it to ripple gently. Come on, Lao Shi, put some effort into it. Have you not eaten? The girl laughed. In that case, I'll give it my all with that. Shi Chang clenched his fist and struck the water curtain with all his might. Upon impact, the water curtain suddenly dented inward before rebounding, sending Shi Chang staggering backwards several steps. Wow, this water ability has impressive defense. The crowd's eyes widened in awe as the girl smiled, retracting her powers. Among the remaining four, the first boy, Shi Chang, possessed the ability to metallicize his skin, significantly enhancing his resilience against physical attacks, effectively granting him a layer of metallic armor. As his fists underwent a transformation into metal, his striking power was tremendously augmented, turning his hands into formidable iron hammers. With a single blow, the zombie's head would be obliterated. The second male, named Saifei, possessed the same fire abilities as Chen Bei, yet his flames were considerably weaker. If one were to draw a comparison, Chen Bei's powers could be likened to a high-end version of fire manipulation, while Saifei's were akin to a budget variant. The third male, Duan Hua, had the peculiar ability to elongate his nails, rendering them exceptionally sharp. The fourth male, Li Jiao, excelled in speed, akin to the rapidity of agile zombies. When he sprinted with full force, his speed exceeded that of Bolt by at least twofold. Nearby, 3 females observed as Dong Jiao and her companions awakened their powers, transforming into supernatural beings. Their eyes brimmed with palpable jealousy and resentment. If only Dong Jiao and the others would share some crystal cores with them, they too could awaken their abilities and become formidable. However, the malice in their gazes flickered momentarily before they masked their expressions. Oh my, Jiao Jiao, is this the power you've awakened? Your abilities are truly impressive, Long Qin remarked, her face growing increasingly flushed as she leaned softly against Bai Cheng. Upon hearing this, Bai Cheng was momentarily taken aback before he forcefully pushed Long Qin away, causing her to tumble to the ground with a yelp. Why, Bai Cheng? She implored, looking up at him with disbelief, her lips pressed together in a sorrowful pout. Bai Cheng coldly replied, I'm sorry, but I have no inclination to collect scraps. At his words, Long Qin's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with innocence. Even if you dislike me, must you insult my integrity in such a manner? Insult your integrity? Long Qin, you may be unaware, but among your several boyfriends during your sophomore year, 2 were from our dormitory, were they not? Bai Cheng retorted with a mocking smile. A flicker of panic crossed Long Qin's eyes. So what if they were? We did nothing wrong. I am innocent. Innocent, you say? During the time my 2 roommates were dating you, they often spent 2 or 3 days away from the dormitory, only returning with you on the last day. Surely, you wouldn't have me believe they were off fishing? Upon hearing this, Long Qin's face drained of color, her mouth opening in an attempt to refute, but she found herself at a loss for words. Witnessing her predicament, Saifei, Duan Hua, and Li Jiao regarded Long Qin with disdain. Dong Jiao and Shi Pingzi took a few steps back, distancing themselves from her. Following this incident, the other 2 girls felt no desire to continue their entanglement. They too refrained from assisting Long Qin, opting instead to huddle together for warmth. After conferring, Dong Jiao and her companions resolved to venture outside in search of food. Just as they prepared to leave, an intense aura suddenly emanated from the rooftop of the library. Having become supernatural beings, they sensed this presence. Despite being first-level abilities, they felt an overwhelming pressure. Could it be that Brother Chinbei has evolved into a second-level supernatural being? It's quite possible. Such a powerful aura could hardly belong to a first-level being. They recalled their own ascension to first-level abilities and realized they must continue to strive harder. Let us go hunt some zombies while we search for food. It's a perfect opportunity to test our powers. Chinbei's breakthrough invigorated Dong Jiao and her companions, prompting them to exit the library. The time was roughly 4 in the afternoon, on the rooftop. Chinbei opened his eyes, his face alight with joy as he reveled in his newfound strength. After ascending to second-level abilities, both his power and speed had significantly increased, and he sensed a substantial rise in the energy stored within him. Most importantly, upon becoming a second-level supernatural being, he could now channel his abilities into his weapon, meaning that each strike of his Tang Dao would be imbued with the searing force of flames. Rising to his feet, he prepared to assist Xiao Tong in absorbing crystal cores. 2 hours later, as evening approached, the sun began to set. Outside, the chilling roars of zombies echoed ominously, heralding the night when they would awaken to hunt once more. Chinbei's gaze shifted to the meditating Xiao Tong, who gripped the last 2 first-level zombie crystal cores in his hands. The energy within surged into Xiao Tong, amplifying his aura increasingly until it reached a pinnacle. Suddenly, a sound akin to a bubble bursting resonated, and Xiao Tong's aura surged dramatically as he became a second-level supernatural being. After his breakthrough, Xiao Tong remained seated, eyes closed, absorbing the changes within his body. The energy he now harbored surpassed that of a first-level being by at least tenfold, with both strength and speed more than double. He was eager to discover how these enhancements would manifest should he transform into a zombie. Minutes later, he stood, and Chinbei offered him a loaf of bread and a carton of milk. Xiao Tong tore into the bread, taking a hearty bite, followed by a sip of milk. Chapter 43. The evacuation list in the future. Such opportunities to savor human food would be scarce, for once he transformed into a zombie, he would lose his taste buds and cravings for human sustenance, becoming solely interested in fresh flesh and zombie crystal cores. Standing atop the library, Xiao Tong and Chinbei gazed toward the direction of the dormitory. As night fell, countless zombies began to awaken, their terrifying roars reverberating throughout the campus. Amidst these cries, they distinctly heard voices deeper than those of zero-level zombies, exchanging solemn glances that reflected their shared concern. These roars were unmistakably from first-level zombies. In less than a week, the zombies had evolved to this extent, with first-level zombies beginning to appear in increasing numbers. It would not be long before they proliferated en masse. Should they fail to awaken as first-level supernatural beings, survival in this apocalypse would become an arduous challenge, rendering mere existence a luxury. Only within the survivor base, fortified by powerful weaponry and the protection of strong humans, would they find any hope of survival. The two remained on the rooftop for some time before retreating to their small storage area to rest. After a brief interval, the sounds of commotion echoed from the first floor of the library. Dong Jiao and her companions returned, disheveled and exhausted, particularly Shi Cheng, who appeared utterly depleted. Xiao Tong turned to Chinbei. "You should go check it out." Chinbei nodded. "All right." As he descended, Dong Jiao and her companions turned to face him. "What happened?" Chinbei inquired, observing their disarray. "We just went out to scavenge for food and thought we might kill some zombies for practice. Who would have thought we'd encounter 2 first-level zombies? We managed to slay 1 agile zombie, but the defensive one was too formidable, entangling us for ages. As night fell, that first-level zombie gained strength. And then many more zombies began to awaken. We nearly didn't make it back. Shi Cheng was hit by a punch from that defensive zombie while covering our retreat," Dong Jiao explained. The group's eyes wide with trepidation. They had thought that awakening their powers meant they were invincible, yet their first outing as supernatural beings almost ended in disaster at the hands of 3 first-level zombies. As first-level zombies proliferated, they needed to be cautious when hunting. It was advisable to refrain from venturing out within 1 or 2 hours before nightfall. Chinbei advised as he turned to ascend the stairs. Shi Pingzi watched Chinbei's retreating figure, her eyes glistening with admiration. "So handsome. Brother Chinbei is so incredibly handsome. I'm not exaggerating. Just from this silhouette, I could soar to the heavens." Dong Jiao and the others exchanged glances, stifling eye rolls at her infatuation. The group settled on the floor, dividing the food they had gathered. several loaves of bread, and a few bottles of water. Meanwhile, a trio of girls, who had been reveling in the misfortunes of Shi Chang and the others, suddenly changed countenance upon seeing Dong Jiao produce food, their eyes gleaming with envy. They had gone over 2 days without sustenance, their stomachs filled with little more than water, their very movements accompanied by the sound of sloshing. Starving, they approached Dong Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, please share a bit of your food with us. We are so hungry. Jiao Jiao, we beg you, just a little bit. If we don't eat soon, we truly won't survive." Jiao Jiao, observing the faces of several individuals, all filled with desperate pleas, Dong Jiao furrowed her brow slightly. After each person received a piece of bread, she tossed the remaining loaf to Long Qin and her companions. Instantly, the 3 of them gleefully picked up the bread, tore open the packaging, and hastily shoved pieces into their mouths, swallowing without much chewing. Subsequently, they looked back at Dong Jiao and the others, their eyes brimming with pity. "Jiao Jiao, it is far too little for the 3 of us to share a single loaf. We can't even feel it going down. Jiao Jiao, please give us another." Upon hearing their words, Dong Jiao and her companions devoured all the bread in large bites, followed by generous gulps of water. It's all gone. Dong Jiao then turned her gaze towards Long Qin and her group, feeling a growing disdain for such insatiable individuals. After completing this, Dong Jiao and the others reinforced the library's entrance, and for added safety, they ascended to the 2nd floor, barricading all access points leading there. As night swiftly approached, within the library, Dong Jiao and her companions, having satisfied their hunger and thirst, gradually succumbed to slumber, while Long Qin and her group awoke multiple times due to hunger, ultimately resorting to the restroom to drink copiously before finally falling into a deep sleep. The following day, around 7 or 8 o'clock, Xiao Tong was the first to awaken. As he rose, Chen Bei beside him also opened his eyes. Xiao Tong gently clenched his fist. This day has finally arrived. He raised his hand to glance at his watch, and as the hour hand pointed to 8, he silently acknowledged, "Here it comes." No sooner had he spoken than the school's broadcast crackled to life with 2 bursts of static, followed by a male voice announcing, "This is the Air Force Department of the Survivor Base in the Imperial Capital. We plan to conduct a supply drop in the Haitian district at exactly 9 o'clock. All citizens, upon hearing this broadcast, please proceed to the rooftops of the buildings and create conspicuous markers for accurate supply drops. Meanwhile, the following individuals should prepare to head to the nearest evacuation point, as we will arrange for their evacuation during the supply drop." The first batch of evacuees includes Ding Congji, Bao Jizhen, Niu Mingchen, Pu Junqi, Jiang Zhongquan. Upon hearing the name Jiang Zhongquan, Xiao Tong's fist involuntarily tightened. Jiang Zhongquan was the privileged son of a high-ranking military official in the imperial capital, the very individual who had conspired with Long Menghan to push him towards the horde of corpses and later coveted his Corpse King's crystal core, ultimately killing his elder brother Xiao Jiang and capturing his parents and brother Chen Bei. It was only when he had unwittingly walked into their encirclement with hundreds of thousands of zombies that they callously pushed his family off the city wall to their deaths. In this lifetime, he vowed that all those who had previously harmed him and his family would pay dearly, including the so-called powerful figure behind Jiang Zhongquan. Regaining his composure, Xiao Tong listened attentively to the names being read over the broadcast. The more he listened, the colder his heart became. Although the broadcast claimed the first batch of evacuees was selected at random, Xiao Tong knew better. It was all predetermined. Every name mentioned was backed by some degree of influence, allowing them to be included in the first and only evacuation list. After this, the survivor base in the imperial capital would no longer send aid to evacuate survivors, deeming them unworthy to die in this world. Whether past or present, so-called fairness was merely a flimsy veneer. True equity favored only a select few who wielded power and controlled everything. The broadcast soon concluded, and countless individuals lifted their heads, their expressions shifting from hope to disappointment, even despair. The first batch of names did not include theirs. At that moment, in the library's first floor, after the wave of disappointment washed over everyone, they turned to Dong Jiao. For among them, she was the only one fortunate enough to be listed for evacuation. Dong Jiao seemed to have anticipated this turn of events, lowering her head in guilt, unable to meet the gazes of the others. Just then, a sound of footsteps echoed. Dong Jiao and her companions turned to see Xiao Tong and Chen Bei approaching. The 2 of them passed by Dong Jiao and her group, heading outside without sparing them a glance. "Wait, Dong Jiao suddenly called out, Xiao Gu, Cheng Gu, where are you going? Chen Bei glanced at Xiao Tong before responding, to the evacuation point. At his words, the crowd's eyes lit up with excitement. Cheng Gu, do you know where the evacuation point is? Perhaps, Xiao Tong nodded. How could he not know the evacuation point? He had been the one pushed into the horde of corpses at Long Minghan's suggestion. With that, he strode out first, with Chen Bei closely following. Dong Jiao and the others exchanged glances before hurriedly trailing behind. Jiao Jiao, wait for us, Long Qin and Bai Jie exclaimed, quickly sprinting to catch up. Meanwhile, in the teaching building of Yin University, some individuals on the evacuation list also began to move. Observing the direction these people were heading, others guessed the final evacuation point. Although their names were not on the list, they too were determined to take a chance. Before long, many were making their way towards the Medical Technology Institute. Thousands of individuals moved in unison, awakening countless zombies in their wake. Even the first-level zombies, who did not require rest, began to stir. The campus of Yin University was soon filled with the roars of zombies and the screams of students. Naturally, there were also numerous individuals using their abilities to slay the zombies. Upon learning that zombie crystal cores could awaken special powers, countless people embarked on the path of hunting zombies, in just 2 days. The population had dwindled from over 8,000 to 4,000, yet several hundred had successfully awakened abilities. Many others, even without awakening powers, had consumed a few crystal cores, significantly enhancing their physical prowess. Only a small number, akin to Long Qin and her companions, remained unfortunate, having never even touched a crystal core. Chen Bei and Xiao Tong, one wielding a mountain axe and the other a tang knife, faced the relentless onslaught of zombies, dispatching them effortlessly. Even first-level zombies were no match for the 2 second-level ability users. Dong Jiao and her companions followed closely behind, continuously felling the 0-level zombies that attacked from the sides and rear. Before long, other fleeing students in the campus began to notice the awe-inspiring prowess of Xiao Tong and Chen Bei in their astonishment. Many began to follow the duo as they continued their retreat. Soon, several hundred individuals trailed behind Xiao Tong and Chen Bei. Everyone was running desperately, yet Long Qin and her 2 companions, having gone days without food and not having consumed any crystal cores, fell behind. Suddenly, a chorus of growls erupted as a horde of zombies surged from behind. Long Qin and her companions were nearly paralyzed with fear upon witnessing this. They cried out in desperation, Jiao Jiao, help, we can't run anymore. Jiao Jiao, please save us. We don't want to die. Their frantic screams and wails attracted even more zombies from a distance. Witnessing this, many who were trailing behind Xiao Tong and Chen Bei grew furious. Damn it, are these 3 idiots out of their minds? Everyone else is trying to stay quiet to avoid attracting zombies, and they're yelling at the top of their lungs as if they want the zombies to hear them. Shut up! If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. The crowd behind Long Qin's group was seething with rage, wishing they could silence them immediately. However, under the threat of death, Long Qin and her companions continued to shout, only drawing more and more zombies in their wake. Soon, they were followed by a dense mass of undead, the most terrifying of which were several large zombies and a dozen or so smaller. Faster zombies, at least 20 to 30 first-level zombies. Witnessing this, those at the back were utterly terrified. Damn it, these 3 jinxes have attracted all the first-level zombies. Kill them. We can't let them keep shouting, or we're all doomed. In the end, a silent agreement formed among countless individuals. Numerous ability users launched their attacks towards the 3 girls, unleashing ice spikes, water orbs, mud clods, flames, bone spurs, and even chair legs, fire axes and wooden sticks, all raining down upon them. Oh my God! Seeing this barrage, the 3 girls were instantly paralyzed with fear, scrambling to dodge. Fortunately, due to the distance, most of the attacks missed, but some abilities still struck them. Long Qin was impaled in the leg by an ice spike, letting out a cry as she fell to the ground. Bai Jie was engulfed in flames, becoming a human torch as she collapsed. The last girl was struck on the head by a chair leg, blood gushing forth. The fresh blood only excited the zombies further, and a dozen swift, first-level zombies let out howls, charging towards the 3 girls. As they gazed upon the zombies lurking less than 10 meters behind them, Long Qin and her companions were engulfed by sheer terror and despair. They lifted their eyes to the fleeing figures in the distance, their expressions marred by bitterness and venom. In the next moment, a horde of swift zombies enveloped them, their razor-sharp teeth viciously tearing into their flesh, claws ripping open their abdomens. A single shriek escaped their lips. And before the three women could draw their last breath, a swarm of zombies had already descended upon them, feasting voraciously. Chapter 45. The Great Escape. Dong Jiao and the others, upon hearing those cries of agony, remained astonishingly calm. In this apocalyptic world, those who do not strive, who do not exert themselves, and who merely seek to reap the rewards while engaging in deceit and treachery, deserve no mercy. The corpses of Long Qin and her companions caused the zombies at the forefront to halt momentarily, joining the fray for the feast, which instantaneously slowed their advance. Witnessing this, the fleeing crowd revealed glimmers of hope, but before they could savor their brief joy, more zombies surged forth from all directions. Led by a pack of swift and resilient ones, Chen Bei and Xiao Tong sprinted forward, their axes and sabers slicing through the air, none of the zombies able to withstand the edge of their blades. However, a dozen swift zombies had already caught up, one leaping into the rear of the crowd. Help! Help! My leg! My leg! Woe is me! Do not trample me! In an instant, several individuals were knocked down, panic erupting within the throng as they fled frantically. Some who fell could not rise again. The horde behind quickly pounced, dozens becoming ensnared, and within moments, they were savagely torn apart, their bodies becoming sustenance for the zombies. The sight of this scene drained the color from the faces of those in front, filling them with unbridled terror, compelling them to run for their lives. They did not need to outrun the zombies. They merely had to outpace their fellow companions. The cries of despair echoed as those at the back continued to be overrun by the relentless zombies. Along the way, a multitude of fleeing groups merged, their numbers swelling, as many instinctively trailed behind the strongest among them. Yet, it was Xiao Tong and Chen Fan's group that was the largest and most numerous. Not far away, another group was racing towards the Medical Technology Institute, and upon spotting Xiao Tong and Chen Bei, two figures paused momentarily. Meng Han, look, aren't the two leading figures in that group Xiao Tong and his roommate? Upon hearing Chu Yi's words, Long Meng Han quickly lifted her gaze, and in an instant, she recognized Xiao Tong and Chen Bei. This good-for-nothing has actually become so formidable. A chill swept over Long Meng Han. Recalling how she had lent Xiao Tong over $1 million before the apocalypse, her heart bled. She could have squandered that fortune before the end times, yet she was beguiled by Xiao Tong into lending him that sum. At that time, she had dreamt of reaping a windfall from demolition compensation, oblivious to the impending apocalypse. During their time of hiding, she had made a few sisters, who immediately discerned that the LV bag she was desperately carrying was a counterfeit. Moreover, she learned from a girl who lived in the same county as Xiao Tong that his family had not undergone any demolition. He had merely deceived Long Meng Han out of her money. Instantly, Long Meng Han's fury ignited. Over the 3 years of college, the amount she had extorted from Xiao Tong did not even reach $1 million, yet he had swindled her out of more than 100,000 in a single stroke. Had she been nothing but his fool for 3 years? Now, seeing Xiao Tong and Chen Fan, Long Meng Han's eyes glinted with malice. At that moment, Chu Ye's voice rang out again. I thought that good-for-nothing had perished in the apocalypse. I never imagined he was still alive. Meng Han, if Jiang Zhongquan sees Xiao Tong, will he not fly into a rage? If he does, and refuses to take us away, then we are surely doomed. Hearing Chu Ye's words, Long Meng Han's murderous intent surged, countless blades of wind swirling around her, emitting a haunting whistle. I must eliminate this wretched creature. Long Meng Han glared at Xiao Tong, her eyes filled with resentment. Upon hearing Long Meng Han's words, a smirk crept onto Chu Yi's lips. Soon, the Medical Technology Institute came into view, and the crowd erupted in jubilation, quickening their pace. The nearest group surged directly into the main building of the institute. Instantly, the air was filled with the howls of zombies, screams, and the sounds of combat, yet those behind paid it no mind. Groups continued to rush into the lecture halls, and Xiao Tong and Chen Bei led their followers toward the entrance. Get out of my way! Just then, a voice of reproach rang out. Xiao Tong and Chen Bei looked up to see Jiang Zhongquan approaching furiously. Xiao Tong's pupils constricted sharply. Jiang Zhongquan, his gaze swept behind Jiang Zhongquan. And indeed, he spotted Long Meng Han. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Were it not for his fear of altering the course of events, and if not for the fact that he could not push Long Minghan into the horde without losing his human consciousness upon becoming a zombie, he would have long since eliminated both Long Minghan and Jiang Zhongquan. Can't you hear? Get out of the way, so we can enter first. Jiang Zhongquan, seeing Xiao Tong and Chen Bei blocking the entrance, stormed over in a fit of rage. He raised his hand, intending to slap Xiao Tong. Yet, Xiao Tong seized his wrist, and despite Jiang Zhongquan's struggles, Xiao Tong's grip was like a vice. With a swift motion, Xiao Tong swung his axe, striking Jiang Zhongquan's face and sending him crashing to the ground. You! Jiang Zhongquan, stunned momentarily, erupted in fury, ready to curse, but upon meeting Xiao Tong's gaze, he felt as if he were a rooster with its neck grasped. Instantly deflating, behind them, Long Minghan and Chu Yeye were left dumbfounded. It was known that Jiang Zhongquan was the most formidable among them. Although he had not used his abilities, his physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary individuals by several folds. Yet, this man had been effortlessly knocked down by Xiao Tong. When had Xiao Tong become so powerful? Seeing Jiang Zhongquan fall silent, Xiao Tong cast a deep glance at Long Minghan before turning and sprinting into the lecture hall. You wretched scoundrel, do not let me discover your identity, or I shall make you pay dearly. Jiang Zhongquan's impotent roar echoed. Isn't that Xiao Tong, Long Minghan's boyfriend? Someone suddenly exclaimed from the crowd. Indeed, the one with the greatest audacity. Another echoed. Xiao Tong, your boyfriend? Jiang Zhongquan glared fiercely at Long Minghan. Taken aback, Long Minghan quickly feigned innocence. Jiang, I have long since severed ties with him. My boyfriend is you? Is it not? Jiang Zhongquan, recalling how Long Minghan had tolerated much for him in recent days, tempered his wrath slightly. It better remain this way. With that, he led his group into the building. Chapter 46. An accident on a bicycle in my youth in no time. Countless individuals flooded into the lecture hall of the Medical Technology Institute. However, the rooftop could not accommodate so many people. It was already overcrowded with a dense throng. Yet those below continued to surge upward madly. Knowing that the roof was their only escape, they pressed upward, for to fail to do so was to invite death. Most crucially, countless zombies were eagerly advancing from below. Move faster. The zombies are coming. The last group, witnessing the entrance blocked, erupted into frenzied cries. As they pushed forward, the first wave of zombies arrived, excitedly roaring as they lunged into the mass of humanity, biting into flesh. A cacophony of piercing screams mingled with the gruesome sounds of gnashing teeth. The onlookers were terrified into a frenzy, forcing themselves to surge upward. Those already on the rooftop nearly toppled over the edge. We cannot let them push us back. Shut the door. Close the entrance to the rooftop, or we shall all be thrown down. A voice rang out from the rooftop. It was Jiang Zhongquan. Upon hearing his words, everyone on the roof nodded in agreement. Yes, shut the door. The throngs below were numerous, and should they all ascend, they would surely be crushed. Close the door. Close the door. Close the door. Countless voices roared with desperation. Almost immediately, someone dashed to the door leading to the rooftop, straining to shut it. No, no. We haven't made it up yet. Let us up. Woe is me, we do not wish to die. By what right do you deny us entry? Witnessing this scene, those who had yet to reach the rooftop nearly went mad. Pushing forward with abandon, bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, gunfire erupted in the corridor, and the foremost individuals collapsed in screams. Only then did Jiang Zhongquan, gripping a handgun, bellow, "What are you all standing there for? Let them come up. If we don't act, we'll be pushed down, and none of us will survive." As his words fell, the others immediately reacted, and one by one, the ability users unleashed their powers. Flames, ice, and rocks surged wildly into the corridor. A cacophony of screams erupted in an instant. Some metal element ability users tirelessly reinforced the iron door. Minutes later, the corpses filled the corridor, preventing anyone from ascending, with the relentless onslaught of zombies approaching from behind. They had no choice but to retreat into the classrooms for refuge. No one dared to assault the iron door leading to the corridor anymore. Only faint, pitiful cries echoed through the air. On the rooftop, countless individuals heard these wails, and grim expressions swept across their faces. Particularly among the girls, who had been the most ruthless earlier, tears now streamed down their faces. Xiao Tong and Chen Bei stood silently in a corner, observing the scene, accompanied by Dong Jiao and others. Jiang Zhongquan scanned the surroundings with his gun, and his gaze finally settled on Xiao Tong's face. Having just shot dead a few students who rushed forward, many had begun to regard him as a leader, while others felt a twinge of fear towards him. When he noticed his gaze directed at Xiao Tong, many followed suit and shifted their attention to him. In the face of Jiang Zhongquan's scrutinizing gaze, Xiao Tong remained impassive. Observing Xiao Tong's indifference, a shadow flickered in Jiang Zhongquan's eyes. He averted his gaze and declared, "Although no one is pushing forward now, there are still too many people here. At this rate, the helicopters coming for rescue will be unable to assist us. If that happens, none of us will escape." Upon hearing Jiang Zhongquan's words, the crowd erupted into chaos, panic evident in many eyes. Thus, it was clear that some here could not remain. As Jiang Zhongquan spoke, he surveyed the crowd once more. Those who met his gaze immediately averted their eyes, each one having narrowly escaped and unwilling to be cast out again. Finally, his eyes landed on Xiao Tong. With measured steps, he approached Xiao Tong, and the crowd parted to grant him passage. Stopping 5 meters away from Xiao Tong, he announced, "You are Xiao Tong? Meng Han's ex-boyfriend? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Zhongquan, Meng Han's current boyfriend." As he spoke, he turned and embraced Long Meng Han, casting a defiant glance at Xiao Tong. While Long Meng Han nestled shyly into Jiang Zhongquan's embrace, Jiang Zhongquan's expression soured instantly, his face twisting in revulsion. "Xiao Tong, what nonsense are you spouting?" Long Meng Han exclaimed in indignation. She hurried to Jiang Zhongquan's side, imploring, "Zhongquan, don't believe him. He is slandering me. I truly did not. It was just an accident when I was riding my bicycle as a child. You must trust me." Her eyes welled with tears, presenting a pitiful visage. Jiang Zhongquan, gazing at the tear-streaked Long Meng Han, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. An accident, while riding a bicycle. However, even knowing the truth, he could not admit it now, lest he be seen as a fool. With that thought, he suppressed his anger and forced a smile. "I know he is slandering you. After all, he is simply envious of me, darling. You truly are the one who loves me the most." Upon hearing Jiang Zhongquan's words, Long Meng Han pouted and pecked him on the lips. Gazing at her alluring lips, Jiang Zhongquan instinctively leaned in to kiss her, but suddenly recalled Xiao Tong's words. Black with that thought, he retched, spewing his vomit right onto Long Meng Han's pouted, seductive lips. Stunned by this unexpected display of affection, Long Meng Han soon found herself retching even more violently than Jiang Zhongquan. After her bout, she glared at Xiao Tong, blaming him for the incident. Otherwise, Jiang Zhongquan would not have vomited on her. "Xiao Tong, you worthless fool. How dare you slander me?" Xiao Tong smirked. "Slander you? No, no, no. You're so formidable. How could I possibly dare to slander you?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances at the exchange, nearly forgetting they were amidst an apocalypse. "Enough. Everyone, shut up." Jiang Zhongquan roared, his eyes burning with rage as he glared at Xiao Tong. "Whoever you are, you have slandered Meng Han and inflicted emotional harm upon me. I will see to it that you perish." With that, he aimed his gun at Xiao Tong. "Indeed, there are far too many people here. Xiao Tong, you worthless piece of trash, step down and clear a path for everyone. I believe you would willingly sacrifice yourself to save so many, wouldn't you?" Long Meng Han immediately chimed in. "Yes," Xiao Tong murmured, "here it comes." Though the circumstances differed, the outcome remained the same. Long Meng Han had initiated the plan to cast him into the tide of corpses. Observing this scene, Chun Bei, standing beside Xiao Tong, felt a surge of murderous intent and was about to step forward, but Xiao Tong seized him, gently shaking his head. "Wait, no matter what, you must not act. Remember, when you feel utterly alone, open the pouch I gave you." After saying this, he handed the axe he wielded to Chun Bei, then turned to Dong Jiao and the others. "Ladies, this rescue operation is, for you, an elaborate ruse. If you wish to truly survive, follow Chun Bei. He is your only hope. I know you may not believe me now, but you will come to trust my words in due time." Dong Jiao and the others gazed at Xiao Tong as if he were delivering a last will, their lips moving but no words emerging. Turning, Xiao Tong's right hand clenched slightly. Blue lightning rapidly coalesced, crackling with energy. As for Jiang Zhongquan and Long Meng Han, whether they would become zombies yet retain their humanity was uncertain. For now, they could not be killed. But what of those so-called companions behind him? With this thought, he flung the lightning net forward. Seeing this, Jiang Zhongquan roared, "Attack!" Instantly, countless abilities were unleashed towards Xiao Tong. Yet in that moment, Xiao Tong sprang into action, his right foot crashing against the ground, propelling him forward like a leopard. His right hand grasped, and a bolt of lightning took shape, shooting forth with a swift whoosh that a figure at the front collapsed instantly, a blue arc flickering on its brow. Not a drop of blood spilled, all charred to a crisp at that moment. The abilities unleashed by Jiang Zhongquan's group struck numerous individuals, causing them to scream and fall. Jiang Zhongquan raised his handgun, aiming at Xiao Tong, ready to fire. But the next instant, the lightning net enveloped them, and all stood frozen, trembling and emitting white smoke. Xiao Tong's figure flickered, and he was suddenly before Jiang Zhongquan and his companions. He clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow to one of Jiang Zhongquan's subordinates, thunder crackling upon impact. The subordinate wailed in agony, smoke rising as he collapsed, convulsing uncontrollably. Boom. Another punch landed squarely on a different subordinate's face. And once more, lightning erupted, sending that subordinate reeling to the ground, a foul odor of charred flesh wafting through the air. Zing! 2 bolts of lightning shot forth from Xiao Tong's hands, leaving 2 blue holes in the foreheads of 2 subordinates. Crimson blood oozing slowly afterward. After evolving into a second-tier ability user, none here could contend with him, as aside from Chen Bei, there were no other second-tier ability users present. Boom! The final punch struck the last individual, who convulsed twice before falling lifelessly. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the effects of the lightning net finally dissipated. Jiang Zhongquan raised his handgun, aiming at Xiao Tong and firing 3 shots. Xiao Tong's body trembled slightly, 3 bullets embedding themselves in his back. Yet, having become a second-tier ability user, his formidable vitality prevented him from collapsing immediately. He turned, his crimson eyes locking onto Jiang Zhongquan, faced with Xiao Tong's cold stare. Jiang Zhongquan shuddered violently. He took a step back and shouted, "I am Jiang Zhongquan. My father, Zhang Jiangguo, is a general in the military district of the capital and one of the leaders responsible for this evacuation. Whoever helps me kill Xiao Tong will earn a spot on the evacuation list." Upon hearing Jiang Zhongquan's proclamation, the crowd fell silent before their eyes flared with intensity as they turned towards Xiao Tong. Damn it, just die already. One person could no longer restrain themselves and hurled their ability at Xiao Tong. In the next moment, all the ability users surged forward, unleashing their powers upon him. Xiao Tong's body shook violently, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, yet his gaze remained fixated on Jiang Zhongquan and Long Minghan, a haunting look sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, Long Minghan screamed, charging toward Xiao Tong. Her eyes filled with malice. "You worthless fool, die!" She extended her hand and forcefully shoved Xiao Tong in an instant. He was propelled over the railing, plummeting towards the mass of corpses below. "No, Xiao Tong." Chen Bei's eyes bulged with rage. Yet he was firmly restrained by Dong Jiao and others. "Don't act impulsively. Did you not remember Xiao Tong's words? He knew there was no escape for him, and thus sought death to avoid dragging you down with him. If something were to happen to you, would he not have died in vain?" Dong Jiao shouted furiously. At that moment, Xiao Tong felt a wave of dizziness engulf him. Bang! The next instant, he crashed into a horde of zombies, crushing several of them, limbs snapping under the impact. Pain coursed through his body, a searing agony as his internal organs shifted. Upon witnessing Xiao Tong's sudden fall, the nearby zombies paused momentarily, then let out ecstatic roars, lunging towards him. As the claws of the undead pierced his chest, he could not suppress a scream of agony. In the next moment, the claws tore open his chest, blood gushing forth in a crimson spray. The scent driving the zombies into a frenzy. They lowered their heads and descended upon Xiao Tong, feasting voraciously. The sounds of their gnawing and swallowing echoed in his ears, and with reddened eyes, he gazed up at the rooftop. There, Long Minghan stood at the edge, watching as Xiao Tong was torn apart by the zombies, a sense of relief washing over her as she averted her gaze. "Wretched creature! The next time we meet, it shall be your doom," Xiao Tong muttered, the torment of being devoured akin to a dull blade wreaking havoc in his mind. His consciousness began to fade. When he awoke again, the sky was shrouded in a bloody hue, the sun hanging low on the horizon, poised to succumb to darkness. Struggling to prop himself up, Anyone who chanced upon Xiao Tong at that moment would be taken aback. Half of his face had been devoured, his neck torn apart, the bite marks stark against the open air. His chest down to his abdomen was in tatters, hollow and exposed from the thighs down. Only bones remained, marred by bite marks. Am I becoming a zombie? Yet, I still retain my human consciousness. As he beheld his disfigured body, a mix of surprise and melancholy surged within him. Buzz. Just then, he felt a gentle hum in his mind, and his battered body was suddenly drained of all strength, slipping from his control. Bang! He collapsed once more. The surrounding wandering zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, slowly approached him as they neared. A few zombies twitched their nostrils, and upon catching the scent of a fellow undead, they instinctively roared, attempting to flee. However, the gnawing hunger in their bellies, combined with the rich, fresh scent of Xiao Tong's blood, compelled them to suppress their instincts to escape. They lunged at Xiao Tong, tearing at the remnants of flesh on his body. But just then, two terrifying auras surged forth. Crackle, blue lightning erupted, crackling around Xiao Tong's body, emitting a cacophony of sounds. The zombies that had pounced on him were instantly engulfed in smoke, their flesh sizzling, a few seconds later giving off a burnt odor. Bang! The heads of several zombies exploded under the intense heat, resembling shattered watermelons. As the lightning enveloped Xiao Tong's form, he felt as though he had plunged into a cool spring, a refreshing sensation coursing through him. Time passed swiftly, and the passing zombies, witnessing their fellow undead shrouded in blue lightning, were filled with fear and apprehension, instinctively steering clear. Within this cool embrace, Xiao Tong gradually succumbed to slumber. As he slept, a dark liquid began to seep from his body, spreading steadily until, within minutes, it enveloped him, growing thicker and darker. When he awoke again, the world before him was a hazy gray, though it was night. His eyes, akin to those equipped with night vision, discerned every detail with clarity. Zombies typically regained some vision only upon reaching the 3rd level, and full restoration occurred at the 6th, yet to his astonishment, he had acquired vision immediately upon transforming into a zombie, complete with night vision capabilities. A delightful surprise. Xiao Tong lowered his gaze once more, and upon seeing his body restored, covered in a layer resembling black armor, a wave of joy washed over him. My body has fully healed, and indeed, the power of my second ability has been inherited. He rose to his feet, extending his right hand, and with a mere thought, blue lightning manifested at the tips of his zombie claws. The lightning-based ability had also been inherited. Witnessing this, Xiao Tong's heart surged with exhilaration. He closed his eyes again, gently attuning himself to his aura. A second-level zombie. He opened his eyes, unable to conceal the elation within them. Indeed, the preparations he had made previously were worthwhile. In his past life, he had transformed from an ordinary person into a zombie, gaining the ability to command other zombies, yet lacking any further trump cards. In this life, he had weathered bloody storms, immersed himself in pools of blood, and had ascended to a second-level ability user just before becoming a zombie, becoming uniquely awakened with a second ability in this world. Just moments after his transformation, he possessed the vision of a 5th-level zombie, complete with night vision capabilities. He had fully inherited the powerful lightning ability and defensive prowess. Clenching his fists, he felt a newfound confidence to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. And there was still the ability to control zombies. Xiao Tong smacked his forehead, recalling his greatest advantage. He lifted his head, surveying his surroundings. With nightfall upon them, all the zombies had awakened and were roaming the campus, their roars echoing throughout. Occasionally, a scream pierced the air, the sound of a hapless soul's refuge being breached by the zombies, ultimately becoming their meal. Xiao Tong found himself at the entrance of the main teaching building of the Medical Technology Academy, where numerous zombie corpses lay strewn about. Inside the building, even more zombie bodies were present. It appeared that those who had foolishly attempted to flee had been the ones to slay these undead. The heads of the zombies were utterly crushed, some still impaled with fire axes and other tools. However, it was evident that the fleeing individuals had not had the time to extract the cores from the zombies. Yet, considering that nearly all the zombies had been drawn to this location, it was a miracle that anyone could escape amidst thousands of undead, let alone linger to extract cores. Gazing at the multitude of zombie corpses, a glimmer of determination flashed in Xiao Tong's eyes. Yet he did not immediately set about extracting the cores. His priority was to ascertain whether he could still control zombies. If he could, he would not need to laboriously dig for cores. He glanced at the surrounding zombies and then turned to leave. Since these were all zero-level zombies, and he was now a second-level zombie, he could directly command first-level zombies. Chapter 49. Fierce Battle. Overwhelming power. Xiao Tong strode confidently through the campus, the aura of a second-level zombie causing the others to roar in fear, parting ways to clear a path for him. After walking for approximately 5 minutes, he halted, turning his gaze towards a building in the distance. Cafeteria 3. The sounds of zombie roars echoed from within. Closing his eyes, he flared his nostrils, and the next moment, excitement surged within him as he opened his eyes. Inside the cafeteria, several first-level zombie auras could be detected. He dashed towards the cafeteria, and as he entered, a pungent scent of blood assaulted him. Upon catching this scent, his eyes morphed from white to red, and an insatiable hunger ignited within him, a primal urge to consume overwhelming his thoughts. Huff! He took several deep breaths, exerting all his willpower to suppress this impulse. He could kill, but he absolutely could not consume human flesh. That was his final boundary. Stepping into the cafeteria, the other zombies sensed his presence and instinctively moved aside. Growling in submission, Xiao Tong assessed the situation before making his way to the second floor. Bang, bang, roar. As he reached the second-floor hall, the air was filled with the sounds of violent impacts and roars. Entering the hall, he found it teeming with zombies. At the forefront, 2 massive first-level defensive zombies were relentlessly battering the iron door before them. The several-centimeter-thick door had already been dented significantly, the screws trembling with each impact. White powder cascading down, a few first-level agile zombies nearby were howling anxiously, their eyes tinged with a crimson hue, filled with a ravenous desire for flesh. As Xiao Tong stepped into the hall, several first-level zombies immediately sensed his aura, ceasing their assault on the door and turning to face him. Upon detecting the aura of a second-level zombie emanating from Xiao Tong, all the zero-level zombies roared in unison, bowing their heads to clear a path. The first-level zombies regarded Xiao Tong with a mix of agitation and fear. 4 high-level zombies could slaughter and devour lower-level ones. Sensing Xiao Tong's second-level aura, they instinctively believed he was there to hunt them. They were terrified of him, yet unwilling to submit without a fight. Thus they roared fiercely, attempting to intimidate him with their numbers. As he gazed upon several level 1 zombies continuously roaring, Xiao Tong abruptly halted, letting out a fierce roar. In the next instant, he spread his arms wide, his dark claws glimmering with a sharp radiance. His head tilted slightly forward, jaws agape, he emitted a deafening roar that echoed through the air, revealing a menacing array of jagged teeth that sent chills down one's spine. Xiao Tong's were instantaneously drowned out the growls of the level 1 zombies. All the level 0 zombies trembled in fear, hastily retreating in all directions. The level 1 zombies responded with low growls, attempting to back away, but found themselves cornered against the wall. Xiao Tong ceased his roar and strode directly towards the level 1 zombies. Advancing step by step, the level 1 zombies emitted pitiful whines akin to a dog threatened, followed by warning growls. Yet, Xiao Tong continued his relentless approach. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. With a thunderous roar, as Xiao Tong closed the distance to 2 meters, a level 1 defensive zombie was the first to scream and then lunged at him. They believed Xiao Tong intended to hunt them, and they would not submit without a fight. With the first zombie leading the charge, the others followed suit, roaring as they lunged at Xiao Tong. Roaring in response, Xiao Tong willed forth a surge of blue electricity that erupted from his claws, his body leaping forth like a hunting tiger. With his hand imbued with the power of blue lightning, he struck out at the foremost defensive zombie. Although the defensive zombie attacked first, Xiao Tong's speed far surpassed its own, and he delivered a crushing blow to its head. Bang, boom! As Xiao Tong's palm connected with the defensive zombie's skull, a muffled thud echoed, followed by an explosive burst of blinding blue light from the lightning in his hand, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The defensive zombie was sent flying, crashing to the ground like a tattered sack, half of its face charred and mangled. It struggled briefly, but failed to rise. The moment Xiao Tong dispatched the first zombie, 4 of the 5 remaining zombies, swift in nature, charged towards him. They moved with the agility of the wind, encircling him from all sides, their claws raised threateningly. Xiao Tong did not flinch. Instead, the light in his hand flickered once more. and with a swift motion of his right hand, a mass of blue lightning surged forth, unfurling into a vast blue net that ensnared all four swift zombies. The trapped zombies shrieked in agony before collapsing to the ground, their bodies convulsing as if electrocuted. In the next moment, Xiao Tong stepped forward, bringing his right foot down with immense force onto one zombie's chest. Crack! The sound of bones splintering filled the air as the zombie's chest caved inwards. Roar! At that moment, another defensive zombie charged forward, its massive fist swinging towards Xiao Tong's head. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a powerful hand seized its wrist and twisted with force. Crack! The defensive zombie's wrist contorted grotesquely. Xiao Tong yanked the defensive zombie's arm backwards while delivering a brutal kick to its calf, resulting in a crisp, cracking sound as a segment of bone protruded through its knee. Exposed to the air, having completed this, he lifted his foot and stomped down on the joints of the still-dazed swift zombies, producing several more cracking sounds. All the swift zombies lost their ability to move, some having their bones shattered entirely. In less than 10 seconds, Xiao Tong had rendered 6 level 1 zombies incapacitated, leaving them in a state of near death. Even without their heads exploded, these zombies remained alive but immobilized, lying on the ground and emitting terrified whimpers. Meanwhile, the other level 0 zombies had long fled, intimidated by Xiao Tong's formidable presence and aura during the skirmish with the level 1 zombies. Xiao Tong advanced, seizing the initial level 1 defensive zombie. Locking his blood-red eyes with its vacant ones, an invisible energy emanated from his forehead, shooting directly into the zombie's eyes. In the next moment, the zombie's body trembled violently, and within seconds, Xiao Tong suddenly glimpsed himself from another perspective. Chapter 50. Controlling Zombies, Success. Xiao Tong's heart surged with uncontainable joy as he surveyed his new body. He was now in control of the defensive zombie's form. The ability to manipulate another's corpse signified a successful takeover. This confirmed that the defensive zombie was now his subordinate. Closing his eyes and reopening them, Xiao Tong returned to his own body, while the defensive zombie before him let out a soft growl, respectfully bowing its head before him. In his mind, Xiao Tong could distinctly sense the aura of this zombie, aware of its location without needing sight. Having mastered this zombie, he approached another defensive zombie, one that had nearly been obliterated by his powers, still dazed and lying on the ground. Upon seeing Xiao Tong approach, it emitted a roar filled with fear, struggling to crawl backward. However, as it attempted to move, it found itself pinned by a pair of claws. Sensing the aura, it was momentarily bewildered. Roar, it let out a cry. Confused as to why its kin was restraining it, having fought alongside just moments ago, yet now it felt like a traitor before this level 2 zombie. Unfazed by its cries, Xiao Tong and the defensive zombie he controlled remained expressionless. The latter secured the struggling zombie's head, locking eyes with it. In an instant, an invisible force surged from Xiao Tong's forehead into the zombie's eyes. The struggling zombie convulsed before falling still. Compliant. Xiao Tong's vision shifted to the perspective of this zombie while his own body remained motionless. A second later, his consciousness returned to his own form, with 2 defensive zombies standing obediently behind him. Xiao Tong replicated the process, successfully controlling the 4 swift zombies as well. Minutes later, 6 level 1 zombies stood respectfully before him. From now on, you two shall be known as Defender 1 and 2. And you shall be Swift Ones 1 through 4, roar. The 6 zombies seemed to have understood, responding with a unified roar. Satisfied, Xiao Tong nodded and turned to descend the stairs, the zombies trailing closely behind. However, as they reached the staircase, Swift 1-2 stumbled and fell, having had its leg shattered by Xiao Tong's earlier kick, losing balance as it descended. Xiao Tong turned back, unable to suppress a facepalm. He commanded the other zombies to assist Swift 1-2 back to its feet and continued down the stairs. Upon sensing the simultaneous presence of Xiao Tong, a level 2 zombie, and 6 level 1 zombies, the wandering level 0 zombies below were instantly terrified, emitting low growls. Seeing these level 0 zombies, Xiao Tong concentrated, and the 6 level 1 zombies immediately roared and charged at the level 0 horde. They scattered in a panic, but their speed was woefully inadequate. Even the short-legged zombies could leap faster. The 6 level 1 zombies moved as though in an uninhabited realm, wreaking havoc among the level 0 zombies. One defensive zombie extended its claws, crushing the skull of a level 0 zombie, devouring it like a savory snack while continuing to slaughter the others. Before long, over 100 level 0 zombies had been eradicated by the 6 level 1 zombies. Xiao Tong commanded them to collect the cores from the fallen zombies and deliver them to him before issuing the order to feed. After gathering the cores, the 6 zombies immediately collapsed to the ground, ravenously consuming their bounty. Their bellies seemed like bottomless pits. No matter how much flesh they devoured, their forms remained unchanged, their auras steadily strengthening. In just over an hour, the 6 zombies had devoured more than 100 level 0 zombies, leaving behind a gruesome scene of blood and dismembered remains. Among them, the 2 defensive zombies, due to their size, consumed the most, averaging around 30 each, while the 4 swift zombies each managed to devour about 10. Consequently, the 2 defenders exuded a much more potent aura than the 4 swift ones. Once the 6 subordinates had finished their gruesome feast, Xiao Tong led them outside the cafeteria, where any zombie that crossed his path met a similar fate. Becoming sustenance for his 6 followers in the blink of an eye, 3 hours had elapsed. Xiao Tong, accompanied by the 6 level 1 zombies, had slain an untold number of zombies, with his collection of cores filling half a backpack. The level 1 zombies he controlled had now multiplied to 20. Among them were 5 defenders and 15 swift ones, who had devoured countless level 0 zombies. The scent of the 6 level 1 zombies that followed Xiao Tong had grown increasingly potent, reaching the pinnacle of their level 1 status, easily capable of crushing ordinary level 1 zombies. As dawn approached at 5 o'clock, a beam of white light slowly materialized in the distant sky. Xiao Tong returned to the library with 20 level 1 zombies and, after exterminating all the zombies that had wandered into the library, instructed the 20 level 1 zombies to guard the entrance, while he ascended to the rooftop to begin absorbing crystal cores. While typical zombies consume crystal cores by devouring them, Xiao Tong instead placed the cores in the palms of his hands to absorb their energy. Sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, his hands rested on his thighs, each gripping a level 0 crystal core. However, not even 30 seconds had passed before he opened his eyes again. The 2 level 0 crystal cores had completely lost their luster and crumbled to dust with the slightest movement. It seems that after advancing to level 2, the level 0 cores have become of little use to me, Xiao Tong murmured, closing his eyes once more. This time, he gripped 5 crystal cores in one hand, absorbing 10 at once. 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes again, replacing them with 10 new cores. Time passed unmeasured, and when Xiao Tong opened his eyes once more, the sky was already bright. As a zombie, he instinctively felt a distaste for the daylight, so he moved to a small storage room and continued to absorb crystal cores. An hour later, he had finally finished absorbing the level 0 crystal cores from his backpack, moving on to the 6 level 1 cores. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes, having absorbed 7 or 800 level 0 cores and 6 level 1 cores, his aura growing ever more formidable. However, to ascend to level 3, the supply of level 0 crystal cores was exceedingly limited, and even the energy from level 1 cores could not sustain his breakthrough. Thus, he would have to wait for the appearance of level 2 zombies. Xiao Tong stood up. Although the instincts of a zombie inherently rejected daylight, his human consciousness had accustomed him to rise with the sun. Descending the stairs, he found the 20 zombies dutifully stationed behind the entrance. And upon seeing Xiao Tong descend with an even more powerful aura emanating from him, they respectfully bowed their heads and emitted low growls. "Let us proceed. Continue the hunt," Xiao Tong commanded in his mind. Then opened the door and stepped outside, the 20 zombies hastily following suit. Now in daylight, most zombies were in a state of dormancy, often instinctively clustering together, making it an opportune moment for Xiao Tong to unleash a massacre. Moreover, he still had room to control more zombies, which he needed to slay faster and collect more crystal cores to strengthen himself. For in this world, there existed not just humans and zombies, but also the yet-to-appear mutated beasts. The zombie mutation virus had no effect on animals, yet the blood rain from the heavens had a similar impact on Earth's creatures. After absorbing the unique energy from the blood rain, most animals would undergo mutations, growing larger and becoming more ferocious and bloodthirsty. These mutated beasts posed a significant threat to zombies. In his previous life, a zombie king commanding hundreds of thousands of zombies had perished in an onslaught by mutated beasts. Xiao Tong led his 20 zombies out of the library and began a thorough search across the campus, combing through each building. Whenever they encountered a zombie, with a single command from Xiao Tong, his 20 level 1 zombies would swarm in, tearing apart the dormant zombies before they could awaken. When encountering level 1 zombies, Xiao Tong would order his subordinates to injure them before taking control. Within just over an hour, the number of level 1 zombies under Xiao Tong's command had increased to 55, while the count of slain level 0 zombies was incalculable. Half an hour later, Xiao Tong and his group arrived at another building. He glanced up, recognizing it as the science building. Outside the science building's entrance, a few wandering zombies, sensing the approach of Xiao Tong, a level 2 zombie, and his 70 or so level 1 zombies, were instantly terrified. The door to the science building stood ajar, and upon peering inside, Xiao Tong saw it filled with a dense throng of dormant zombies. Roar! Xiao Tong bellowed, issuing a command. The 70 or so zombies immediately responded with a low growl. Surging forward, a few scattered dormant zombies were seized as they passed by, their innards and blood spilling onto the ground as they were brutally torn apart. The zombies eagerly stuffed the remains into their mouths, gnashing their teeth in a horrifying display, for even a single level 0 zombie was insufficient to satisfy their hunger. As Xiao Tong's subordinates reached the entrance of the science building, the dormant zombies were roused by the oppressive aura of this horde of zombies. They roared in terror, and among them were dozens of level 1 zombies issuing threats towards Xiao Tong's level 1 zombies. However, Xiao Tong's subordinates merely scoffed at the challenge. Did these ordinary level 1 zombies dare to roar at them? Even among level 1 zombies, there existed a hierarchy. They had hunted countless level 0 zombies under Xiao Tong's command, consuming the corpses of innumerable level 0 zombies, and even today, Xiao Tong had allowed them to absorb level 0 crystal cores, making them increasingly formidable. The few level 1 zombies before them were scarcely worthy of consideration. Roar! They let out an even more ferocious roar, revealing their terrifying and sharp teeth as 70 to 80 level 1 zombies charged into the horde. Engaging in a frenzied slaughter, the defenders struck with powerful fists, obliterating the heads of several level 0 zombies, while the swift ones moved rapidly, their claws dismembering level 0 zombies with ease. The scene resembled a hellish nightmare. The level 1 zombies within the throng of zombies glared fiercely at Xiao Tong's subordinates. These unfamiliar zombies showed no regard for their warnings, wantonly slaughtering the level 0 zombies in their midst, their eyes quickly turning crimson. Roar! With a furious howl, dozens of level 1 zombies charged at Xiao Tong's subordinates. One defender, wielding a fist the size of a sandbag, lunged at a defender among Xiao Tong's ranks, eyes filled with bloodlust and slaughter. With a whoosh, the fist sliced through the air, producing a thunderous sound that hinted at its immense power. But just as its fist was about to land on the head of an opposing zombie, the defender swiftly pivoted, intercepting the blow mid-air with a claw, then twisted forcefully. A crack echoed. The defender's arm was instantly broken, blackened veins bursting forth as foul greenish-red blood gushed forth. The defender then yanked with brutal force, tearing the arm from its shoulder, exposing the stark white bone and severed muscle beneath as greenish-red blood sprayed wildly. Ecstatic, the defender stuffed the severed arm into its mouth, sinking sharp teeth into the flesh as if devouring a colossal chicken leg. However, at that moment, a swift zombie darted past, its claws slicing through the defender's calf, breaking through the blackened carapace and causing the defender to howl in pain, losing balance and crashing to the ground. Seeing the defender fall, the swift zombie let out an excited screech, launching itself toward the downed defender, claws aimed at its head. But at that instant, several similarly slender forms pounced from all directions. It was Xiao Tong's swift zombies. The swift zombie was overwhelmed mid-air, crashing to the ground, where it screeched in protest, but before it could struggle, multiple claws pierced into its skull, ending its life. The sounds of battle within the science building soon ceased. Nearly half of the level 1 zombies had been slaughtered by Xiao Tong's subordinates, while the remaining 20 or so were incapacitated as per Xiao Tong's command, their limbs broken and left immobile on the ground. Next, Xiao Tong's subordinates turned their attention to the trembling level 0 zombies, igniting another round of massacre. Yet they were oblivious to the fact that on the second floor, a behemoth of a zombie slowly opened its eyes. Blood-red orbs glinting with savagery, a powerful aura gradually awakening. This colossal creature, sitting there, was nearly 1.5 meters tall, its body grotesquely swollen, resembling an inflated balloon. Its head was twice the size of an ordinary zombie's, with deeply sunken eye sockets housing 2 blood-red eyeballs. Its gaping maw extended down to its ears, filled with sharp and densely packed teeth that instilled a chilling dread. muscles bulged from its back, rising high above its head, while its arms were as massive as utility poles, with claws that were even more terrifying. Each sharp nail akin to a dagger, a jagged wound nearly a meter long ran from its belly to its chest, oozing greenish-red fluid from the gaping fissure. When this colossal creature opened its eyes, the dozens of first-level zombies below, engaged in a frenzied massacre, immediately came to a halt. They emitted low, guttural growls and collectively directed their gaze toward the second floor. At that very moment, Xiao Tong outside the science building also sensed this overwhelming presence. Second-level zombie. At last, you have arrived, Xiao Tong murmured, forcefully stomping his right foot on the ground before swiftly sprinting toward the science building. With a roar, just as Xiao Tong reached the entrance of the science building, he heard a chilling scream from within. Upon entering, the scene before him made him involuntarily gasp in shock. Before him stood a grotesque behemoth, towering over 2.5 meters with a diameter nearing 1 meter. He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Abominable zombie!" The abominable zombie was one of the most unique types among the undead, possessing an immense physique that rendered its defenses nearly impenetrable. The most terrifying aspect was that such a massive creature also exhibited remarkable speed. This combination of formidable defense and swiftness had turned the abominable zombie into a nightmare for countless humans in the previous life. In its early days, even a single third or fourth level abominable zombie could easily overrun a small survivor base. Among the numerous zombie kings in the north of the previous life, there existed one such abominable zombie. Inside the science building, 70 to 80 first-level zombies were relentlessly assaulting the abominable zombie. Swift zombies darted around it, seizing opportunities to slash at its body with their sharp claws. However, these vicious lacerations merely grazed the surface of the abominable zombie's skin, inflicting negligible damage. With a resounding thud, a defender zombie struck the abominable zombie in the abdomen. The creature's rotund belly quivered, absorbing the blow's impact effortlessly. With a deafening roar, the abominable zombie retaliated, its right claw lunging forward to ensnare one of the swift zombies, which it crushed in its jaws, devouring it in 2 bites without so much as a moment's hesitation. Simultaneously, its left claw seized the head of a defender zombie that had dared to attack it, and with a fierce grip, it crushed the skull, which shattered like a watermelon. These first-level zombies posed no threat whatsoever. To the abominable zombie, they were akin to a buffet of moving delicacies. Witnessing this, Xiao Tong let out a roar, commanding all first-level zombies to retreat. After all, his subordinates were merely first-level zombies, while the abominable zombie was not only a second-level undead but also a formidable entity among its kind. Allowing the first-level zombies to continue their assault would only serve to make the abominable zombie feel like a benefactor. Therefore, Xiao Tong resolved to retreat his subordinates and confront the abominable zombie himself. Upon receiving Xiao Tong's command, all first-level zombies sighed with relief, letting out excited roars as they hastily withdrew. Observing the retreat, the abominable zombie showed no signs of anger. Instead, it focused its gaze on Xiao Tong. Sensing the aura of a second-level zombie emanating from him, the crystalline cores of 0 and even first-level zombies held little value to it now. By killing Xiao Tong and devouring his core, it would become even more powerful. With an exhilarated roar, the abominable zombie lunged toward Xiao Tong. Its massive form struck the ground with each step, producing deep thuds without compromising its speed. Claws extended. Shimmering with deadly intent, it aimed a claw at Xiao Tong's head. Xiao Tong, fixated on the abominable zombie, concentrated his will, causing a layer of black chitin to envelop his skin, a solid centimeter thick, imparting a sense of weightiness to his form. Simultaneously, blue sparks surged around his right hand, crackling with energy. As the abominable zombie's claws descended, Xiao Tong crouched low, fist clenched, and unleashed a thunderous punch toward the creature's waist. The blue lightning erupted upon impact, creating a fist-sized hole in its abdomen, sending chunks of flesh flying and filling the air with the acrid scent of charred meat. Yet, the abominable zombie remained silent, its immense bulk shielding it from significant harm. As Xiao Tong's fist created a rupture, the abominable zombie, undeterred, retracted its claws and struck violently behind it, its razor-sharp nails slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Just as Xiao Tong had landed a blow, he felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively dropped to the ground. narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Seeing Xiao Tong sprawled on the ground, the abominable zombie lifted its massive foot and stomped down toward him. Without a moment's thought, Xiao Tong rolled aside to evade the lethal kick, simultaneously unleashing a web of lightning toward the creature. The abominable zombie's vast body trembled and became momentarily immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Tong sprang to his feet, propelled himself off the ground like a cheetah, and charged at the abominable zombie. As he approached, he unleashed arcs of blue electricity that shot toward the creature's head. With 3 successive strikes, the bolts of lightning pierced the abominable zombie's skull, causing its head to jerk violently backward as it staggered a few steps. Nearly losing its balance, instantly, 3 small holes appeared in its head, oozing a grotesque mixture of green and red fluids, transforming its visage into a horrifying sight, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit that could send shivers down one's spine. Chapter 53. Fierce Battle, 2nd Level Abominable Zombie, Death with 3 thumb-sized holes in its head. The abominable zombie let out a wretched scream. For any zombie, the head is forever a critical weak point. Simultaneously, Xiao Tong's assault thoroughly enraged the abominable zombie. After a furious roar, it charged recklessly toward Xiao Tong, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. Xiao Tong's expression shifted slightly as he saw the abominable zombie barreling toward him. He turned and sprinted for the exit. Given his physique, although he had inherited defensive abilities, he recalled how effortlessly the abominable zombie had shattered the defenses of several defender zombies, with even the most robust skulls crushed. Though he was a 2nd-level zombie with significantly enhanced defenses compared to 1st-level defenders, a blow from the abominable zombie would still result in severe injury. Thus, strategy was essential. Brute force was not an option. However, just as Xiao Tong was about to burst through the science building's entrance, a shadow descended from above, crashing down nearby. The hard concrete floor instantly caved in, shattering under the impact of a body over 2 meters tall, blocking half the doorway. Damn it, such incredible leaping power! Xiao Tong skidded to a halt, but inertia propelled him forward as a massive fist loomed in his vision. He barely had time to cross his arms over his chest before he felt a searing pain as he was sent flying. He landed and slid for over 3 meters before managing to claw at the floor to halt his momentum. Rising to his feet, he discovered his arms were grotesquely bent, and a deep dent marred his chest. Damn it! One careless moment and I get smashed like this. Xiao Tong's anger flared. Both claws extended, blue lightning crackled and coalesced, erupting with explosive sounds. At that very moment, the abominable zombie continued its advance. Leaving faint footprints with each step. 3 meters away, it tightened its right claw and hurled a powerful punch at Xiao Tong. In contrast, Xiao Tong leaned slightly back, raising both hands before forcefully clapping them together. Boom! As his palms collided, a surge of blue electricity erupted between them, resembling a lightning dragon as it surged toward the abominable zombie. Upon contact, the lightning dragon detonated, enveloping the abominable zombie in a brilliant blue glow. Roaring in agony, the abominable zombie's cries resonated through the crackling storm, while Xiao Tong sprinted toward it. As he ran, he hurled an electric net toward the creature, simultaneously unleashing arcs of blue lightning that shot forth like bullets. When he was just a meter away, Xiao Tong stomped the ground, launching himself into the air. There, suspended, he gathered lightning in his hands and aimed for the abominable zombie's head. As with all zombies, the critical weakness lay in the head. If he could shatter the abominable zombie's skull, regardless of its formidable strength, speed, or defense, it would meet its end. Just as Xiao Tong soared above the abominable zombie, enveloped in lightning, the creature, despite the excruciating pain, suddenly thrust out a claw. Xiao Tong found himself suddenly confronted by the menacing claw that appeared before him. Leaving him no time to react, he collided straight into it, and a chilling sensation coursed through him as the claw of the abhorrent zombie pierced him. A howl of pain escaped his lips, yet the excruciating agony ignited his fighting spirit rather than causing him to falter. As long as his head remained intact, he believed he could endure any injury without succumbing to death. Even if the malevolent claw impaled him through and through, he would not perish, save for the unbearable torment. Thus, he thought, bring it on. Let us see who is more ruthless. With a fierce roar, Xiao Tong thrust his own claws forward, grappling with the massive arm of the loathsome creature, straining to push it aside. The abhorrent claw penetrated through his chest, and from a distance, Xiao Tong appeared like a piece of meat skewered upon the arm of the vile zombie. Although his body had been completely pierced, he had drawn closer to the zombie's head. He clenched the creature's arm with renewed vigor, inching forward yet again. He was nearly dangling from the creature's shoulder, the intense pain in his chest crashing into his mind like a relentless wave. As if it were about to explode, at that moment, Xiao Tong finally reached the head of the abhorrent zombie. He extended his claws and plunged them fiercely into the zombie's skull. Zhizong, die for me, he roared like a beast, as his claws sank deeply into the zombie's head, driving in until they reached his elbows. With a deafening growl, Xiao Tong's claws embedded themselves within the zombie's skull, eliciting a pained scream from the creature. Under the looming threat of death, it finally broke free from the paralysis induced by Xiao Tong's blue thunder net, violently shaking its arm in an attempt to toss Xiao Tong aside. Yet, just as he was about to be flung off, a wave of elation washed over Xiao Tong. His hands had grasped a massive skull, his claws firmly gripping it. In the next instant, the abhorrent zombie hurled Xiao Tong away with tremendous force. A ripping sound echoing as muscle tore apart in his grasp, Xiao Tong held a substantial skull, still connected by strands of muscle, greenish-red fluid cascading down. With a roar, the skull had been torn open, and the abhorrent zombie emitted another agonizing scream, its crimson eyes reflecting a flicker of panic. It reached out with its claws, desperately trying to cover its head, but the viscous fluids seeped through its fingers. It felt its strength wane, and with a thud, it seemed to lack even the power to stand, stumbling and swaying as death's presence enveloped it like a tide. Ultimately, it crashed heavily to the ground, the residual tissues and fluids from its head splattering out under the force of gravity. Clink! Even a white crystal was expelled, bouncing twice on the ground with a distinctly crisp sound. With a furious roar, the abhorrent zombie reached for the direction of its fallen core, yet before it could grasp it, its hand fell heavily to the ground. A second-tier abhorrent zombie was dead. Chapter 54. Rising power. Breathing heavily, Xiao Tong finally collapsed onto the ground, exhaling a deep sigh of relief upon witnessing the abhorrent zombie's stillness. As he sat, a sudden movement tugged at his chest wound, and looking down, he saw a gaping hole over 25 centimeters in diameter spanning from his chest to his abdomen, exposing the damaged organs within, crimson blood gushing forth violently. Though Xiao Tong had become a zombie, and as long as his head remained intact he would survive, the intense pain nearly sent him into unconsciousness. He turned to gaze at the massive corpse of the abhorrent creature on the ground, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. It was a pity that this second-tier zombie, like him, was beyond his control. Had he been able to command it, it would have undoubtedly become a formidable ally in the future. He reached out and seized the zombie's core, which was nearly twice the size of a first-tier core. Roughly the size of a quail egg, gripping the core, Xiao Tong could distinctly feel the immense energy contained within. Summon 21st-tier zombies to protect me. The rest shall barricade the entrance of the science building. No one is to enter or exit, he commanded in his mind. Instantly, a group of 21st-tier zombies emerged from the periphery of the science building, encircling Xiao Tong. The remaining zombies firmly blocked the entrance. Seeing this, Xiao Tong finally closed his eyes, ready to absorb the energy from the second-tier zombie's core. The moment he closed his eyes, a warm sensation surged from the core through his arm and into his body, spreading rapidly, with some flowing toward his chest wound. He immediately felt a tingling sensation in his chest. 5 minutes later, Xiao Tong opened his eyes, acutely aware of his newfound strength. He looked down at his chest, astonished to find that the gaping wound had completely healed. With a mere thought, his defensive abilities surged forth, enveloping his chest in a layer of dark, chitinous armor, rendering the evidence of his earlier injury undetectable. Having completed this, Xiao Tong stood up. The surrounding zombies dispersed, and he surveyed the science building's hall. After the demise of the second-tier abhorrent zombie, the remaining hundreds of zombies stood trembling in fear. Their eyes fixated on Xiao Tong, overwhelmed by the unique aura of a second-tier zombie. As he approached the remaining second-tier zombies within the science building, they let out a fearful growl. Without uttering a word, Xiao Tong simply waved his hand, and a group of second-tier zombies surged forward. Moments later, a throng of zombies returned, escorting around 21st-tier zombies before him. Satisfied, he nodded and extended his claws, compelling the zombies to lock eyes with him. In that instant, an invisible force shot from his eyes into those of the opposing zombies. In a heartbeat, Xiao Tong found himself immobile, while his perspective shifted to that of the zombie before him. With a closed eye and a single thought, he returned to his own body. The zombie bowed its head in submission, offering a respectful growl. Subsequently, Xiao Tong repeated the process, exerting control over all first-tier zombies within the science building. Now, he commanded a total of 152 first-tier zombies. Having accomplished this, Xiao Tong's gaze fell upon the remaining zero-tier zombies. Attack, he ordered, and the 152 zombies surged forward eagerly, overpowering the zero-tier zombies in the hall, devouring them with ravenous ferocity. Following Xiao Tong's command, they consumed the cores nestled within the zombies' heads as well. 15 to 16 minutes later, not a single zero-tier zombie remained alive in the science building, their bodies entirely devoured by Xiao Tong's first-tier zombies. Over 100 first-tier zombies had feasted upon nearly 1,000 corpses, and some of them began to exude a palpable aura of pressure and dominance. Most of these zombies had followed Xiao Tong from the cafeteria, and their power was steadily reaching its peak. If all went well, a few more cores would allow them to evolve into second-tier zombies. At this realization, Xiao Tong couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Having subordinates capable of evolving into second-tier zombies would significantly alleviate his burdens. Should he encounter another formidable abhorrent zombie, he would no longer need to face it alone. At the very least, his companions would no longer be as fragile as paper. Once his subordinates had finished devouring all the zero-tier zombies within the science building, Xiao Tong led his 150-plus zombies out in a grand procession. In my previous life, as a second-tier zombie, I could only command 100 first-tier zombies and 5,000 zero-tier zombies. Now, however, I can command a number of zombies that far exceeds what I could in my past. Thus, my limits in controlling zombies are no longer confined to this. I shall refrain from controlling the zero-tier zombies for now. I will wait until I reach the limit of controlling first-tier zombies before I begin to manage the zero-tier ones. With this thought, Xiao Tong's heart felt more liberated. Leading over 100 first-tier zombies, he exited the science building. Along the way, whether facing zero-tier or first-tier zombies, Xiao Tong need only make a slight gesture, and his subordinates would promptly bring them forward for his control.as for the zero-tier zombies. They were efficiently dealt with, the most fortunate being torn into shreds, while the unfortunate ones were swiftly devoured as snacks. After more than 3 hours, Xiao Tong and his 100-plus first-tier zombies had swept through half the campus. As he exerted control over the number of second-level zombies, it reached its limit, exactly 300. When Xiao Tong attempted to manipulate the 301st first-level zombie, a sudden and intense pain surged through his mind. A consequence of overextending his mental capacity. It appeared that the maximum number of first-level zombies he could manage at the second level had been reached, 300 in total. Thus, it was time to prepare for the mastery of zero-level zombies. Chapter 55. The Lucky One with the Prize. Although zero-level zombies possess weak abilities and poor talents, when their numbers reach a certain threshold, they can indeed be quite terrifying. With this thought in mind, Xiao Tong continued his sweep across the campus, flanked by his 300 first-level zombies. After more than an hour, they arrived at the main building of the Medical Technology Institute, where the entrance and lobby lay in disarray. With a wave of his hand, the 300 first-level zombies surged into the lobby, beginning to devour all the corpses strewn across the floor. Inside a vast classroom within the Medical Technology Institute, a group of individuals sat in despair, their faces ashen. It's over. It's all over for us. The zombies have grown increasingly powerful, and we are utterly no match for them. All we can do is sit and await our demise. Why were we not on the first evacuation list? I refuse to accept this. Now, we are both hungry and exhausted, devoid of any strength. If only we had left with those people yesterday. A chorus of complaints echoed. As several girls huddled together in a corner, their faces smeared with dirt. Chuyu, didn't you claim that Long Ming Han was your good friend and sister? Why didn't her boyfriend take you with them when he left? One girl suddenly turned, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she gazed at Chuyu. Chuyu's face paled, her expression darkening as she bit her lip, looking pitiful. No, Ming Han promised me that once she safely reached the survivors' base, she would have Jiang Zhongchu and send a plane to rescue me. She promised me? She promised? Ha! The girl who had spoken earlier burst into laughter. Chuyu, Stop deceiving yourself, will you? That is a plane, not a toy car. It has been a day and a night. If she intended to rescue you, she would have done so by now. It's evident she was merely stringing you along. Humph. Back then, she flaunted her connection to Long Minghan, bullying us. Now she is nothing but someone else's discarded pawn. The girls sneered, their mockery reddening Chuyu's cheeks. The surrounding boys looked on with strange expressions, having once fawned over Chuyu in hopes of securing a chance for evacuation. Now, with no hope left, they quickly turned on her, adopting derisive attitudes. Shut up, all of you. The incessant mockery from the surrounding girls pushed Chuyu to her breaking point, and she could no longer contain a shrill scream. The moment her voice rang out, Xiao Tong downstairs perked up, suddenly lifting his head. There's still someone in the building? Has anyone not evacuated? A sinister smile crept onto Xiao Tong's face. When Jiang Zhongquan had promised a spot for evacuation, everyone except Chen Bei and Dong Jiao had scrambled to take action. Regardless of their motives, anyone who dared to act against him would meet with death. Let me see which little darlings have been fortunate enough to win the prize. Xiao Tong ascended the stairs step by step, his intent clear, as the 300 first-level zombies ceased their feeding and followed closely behind him. The sound of his footsteps echoed through the stairwell, capturing the attention of everyone in the room. Xiao Tong led the front, while the 300 zombies, under his command, remained silent, their footfalls making no sound. Upon hearing those footsteps, the faces of those in the room shifted. Chu Yu's complexion turned ashen, as though she were a chicken caught by the neck. However, when they discerned the nature of the footsteps, their expressions shifted slightly to it should be a wandering zombie. Judging by the speed, it must be just a zero-level zombie. Let me handle it, someone exclaimed, their face brightening. No, let me protect everyone. I'll do it. The room erupted into a frenzy of eager volunteers, as the lone zero-level zombie posed little threat to them. Moreover, it might yield a crystal core, making it a coveted prize. Everyone, quiet. Listen to the footsteps. It seems to be approaching us. At that moment, one individual interrupted the clamor. They paused, listening, and indeed, the footsteps grew louder. Open the door first, someone suggested, and the others nodded in agreement. With a creak, they cleared away the clutter behind the door and opened it just enough for Xiao Tong to emerge from around the corner, followed slowly by the 300 first-level zombies. Upon seeing Xiao Tong, their eyes widened with surprise. Chuyu also leaned out to catch a glimpse, hoping to seize an opportunity. When she recognized him, she froze. Wasn't he this zombie Xiao Tong? Her words hung in the air, and others turned to look, their expressions shifting. Although Xiao Tong had transformed into a zombie, he was now a second-level one. Having suffered little decay, through the consumption of crystal cores, his wounds had healed. Aside from his bluish skin and white eyes, and the menacing teeth, his features were still recognizable goodness. It really is that unfortunate Xiao Tong. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm not afraid of him. He was nothing but a nuisance when he was human, and now that he is a zombie, we can still take him down. Everyone, just give me a chance. This little zombie isn't worth your effort. Let me practice on him. Nonsense, leave it to me. Let me handle it. As they recognized Xiao Tong's zombie form, everyone collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Their fears dissipating, they eagerly vied for the chance to hunt Xiao Tong and hone their skills. Enough of the bickering. Let us all go at once and let him relive the experience of being mobbed. Suddenly, a boy shouted, brandishing a stick and charging forward with excitement. The others quickly followed suit. Even Chuyu and her companions wore sarcastic expressions, weapons in hand as they rushed toward Chen Fan. Observing this scene, Xiao Tong couldn't help but chuckle. It resembled the moment when everyone had once besieged him. Yet the sole difference was that he was no longer alone. If it was a mobbing, he feared no one. As he grinned menacingly, the lead assailant felt a shiver run down his spine, slowing his pace. What the hell? Did Xiao Tong just smile? Damn, this feels off. It's as if he remembers us. The crowd sensed something amiss, their pace halting as they exchanged uneasy glances. What are you afraid of? Even if he retains some human awareness, so what? He is merely a weak zero-level zombie now. We can easily crush him. If you're scared, step aside. The crystal core will be mine. One person scoffed, striding past them. However, at that moment, the 300 first-level zombies rounded the corner, appearing before them. Everyone came to an abrupt halt, their eyes wide with fear and disbelief. Chapter 56. All first-level zombies heh. Although Xiao Tong could not speak, he still emitted a raspy, sinister laugh. A mobbing. Xiao Tong reveled in mobbing. Hearing his laughter sent chills down everyone's spines. My God, run. So many zombies. One person snapped back to reality, turning to flee, and the rest followed suit, crying out in terror. Xiao Tong remained calm and unhurried, leading his 300 first-level zombies forward step by step. They all dashed into a room. Quick, close the door, block it with everything you have. We cannot let those zombies out. Otherwise, it's all over for us. An awakened ability user spoke, having assumed a leadership role in recent days. Chu Yu and her companions were equally pale with fear, yet their hearts brimmed with hatred. That wretched Xiao Tong, who couldn't rest even as a human, now sought to lead other zombies to harm them. Indeed, it's utterly infuriating. The girls gritted their teeth. Hearing their words, others couldn't help but regard them with incredulity. Just moments ago, in their desperation for a single evacuation spot, they had all but attacked Xiao Tong. Now that he had become a zombie, it was only natural for him to seek revenge on them. However, when the words were uttered from the mouths of Chu Yue and her companions, it transformed into a blame directed at Xiao Tong. Even though they were in the same camp as Chu Yue, they found such behavior utterly repugnant. At that moment, Chu Yue suddenly raised her head to gaze at the leader. Wang Rong, aren't there still over a dozen of us who have awakened our abilities? Even if there are hundreds of zombies outside, if you all act together, those hundreds of zombies wouldn't stand a chance against you, would they? The boy referred to as Wang Rong cast a cold glance at Chu Yue. As if she were a fool, if we were merely facing a few hundred level 0 zombies, perhaps our dozen or so ability users might have a fighting chance, but the hundreds of zombies outside are all level 1. As he uttered the last words, a flicker of fear crossed Wang Rong's eyes. As a level 1 ability user, he could sense the distinct aura of level 1 zombies emanating from the hundreds outside. And their forms were clearly those of fast and defensive type zombies. They could manage a few level 0 zombies, but the thought of facing even a solitary level 1 zombie filled them with dread. Yet, outside, there weren't just 1 or 10 level 1 zombies. There were hundreds. Perhaps most of the level 1 zombies within the entire Yin University campus were gathered here. Faced with such a large-scale horde of level 1 zombies, they could merely hope to make them choke. As Wang Rong's words fell, all the ordinary people without awakened abilities widened their eyes in shock. What? They're all level 1 zombies. My God, we can't withstand even a horde of level 0 zombies. And now it's all level 1 zombies. Where do we find a way out? They lamented, recalling how they should have left with the others. If they had departed then, perhaps they would still have a chance to survive. It's over. It's all over. We're done for. One by one, they appeared lost, their eyes filled with despair. Just then, the door shook violently, producing a muffled sound that startled everyone inside. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, a fierce banging on the door erupted, resonating throughout the classroom. Crack! Suddenly, a fist smashed through a wooden plank, and a grotesque claw reached in. Help! As that claw invaded, Chu Yue and her companions screamed in terror, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. Damn it. Stop screaming. Everyone grab something to block the door. If we can just seal this entrance, we might still have a chance. Wang Rong shouted at Chu Yue and the others, then began to organize the others to use tables and other objects to barricade the door. Just then, a claw violently broke through the door, reaching in and unlocking the iron lock. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left dumbfounded. What the hell? This defies logic. How could a zombie open the door from the inside? In that moment of confusion, the claw stretched toward the door handle, gently turning it. Click! The door's lock was undone, and it finally opened a crack, but it was blocked by tables and chairs. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, several defenders grew even more furious, pummeling the door with ferocity, and in no time, the entrance to the entire teaching building was breached. With each blow against the door, it trembled violently, and the screws connecting it to the wall shook uncontrollably, dust cascading to the ground. With every impact, the bodies of those inside quivered. Crack! After just 2 punches, a defender had created a gaping hole in the door, and the next moment, it shattered completely. Bang! Even the screws of the door frame were dislodged from the wall, crashing heavily to the ground. Help! As the door was smashed open, those inside instantly screamed and scattered in panic, but with the entrance blocked, there was nowhere for them to flee. Xiaotong stood at the forefront. Observing the frantic crowd, a smirk slowly forming at the corners of his lips, it seemed that today, he would reclaim some of the hatred he had endured. He raised his hand slowly, and all the zombies immediately ceased their roars and movements, standing silently behind Xiaotong. Seeing this, everyone was taken aback. What is happening? Why do all the zombies obey Xiaotong? My goodness, could it be that Xiaotong can control these zombies? Looking at Xiaotong, he seems to retain human consciousness. Yes, just now, I think I saw him smile. The crowd gazed in terror at Xiaotong, while some began to harbor a glimmer of hope. If Xiaotong truly retained human consciousness and could control these zombies, perhaps they could persuade him to lay down his hatred, allowing him to guide hundreds of level 1 zombies to escort them to the survivor-based Xiaotong. Do you still hold on to your human consciousness? Suddenly, Chuyue took a step forward, timidly calling out to Xiaotong. Chapter 57. You will be forgiven if you die. Upon hearing Chuyue's words, everyone fixated their eyes on Xiaotong. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Xiaotong's lips curled into a slight smile, and he nodded slowly. That a wave of astonished murmurs surged through the crowd as hope flickered in their eyes. If Xiaotong possessed human consciousness, then communication was possible, and there remained a chance for survival. Chuyue, emboldened, continued, Xiaotong, do all these zombies obey you? Xiaotong nodded once more. Observing his consistent demeanor, Chuyue's fear gradually diminished. Were it not for the hundreds of level 1 zombies behind him, she would have been inclined to look down at Xiaotong with an air of superiority. Xiaotong, this is wonderful. I never imagined you would still retain human consciousness. This means you are still alive. When we were deceived by Long Ming Han and Jiang Zhongquan and turned against you, we harbored immense guilt. Now that we see you like this, we can finally find peace. Moreover, you have gained the ability to control zombies. You could say you have turned misfortune into fortune. Chuyue's voice dripped with pity as she looked at Xiaotong. Others chimed in, eagerly nodding. Yes, Xiaotong, we are truly sorry. We never meant to harm you. Please forgive us. Xiaotong, before the apocalypse, we were all classmates. Now that the end has come, shouldn't we support one another? You wouldn't kill us, would you? Xiaotong, please spare us. In an instant, everyone began to plead for mercy, their eyes filled with desperation. Hearing these words, Xiaotong nearly burst into laughter from anger. These people had once attacked him for a so-called opportunity, and now they casually painted their actions as justifiable, claiming it was all out of necessity. And Chuyue's remark that he had turned misfortune into fortune, was he supposed to thank them for this? Especially hearing their pleas for forgiveness, he thought, forgiveness? Sure. If you die, I will forgive you. Xiaotong no longer wished to listen to their foolishness and directly approached the crowd. As Xiaotong walked toward them alone, they were momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. Xiaotong, have you forgiven us? Chuyue exclaimed with delight. Xiaotong regarded her with a playful look and nodded. That's wonderful, Xiaotong. I knew you were a good person. Chuyue cheered, but a hint of mockery flashed in her eyes. What does it matter that you have become a zombie? What does it matter that you can control hundreds of level 1 zombies? You are still under my thumb. As Xiaotong drew nearer, Chuyue took 2 steps forward, her expression shy as she gazed at him. Xiaotong, I knew you were a good person. That venomous woman, Long Ming Han, didn't he appreciate you? How about I become your girlfriend? She instinctively glanced at the imposing figure of Chen Fan, clad in black armor, exuding a metallic aura. Meanwhile, Xiaotong had already reached Chuyue's side. Upon hearing her words, he raised his claw toward her. Chuyue instinctively recoiled, but the next moment, she glanced back at the crowd and boldly pressed her face into Xiaotong's palm. Now that Xiaotong controlled hundreds of level 1 zombies, if she could gain his favor and persuade him, wouldn't she indirectly hold sway over those zombies? At that point, everyone who had wronged her, everyone who had mocked her, would not escape her vengeance. Wouldn't both the zombies and humans ultimately be kneeling at her feet? Upon noticing Chuyue leaning in closer, Xiaotong momentarily froze, only to soon reveal a sinister grin. His hand descended slowly, gently clasping Chuyue's neck. Instantly, she gasped. Her neck had always been her most sensitive area, and in a heartbeat, her ears flushed crimson. With her eyes slightly glazed, she rose onto her toes to accommodate Xiaotong. However, in the next moment, his grip tightened abruptly. Ugh! Chuyue's neck turned a deep shade of red as the veins at her temples bulged alarmingly. She stared at Xiao Tong in shock and confusion, her hands frantically prying at his iron-like grip, which remained utterly unyielding. A smile lingered at the corners of Xiao Tong's mouth, while terror filled Chu Yu's eyes as realization dawned upon her. Xiao Tong never intended to spare her, nor any other person present at that moment. He flung her body backward, and with a thud, she crashed onto the floor, finally able to draw in deep breaths. Yet, before she could recover, a horde of zombies surged forward. Ah! She let out a piercing wail, and in the next instant, the zombies began to feast upon her. Their sharp teeth tore into her flesh with frenzied delight. Xiao Tong turned to gaze at Chu Yu. His eyes alight with the thrill of vengeance. He recalled how Long Minghan had cast her into the tide of zombies, forcing him to endure their ravenous gnawing. Now, he intended for each of these people to experience that very agony. Chu Yu's anguished cries persisted for several seconds until a zombie sank its teeth into her throat and tore it away, abruptly silencing her. The onlookers in the room stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in shock. In the next moment, some finally snapped back to reality, erupting into frantic screams and cries of terror. A few, witnessing Chu Yu's gruesome fate, were so paralyzed with fear that they lost control of their bladders. By this time, Chu Yu had been completely devoured, leaving only a skeletal remnant, at Xiao Tong's command. A defender raised its foot and crushed what remained of her head, rendering her incapable of even becoming a zombie. After executing this grim task, Xiao Tong turned his attention to the remaining individuals. Xiao Tong, I beg you. Chu Yu is Long Minghan's close friend. She played a part in betraying you, but we were truly left with no choice. Please, spare us, they pleaded, tears streaming down their faces. No, father, grandfather, I kneel before you. Please have mercy on me. Ultimately, all fell to their knees, bowing deeply before Xiao Tong. Yet he remained unmoved. With a mere wave of his hand, 300 level 1 zombies charged forth with ecstatic roars. Chapter 58. The power grows again. Observing the weeping and wailing figures kneeling before him, Xiao Tong maintained an impassive demeanor, his gaze cold and unyielding. His heart remained untouched by their pleas. Having lived 2 lives, he had long since come to grips with the harsh realities of this brutal world. Had he been an inconspicuous zombie this time, even with his human consciousness intact, these people would have eagerly sought to eliminate him, rifling through his brain for cores, showing no mercy simply because he retained a semblance of humanity. Thus, he thought, let them perish. Roaring in a low voice, Xiao Tong released the 300 level 1 zombies. Help! Save me! After a cacophony of terrified cries, the sound of zombies eagerly feeding filled the air. Moments later, a surge of energy coursed through the room. Xiao Tong's brows furrowed as he turned his gaze toward the horde. Several zombies stood transfixed, undergoing violent transformations. In total, 7 zombies were affected, 4 defenders and 3 swift ones. The black exoskeletons of the 4 defenders began to crack, greenish-red blood seeping from the fissures. But in the next instant, an invisible energy surged forth, healing the ruptured wounds. Following this, the defenders' bodies expanded slightly, only to split and heal again, repeating the cycle of rending and mending. Finally, after half an hour, this process gradually ceased. By now, the defenders had undergone dozens of transformations, their height increasing from approximately 1.85 meters to over 1.90 meters, their frames becoming significantly more robust, their black armor thickening and exuding a metallic sheen. Their claws sharpened and fortified, the 4 defenders stood resolutely like towering mountains, instilling a sense of safety. The 3 swift ones, however, appeared leaner and more streamlined, with distinct muscle contours on their slender forms. The most notable change was the way their sharp nails seemed to flow like liquid, enveloping their arms and extending to their wrists, resulting in black, razor-sharp blades below their wrists, their fingers merging into a single lethal appendage. Roar, roar. The 7 zombies suddenly lifted their heads, roaring fiercely as a second-tier aura emanated from them, causing the surrounding 293 level 1 zombies to retreat a few meters, lowering their heads slightly. Witnessing the 7 roaring second-tier zombies, Xiao Tong couldn't help but nod slightly. He had assumed that these zombies would require a significant amount of time to ascend to the second tier. However, he was astonished to find that 7 had directly achieved this transformation, with 3 more exuding an aura far surpassing that of level 1, on the brink of their own advancement. Xiao Tong's gaze shifted to the remnants of those devoured by the zombies strewn about. His eyes glimmered with insight. Perhaps the rapid ascension of these zombies to the second tier was closely tied to the remains before him. Why did zombies instinctively consider humans as prey? Was it truly a matter of primal instinct? Yet, in his previous life, other beings, such as mutant beasts, could also serve as sustenance. Why then did zombies not regard these mutant creatures as food? Xiao Tong felt as though he was on the verge of uncovering something profound, waiting to validate it in his mind. Returning from his contemplation, Xiao Tong issued commands within his mind, prompting the zombies to raise their heads and trample the remnants beneath their feet, ensuring that these individuals would never rise again. Once this grim task was completed, he led the 7 second-tier zombies and 300 level 1 zombies outward. In the first floor hall, 2,000 zero-tier zombies stood obediently in place, the remains of their prey entirely consumed. Yet, Xiao Tong discerned several zombies exuding the aura of being at the peak of level 1. Raising his brow once more, he was certain that before ascending, all these zombies had been zero-tier. However, upon directing his gaze toward the skeletal remains of a vile zombie, he quickly understood. Although the core of this vile zombie had been devoured by him, the body remained intact. The zombies that had evolved to peak level 1 must have consumed the corpse of this second-tier vile zombie, facilitating their current evolution. With his thoughts collected, he proceeded with the 7 second-tier zombies, 298 level 1 zombies, and 1,995 zero-tier zombies, moving towards the exit. Next, he intended to continue his sweep of the entire campus. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, the cacophony of zombie roars gradually subsiding into a chilling silence. At the northern gate, Xiao Tong stood at the forefront, wielding a foreign blade crafted from celestial iron, which he had buried within the campus. Behind him, a formidable mass of zombies awaited, comprising 15 second-tier zombies, 5 defenders, 6 swift ones, along with 2 bone spike zombies and 2 fire zombies. These 4 were the peak level 1 zombies he had encountered during his campus sweep. And after subjugating them, he had poured his efforts into their training, finally succeeding in their evolution to the second tier just before concluding his rampage. The remaining zombies were those that had evolved from the level 1 zombies under his control, totaling 380. While he could only command 300 level 1 zombies at the second tier, the level 1 zombies that evolved from the zero-tier ones did not count against this limit. The zero-tier zombies still numbered 2,000, each significantly stronger than ordinary zero-tier zombies. Standing at the northern gate, Xiao Tong surveyed the assembled horde behind him, recognizing them as the foundation upon which he would build his dominance among zombies. The very force that would enable him to exact revenge and protect his loved ones. His gaze shifted to the world beyond the northern gate, his expression resolute and grave. He understood that although he had swept through the entirety of Yin University, commanding over a dozen second-tier zombies, several hundred level 1 zombies, and 2,000 zero-tier zombies, the challenges ahead remained daunting. However, for the vast realm of Daxia, encompassing millions of square meters and boasting a population exceeding 1 billion, the mere presence of Yin University feels minuscule. Given the infection rate of the zombie virus, it is estimated that there are at least over 1 billion zombies within Daxia, among which an unknown number possess extraordinary talents and formidable powers. Although Xiao Tong, as a reincarnated being, holds a slight advantage, it is still insufficient. Chapter 59. Distribution of forces. The so-called foundation he has established, when placed within the entirety of Daxia, resembles but a single droplet of water lost in a tumultuous ocean. Even now, he dares not assure himself of absolute safety. Nevertheless, he must venture forth. Only through warfare and conquest can he rapidly evolve. Otherwise, he risks being devoured and assimilated by other zombies, in his previous life. Although he was also a zombie king, many others were far more powerful than he. The 3 zombie kings of the north include a corpulent zombie king, a healing zombie king, and an insect claw zombie king. The corpulent zombie king is enveloped in mutated flesh, possessing a defense that surpasses even the most specialized defenders of the same level. Its mountainous form instills dread in countless other zombie kings and human powerhouses alike. The healing zombie king awakens a unique healing ability akin to that of human healers, yet its prowess is magnitudes greater, terrifying enough to restore itself even after a direct blow to the head. As long as its core remains intact, the insect claw zombie king stands as the mightiest among the northern trio. At the time of its ascension, Xiao Tong was merely a level 6 zombie. Years later, as Xiao Tong attained the status of a zombie king, The Insect Claw Zombie King had grown nearly invincible. The most daunting aspect is that the Insect Claw Zombie King and the Healing Zombie King are allies. With the latter present, the former acts with reckless abandon, having previously dispatched no less than 2 other Zombie Kings. Then there are the 5 Zombie Kings of the South, the Flame Zombie King, the Iron Zombie King, the Defense Zombie King, and the Faceless Zombie King. Among them, the Flame Zombie King possesses the terrifying ability to unleash flames that defy water and earth defenses, igniting anything in the presence of air with a temperature far exceeding that of ordinary human fire elemental practitioners. When it once besieged a small human survivor base, its flames reduced the stronghold to a sea of fire, incinerating 5 level 5 powerhouses and 1 level 6 powerhouse to mere ashes. The Iron Zombie King, upon becoming a king, saw its muscles metamorphose into a metallic form, boasting an almost terrifying level of defense. Among the human powerhouses of old, only those few possessing celestial meteorite iron could breach its defenses. The Defense Zombie King, the weakest among the Zombie Kings, evolved from the most basic defenders. Its offensive capabilities and speed are painfully slow, relying solely on defense and luck to survive countless crises before attaining its current status. Lastly, the Faceless Zombie King is the most formidable entity among the Southern Zombie Kings. Wielding the most bizarre and terrifying abilities, it is the sole female Zombie King of the South, whose face secretes a peculiar substance that obscures its features, granting it the ability of mental control. This power, similar to Shao Tong's, differs in that it can only temporarily control foes, affecting both zombies and humans alike. Any being of a lower level, human or zombie, faces inevitable death, while those of equal standing risk peril from a careless misstep. Thus, few Zombie Kings or human powerhouses dare to provoke it. Remaining are 2 Zombie Kings from the east and 4 from the west. The Eastern duo comprises the Butcher Zombie King and the Commander Zombie King. The Butcher Zombie King, having consumed an exceptionally unique zombie at level 6, developed a second head, effectively granting it 2 lives. As long as one head remains intact, the other can regenerate even if destroyed. With its dual perspectives, it enjoys a significant advantage in combat, wielding a massive axe forged from unknown materials, sharp enough to rival weapons made from celestial meteorite iron. The Butcher Zombie King is excessively bloodthirsty, slaughtering any encountered, regardless of allegiance. The other Eastern Zombie King is Shao Tong from his past life, the Commander Zombie King. Apart from the ability to command zombies, he possesses no other powers and is not particularly strong. During his rise to kinghood, he narrowly evaded death at the hands of the Butcher Zombie King several times. Fortunately, he could directly manipulate zombies, rendering his subordinates as extensions of his will, unlike other Zombie Kings who, despite commanding vast hordes, couldn't ensure their obedience. Thus, Shao Tong, though lacking in combat prowess, managed to survive encounters with human powerhouses and other Zombie Kings by orchestrating suicidal attacks from his minions to protect himself, leaving others at a loss on how to deal with him without incurring significant costs. Ultimately, it was only when Long Ming Han discovered his identity that he was cornered, reluctantly surrendering under the threat to his parents, leading to the demise of him and his tens of thousands of subordinates in flames. The Western region also hosts several Zombie Kings, though Shao Tong is unfamiliar with them due to their distance. He is aware of one known as the Abomination Zombie King, which evolved from abominable zombies. Reflecting on the distribution of forces from his previous life, Shao Tong clenched his fists tightly. He is not yet powerful enough. In this lifetime, he must evolve into a Zombie King as swiftly as possible to realize his ambitions. Roar! Shao Tong let out a fierce cry and stepped forward towards the northern gate. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the dozen or so level 2 zombies, along with hundreds of level 1 zombies and 2,000 zero-level zombies, echoed his roar, following him outwards. In this instant, they resembled soldiers embarking on a campaign. Yet they would not return, only to grow stronger or perish. The cacophony of thousands of zombies roaring, combined with the presence of numerous level 2 and hundreds of level 1 zombies, awakened the dormant zombies surrounding Yin University, causing them to emit fearful growls. Shao Tong led his horde out of the campus, trampling everything in their path. Upon exiting the school gates, he continued northward. He found himself in Hadian District, with the southern route leading to Haishan District. Haishan District was once the headquarters of the Yindu War Zone and now serves as the center of the Central War Zone among the 5 Great Zones. Following the outbreak of the zombie virus, it is destined to become the epicenter of the survivor base in the imperial capital, housing a significant portion of Daxia's remaining formidable forces. though many powerful firearms are rendered unusable due to the virus and zombies. The strength present there should not be underestimated. He can only proceed northward, gradually strategizing. Chapter 60. The mass movement of over 1,000 zombies instantly incited chaos among countless other zombies along the route, particularly due to the presence of numerous level 2 and level 1 zombies. Many dormant zombies were forced to awaken, and upon confronting the overwhelming horde, they fearfully roared and cleared a path. Yet, Xiao Tong's army showed no mercy. With a wave of his hand, only a few level 2 defenders were left to guard him, while the rest surged forward, launching a massacre against all encountered zombies. The newly emerging zombies, driven solely by instinct, lacked coordination, and thus, faced with the onslaught of over a dozen level 2 zombies and more than 300 level 1 zombies leading 2,000 zero-level zombies, they could only scream in terror and flee as quickly as possible. However, how could they outrun Xiao Tong's subordinates? One by one, the zombies fell, their heads cleaved open, cores extracted. These cores were collected by Xiao Tong's minions, who then began to devour the fallen zombies, their pace slowing but still pressing onward. As they trampled through, more and more zombies fled in terror. The cores accumulated in Xiao Tong's hands. Not far away, a small truck sped down the road, camouflaged with paint and reinforced with makeshift steel and iron. The distant roars of zombies sent chills down the spines of those inside the vehicle. 7 or 8 individuals occupied the truck, 5 men and 3 women, among them a muscular man with a long scar on his face. Shouldn't these zombies be dormant during the day? Why do I feel like more and more are waking up? A chubby man exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear. Enough. Whatever the reason, we must leave at once. Before darkness falls, we must reach the survivor base, or we shall be in grave peril. Meanwhile, Xiao Tong's team continues to advance, leaving a myriad of wreckage in their wake. Once he leads the horde of zombies farther away, the solitary zombies dare to emerge from their hiding places, their nostrils twitching as they catch the familiar scent of Xiao Tong's departure. They vow that upon encountering this scent again, they shall flee the city without hesitation. Eyeing the towering buildings outside, countless individuals peer out of windows, gazing in awe at the throng of corpses below. Although Xiao Tong commands merely a few thousand zombies, the influence of this horde has drawn in a portion of other zombies, swelling the ranks of the undead. Xiao Tong has ordered that these newly joined zombies be spared from harm, for they serve as excellent cannon fodder. When danger arises, they can be sent forth, as the zombies under his control are irreplaceable. Losing even one pains him deeply. Soon, the size of the zombie horde swells to over 10,000. Suddenly, from the front of the throng, a roar erupts, causing the zombies to momentarily freeze, fear flickering in the eyes of the lowest-level undead. Before them, a second-tier zombie howls madly, flanked by dozens of first-tier zombies echoing its fury. These intruding zombies are deserving of death. Yet, in the next instant, from within Xiao Tong's ranks of lowly zombies, a dozen second-tier zombies unleash their presence and charge toward their counterparts, followed by hundreds of first-tier zombies, excitedly roaring as they surge forward. The cacophony of the roaring second-tier zombies abruptly ceases. Faced with this sudden onslaught, they are momentarily stunned, but swiftly react, turning to flee in a panic. However, at that very moment, several swift entities, akin to cats, dart forward, rapidly closing the distance to the second-tier zombie in an instant. They leap high, their claws poised to strike. The second-tier zombie instinctively raises its arm in defense. The clash of metal against flesh resounds. And it is then that Xiao Tong clearly sees the form of this second-tier zombie. This creature bears a striking resemblance to ordinary zombies, save for its immensely enlarged arms, which appear to have swollen several times over, rivaling the brawn of the once dreaded abomination. Its fists, similarly swollen, are remarkably hard. The swift entity's dual blades strike against its arm, only to rebound off, yet, in the next heartbeat, more swift entities arrive, their claws slashing wildly. Aside from its grotesquely enlarged limbs, the zombie's overall offensive capability is quite low. One swift entity plunges a blade directly into the zombie's lower back. The second-tier zombie stumbles, feeling a surge of power draining from its back. In the next moment, a massive hand, thick with a layer of keratin, gently grips the head of the giant-armed zombie and suddenly twists. A sickening crack echoes as the zombie's skull shatters, its foul, greenish blood gushing forth. This second-tier zombie succumbs to the onslaught of its peers within mere seconds. A defender swiftly extracts the core from the second-tier zombie and hastily brings it to Xiao Tong. Presenting it with respect, Xiao Tong nods slightly, accepting the core. Before long, a multitude of first-tier zombie cores are delivered to him as well. While he permits his subordinates to handle the cores and remains of the low-tier zombies, he collects the cores from the first and second-tier zombies. The second-tier cores are essential for his absorption, while the first-tier cores will not only aid in his own evolution, but will also be gathered for the peak first-tier zombies under his command, facilitating their advancement to the second tier. Once all 2,000 of his zombies have evolved into the second tier, few will remain capable of threatening him. However, this is contingent upon the secrecy of his human consciousness. Otherwise, even a few more Chen fans would not suffice. A few missiles could spell his doom. Yet, as long as this information remains concealed, amidst the current failures of many formidable firearms, any missiles launched will be of critical importance and not squandered lightly. Suddenly, a series of deep, terrifying growls resonate, drawing closer. The sound of these voices, all zombies are momentarily startled, and the 2,000 low-tier zombies unleash a collective roar, retreating in terror as though a horrific creature approaches. Over 300 first-tier zombies emit low growls of fear but do not back away. A dozen second-tier zombies fixate on the distance, neither roaring nor retreating, their gaze unwavering. Upon hearing the deep, resonant barks, Xiao Tong's heart clenches, sensing the vast, primal energy approaching, and he becomes acutely aware of the impending threat. The aberrant beasts have finally emerged. Ahead, a disarray of low-tier zombies howl and hastily flee in all directions. The ground trembling beneath them, in the distance, a herd of colossal creatures rushes forth, and as they draw nearer, Xiao Tong finally discerns their forms. Each creature stands at least a meter tall, sporting teeth sharper than those of the zombies. With sinewy muscles and glossy fur, barreling forth like a whirlwind, shredding any zombies in their path. These beings are various breeds of dogs: Chihuahuas, Pekingese, Pomeranians, Bichons, teddy dogs, pugs, French bulldogs. Yet, compared to their peaceful counterparts, these aberrant beasts have mutated into far larger, more menacing forms, their claws and fangs representing the nightmares of countless zombies and humans alike. The largest and most formidable of these mutated canines is a yellow bulldog, standing nearly 1.5 meters tall and over 2 meters long. Its fangs, elongated by mutation, glimmer with a deadly sheen, capable of effortlessly crushing a zombie's skull. As the herd of mutated dogs comes to a halt, the bulldog's gaze fixes upon the nearest group of second-tier zombies. A glimmer of intelligence sparking in its eyes, it is contemplating. Many dog breeds exhibit a fair degree of intelligence, and after their mutation, these creatures possess intellect comparable to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, capable of discerning risks and rewards. Upon detecting the presence of the second-tier zombies from a distance, the bulldog, filled with excitement, gathers its pack, aware that only these second-tier zombies can facilitate its further evolution. However, it is taken aback by the sheer number of second-tier zombies present. Among its kind, only 4 are second-tier, while the remainder consists of first-tier and low-tier mutants. What to do now? The bulldog scans the horde, finally settling its gaze on Xiao Tong and the few defenders at his side. After a cursory glance at the defenders, its attention locks onto Xiao Tong. Though Xiao Tong is clad in black armor akin to that of the defenders, he appears considerably smaller in comparison. Yet, with several second-tier defenders guarding him, it becomes clear that Xiao Tong is the leader of this zombie assembly, albeit a feeble one in need of protection. Thus, the plan is to eliminate this weak zombie first, causing the rest to collapse. With a low growl, the bulldog barks, rallying the other mutated canines to heed its call and charge toward Xiao Tong. Their teeth bared in a menacing display, as the pack lunges forward. The first wave of second-tier zombies springs into action, swift as arrows, their transformed limbs becoming lethal blades aimed at the incoming canines. Yet, the lead pack of mutated dogs leaps high, vaulting over the second-tier zombies. Seeing this audacious maneuver, the second-tier zombies roar in indignation and turn to pursue the first wave of mutated canines. But in the next heartbeat, more of the aberrant dogs block their path. In an instant, a horde of level 2 zombies clashed with a pack of mutated dogs. Was it a distortion of humanity or a degradation of morality? Dozens of level 2 zombies battled against a throng of mutated dogs. Although most of the mutated canines were of level 1 or even 0, they possessed a natural advantage in terms of both size and speed. They held the upper hand. Particularly impressive was their ability to coordinate. One dog would draw the attention of a level 2 zombie while another would stealthily flank it, targeting the delectable morsel of flesh it craved. Some even awakened skills akin to those of the African wild dogs, their sharp claws plunging into the zombie's abdomen. When they withdrew, they brought out not just entrails, but the very essence of life itself. Zombies, once lifeless, exhibited traits of the living, devouring what they could to fuel their evolution. While much of their consumption transformed into energy, a small portion inevitably remained to ferment in their bowels, as the intestines were extracted. An indescribable stench enveloped the scene. The aroma was intoxicating. Woof! Howl! Good heavens, what a delicacy! The dog, gnawing on the intestine, let out an exhilarated howl, relishing the delightful and euphoric taste that spread across its palate. The other dogs, witnessing this spectacle, became equally animated, circling the level 2 zombies and seizing every opportunity to strike with their claws. When their claws emerged, excitement erupted among the pack. Woof! Goodness, what a treasure! This was truly the dog world's equivalent of stinky tofu. Woof! Sob sob, to savor such exquisite fare, this canine's life was complete. Chapter 61. My dear brother, what trials have you endured? Roar. Many level 2 zombies roared in anger, charging towards the mutated dogs, who dangled the intestines and gulped them down, each bite a sheer pleasure. Meanwhile, a bulldog led a dozen mutated canines towards Xiao Tong, the enticing aroma wafting behind them causing several nearby mutated dogs to glance over, drool cascading from their mouths. The mutated bulldog looked on in disdain. Woof! Have you no shame? Is a mere chunk of intestine, tainted with feces, enough to provoke such disgraceful behavior? I have traversed the heavens and earth, consumed more waste than you have salt, experienced every flavor imaginable, sweet, sour, bitter, and salty. My name once commanded respect, yet you have sullied it. Can you not learn from me? Can you not aspire to produce saliva that stretches a meter? Can you accomplish that? No, you cannot. My saliva length has set the world record in the canine realm. Slurp. The bulldog slurped, drawing the meter-long drool back into its mouth, its gaze fixed menacingly on Xiao Tong. Woof! The bulldog barked, prompting the nearby mutated dogs to charge forward. Hundreds of level 1 zombies immediately roared, attempting to block their path, yet they were no match for the mutated dogs in speed or strength. One by one, the mutated canines sank their teeth into the zombies' heads, crushing them with a satisfying pop. However, the sheer number of level 1 zombies temporarily ensnared the mutated dogs, several surrounding them and hindering their speed. Just then, a mutated dog suffered a deep gash from a level 1 zombie's claw, letting out a pained howl. In the next moment, more level 1 zombies surged forward, overwhelming it. Once they pounced, they paid no heed to their fallen foe. Howl! The mutated dog's limbs stiffened as the surrounding zombies descended upon it, their sharp teeth and claws tearing into its flesh. It screamed in agony, hissing as it gasped for breath, astonished by such a turn of events. Howl, hearing the dog's anguished cries, the bulldog turned with a pained expression. Woof! My dear brother, rest easy. I shall avenge you. When the time comes, I will make short work of this wretched creature. It lamented. Woof! Damn it, my good brother, what suffering have you endured? How tragic! Howl, just as its wails faded, the dog's voice transformed, leaving it momentarily stunned. Damn it, what is happening? But by then, the dog had lost its breath, having been disemboweled by a horde of zombies, their frenzied gnashing consuming it. Yet the bulldog gazed on, witnessing the dog leave this world with a semblance of relief upon its face. Damn it. Can someone explain to me what is transpiring? Shaking its head to dispel the bewildering thoughts, it refocused on Xiao Tong, its eyes alight with murderous intent. The aura of the level 2 mutated dog swept across the battlefield, clearly indicating that this bulldog had evolved long ago, far surpassing the newly transformed level 2 zombies under Xiao Tong's command. However, for defenders still charged forward with a roar. Xiao Tong observed the bulldog silently, surprised at encountering it so soon in his previous life. These mutated beasts only coalesced into formidable groups months after the apocalypse began. This was why, despite the power of the mutated creatures, zombies could still contend with them, having gained months of development time and resulting in numerous level 1, 2, and 3 zombies. Thus, in the face of high-end power, they could still dominate these mutated beasts. Yet now, less than half a month into the apocalypse. A vast horde of mutated creatures had already formed. The plight of future zombies would undoubtedly become more arduous. Was it possible that his rebirth had set off a chain reaction, causing the premature awakening of these mutated beasts? Roar! A zombie's howl shattered Xiao Tong's contemplation. He looked up to see the 4 defenders already bearing injuries, while the level 2 bulldog remained unfazed, effortlessly overpowering its adversaries. Even against 4 zombies, it continued to dominate. Woof! The bulldog barked, dodging a punch from one defender, and clamped its jaws around the defender's fist, biting down fiercely. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering bone echoed, and the defender let out a horrific scream. Witnessing this, Xiao Tong frowned slightly but refrained from ordering a retreat for the defenders. After all, the emergence of strong beings has always stemmed from the crucible of battle. While he felt a pang of sympathy for the level 2 zombies, he could not command them to withdraw. If they were to grow in a sheltered environment, he might as well dismiss them altogether. Otherwise, he would be burdened with every affair. Within 5 minutes, the bulldog, leveraging its speed and strength, systematically dismantled the 4 defenders, leaving them maimed, missing limbs, with one even having its skull partially crushed. Green and red fluids sprang forth. Chapter 62. Unable to find a girlfriend? Just upon witnessing this, Xiao Tong could not help but sigh inwardly. In times of peace, humanity stood atop the food chain, wielding tools that rendered them the masters of Earth. Yet in this apocalypse, humans and their undead counterparts proved no match for the mutated beasts. A mere level 2 mutated dog could render 4 equally ranked defenders nearly powerless. The prospect of facing even more terrifying mutated creatures, born from lions and tigers, was daunting. Observing the 4 defenders, 1 dead, 4 wounded, Xiao Tong recognized that the purpose of honing these defenders had been fulfilled. If he continued to spectate, all 4 would surely perish. Thus, he resolved to intervene. With this in mind, Xiao Tong advanced towards the mutated bulldog. Sensing his approach, the mutated bulldog swatted one defender aside and turned to face Xiao Tong. It watched him draw nearer. A glint of mockery flickered in its eyes. Woof! A mere novice, come to deliver yourself to death? Yet in the next moment, an overwhelming aura radiated from Xiao Tong, enveloping the mutated bulldog in a blanket of pressure. The bulldog's body trembled as its eyes widened in shock. That instant, Xiao Tong propelled himself off the ground, charging towards the bulldog like a ferocious tiger. Feeling the weight of Xiao Tong's presence, the bulldog's expression morphed into one of astonishment and disbelief. It had not anticipated that this smallest of zombies would prove the mightiest among them. Evidently, it had underestimated this opponent. Nonetheless, the bulldog was unafraid. Woof! The mutated bulldog growled, a predatory gleam flashing in its eyes as it prepared to charge. Its powerful legs propelled it forward, racing towards Xiao Tong with incredible speed. Far outpacing him as it approached within 5 or 6 meters of Xiao Tong, it suddenly leaped into the air, a monstrous dog lunging towards him. Observing the mutated bull-headed dog soaring high, Xiao Tong momentarily froze, only to break into a faint smile. Just moments ago, he had been concerned about the creature's incredible speed. However, now that it had leaped into the air, devoid of any support, it instantly transformed into a living target. With his right hand poised, a sphere of azure lightning coalesced, crackling with energy. As the blue lightning materialized, it emitted a series of sharp sounds, and Xiao Tong flung his right hand toward the mutated pit bull, unleashing the lightning, which morphed into a net of electricity that enveloped the creature in midair. Woof! The mutated bull-headed dog yelped, startled, upon seeing Xiao Tong conjure a lightning net in the blink of an eye. Its fur bristled in terror, and it felt a prickling pain coursing through its skin. The sheer horror of the situation was palpable, yet, suspended in the air, it had nowhere to evade and plunged directly into the lightning net. The instant it made contact, the mutated bull-headed dog let out a wretched cry, "Nanny!" A cloud of white smoke mingled with the acrid scent of singed flesh enveloped it. Its body plummeted to the ground. Yet, this was not the end. As the lightning net was cast, Xiao Tong disregarded whether it ensnared the mutated bull-headed dog. With both hands raised, 2 spheres of blue lightning began to coalesce. Moments later, he forcefully brought his hands together. Upon their convergence, a terrifying shockwave surged forth, barreling toward the descending mutated bull-headed dog. Boom! The lightning shockwave struck the creature, eliciting another anguished howl. Thud. The mutated bull-headed dog crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the lightning and debris settled, the dog staggered to its feet, its fur singed and parts of its body torn, crimson blood oozing from wounds and trickling from its mouth. However, despite its injuries, the mutated bull-headed dog remained undeterred, its eyes locked onto Xiaotong, filled with a fierce murderous intent. Woof! It growled angrily, then charged at Xiaotong like a whirlwind, weaving side to side to avoid the lightning in his possession. Having suffered a significant setback at the onset of the battle, it now discerned Xiaotong's weakness. Observing his slender frame, it surmised he was ill-equipped for close combat. Consequently, it aimed to evade his strengths. With a low growl, the mutated bull-headed dog closed the distance, swiftly maneuvering behind Xiaotong. It opened its jaws wide and lunged toward his rear, aiming to bite him, not question why it targeted his backside. It was simply drawn to the aroma of fine delicacies. The essence of human cuisine tantalized its senses, whereas the scent of decay was far less appealing. As a creature of instinct, it sought its desires. In an instant, Xiaotong recognized the dog's audacity. How could it dare to engage in such a shameless act? He spun around and delivered a powerful punch. Yet, to his surprise, the mutated bull-headed dog displayed a flicker of derision in its eyes, adjusting its trajectory to chomp down on Xiaotong's arm instead. Before it bit down, it confirmed its target. Indeed, the right hand. The right hand of a human man was always infused with delectable flavors. A cultural delicacy it relished. With a swift bite, it clamped down on Xiaotong's shoulder. Woof! Thank you, clumsy human, for presenting your right arm. Just wait as I shatter the defenses around it and sever it completely. As the mutated bull-headed dog reveled in its triumph, Xiaotong remained composed, observing the dog's smug expression. He could have unleashed a torrent of lightning, yet he reconsidered. Chapter 63. The dog kneels. Returning to the matter at hand, he began to summon his martial spirit, and 9 soul rings emerged, the 9th a shimmering golden ring of 10,000 years. The 9th soul skill, 18 manipulations. The palm that dove deep into the mutated bull-headed dog's throat tightened, and in the next moment, his soul power surged, initiating a rapid, primitive, piston-like motion. Huh? Gag! The mutated bull-headed dog, intent on gnawing through Xiaotong's arm, widened its eyes in shock. The peculiar sensation in its mouth caused it to instinctively release its grip, leading to an involuntary retch. Why did it gag? Do not question why. It was simply reminiscent of Prince Tsong eating bread. The mutated bull-headed dog promptly expelled Xiaotong's arm, which he raised immediately, crackling with electricity, before delivering a resounding slap to the dog's face, sending it sprawling to the ground, dazed. The mutated bull-headed dog lay on the ground, its paws clutching the spot that had been struck, its face scorched by lightning. Its eyes were filled with disbelief, as if it could not process the reality that Xiaotong's slap was beyond the comprehension of a cultured canine. This was an affront to its scholarly pursuits. How could it be subjected to such a humiliation while exploring the realms of science? Did it not realize the psychological impact of such a slap on a cultured dog? With a resentful gaze, the mutated bull-headed dog regarded Xiaotong. The latter was thoroughly bewildered. After having struck the creature down, it lay sprawled on the ground, legs raised in a provocative pose, its eyes sparkling with philosophical contemplation, occasionally casting Xiaotong glances filled with melancholy, as if grappling with the gravest scientific dilemmas. Shaking his head, Xiaotong once more concentrated the lightning in his hands and hurled 2 bolts toward the beast. Woof! Damn it, not again! I have yet to recover from your earlier slap, and you dare to attack once more? Enraged, the mutated bull-headed dog accelerated, charging toward Xiaotong. This time, it did not aim for the fragrant rear or the brawny arm. Instead, it lowered its head. With a fierce gaze, it made Xiaotong shiver. Oh woo! The mutated bull-headed dog bared its teeth, revealing its menacing fangs. Roar! Xiaotong bellowed, resolved to end this swiftly. This dog was too shameless. And for reasons unknown, he felt it was excessively clever, too clever for its own good. If such a highly intelligent creature remained, the future threats posed by mutated beasts would become even more formidable. Threats must be quelled before they escalate, he roared, prompting a nearby second-tier zombie to hurl a foreign blade toward him. Xiaotong stepped back, leapt gracefully, and caught the blade with precision. Clang! The blade unsheathed with a resounding, elongated ring as a chill began to permeate the AI art. In recent days, Xiao Tong and his followers had scoured the entirety of the school, dispatching thousands of zombies. In ancient times, slaying 100 was deemed a feat. 1,000, a massacre, and 10,000, a legendary accomplishment. Though Xiao Tong's victims were zombies, they were nonetheless living beings. With the blade drawn, it radiated an aura sharp and frigid, imbued with the essence of countless lives extinguished. The mutated bull-headed dog widened its eyes, recognizing the blade in Xiao Tong's grasp. It envisioned its own demise beneath the weight of that long, formidable weapon, followed by Xiao Tong preparing a hot pot feast. No, I cannot perish so easily, for the prospect of such a delectable dog meat hot pot is far too enticing to forfeit. I refuse to resign myself to fate, nor will I succumb. I am a cultured dog that has savored the foulness of every corner of the earth. My life as a canine is still long, and my numerous little companions await my affection. Without me, their hollow existence will be filled by others, a reality intolerable for a proud dog. I shall never yield. How could I accept my fate until the very last moment? My destiny is mine to shape, not dictated by the heavens. The pinnacle of the sky. I stand proud in this world. Where I exist, there exists the divine. The mutated bull terrier is nearly moved to tears, letting out a fierce roar as its forelegs bend, its entire body sinking toward the ground as if it were Mount Tai itself. Bowing its head, it charges at Xiao Tong with an irreversible determination, declaring that failure is not an option. Then, the mutated bull terrier knelt, sliding right to Xiao Tong's feet, its paws desperately clutching at Xiao Tong's thigh. Eyes brimming with tears, "Howl!" it cried, as a voice echoed in Xiao Tong's mind. "Master, oh master, I have longed for you like the stars and moon. You are my heaven, my deity. I have taken the name Howling Celestial Dog. And you are the gallant Erlang Shun, standing proud over the world. Where my master is, there is heaven." The mutated bull terrier clung to Xiao Tong's leg, howling while licking his face and neck. Xiao Tong, overwhelmed by the voice in his head, was left bewildered. He looked down at the trembling mutated bull terrier clinging to his thigh, his expression darkening further. With a swift motion, he slapped the mutated pit bull away. Looking down, his face darkened even more. "What the hell? You are a bull terrier, not some celestial being." Xiao Tong stepped forward and delivered another hefty slap, sending the bull terrier flying. He then gave the creature's rear a sharp flick. Chapter 64. The Packed Howl. The mutated bull terrier yelped in agony, leaping 3 meters into the air, tears streaming down its face. "Woof woof. Ugh." It cursed vehemently, but suddenly felt the cold edge of a blade at its throat, causing it to shudder. With a sycophantic grin, it gazed at Xiao Tong. "Master, master, we are on the same side." Xiao Tong regarded the mutated bull terrier with a cold gaze, always sensing something unusual. This dog felt less like a mere animal and more like a person in disguise. "How can you communicate with me directly?" Xiao Tong queried in his mind. "Master, I don't know. The moment we met, we connected. I, Howling Celestial Dog, truly wish to serve you wholeheartedly. Please accept me. My demands are modest. Just bring me a dozen little female companions each day." "Master, from our first meeting, my admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing rivers. I have a song I wish to dedicate to you. You ask me how deep my love for you is. How much I care." "Howl, howl." Xiao Tong's brows twitched. He finally understood the meaning behind the phrase "the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves." He had once read about a protagonist pursued by a dog in a novel, never expecting to encounter such an absurd canine in reality. "Stop singing," he barked, causing the mutated bull terrier to retract its head and cease its serenade. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Tong surveyed the creature. Despite its foolishness, if he could tame this mutated bull terrier, it would mean commanding a horde of mutated beasts. Mutated creatures are generally far stronger than zombies. If he could indeed tame this pack of mutated dogs, it would be immensely advantageous. "Do you truly wish to serve me?" The mutated dog's eyes lit up. "Master, if you desire it, I am entirely yours. My body and soul." As the mutated bull terrier began to elaborate, it suddenly felt a chill around its neck. Xiao Tong coldly interjected. "Speak properly." Yes, master. I genuinely wish to serve you." From now on, If you send me east, I shall not wander west. If you offer me dry food, I shall never lick the wet. With that, Xiao Tong could no longer contain himself and slapped the mutated bull terrier across the face before mounting it. Howl, master. No, not like this, please, damn it, Xiao Tong exclaimed. Delivering a flurry of slaps, I let you output on my leg. I let you sing. I let you lick the wet. I let you not wear a mask. The mutated bull terrier was utterly bewildered. While the preceding reason seemed complimentary, the last one felt absurd. Does a dog even need to wear a mask? After a barrage of slaps, Xiao Tong finally paused, panting. Though now a level 2 zombie, he still found himself weary from the exertion. Once he climbed off the mutated bull terrier, it stood up, observing Xiao Tong's exhausted form, and immediately recognized an opportunity to flatter. Master, haven't you eaten? Xiao Tong froze mid-rest, turning to face the mutated bull terrier with an uncontainable fire in his eyes. The bull terrier trembled internally. Could it be that my master's gaze burns with affection for me? This intense feeling, this unabashed emotion. Slap! Xiao Tong mounted it once more, leading to another symphony of howls for over half an hour. Exhausted, he finally rose again. The mutated bull terrier limped to its feet, gazing at the hunched-over Xiao Tong with sincerity and a hint of grievance. Look, you really haven't eaten. Xiao Tong was speechless. Just you wait. With a heart heavy with indignation, Xiao Tong reflected on his 2 lifetimes, never anticipating that he would be mocked by a dog. After resting for a while, Xiao Tong turned to the bull terrier. I might consider taking you in, but how can I be sure you won't betray me later? The mutated bull terrier pondered seriously before looking at Xiao Tong earnestly. Do you truly believe another zombie would be willing to take in a fool like me? Xiao Tong was left speechless. Acknowledging the creature's self-awareness, the mutated bull terrier's voice echoed in his mind once more. Actually, I have a method. A pact? A pact? Xiao Tong's brow furrowed with intrigue. It is a special ability of mine, allowing me to form a contract with animals that serve me. As long as my strength remains superior, they shall never betray me. And of course, I can also bind myself to you, master. As long as your power exceeds mine, I too would never harbor thoughts of betrayal. As the mutated bull terrier's words settled, Xiao Tong's eyes gleamed. If the bull terrier spoke the truth, he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Forming a pact with a mutated bull terrier would mean commanding an army of loyal mutated beasts. If what you say is true, I might consider accepting you. Daily, a dozen female dogs would be no issue, Xiao Tong declared, and the bull terrier's eyes sparkled. Come on, master, release your spirit. As Xiao Tong relaxed his mind, he felt an invisible energy penetrate his brow. A warm sensation blossomed in his mind. And after several minutes, it subsided, leaving a comforting mark deep within, a bond that resonated with the essence of the mutated bull terrier. Xiao Tong opened his eyes to behold the bull terrier before him. Master! The bull terrier's eyes brimmed with loyalty, bowing its head in submission. Xiao Tong nodded, glancing at the creature. Rise, become my subordinate, and I shall grant you a new name. Chapter 65. Taming the Mutated Dog Army. Thank you for the name. Master! The bull terrier's eyes lit up, letting out a jubilant howl. The creature of strong aspirations, it had long desired a refined name, especially after its intelligence surged with the advent of the apocalypse. It also endeavored to adopt some elegant names for itself, akin to Taiju, Ergo, and Longzi. Ultimately, it felt that the name Xiao Tian, from mythology, suited it best. However, that was someone else's name, not its own. Even though it used the name Xiao Tian, it still yearned for a name that truly belonged to it. I see you are adorned in yellow fur, resembling a bull terrier. Xiao Tong scrutinized the mutated bull terrier, which promptly raised its head and turned in a circle, showcasing all its merits to Xiao Tong. You shall be called Xiao Ji, declared Xiao Tong decisively. The excited mutated bull terrier was momentarily taken aback. Master, could we perhaps choose a different name? You simply named me Xiao Ji. Isn't that a bit demeaning? The mutated bull terrier wore a look of defiance. How am I small? Xiao Tong shot at a glance, remaining silent as he turned to observe the ongoing battle among the horde of corpses and dogs. He spoke. Command your subordinates to cease their actions. The mutated bull terrier howled in response. Watch me! A loud howl erupted from the mutated bull terrier. The dogs engaged in battle halted, and Xiao Tong instructed his subordinates, the zombies, To stop as well, a throng of bewildered dogs stared at the mutated bull terrier. What is happening? The mutated bull terrier wore an air of pride, strutting confidently among the dogs. Remember, from now on, this person behind me. No, the zombie is my boss, and thus your ultimate superior. All dogs acknowledge the ultimate superior. The pack of dogs paused for a moment, but the power of the contract compelled them to obey Xiao Ji's command. They lined up in 2 rows, standing tall and simultaneously raised their heads. Awuh, ultimate superior! Their voices resonated in unison, grand and powerful. Xiao Tong was momentarily stunned. Goodness, even the dogs have turned to the dark side. All right, fall back to your ranks. Xiao Tong waved his hand. Meanwhile, a small modified military truck steadily approached, with several figures poking their heads out to observe Xiao Tong from a distance, their expressions filled with excitement. There's actually a mutated dog squad engaging with zombies over there. One of them exclaimed eagerly. Boss, should we move closer? Another chimed in. Yes, boss, we must approach. This pack of mutated dogs will surely confront the zombies, and once the battle concludes, we can directly collect the crystal cores. Indeed, boss, we have 4 ability users and firearms on board. Even if they are first-level zombies, we need not fear. If worst comes to worst, we can always retreat. All right, advance. The leader of the group pondered momentarily before nodding, and the convoy began to gradually head towards Xiao Tong's direction. However, just as the driver turned the vehicle around, a scene in the distance left everyone wide-eyed. The zombies and dogs, who had been fiercely battling, suddenly ceased their conflict the moment they moved. What the heck? The mutated dogs were actually forming 2 lines to welcome a zombie. At that moment, Xiao Tong suddenly lifted his gaze across the vast distance, locking eyes with the convoy's leader. He couldn't help but shudder, a chill running down his spine. Quick, turn the vehicle around. We must leave this place. The convoy quickly reversed, speeding away. Chase after them, Xiao Tong commanded, and Xiao Ji promptly led a troop of followers in pursuit of the convoy. Xiao Tong ordered most of the zombies to remain behind to feast on the corpses below and collect crystal cores, while he took a dozen second-level zombies and a few hundred first-level zombies in pursuit. Awuh! A pack of mutated dogs surged forward, barking excitedly as they raced. They were surprisingly faster than the convoy, and with vehicles parked along the road and wandering zombies blocking the way, the convoy's speed diminished further. Boss, this is bad. The pack of mutated dogs has caught up, a member exclaimed, his face pale. The scarred leader's eyes gleamed with determination as he gritted his teeth. Throw all supplies out of the vehicle. And the women too. Upon hearing the leader's words, everyone was momentarily stunned. Boss, we can just throw out the women, right? Those supplies are crucial for our survival. Indeed, boss, damn it, if I say throw, you throw. Stop questioning me. The leader shot a glare at the group, and reluctantly, they began discarding supplies from the vehicle, scattering rice and food everywhere. Finally, they opened the compartments of the cabin and the driver's seat. A foul stench wafted out as several emaciated women, scantily clad, lay dazed within the cabin. When the compartment was opened, a flicker of light appeared in their eyes. They struggled to crawl towards the men, pleading, "Big brothers, please, just give us a morsel of food. I only need a single piece of bread, just one piece. I will do anything you ask." One man kicked a woman away, a cruel smile on his face. "Get lost. You think you're worth a piece of bread. When we spoke to you kindly back then, you turned your nose up at a piece of bread, slapping it to the ground and trampling it. Did you know those breads cost us our lives? Since you didn't cherish what was given to you, then you shall have nothing." As he spoke, several men opened the vehicle doors and began shoving the women out. The women, upon being pushed to the door, saw the mutated dogs and zombies pursuing from behind and screamed in panic. "No. Please, big brothers. There are only mutated dogs and zombies outside. We will lose our lives." "What? Yes, big brothers, the vehicle is still moving so fast. If we fall, we want to escape. Please, don't do this. Your lives are of no concern to me. I care only for my own survival. Push them out." One man growled fiercely, then forcefully shoved a woman out. The other men followed suit, the weak women unable to resist, screaming in horror as they were ejected from the vehicle, landing in a bloody heap. Chapter 66. Dividing into 4 paths, monitoring the source. The pack of mutated dogs trailing behind were momentarily taken aback, but instinctively opened their mouths, seizing a woman in their jaws, tearing her in two. and began to devour her ravenously, chewing as they pursued the convoy ahead. The taste was decent, though the meat was rather pungent, reminiscent of seafood. Xiao Tong, witnessing this scene, furrowed his brows but said nothing. At that moment, the mutated dog squad had caught up to the convoy. The mutated bull terrier led the charge, leaping onto a truck, its sharp claws piercing through the window and swiftly killing the driver, causing the truck to veer out of control and crash against the roadside. Other vehicles soon followed suit, some colliding with obstacles and halting, while others flipped over onto the road, as the windows shattered. Several bloodied humans crawled out, barely alive. Upon seeing the ferocious mutated dogs and the aggressive zombies approaching from behind, they were instantly paralyzed with fear. The mutated dog squad surrounded them, patiently awaiting Xiao Tong's arrival. Soon, Xiao Tong arrived with a dozen second-level zombies and several hundred first-level zombies, as Xiao Ji led the mutated dog squad respectfully to clear a path. The scarred men lying on the ground were utterly stunned by the sight, their hearts filled with shock. Meanwhile, several ability users inside felt the ominous aura emanating from Xiao Tong and the zombies, their eyes widening in terror. How is this possible? They gasped in disbelief, realizing with horror that the weakest among Xiao Tong and the zombies were first-level zombies. With a dozen second-level zombies, including Xiao Tong himself, how could so many zombies gather together without higher-level zombies hunting the lower ones? Xiao Tong stepped forward, glancing at the scarred men momentarily before shaking his head slightly, silently issuing the command. Kill them. In the next instant, the mutated dogs and zombies surged forward in a frenzy. A chorus of horrific screams echoed as everyone was overwhelmed and devoured by the mutated dogs and zombies. Observing the gruesome scene of the scarred men being torn apart by the zombies and mutated dogs, Xiao Tong felt no ripple of emotion. Setting aside the women who had just been pushed from the vehicle, it was clear that Xiao Tong's identity had transformed into that of a zombie. The age-old adage, "Those who are not of my clan must have different intentions," rang true. He had become a zombie, destined to be a thorn in humanity's side, hunted relentlessly for the crystal cores within his mind. Thus, he bore no psychological burden in taking lives, only needing to uphold his own moral line, never consuming human flesh. After eliminating those men, Xiao Tong continued onward, traversing the distance. Although Chongping District is merely one of the many districts in Beijing, it encompasses numerous towns and streets, housing a population of over 20,000. Approximately 200,000 individuals have likely succumbed to zombification. If he were to thoroughly cleanse the entirety of Chongping District, exterminating all first- and second-tier zombies, he would significantly enhance his prospects of ascending to a third-tier zombie. However, if he were to proceed street by street, the complete eradication of Chongping District would likely take no less than 10 to 15 days, necessitating alternative strategies. Xiao Tong surveyed his zombie subordinates, alongside a battalion of mutated canines. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to divide his forces. Xiao Ji, take your mutated dog squad to the north and eliminate all first- and second-tier zombies in that region. Bring back their crystal cores. As for the corpses and zero-tier zombies, feel free to consume them. Howl. Yes, boss. Xiao Ji responded with enthusiasm, leading his contingent of mutated canines northward at a swift pace. Listening to the fading sound of barking, Xiao Tong turned his attention to his remaining zombies. Defender 1, you will lead 3 defenders, 4 swift ones, and 500 zero-tier zombies westward. Bring back all the crystal cores from the first- and second-tier zombies. You may consume the corpses and zero-tier zombies at your discretion. If you cannot finish them, drive all remaining zero-tier zombies over. Roar. Defender 1 bellowed in acknowledgement before setting off with hundreds of zombies towards the west. Bone Spike 1, you will take Flame 2, 2 defenders, 3 swift ones, and 500 zero-tier zombies to sweep the eastern sector. Soon, Bone Spike 1 departed with a horde of zombies in tow. Now, aside from Xiao Tong, the only remaining second-tier zombies were Bone Spike and Flame, accompanied by 1,000 zero-tier zombies. Next, they would commence their slaughter in the central district. Xiao Tong unsheathed his machete and led the charge towards a cluster of dormant zombies in the distance. With Bone Spike, Flame, and the 1,000 zero-tier zombies hastily following behind. He advanced towards a throng of over 100 sleeping zombies. The horde began to stir upon sensing Xiao Tong's second-tier presence. Gradually awakening, that moment, a surge of lightning enveloped them in a net of electricity, causing the zombies to tremble and emit wisps of smoke. Boom. Simultaneously, a conflagration erupted, engulfing hundreds of zombies. Just as the paralysis effect of the lightning faded, the flames ignited every zombie, prompting them to thrash wildly and howl in agony. Xiao Tong cast an appreciative glance at the flame zombie before plunging into the fray, methodically cleaving through the heads of the zombies with his machete. Meanwhile, Bone Spike directed his limbs towards the flaming zombies, unleashing a barrage of bone spikes that struck true. Within minutes, hundreds of zombies lay lifeless. At this juncture, the 1,000 zero-tier zombies arrived. After leaving 500 to search for crystal cores, Xiao Tong, alongside Flame and Bone Spike, continued their hunt for zombies. Upon clearing the zombies gathered beneath the building, Xiao Tong and his 2 second-tier zombies ascended into the skyscraper. Strangely, as soon as he stepped inside, Xiao Tong felt an unsettling sensation of being watched, yet he could not pinpoint the source of this scrutiny. He pressed forward, slaying zombies while seeking the origin of this ominous feeling. Meanwhile, in the 12th floor surveillance room, a zombie with only half a head observed the monitors. Unlike other zombies, its eyes, though red, shimmered with an unusual brilliance. It twitched its nostrils, fixated on the images of Xiao Tong and his 2 zombies. A glimmer of excitement flickering in its gaze. Chapter 67. Zombie Lord. Its body was a mass of sinewy muscles, adorned with grotesque growths that seemed to writhe as if something within sought escape. Its right hand was disproportionately massive, resembling a sturdy shield, while its left morphed into a claw akin to a hook, glimmering with lethal sharpness. With a low growl, the room erupted into chaos, a chorus of subdued roars echoing throughout. This zombie strode forth, revealing a floor teeming with densely packed zombies, including numerous first-tier and several second-tier specimens. Upon its arrival, the surrounding zombies bowed their heads in respect before falling silent. Xiao Tong, accompanied by Flame and Bone Spike, methodically swept through each floor, having dispatched over 1,000 zombies by the time they reached the 3rd floor. Nevertheless, the sensation of being observed persisted, intensifying with each passing moment. Suddenly, Xiao Tong glanced up at the flickering surveillance camera in the corridor, a realization dawning upon him. Bone Spike, destroy the camera, Xiao Tong commanded internally. Without hesitation, Bone Spike aimed its arm at the camera, releasing a volley of bone spikes that shattered it with a resounding crash. In the surveillance room, the shield zombie roared in frustration as the screen displaying Xiao Tong and his companions transformed into static. Hearing its cry, the zombies on the floor began to roar in response. But upon a second roar from the shield zombie, they promptly fell silent. The shield zombie sought refuge in a concealed corner, while the throng of zombies gradually filled the room. Within minutes, the floor that had once housed over 1,000 zombies was now eerily vacant. Soon, the roars from the lower floors reached the upper levels. Moments later, Xiao Tong, with Bone Spike and Flame, pushed through the fire escape door. Upon entering this floor, Xiao Tong sensed something was amiss. The corridor was unnaturally quiet, devoid of any zombie roars. Yet, he keenly detected the presence of numerous zombies, prompting him, along with Bone Spike and Flame, to advance cautiously. The closer they drew, the more zombies he could sense, primarily 0-tier and 1st-tier ones, which posed no threat due to their fear of his 2nd-tier aura. Suddenly, a deep, resonant roar echoed through the hallway. At the sound, Xiao Tong's eyes brightened. A 2nd-tier zombie? However, before he could revel in this discovery, a cacophony of zombie roars erupted, and a horde burst through the door, encircling Xiao Tong and his 2 companions. Roar, a low growl resonated, and Xiao Tong raised an eyebrow, turning to face the origin of the sound. Emerging from the horde was the shield zombie, its grotesque growths writhing in response to its roar, causing the surrounding zombies to become increasingly agitated. At that moment, Xiao Tong sensed an intangible force enveloping all the zombies, and his eyes widened in astonishment. This invisible energy was unmistakably psychic power. Roar! The shield zombie issued another roar, unleashing a frenzy of the unseen energy. In an instant, countless zombies lunged towards Xiao Tong and his 2 companions. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Tong's eyes widened in disbelief, for this zombie possessed the ability to control others, a rarity among their kind. Though its method differed from his direct control, it commanded an army of zombies that exhibited fierce loyalty. Devoid of the possibility of betrayal, could this be a new type of zombie? A zombie lord? As Xiao Tong pondered this, the horde surged forward. Boom! The flame zombie unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing the oncoming zombies and transforming the scene into a blazing inferno. Meanwhile, Bone Spike relentlessly fired bone spikes, each projectile felling another zombie. Regaining his focus, Xiao Tong summoned his mental energy, reinforcing the dark, armored exoskeleton enveloping him. With a swift motion, he sent a bolt of lightning hurtling towards Bone Spike's side of the horde. Completing this, he darted forward like a leopard, following the lightning as it illuminated the path. Machete raised high, and began to cleave through the zombies on either side. One by one, the zombies fell, their heads cleaved in two, with some even losing half their skulls. Confronted by Xiao Tong's second-tier presence, the zero-tier and first-tier zombies were rendered nearly impotent, unable to muster their full combat potential. Before long, the ground was littered with corpses. Roar! Ultimately, several second-tier defenders and swift ones charged towards Xiao Tong. The three swift creatures boasted the swiftest speed, especially after their evolution to the second tier, during which their arms transformed into dual blades. They moved rapidly towards Xiao Tong, and when they were merely 5 or 6 meters away, the three swift beings suddenly leaped high into the air, their claws aimed directly at Xiao Tong. Yet, upon witnessing their ascent, Xiao Tong paused momentarily, then broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Jumping is splendid. How delightful." He ceased his hunt of the zero and first-tier zombies, firmly planted his right foot on the ground, and propelled himself at an astonishing speed towards the trio of swift creatures. As he reached the spot where the three would land, he raised his blade skyward. With a swift thud, one of the swift creatures plummeted onto the blade, instantly pierced through. Xiao Tong deftly shifted his position, accurately meeting the other two zombies. The three zombies were strung together on the blade like frozen peaches on a skewer. Xiao Tong then lifted his claws and, with a few strikes, shattered the skulls of the three swift creatures. Completing this feat, he forcefully flicked the sword's hilt, sending the corpses of the swift beings flying. At that moment, defenders approached, their massive fists swinging towards Xiao Tong. He, however, did not flinch. Instead, he extended one hand and accurately caught the punch of a defender. The defender roared in pain, intending to retract his fist, but in the next instant, a surge of blue lightning erupted from Xiao Tong's hand. Chapter 68. The sweep completed as the blue electric light flickered, a resounding thunderclap erupted, and the defender's fist exploded at the shoulder. Flesh and debris flew. The defender, clutching his shoulder, stepped back while two other defenders charged forward. Their claws aimed viciously at Xiao Tong. Instead of retreating, Xiao Tong surged forward, evading the attack while his blade flashed. With a swift sound akin to slicing through flesh, the arms of two defenders fell to the ground. The blade glimmered once more, and the heads of the two defenders were cleaved open, green and red blood sprang forth in the blink of an eye. Three defenders and three swift creatures lay dead at Xiao Tong's feet. Meanwhile, numerous first and zero-tier zombies were dispatched by the flame and bone spike zombies. Witnessing this scene, the shield zombies' ferocity dissipated, replaced by palpable feared. It roared, commanding the remaining zombies to ensnare Xiao Tong before turning to flee downstairs. As the shield zombie's command echoed, the other zombies, once cowed by Xiao Tong's overwhelming presence, regained their crimson fury and charged at him, heedless of the peril posed by the advanced zombies. Want to escape? Observing the shield zombie's intent to flee ignited a spark in Xiao Tong's eyes. He swiftly moved, cleaving through the zombies, obstructing his path with ruthless precision. Those in his way were invariably severed in twain. He then pursued the shield zombie with fervor. Since the apocalypse, Xiao Tong had encountered numerous unique zombies, such as the abominable zombie, or the giant arm zombie, the bone spike zombie, and the flame zombie. In his previous life, he had witnessed even more extraordinary zombies, but the one before him, the shield zombie, was the second he had encountered capable of controlling others. Aside from himself, he felt a compelling premonition that this zombie would greatly aid him in the future. Although it was also a second-tier zombie, he currently lacked the means to subjugate it. However, if he could keep this creature by his side until he ascended to third-tier status, he could then harness its abilities to command more zombies. This would significantly bolster his forces. With a flurry of strikes, the blade danced through the air, and the zombies fell before him. The shield zombie, sensing its minion's rapid demise, was engulfed in terror and fled desperately. Yet, speed was not its inherent gift, and compounded by Xiao Tong's superior strength, the gap closed swiftly. Xiao Tong switched the blade to his left hand while his right hand curled slightly, blue lightning coalescing violently. In the next moment, he thrust his right hand forward, releasing the blue lightning like a bolt from the heavens. Upon contact with the shield zombie, the blue lightning erupted violently. The shield zombie let out a pitiful wail as it crashed to the ground. A fist-sized hole appearing in its back, revealing its innards, the surrounding area charred, suffused with the scent of burnt flesh. The shield zombie attempted to rise and escape, but in the next instant, Xiao Tong's blade descended upon its legs. With two sharp sounds, the shield zombie's legs were severed. It roared in madness, but received two more blows, its arms likewise severed. Xiao Tong finally paused, gazing down at the shield zombie, now limbless, and nodded in satisfaction. As he was also a second-tier zombie, he could not yet control this creature. Lacking means to restrain a second-tier zombie, he deemed the most effective approach to be a decisive severance of its limbs, ensuring it could not flee. Once he ascended to third tier and could dominate this zombie, he would concentrate resources on its evolution. Upon reaching fifth tier, zombies would possess the ability to regenerate lost limbs. And at that point, this creature would naturally regrow its limbs. Crouching down, Xiao Tong seized the shield zombie by the neck and made his way back. Meanwhile, on the floor above, the Bone Spike and Flame zombies were besieged by countless zombies. The Bone Spike zombie could no longer launch spikes, while the Flame zombie's flames had diminished significantly in temperature and range. Both were precariously close to collapse, frequently suffering wounds from the claws and teeth of the attacking zombies. With a thud, Xiao Tong cast the shield zombie to the ground and plunged into the throng of zombies, his blade flashing with lethal brilliance. One by one, the zombies fell, their heads cleaved asunder. Yet, under the shield zombie's control, the remaining zombies pressed on relentlessly. Xiao Tong swung his blade with fervor, and soon, the battle subsided. The entire floor was strewn with severed limbs and corpses, countless zombies lying lifeless. Their heads split open, green and red blood pooling and flowing downward, saturating the air with a foul stench. After completing this grim task, Xiao Tong hastily commanded the zero-tier zombies below to search for crystal cores and devour the fallen zombies. More than half an hour later, Xiao Tong returned with the shield zombie to the outside of the skyscraper. The entire building had been thoroughly purged of zombies, and among the 1,000 zero-tier zombies trailing behind him, dozens more had evolved into first-tier zombies. In terms of crystal cores, he collected 6 second-tier cores and 400 first-tier cores, while the remaining zero-tier cores were consumed by the zombies he commanded. Xiao Tong placed all the cores into a backpack and continued to clear the central area of zombies. 3 days later, the southern part of Chongping district was finally cleansed. On the 4th day, Xiao Ji from the north led a pack of mutated dogs to drive tens of thousands of zombies into the central zone, while zombies from the west and east gradually returned. Inside a towering building in the central area, 4 backpacks filled to the brim with crystal cores lay before Xiao Tong. Among them were 315 second-tier cores and 6,421 first-tier cores. His original second-tier zombies, combined with the newly evolved ones, totaled 38, and he had 756 first-tier zombies. Although the remainder consisted solely of zero-tier zombies, they were at their peak, mere steps away from evolving to first-tier. Gazing at the abundant crystal cores before him, Xiao Tong could not suppress his joy. Such a wealth of second-tier cores was more than sufficient for him to ascend to third-tier. Chapter 69. Ascending to third tier, Xiao Tong found a room and entered with the second tier and first tier crystal cores. All second tier zombies and mutated dogs guarded the door and surrounding area, while the first tier zombies stood watch on the outskirts. Inside the room, he sat cross-legged and held 4 first tier crystal cores in his hands. Although 200 second tier cores sufficed for his evolution, once he reached third tier, the efficacy of first tier cores would diminish significantly. Thus, with an ample supply of first-tier cores, he aimed to utilize them as much as possible. Reserving the second-tier cores for his ascension in less than a minute, he absorbed all 4 cores, their energies consumed entirely, leaving the cores gray and lifeless, crumbling to dust with a gentle squeeze. Xiao Tong lifted his hand once more. Grasping 2 additional cores, time flew by, and before long, a day had passed. The aura surrounding Xiao Tong had intensified immensely, far surpassing that of an ordinary second-tier zombie. On that fateful day, Xiao Tong expended over 4,000 level 1 crystal cores. By this juncture, the efficacy of level 1 crystal cores had diminished significantly for him. Gritting his teeth, he grasped a level 2 crystal core in his hand and began the absorption process. 10 minutes later, The energy from 2 level 2 crystal cores had been completely assimilated. However, it was evident that the potency of the level 2 cores paled in comparison to that of the level 1 cores. Xiao Tong's oppressive aura and capabilities surged at an astonishing pace. Hours slipped by, and Xiao Tong had absorbed around 60 to 70 level 2 crystal cores, reaching a zenith in his aura. He felt a torrent of energy surging wildly through his meridians. Determined, he bit down hard and absorbed 4 crystal cores simultaneously. The energy from these 4 cores flooded into his body, inducing a sensation of swelling. Yet, in the next moment, the immense energy they contained surged toward his forehead, forming an invisible vortex that began to mercilessly tear at him before the energy was fully released, reminiscent of a famished wolf king devouring a tender lamb. In mere minutes, the 4 crystal cores turned to a grayish-white, their energy completely depleted. Over an hour later, a hum resonated through him as his aura dramatically escalated, akin to the sound of an egg shattering echoing in his mind. Instantly, the once congested meridians became unimpeded, and the extraordinary energy stored within him had multiplied nearly 5-fold compared to when he was at level 2. The grayish epidermis on his body appeared increasingly solid and richly hued. His azure skin grew lighter, and though his muscles had not expanded significantly, they appeared more robust, brimming with energy, poised to unleash a terrifying assault. Most strikingly, his once grayish-white pupils darkened considerably. Were it not for the traces of white and a layer of red film over his irises, his eyes would be indistinguishable from those of a human. If he were to conceal his sharp teeth, standing before humans, few would suspect him to be a zombie. Xiao Tong gradually rose to his feet, lightly clenched his fist, and immediately felt an inexhaustible strength coursing within. He swung his fist with tremendous force against the wall before him, resulting in a resounding thud as the wall dented significantly. With cracks radiating outward, with a slight bend of his right hand, blue lightning began to coalesce once more. This time, the blue lightning, which previously required a buildup of energy, manifested its terrifying power in merely a second. Opening the window, he unleashed the lightning upon the ground before him. The sound of an explosion erupted, and blue bolts of electricity crackled chaotically as the dust settled. A crater nearly 2 meters in diameter and 5 to 6 centimeters deep emerged in the distant ground. White smoke wafting from within, gazing at the crater he had created, a glimmer of joy flickered in Xiao Tong's eyes. His attacks could now rival those of small, launch-based weaponry, such as rocket launchers. This advancement would surely bolster his confidence against both humans and zombies, making him increasingly formidable. The explosion drew the attention of the zombies at the door, who began to stir instinctively. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from the room, causing all zombies to instinctively shudder and kneel. They seemed to be welcoming their king, and though hardly visible, they sensed Xiao Tong's aura and understood that their sovereign had ascended to a higher level. Xiao Tong paid no mind to the kneeling zombies. As he stepped out of the room, his gaze was immediately drawn to the shield zombie from whom he had severed the limbs. When he had captured the shield zombie days prior, due to their shared mental control abilities and equal levels, he had been unable to dominate it. Yet now, having ascended to a level 3 zombie, controlling this shield zombie posed no challenge. Excited, he approached the shield zombie, seizing its collar and lifting it effortlessly. With unwavering focus, he locked eyes with the shield zombie, his invisible gaze penetrating its consciousness. As his psychic energy surged into the shield zombie's eyes, it emitted a howl of defiance, thrashing wildly despite its missing limbs. Meanwhile, Xiao Tong closed his eyes, feeling a searing energy manifest in his mind. Slowly waning yet leaving a lasting impression. Initially vague, this impression grew clearer with the passage of time, ultimately taking the form of a fiery brand. The moment the brand solidified, the struggling shield zombie ceased its thrashing. Fear and terror evaporating from its eyes, replaced by loyalty and reverence for Xiao Tong. Success. Witnessing the shield zombie relinquish its struggle, Xiao Tong could not suppress a triumphant smile. He had finally gained control over a zombie capable of commanding others. Aside from himself, closing his eyes, he concentrated, and in the next instant, he appeared within the shield zombie's line of sight. He sensed an overwhelming array of luminous points in his mind. Over 3,000 in total, though most had gradually extinguished, leaving only a few hundred level 0 zombie markings still aglow. Chapter 70. Collective Evolution Xiao Tong realized that these luminous points represented the zombies the shield zombie control.at level 2. It had the ability to command over 3,000 zombies, surpassing his own capacity at that level. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he felt as though he had unearthed a treasure. Next, he shifted his focus to the zombies and mutated canine troops by his side. By now, both the zombies and the mutated canines had grown substantially stronger, especially after the recent purges, with an increasing number of them entering the ranks of level 1. Currently, he possessed over 100 level 2 crystal cores and more than 2,000 level 1 crystal cores. If he were to expend these cores entirely, he could potentially bolster his ranks with several more level 3 zombies or mutated canines, thereby gaining a degree of self-preservation against human military forces wielding firearms. With this in mind, he turned his attention to the swift and defensive zombies that had followed him first. Among them, Defender 1 and Swift 1 were the most powerful, having nearly reached the peak of level 2. With the aid of level 2 crystal cores, they could swiftly ascend to level 3. Moreover, the dismembered level 2 shield zombie, the Zombie Lord, deserved priority for an upgrade, as its ability to command other zombies was unparalleled. The higher its level, the greater the number of zombies it could control, thus amplifying its influence. Little G, as the ruler of the mutated canines, must also ascend in strength. Otherwise, if its subordinates surpassed it, the potential for rebellion loomed. Bone Spike 1 and Flame 1, specializing in long-range and area attacks, should likewise advance first as their numbers increased. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Tong summoned several zombies and Little G into the room, also bringing the Zombie Lord along. These zombies and mutated canines were his subordinates and would not betray him. Hence, he felt no need for elaborate speeches to win their loyalty. He simply commanded them to sit and begin absorbing the crystal cores. Little G howled excitedly, while the other zombies, particularly the Zombie Lord with slightly higher intelligence, displayed faint smiles. The rest, lacking intelligence, nonetheless exhibited excitement driven by their primal instincts. In front of each zombie and Little G lay 300 level 1 crystal cores and 20 level 2 crystal cores. Upon Xiao Tong's command, they began to devour the cores. With a thought, he summoned the remaining level 2 and level 1 zombies to surround the room once more. Inside, the zombies and Little G consumed the crystal cores, their auras gradually strengthening. Those already at the peak of level 2 saw their auras steadily rise, while those yet to reach it surged forward rapidly. Observing the remaining 100 or so level 2 crystal cores in his possession, Xiao Tong settled into a meditative position, beginning to absorb them himself. Though he had evolved to level 3, who could resist the temptation of further enhancing their strength? After several hours of absorption, Xiao Tong felt a significant surge in aura within the room, followed by a tremendous escalation. Upon opening his eyes, he saw that Swift 1 had awakened, letting out an ecstatic roar. It had successfully evolved from the peak of level 2 to a level 3 zombie. Before him lay several secondary crystal nuclei yet to be absorbed, while the aura surrounding Defender number 1 had nearly reached its peak, albeit with no signs of a breakthrough at that moment. Xiao Tong understood that Defender number 1's innate talent was likely a tad stronger than that of Defender number 1. The greater the talent, the more arduous the path to transcendence. Half an hour later, the aura of Defender number 1 surged significantly, officially entering the ranks of the third-tier zombies. An hour later, Bone Spike number 1 and Flame number 1 zombies also ascended to the third tier. Ultimately, only the mutated bull-headed hound, Xiao Ji, and the Zombie Lord shield zombie remained, still consuming the crystal nuclei. Fortunately, Xiao Tong ceased his own absorption of the nuclei, fixating his gaze upon one dog and one zombie. Soon, the crystal nuclei before the mutated bull-headed hound and the Zombie Lord were completely devoured, prompting Xiao Tong to place another 20 crystal nuclei before them. Finally, after 3 more hours, the shackles on Xiao Ji began to loosen, and within moments, with a thunderous sound, it surged dramatically, advancing to the third tier. Following this transformation, Xiao Ji had grown considerably, its height increasing from 1.50 meters to approximately 1.70 meters, now standing nearly as tall as an average human. Its imposing figure now stretched over 3 meters, exuding an even more formidable presence, with longer fur and sharper, glistening canine teeth, leaving no doubt as to their sharpness. Additionally, dark patterns enveloped its body, enhancing its majestic appearance. "Boss, I've reached the third tier. I feel incredibly powerful now." Xiao Ji's voice resonated in Xiao Tong's mind, filled with excitement. "Boss, Now that I'm this strong, could you perhaps bestow upon me a name befitting my prowess? How about Dog Aotion? Or perhaps Dog Rition? Smack! Xiao Tong swiftly struck Xiao Ji's head, but Xiao Ji showed no reaction, instead bending slightly and smiling ingratiatingly. Boss, this way suits your strength better. Otherwise, it's as if you haven't eaten. Xiao Tong. Smack! Owo! This time, Xiao Tong, empowered by lightning, delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Ji's face, causing it to yelp in pain and hastily retreat, casting a mournful glance at Xiao Tong from a distance. Silence, disrupting the evolution of the zombie lord, and I'll turn you into hot pot. Xiao Tong glared at Xiao Ji, who instinctively shrank its head, aware that Xiao Tong was serious and dared not provoke further. The crystal nuclei before the zombie lord continued to diminish until the newly retrieved secondary crystal nuclei were entirely consumed. However, the zombie lord had yet to evolve. Yet, rather than feeling anger, Xiao Tong was even more exhilarated. For he realized the inherent talent of this zombie lord far surpassed his expectations. Xiao Tong then produced 10 additional secondary crystal nuclei, placing them before the zombie lord. Finally, after 6 more nuclei were consumed, the zombie lord ceased its voracious feeding, its aura transforming into an intense turbulence, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Chapter 71. Collective breakthrough in strength. Xiao Tong and Xiao Ji watched this scene with a mix of tension and anticipation. At last, a muffled roar emanated from the zombie lord's body, and in the next moment, a ferocious aura surged forth. Roar! The zombie lord howled, its body gradually undergoing transformation. The human-like tumors upon it multiplied, not only on its form but also on its limbs. Though its limbs had yet to develop, the aura it radiated was undeniably authentic at the 3rd tier, King. A hoarse voice echoed in Xiao Tong's mind, momentarily startling him as he gazed at the zombie lord. He had not anticipated that, aside from Xiao Ji, one of the zombies under his command would exhibit human-like intelligence at this juncture. Even establishing a connection with his spirit, the zombie lord lowered its head slightly in a gesture of respect. You have attained wisdom? Indeed, my king. It is thanks to you that I have ascended to the 3rd tier and gained this wisdom. The zombie lord respectfully replied, Since you have acquired wisdom, I shall bestow upon you a name. Henceforth, you shall be called Lord. Thank you, my king, the zombie lord exclaimed with excitement. Xiao Tong nodded, surveying the 5 3rd-tier zombies and 1 3rd-tier mutated hound within the room. His exhilaration intensifying. At that moment, he felt a sense of self-preservation in this apocalyptic world. Let us venture forth and ascertain how many zombies we can command. Yes, my king. Understood, boss. Xiao Ji and the lord promptly affirmed. This filled Xiao Tong with a sense of novelty. The voices of a dog and a zombie transported him back to a time of peace, as the room resonated with the auras of 3rd-tier zombies. The outside zombies trembled in fear, restlessly stirring. However, since they were under Xiao Tong's control, most remained rooted in place despite their terror. Now, accompanied by 5 3rd-tier zombies and 1 3rd-tier mutated hound, Xiao Tong emerged, encountering a chorus of roars from the zombies. Those who had been driven from other areas were particularly terrified, retreating in haste. Observing the tens of thousands of zombies that had been driven forth, Xiao Tong issued a command. The 4 3rd-tier zombies and 1 3rd-tier mutated hound swiftly dispersed, encircling the throngs of zombies while exuding the oppressive presence of 3rd-tier zombies, ensuring none dared to flee. Ultimately, Xiao Tong stepped into the horde, beginning to exert control over the zombies. Any 1st-tier zombie was immediately commanded, while for the 0-tier zombies, he meticulously selected those with potent auras, particularly those on the verge of breaking through to 1st-tier status. Among the throngs of 40 to 50,000 zombies, there were no 2nd-tier zombies, and only around 1,000 1st-tier zombies remained, as most had been eradicated during the sweep. In the end, Xiao Tong successfully commanded nearly 2,000 1st-tier zombies and gained control over more than 13,000 0-tier zombies. The remaining 0-tier zombies were deemed too weak, prompting him to forego them, issuing a command to slaughter the remaining tens of thousands of 0-tier zombies. Within half an hour, all the zombies had been annihilated, with countless 1st-tier and 0-tier zombies voraciously consuming the remains. As for the 2nd-tier zombies, their appetite for 0-tier zombies had diminished significantly in the absence of hunger. Before long, over an hour passed, and more than half of the corpses of the tens of thousands of zombies had been devoured. Several dozen first-tier zombies under Xiao Tong's command advanced to the second tier, while over 1,000 zero-tier zombies ascended to the first tier. After this consumption, the majority of the zombies experienced a brief state of saturation. The remaining corpses would need to be digested and absorbed before any further feeding could occur. With all tasks completed, darkness began to fall. Nighttime, typically the domain of the zombies, enveloped Chongping District in an eerie silence, unsettling in its stillness, with only a few straggling zombies beginning to wander. Soon, dawn broke, and many survivors discovered that the zombies throughout Chongping District had seemingly vanished overnight. Initially, they suspected the zombies were merely hiding, but as some courageous souls ventured out, they joyfully realized that the majority of the zombies had indeed disappeared, with only a handful still roaming. Meanwhile, Xiao Tong and all his subordinates pressed onward toward the north. Having evolved to the third tier during the cleansing of Chongping District, his strength surging, he eagerly anticipated the extent of his power after sweeping through the northern districts of Yanjing. Upon completing the purging of the northern sectors of the capital, Xiao Tong felt increasingly confident in his ability to continue advancing northward, or perhaps circumvent the Yanjing survivor base and head south in search of his parents. Adjacent to Chongping District lay Huairou and Yanqing districts. Huairou District, situated on the southern slopes of the Yinshan Mountains, lies in the northeastern part of Yanjing. Borders the Miyun District to the east, Shuani District to the south, Chongping District to the west, and connects with Hebei Province's Qiqing County, Fengning Manchu Autonomous County, and Luomping County to the north. Its resident population is significantly higher than that of Chongping District, which had just been cleared, suggesting that the zombie presence in Huairou District would exceed that of Chongping District by more than double. Once Huairou District was cleared, Xiao Tong's power would experience another substantial enhancement. With a wave of his hand, he led over 10,000 zombies in a grand procession toward Huairou District. Leading the charge were hundreds of second-tier zombies, followed closely by the 4 third-tier zombies and Xiao Ji, guarding Xiao Tong's side, with over 1,000 first-tier zombies trailing behind, and finally, more than 10,000 zero-tier zombies at the rear. As Xiao Tong's zombie army entered Huairou, countless survivors peered out from their windows, shivering involuntarily at the sight of over 10,000 zombies roaring past. Particularly, some ability users, sensing the presence of Xiao Tong, encircled by several third-tier zombies and the third-tier mutated hound, were nearly paralyzed with fear. They had struggled to evolve into first-tier ability users, yet here stood hundreds of second-tier zombies, and even a few third-tier zombies, far more terrifying than their second-tier counterparts. Did humanity truly still hold any hope? As they gazed upon the relentless horde of zombies before them, a profound sense of despair enveloped the survivors. The undead had slowly coalesced into a tide, and once such a massive wave of corpses was formed, a singular onslaught could obliterate several small survivor outposts. In that dire moment, while the awakened abilities could potentially allow some to flee, the ordinary populace would inevitably succumb to becoming mere fodder for the insatiable undead. Among the multitude of survivors, a squad of armed soldiers observed the scene with grave concern. Just days prior, experts had predicted the emergence of a large-scale zombie tide, and now, here it was before their very eyes. What was even more terrifying was the presence of numerous second-tier zombies within this horde. Not to mention the unprecedented sighting of third-tier zombies. It was imperative to note that even with the nation's utmost efforts, only a handful of third-tier beings had been cultivated just days ago. Quickly report to headquarters, Chapter 72. The Devourer. At that moment, amidst the migrating throng of zombies on the streets, Xiao Tong glanced at the towering buildings flanking him. He sensed the presence of many survivors within, yet he felt no inclination to intervene. As long as these individuals did not court disaster, he had no reason to expend energy on their behalf. His primary objective was to hunt as many zombies as possible, while simultaneously filling the ranks of the undead he was destined to control. Upon entering the Huairou district, the number of zombies surged dramatically. Due to the daylight, most were in a dormant state. However, as Xiao Tong led his horde into the area with fervor, the zombies began to stir. Yet, before they could fully awaken, several third-tier zombies had already rallied dozens of second-tier zombies, over 1,000 first-tier zombies, and more than 10,000 zero-tier zombies to surround them. With the leadership of the third-tier Swift and Defender zombies, the encircled undead dared not resist. One by one, second-tier and first-tier zombies were herded before Xiao Tong, ultimately falling under his command. After half an hour, Xiao Tong's ranks swelled by over 500 first-tier zombies and more than 30 second-tier zombies. Among these newly acquired zombies, in addition to the Defender and Swift, there were also Bone Spike and Flame zombies, alongside several unique types of zombies. One such type was the Rock zombie, whose skin would petrify, offering slightly less defense than the Defender but capable of forming a large shield for protection. Another was the X-ray zombie, which could see through objects within a 3-meter radius, making it particularly useful for locating hidden 6th-tier zombies. After subjugating and hunting this horde, Xiao Tong pressed onward with his large contingent. Now entering the Huairou New District, they soon encountered yet another wave of zombies, and this time, their numbers were significant. As they approached, a menacing roar erupted, followed by thousands of zombies stirring, parting to reveal a hunched figure emerging from their midst. This zombie resembled an elderly man in his 80s or 90s, its back nearly bent to the ground, yet its mouth unnaturally large, extending almost to the back of its head, filled with sharp, chilling teeth. Its small stature belied a massive belly, radiating an aura of second-tier peak strength. Trailing behind were a dozen second-tier zombies and several dozen first-tier zombies, with the majority being 0-tier. The Devourer? Xiao Tong raised an eyebrow. The Devourer was an exceptionally brutal type of zombie, preferring to swallow its prey whole rather than chewing. Whether it be zombies, mutated beasts, or humans, it relished devouring them in a single bite. Moreover, the Devourer could engage in battle while consuming its enemies to replenish its strength, making its combat prowess fearsome. It was evident that within several miles, this Devourer was the most formidable entity. Indeed, the Devourer was powerful, but Xiao Tong's own forces were even more formidable. In his previous life, he might have been merely a second-tier zombie, fleeing in terror from the Devourer. Yet now, he was a third-tier zombie, commanding 6 third-tier zombies or mutated dogs, with over 100 second-tier zombies, nearly 2,000 first-tier zombies, and more than 10,000 zero-tier zombies. What had he to fear? With a roar, Xiao Tong echoed the call, and his subordinates, zombies and mutated dogs alike, joined in the cacophony. The Devourer stood momentarily stunned, confronted by the sheer number of third-tier and second-tier zombies. Xiao Tong seized the opportunity, gesturing for Xiao Ji and several other third-tier zombies to pounce, swiftly dispatching any that dared to resist. The third-tier Defender moved with remarkable speed, closing the distance to the second-tier Devourer in mere seconds. The second-tier Devourer let out a ferocious roar, summoning other second-tier zombies to swarm the Swift. But at that moment, the Defender arrived, delivering a powerful blow that sent a second-tier zombie flying. The Swift, with a flash of movement, slashed its blade towards the Devourer. In a clash of might, the two engaged. The second-tier Peak Devourer and the third-tier Swift meeting in a stalemate. With a flash of fury in its eyes, the Swift retracted its blades and maneuvered to the Devourer's side, aiming a devastating strike that could cleave half of the Devourer's body if successful. As long as it survived, the severity of its wounds mattered little. Xiao Tong would find a way to manage that. Yet, the Devourer did not flinch from the Swift's impending attack, instead opting to thrust its clawed arm towards the Swift's head, willing to sustain injury to eliminate its opponent. In that critical moment, the Swift felt a flicker of fear. Just before reaching the Devourer, it evaded, withdrawing its attack to avoid the deadly strike. However, the Devourer, in a frenzy, lunged at the Swift, catching it off guard. With 2 razor-sharp claws, it plunged into the Swift's back, opening its maw wide to devour the Swift's head. Before the Swift could react, darkness enveloped its vision, the surrounding area growing damp and reeking. It found itself immobilized. Outside, Xiao Tong stood in stunned disbelief at the scene before him, witnessing the Devourer's mouth expand grotesquely, resembling a bottomless black pit. In one swift motion, it consumed the similarly slender Swift, leaving only its legs thrashing in vain. Chapter 73. Controlling the Devourer. What the hell? Xiao Tong exclaimed, astounded that the Devourer had devoured a third-tier Swift in one gulp. Regaining his composure, he commanded the Bone Spike and Flame zombies, along with Xiao Ji, to converge on the Devourer. With the agility of a leopard, he charged toward the Devourer. Having just swallowed the Swift, the Devourer slowed, and upon seeing the approaching throng of third-tier zombies and mutated dogs, it roared defiantly, attempting to rally the other zombies to block Xiao Tong and his forces while it retreated rapidly. Damn it, leave the Swift behind. Xiao Tong growled, lightning crackling in his palm. he hurled a bolt of blue lightning at the devourer, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent the creature flying, half its body charred. Just then, the bone spike and flame zombies arrived, unleashing a barrage of spikes toward the devourer. The devourer, recovering, pivoted and swiped at the projectiles, successfully deflecting them. Yet in the next moment, flames erupted from the flame zombie's mouth, engulfing the devourer in a fiery inferno. With a howl, the devourer, ablaze, staggered forward, its body crackling with the sound of burning fat. It lunged at Xiao Tong, who delivered a powerful kick, sending the devourer sprawling. Ignoring the flames, he seized the devourer's jaw, prying it open, and yanked the Swift's body free, dragging it out along with a torrent of viscous liquid that reeked horrifically. At this moment, the Swift one found itself in a most unfortunate predicament, its body having succumbed to corrosion to a great extent, with the skull laid bare, revealing the pallid crown of its head. One shoulder had also been eroded away, and had it not been for the Swift one's evolution to level 3, granting it remarkable vitality, and the fact that it had not been consumed by the devourer for too long before being rescued, it would have perished in another minute. With a feeble groan, the Swift one lay on the ground, utterly weakened. Meanwhile, the flames enveloping the devourer extinguished, revealing its inflamed, crimson flesh, from which dark red, steaming liquid oozed forth. The devourer's visage was marred beyond recognition, one eye having popped out and dangled grotesquely from its face. It ripped the eye from its own countenance, the optic nerve still attached, and without hesitation consumed it, its gaze now filled with ferocity and madness. With a resounding slap, Xiao Tong struck the devourer on the head, sending it staggering to the ground. Before it could rise, Xiao Tong mounted it, unleashing a flurry of rhythmic blows that cracked the devourer's skull, leaving it gasping for breath. It was only then that Xiao Tong seized the devourer, aligning its eyes with his OWN. An invisible wave of mental energy surged forth, penetrating the devourer's mind, and in the next instant, a brand appeared. Control successfully established. Releasing the devourer, Xiao Tong fed it several level 1 crystal cores, and moments later, as the cores were absorbed, the devourer's wounds began to heal. The devourer then regarded Xiao Tong anew, the previous savagery in its eyes replaced by deep reverence. Satisfied, Xiao Tong nodded and turned his attention back to the Swift one, who was barely clinging to life. Xiao Tong felt a pang of frustration. Despite the Swift one's commonality suggesting weakness, it was, in fact, agile and swift. With claws evolved into lethal blades in close quarters, it held its ground well against most zombies of the same level, save for specialized defenders. However, this particular Swift one had grown complacent, underestimating the level 2 devourer and, as a result, had been engulfed. Had Xiao Tong not acted swiftly, the Swift one would have been reduced to gastric fluid by now. With a sigh, Xiao Tong approached the Swift one and placed several crystal cores into its mouth. The cores immediately liquefied and flowed into the Swift one's system, visibly stitching together its wounds. Observing the Swift one's recovery, Xiao Tong felt a sense of relief and stepped aside to oversee the level 1 and level 2 zombies encircled by his subordinates. Half an hour later, Xiao Tong successfully subdued 12 level 2 zombies, bringing the total to 13 when combined with the peak level 2 devourer. Furthermore, he had captured over 800 level 1 zombies, whose numbers were steadily increasing. Among all the zombies, level 1s had nearly reached a quarter of the total. If he waited a few months to half a year, the level 0 zombies would completely vanish, and the lowest tier would be level 1. After subduing these zombies, Xiao Tong closed his eyes to assess the information imprinted in his mind. Now, at level 3, he commanded 5 level 3 zombies, 1 level 3 defender, 1 level 3 Swift one, 1 level 3 Bone Spire, 1 level 3 Flame, and 1 level 3 Zombie Lord, along with a level 3 mutated bullheaded dog. The number of level 2 zombies and mutated dogs had reached 125. Predominantly Swift ones and defenders, with 42 Swift ones, 46 defenders, 15 flame zombies, 10 bone spires, 3 seers, and 6 stone zombies. There was 1 devourer and 5 mutated dogs. The count of level 1 zombies had surpassed 1,800, with defenders and Swift ones being the most numerous, followed by bone spires, and a few mutated dogs having evolved to level 1, while the majority remained at the peak of level 0. In his previous life, when Xiao Tong was at level 3, he could only control 100 level 2 zombies and 10,000 level 1 zombies. However, now that he commanded such a vast number of zombies, he felt no signs of limitation. he speculated that at level 3, he could likely control at least 500 level 2 zombies, and potentially up to 1000 for level 1 zombies. He estimated he could command between 3000 to 5000. Presently, he controlled over 20,000 level 0 zombies, most of which were at their peak and on the verge of evolving to level 1. Believing that his limit for level 0 zombies lay above 30,000, Chapter 74. Another horde of zombies. Gazing at the multitude of zombies before him, a sense of accomplishment welled within him. However, this was not a time for relaxation. The most pressing concern was to fill all available slots for controlling zombies, including the Zombie Lord. Previously, Xiao Tong had been the first to establish control over the zombies, leaving the Zombie Lord with merely a few hundred level 0 zombies. Xiao Tong was uncertain about the extent of the Zombie Lord's control, but it would certainly have increased after evolving to level 3. In the following days, Xiao Tong continued to orchestrate a thorough sweep of the Huairou district, with level 2 and level 1 zombies being driven forth daily for his command. A month later, Xiao Tong felt that he had reached the limit of his control over zombies, aligning closely with his expectations. He could command 50,000 level 0 zombies, 4,000 level 1 zombies, and 1,000 level 2 zombies. Meanwhile, his subordinate, the Zombie Lord, could command 30,000 level 0 zombies, 2,000 level 1 zombies, and 500 level 2 zombies. Altogether, the combined forces of Xiao Tong and the Zombie Lord approached 100,000 zombies. This realization filled Xiao Tong with exhilaration. He recalled that at level 3, he had only managed to command over 20,000 zombies, most of which were level 0. Now, including the control of the Zombie Lord, his faction comprised 6 level 3 zombies and 1 level 3 mutated dog. The total number of level 2 zombies and mutated dogs reached 1,500, with 6,000 level 1 zombies and 80,000 level 0 zombies. With two forces driving forward, they commanded over 80,000 zombies, bringing the total beyond 100,000. Such a massive horde of zombies was unprecedented in the current era of Great Xia, marking it as the largest and most formidable. Due to the surge in power, the subsequent sweep of the Huairou district accelerated significantly, and within half a month, 90% of the zombies in the area had been eradicated. Concurrently, Xiao Tong acquired over 500 level 2 crystal cores and nearly 10,000 level 1 cores. He utilized these cores to evolve both Windblade 1 and Seer 1 to level 3, consuming the remaining cores to enhance his own power further. However, after ascending to level 3, the efficacy of level 2 crystal cores diminished rapidly, and he yearned for the emergence of level 3 zombies. Upon completing the sweep of the Huairou district, Xiao Tong divided his forces into 3 groups. 1 led by the level 3 mutated dog, Xiao Ji, took command of the mutated dog troops and was accompanied by Defender 1, leading 500 level 2 zombies, 2,000 level 1 zombies, and 20,000 level 0 zombies toward the left into the Yanqing district. Another group, led by Bone Spire 1 and Flame 1, commanded 500 level 2 zombies, 2,000 level 1 zombies, and 20,000 level 0 zombies toward the right into Mian County. As for Xiao Tong, he proceeded northward with Swift 1, the Zombie Lord, 500 level 2 zombies, 2,000 level 1 zombies, and 40,000 level 0 zombies. Remember, after sweeping through your respective areas, head north to rendezvous with me. Rest assured, boss. With a resounding howl, Xiao Ji led the charge toward the western Yanqing district, while Bone Spire and Flame directed their respective forces to the right. Observing the departure of the two teams, Xiao Tong felt no trepidation. Both teams were led by level 3 zombies, supported by a substantial number of level 2, level 1, and level 0 zombies in the realm of Great Xia. As long as there was no large-scale human military operation against them, they would remain unperturbed. As he watched the two teams vanish from sight, Xiao Tong, alongside the Swift One, the Lord, and the remaining zombies, continued their advance northward. The north had once been the territory of the Fat Zombie King, the Healing Zombie King, and the Insect Claw Zombie King. However, it was likely that these 3 zombie kings had yet to fully develop. Should he encounter these burgeoning zombie kings and establish control over them, it would yield immense rewards. Crossing over the Huairou district brought them to Chengda. At this juncture, the number of level 1 zombies continued to rise, and similarly, the proportion of level 2 zombies increased as well. However, in the face of the zombie army led by Xiao Tong, everything is but a fleeting illusion. The Swift Ones take the lead, accompanied by 500 second-tier zombies and 2,000 first-tier zombies, alongside a staggering 40,000 zero-tier zombies, sweeping through like an unstoppable tide. Leaving no trace of life in their wake. To enhance the efficiency of their hunt, Xiao Tong subsequently organized various zombie squads, including the long-range assault team, comprised of the Bone Spike Squad, the Flame Squad, and the Windblade Squad, as well as a defensive team formed by the Defender Squad and the Rock Zombie Squad. Following this, the Decapitation Squad, composed of the exceptionally swift ones, was established. Lastly, there was a mixed formation led by the Devourer, which temporarily included only the Seer. After vanquishing a wave of zombies, the sun had already set, ushering in darkness. Instantly, the air in Chengda was filled with countless roars, as humans who had ventured out during the day to scavenge for supplies and hunt zombies trembled in their shelters. Countless zombies awakened, forming groups in search of the scent of unfortunate humans to hunt. Some high-tier zombies, wielding their imposing presence, drove lower-tier zombies to sweep through the streets in clusters, resulting in the gathering of tens of thousands of zombies, even forming a massive tide. Yet, on this very day, their nightmare had arrived. A colossal tide of over 40,000 zombies surged into Chengda, advancing rapidly towards the enormous horde. Soon, the two massive tides encountered one another from a distance. Within one of the tides, Xiao Tong gazed in astonishment at the sight of this horde, which undoubtedly exceeded 50,000 zombies. If such a large-scale tide could be formed, he would no longer need to tirelessly search for and hunt zombies. Would it not be splendid to simply eliminate them in one fell swoop? However, the presence of such a vast horde indicated the existence of high-tier zombies among them, and perhaps even third-tier zombies. At the thought of this, Xiao Tong could not help but feel exhilarated. If third-tier zombies appeared, he could swiftly continue his evolution. Roar! At that moment, a sharp roar echoed from the distant tide, followed by a chorus of roars in response. Upon hearing these roars, Xiao Tong's eyes sparkled. The first roar was undoubtedly emitted by a third-tier zombie, while the other sounds were at least from second-tier zombies. Thus, it was certain that there was at least one third-tier zombie and dozens of second-tier zombies within the tide before him. Chapter 75. The Great Battle Roar. With this thought in mind, Xiao Tong let out an excited roar, prompting Swift One No. 1 to immediately roar back and lead a group of Swift Ones to accelerate. The entire zombie army quickened its pace. Observing Xiao Tong's formidable army charging forward, the opposing tide, unwilling to be outdone, responded with its own roars and surged towards Xiao Tong's forces in no time. The distance of over 1,000 meters rapidly diminished: 800 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Bone Spike zombies attack from a 30-degree angle, as the distance between the two zombie armies closed to within 100 meters. Xiao Tong issued his command without delay. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, countless Bone Spike zombies tilted slightly and unleashed a barrage of spikes from their arms, resembling a rain of arrows shooting towards the opposing tide. Thud, thud, thud. Moments later, the sound of projectiles piercing flesh echoed, and the foremost wave of zombies collapsed. While some unfortunate ones were instantly killed by being impaled through the head, the rest remained alive, only to be trampled by the advancing army behind them, resulting in the immediate injury of thousands of zombies. Bone Spike zombies continued their assault, and the opposing zombie army experienced continuous casualties, though their own sporadic bone spikes inflicted minimal damage. Before long, the two zombie armies had drawn to within 30 meters. Windblade Squad, attack! In the next moment, all Windblade zombies launched their offensive, sending sharp blades flying that caused more zombies to fall from the opposing army. However, due to the limited number of Windblade zombies, their attacks did not pose significant harm to the enemy. The distance continued to close. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, roar. Both zombie armies roared frantically, charging towards each other, eager to tear their foes apart and devour them. Flame Squad, attack! Just then, Xiao Tong again issued a command in his mind. In the next instant, waves of searing flames erupted among the zombie ranks. Countless zombies were ignited, and the fire quickly spread to others. The flammable liquids oozing from their bodies, rich in fat, caused flames to leap several meters into the sky. Roar! The flaming zombies ran amok, even charging towards the rear ranks, igniting more of their comrades in an instant. Nearly 10,000 zombies were engulfed in flames, creating a sea of fire that illuminated the sky over Chengda, visible from afar. Countless survivors, hearing the roars of the zombies and witnessing the towering flames, could not help but lean out of their windows. When they beheld the two zombie armies clashing, they were astounded. and soon their hearts swelled with joy. It turned out that zombies were not a monolithic entity after all, and they could attack one another. The battle between the two zombie armies brought a glimmer of hope to many survivors. However, when they observed the flaming zombies and the long-range attacks from the Bone Spike and Wind Blade squads, panic set in. Could it be that the zombies had developed tactics? Were they truly organized into specialized units for ranged attacks? Goodness, could this horde of zombies have gained intelligence? This is terrifying. To think that these are zombies. One might almost believe they were dreaming or watching a fantastical film. Countless human survivors trembled at the thought. While the grand battle continued below, roar, from the rear of the horde, another roar rang out. Upon hearing this, the more than 10,000 zombies engulfed by the flames began to calm, braving the flames as they charged towards Xiao Tong's zombie army. They dared to attempt to ignite Xiao Tong's forces in a mutual destruction. Swift ones, mobilize. Attack the flaming zombies from the flanks. Do not let them get close. Long-range attack teams, retreat while attacking. Xiao Tong immediately issued new commands. Instantly, the long-range attack zombies began to fire while falling back, and Swift 1 number 1 led dozens of second-tier Swift ones and hundreds of first-tier Swift ones to charge from the sides, evading their own long-range attacks while slaying the approaching flaming zombies. Survivors in the distance and atop high buildings witnessed this scene in utter disbelief. They were now absolutely certain that this zombie horde contained exceptionally unique zombies. Perhaps even intelligent ones. Several hundred meters away, a team clad in camouflage and armed to the teeth hid within a building. Observing the two battling zombie armies with grave expressions, it was evident that intelligent zombies had emerged within this horde. Such zombies growing in strength would be a catastrophic blow to the nation. Immediate reports to headquarters. Request for reinforcements. Yes. Unbeknownst to Xiao Tong, on the opposing side, the ignited zombies began to fall. Although they would not perish unless their heads received fatal injuries. Once their bodies were reduced to charred remains, survival was impossible, as their very brains would be evaporated. Roar, witnessing this scene, the third-tier zombie within the opposing tide erupted in fury, roaring fiercely. Instantly, its ranks unleashed a frenzied barrage of Bone Spike, Flame, and Wind Blade attacks towards Xiao Tong's army. In an instant, numerous zombies in the forefront of Xiao Tong's forces fell. Simultaneously, from within the opposing tide, zombies exuding second-tier energy surged forth, racing towards Xiao Tong's army. Their speed was astounding, allowing them to evade the long-range attacks while rampaging through the front lines of Xiao Tong's forces like a tiger among sheep. They slaughtered the zombies in Xiao Tong's ranks. They feasted on their fallen foes. Among these second-tier zombies were even a Blight and a Devourer. The massive Blight bulldozed through, easily overpowering even ordinary second-tier zombies, grabbing them and biting off their heads, chewing them down in mere moments. The Devourer beside it was even more terrifying. It opened its gaping maw and devoured zero-tier zombies in mere seconds, digesting them before regurgitating their bones. It could consume a first-tier zombie in under a minute. With each zombie consumed, it grew stronger. Chapter 76. Want to escape? It was too late. Upon witnessing this scene, without a word from Xiao Tong, several hundred second-tier zombies, including the swift ones, immediately surged forward. The first-tier and zero-tier zombies, who had been rampaging without restraint, sensed the encroachment of so many second-tier zombies, and with a roar of unease, they were swiftly surrounded, on average, 4 to 5 second-tier zombies attacked each of them. And within moments, over 100 second-tier zombies met a gruesome end on the spot. After the demise of these zombies, the third-tier zombies within the opposing horde fell into a state of panic. The second-tier zombies under Xiao Tong had been hidden among the horde, catching the third-tier zombies off guard, as they had not realized how many second-tier zombies Xiao Tong commanded. Now, as Xiao Tong's second-tier zombies revealed themselves, they swiftly dispatched all of their foes, instilling a profound terror in the heart of the third-tier zombie. With a ferocious roar, the third-tier zombie bellowed, prompting the entire horde to gradually retreat. The surviving abominable zombies and devourers among the second-tier zombies hastily withdrew in disarray. Now you wish to flee. It is too late. A smirk of derision graced Xiao Tong's face. With a command echoing in his mind, the swiftest third-tier zombie abandoned its slaughter of the nearby zombies and, leading a contingent of second-tier swift zombies, dashed to the front. They aimed to intercept the third-tier zombie. My lord, continue to lead the fiery assault on these zombies. Bone Spike number 2, take your troops and follow me. After issuing his orders, Xiao Tong bolted towards the swift zombies, while the zombie lord continued to lead the fiery zombies in their relentless assault on the detained foes, and Bone Spike No. 2 swiftly followed suit with the remaining second-tier Bone Spike zombies. At the forefront, the speedster third-tier zombie, accompanied by dozens of second-tier speedsters, raced after the third-tier zombie, which was flanked by several second-tier zombies. The recently retreated abominable zombies and devourers were also among them, along with several other speedsters and defenders. Sensing the formidable approach of the third-tier speedster leading its team, the opposing third-tier zombie let out a roar, prompting the few defenders and abominable zombies at the rear to abandon their flight and turn to charge at the zombie horde led by the first speedster. The abominable zombie, with its massive and grotesque form, stood defiantly before the first speedster, its thick arms lunging towards it with ferocity. The first speedster emitted a low growl, elevating its blade-like arms, and its speed surged even further as the two zombies drew near. The abominable zombie felt a tremor of fear at the aura of the third-tier zombie emanating from the first speedster. Yet, the command it received shattered its fear, and it swung its fist with renewed vigor, generating a deafening whoosh as it struck out, the sheer power of the blow unmistakable in the face of this onslaught. The first speedster simply ducked, evading the attack effortlessly, then raised its blade-like arms, aiming a vicious strike at one of the abominable zombie's legs. With a sharp sound akin to fabric tearing, the blade carved 2 deep gashes into the abominable zombie's leg, causing it to falter and kneel on one knee, almost severed at the thigh. Had it not been for the abominable zombie's sinewy muscle structure and formidable defense, the first speedster's strikes could have easily severed its legs, having landed a decisive blow. The first speedster did not linger to engage further with the abominable zombie. Instead, it performed a swift roll and resumed its pursuit of the third-tier zombie. Meanwhile, the abominable zombie, still struggling to regain its footing, was besieged by a dozen second-tier speedsters, whose sharp blades relentlessly struck at its form, soon leaving it battered and bruised. Yet, rather than fear, the wounds ignited its primal fury. It did not shy away from the relentless assault, but instead seized a second-tier speedster, ripping it asunder, its entrails and blood spilling onto the ground in a frenzy. It howled with excitement, stuffing the remains into its mouth, the sickening crunch of bones echoing as they were ground between its teeth. However, the other second-tier speedsters were undeterred by this gruesome display. They surged forward, blades flashing as they attacked the abominable zombie with reckless abandon. While a few remained entangled with the abominable foe, the rest continued their pursuit of the first speedster. As they chased on, numerous first-tier and second-tier zombies attempted to obstruct their path, yet the first speedster largely evaded them with its remarkable speed, dispatching those it could not evade with a swift strike. Soon, the surrounding zombies around the third-tier zombie dwindled, and it was only a matter of time before the speedster would catch up. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, before long, the speedster was a mere 5 meters away from the third-tier zombie. The speedster, naturally suited for rapid movement, surged forward, its speed further augmented by its third-tier status. Without any subordinates to hinder its escape, the third-tier zombie found itself cornered. Suddenly, the third-tier zombie roared, halting abruptly, while the devourer and several second-tier zombies likewise came to a stop, lunging towards the first speedster with a ferocious growl. They understood that to escape, they must eliminate the first speedster, for if it became entangled with them, Xiao Tong would soon arrive, leaving them with no escape. In that moment, the fleeing third-tier zombie came to an abrupt halt, and the first speedster was momentarily taken aback as the two waves of zombies collided. The devourer lunged with its sharp claws aimed at the first speedster's head, while several second-tier zombies simultaneously launched their attacks. The third-tier zombie roared, brandishing its claws towards the first speedster. Taken aback by the sudden onslaught, the first speedster instinctively raised its claws to deflect the devourer's strike. Yet the claws of the other zombies left several jagged gashes upon its body. The searing pain jolted the first speedster into action, raising its blades and slashing downward. Chapter 77. Healing zombies with a swift motion, the first speedster's blades sliced through the attacking zombies, some unable to evade and suffering deep lacerations. A few had their arms severed entirely. The first speedster managed to repel the assault led by the third-tier zombie and its cadre of second-tier zombies, but it too bore several grievous wounds. Though not fatal, These injuries significantly impacted its combat efficacy. Fortunately, aside from the third-tier zombie, the other zombies had also sustained injuries, and as a third-tier zombie, its gaze remained fixated on the slight figure of the first speedster, dismissing the other second-tier zombies as inconsequential. With a low growl, the first speedster charged once more towards the third-tier zombie, as the other second-tier zombies, including the Devourer, lunged forward to obstruct its path. The first speedster's eyes burned with a ferocious desire to kill, and its blade swung fiercely at the zombies blocking its way. Yet, in that moment, a pearlescent glow suddenly enveloped the second-tier zombies. The light dissipated almost as quickly as it had appeared, leaving no trace behind. However, the second-tier zombies that had once been grievously wounded now stood revitalized, their injuries healed, even the severed limbs regrowing. Empowered and emboldened, the rejuvenated second-tier zombies charged recklessly at the first speedster. Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, the first speedster, already injured, found itself forced back by the relentless assault of the second-tier zombies. As they pressed their advantage, the second-tier zombies fought with reckless abandon, unyielding to the first speedster's strikes, adopting a mutually destructive strategy that resulted in the first speedster accumulating numerous wounds, while the second-tier zombies bore their own scars, one even losing half its head to the speedster's blade. Yet, in that moment, another burst of light erupted from behind, enveloping the second-tier zombies once more. As the glow receded, they emerged revitalized yet again, attacking the first speedster with renewed vigor. The first speedster stood in stunned disbelief. How am I to fight against this? Soon, the wounds on the speedster multiplied, the most severe being a gash that cleaved its face in two. Inflicted by the claws of the Devourer, the strongest of the second-tier zombies among them. After the secondary zombies had fully restored for the third time, the swift ones were already battered and bruised. Their speed considerably diminished. The claws of the Devourer slashed fiercely at the arm of Swift One No. 1, severing the transformed limb as if it were a blade, which fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Swift One emitted a painful howl. In the distance, Xiao Tong, who was racing towards the source of the anguished cry, quickened his pace. Upon witnessing the milky glow illuminating the direction of the Swift One, a jolt of shock surged through his heart, causing him to stumble. He exclaimed in disbelief, "The healing zombie king? No, it is merely a healing zombie for now." As Xiao Tong beheld the radiance emanating from the zombie, his heart was thrown into disarray. "All zombies gather, surround the level 3 zombie across from us," he commanded. "Bone Spike No. 1, Blazing Flame No. 2, Xiao Ji, immediately lead your forces to retreat from the current area of slaughter and converge towards my position." Xiao Tong was nearly driven to madness as he urgently ordered the nearby zombies to assemble swiftly and encircle the healing zombie, simultaneously recalling the other two armies engaged in the massacre. To him, this healing zombie was of paramount importance, even more precious than the zombie lord in a certain sense. The zombie lord merely augmented Xiao Tong's power, while capturing this healing zombie would be akin to acquiring a healer. A second life, as long as the head remained intact, even the gravest injuries could be mended with the presence of a healer, in his past life, amidst billions of zombies across the globe. Numerous peculiar variants existed, yet this rare healing type was represented solely by the healing zombie king. The strength of the insect claw zombie king was not the most formidable. However, its alliance with the healing zombie king deterred many top-ranking zombie kings from provoking it lightly. Xiao Tong had endured countless tribulations to ascend to the rank of zombie king, and he had long coveted the healing zombie king. Now, fate had presented him with the opportunity to encounter the still nascent healing zombie king, and he was determined not to let this chance slip away. His desire was not merely for the healing zombie king's beauty, which would blossom post-transformation into a stunning figure, aside from possessing the ability to infect humans and some unique markings. The zombie king would bear little distinction from an ordinary human. Once the healing zombie regained its human visage, everyone, including other zombie kings, would be awestruck by its beauty, as many would regard it as a celestial being. Xiao Tong simply wished for an additional healer, an extra life. Upon receiving Xiao Tong's orders, his subordinates went into a frenzy, recklessly breaking through the blockade of zombies before surging towards him. A host of level 2 zombies followed suit. And upon witnessing the multitude of approaching level 2 zombies, particularly the ominous aura emanating from Xiao Tong, the healing zombie was overtaken by panic once more. Despite its rapid healing abilities, it could only heal a handful of level 2 zombies. Should a greater number of level 2 zombies from afar close in to entangle it, its healing prowess would be rendered futile. Had it still possessed over 100 level 2 zombies at the outset, it might have exploited its healing abilities to create an opportunity to fend off the advancing horde. However, now, with merely a few level 2 zombies, defense was utterly impossible. Roaring in realization, the healing zombie turned and fled. Upon witnessing this scene from afar, Xiao Tong felt a surge of urgency. Should this healing zombie, possessing the potential to become a zombie king, escape his grasp, the likelihood of encountering it again would be exceedingly slim. Chapter 78. Helicopter. No, I absolutely cannot allow her to flee from my sight. Xiao Tong resolved, increasing his speed once more, wielding his foreign blade to cleave through any zombies that obstructed his path. Although not particularly renowned for his swiftness, he was still slightly faster than the healing zombie. Upon sensing Xiao Tong's rapidly approaching presence, the healing zombie could not resist glancing back, though it too was of level 3. Xiao Tong's power far surpassed that of Swift One Number 1, and just a fleeting glance was enough to instill fear that nearly caused it to panic. It hurriedly turned and bolted into the distance. Yet Xiao Tong's speed was closing in 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. Soon, the distance between them had shrunk to 300 meters. At this pace, Xiao Tong would undoubtedly catch up to the healing zombie. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of engines surged from afar. As Xiao Tong pursued the healing zombie, he could not help but glance back, only to see helicopters rapidly approaching through the darkness. The beams of light from the helicopters swept across the ground as if searching for something. Inside a towering building, a group of uniformed individuals gathered, with one leader speaking into a walkie-talkie. Eagle, continue flying forward. I have sent the photo of the zombie to your phones. That zombie is wielding a long knife, so it should be easy to identify. Received, came the response over the walkie-talkie as the helicopters continued their advance. Xiao Tong felt a foreboding sensation rise within him as he sensed that these helicopters were heading directly towards him. He turned to look at the fleeing healing zombie, gritting his teeth as he quickened his pace, determined to capture the healing zombie before the helicopters could locate him. However, Xiao Tong had underestimated the helicopter's speed. In less than a minute, they had soared above the battling horde of zombies. The searchlights on the aircraft frantically scanned the crowd, and suddenly, one spotlight illuminated Xiao Tong and the healing zombie. A man in uniform aboard one of the helicopters, equipped with binoculars, lowered his instrument and smiled. Found you. Over there. Go. Gunners, prepare to fire. Yes. The helicopters swiftly closed in on Xiao Tong. At this moment, he was merely over 100 meters away from the healing zombie, and the thunder in his hand began to spark. Just a little more, just a little more. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Tong, despite being bathed in the spotlight, could not afford to concern himself with that. He had to capture the healing zombie today. The distance soon shrank to 80 meters. Xiao Tong accelerated again, leaping high into the air as he hurled the thunder towards the healing zombie. Boom! The thunder exploded near the healing zombie. Although it did not hit its mark, the shockwave sent the healing zombie flying. A smile broke across Xiao Tong's face as he prepared to hasten his pursuit. But just then, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the helicopter, and Xiao Tong felt a searing pain course through his body, as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, sending him crashing to the ground like a sack. Hissing in pain, Xiao Tong rose, glancing down to find several gaping wounds in his chest. Were it not for his defensive abilities, those bullets could have severed him in two. Damn it, Xiao Tong exclaimed, rising to his feet and directing a furious gesture at the helicopters above. I was minding my own business, and you came looking for trouble? The gunfire from the helicopters intensified, and the sound of the Gatling gun echoed through the night, with a visible chain of bullets hurtling towards Xiao Tong. What more do you want? He shouted, rolling to the side just as a hail of bullets struck the ground where he had just stood. Creating craters in the concrete as he ducked for cover, the spotlight quickly found him once more. Bullets rained down around him, causing the healing zombie in the distance to hesitate before plunging into the darkness. Upon seeing the healing zombie vanish into the shadows, a surge of fury ignited within Xiao Tong. While running, he surveyed the surrounding terrain. In the distance, a towering skyscraper stood out among the others, and his eyes gleamed with determination as he raced toward it. He aimed to enter the building and cut off her escape. On the helicopter, The leader noticed Xiao Tong heading toward the distant skyscraper and quickly called out, "Gunners, redirect your aim to block his path." Meanwhile, inside the building, a walkie-talkie crackled to life in the hands of Long Tongue. "Understood," he replied, waving his hand as he led his team downstairs. Xiao Tong, seeing the thick barrage of bullets ahead, slammed to a halt and darted into a nearby alley. Roar. As he ran, he issued commands to his subordinates. "Long-range attack squad, disperse and approach the skyscraper ahead, taking cover on the rooftops of nearby buildings. Remain concealed and await my orders." Upon receiving Xiao Tong's command, the elite long-range assault zombie units, previously engaged with another horde of zombies, scattered and advanced towards the location indicated by Xiao Tong. As they drew near, they swiftly infiltrated the adjacent high-rise, scaling its rooftop. While sprinting through the alley, Xiao Tong executed various evasive maneuvers. Were it not for his evolution into a third-tier zombie, significantly enhancing his speed, he would have been reduced to mere pulp by the hail of gunfire from the Gatling guns. Damn it! With a sullen expression, Xiao Tong reflected on his situation. After departing from Yinjing University, he had been careful to avoid attracting the attention of the Yinjing survivor base, guiding his forces northward to evade detection. He understood that early-stage zombies were exceedingly vulnerable to human firearms, especially heavy weaponry. Only upon reaching the 5th tier could they largely disregard attacks from all but rocket launchers and missiles. The 6th tier. Apart from missiles, other firearms would inflict no harm. Upon evolving to the 7th tier, even missiles could be defended against. Therefore, one must at least reach the 5th tier to possess the confidence to confront these threats. Chapter 79. The Falcon Squad. However, Xiao Tong had not anticipated that, despite his cautious approach, these individuals would still pursue him. "Since you seek your demise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Gritting his teeth, Xiao Tong hastened towards the skyscraper, finally making his way inside after enduring several more gunshots. The moment he entered the building, he swiftly consumed 2 second-tier cores, which transformed into energy surging through his limbs, rapidly mending his wounds. While absorbing the cores, he ascended towards the rooftop, thinking, "These fools have delivered themselves to their doom." He would show no mercy. Xiao Tong moved with remarkable speed, reaching the rooftop in one breath, having consumed around 10 second-tier cores, nearly fully healing his injuries through their accumulation. Standing at the stairway entrance, he heard the thunderous roar of helicopter engines outside, aware that they were circling above. Rumble. One particularly loud helicopter drew near, prompting Xiao Tong to quietly open the door. Rat-a-tat-tat. In the next instant, a barrage of bullets swept in, forcing Xiao Tong to quickly take cover behind a wall. Yet the wall trembled violently from the onslaught, compelling him to retreat further. Just as he did, the Gatling gun unleashed a furious spray, obliterating the exit wall. Boom. The walls around the exit crumbled, exposing the stairway to the helicopter's view. All eyes aboard the helicopter fixated on the stairway entrance. And finally, as the dust began to settle, a bolt of blue lightning surged forth, akin to a cannonball, hurtling towards one of the helicopters. "Get out of the way!" The pilot instinctively pulled the helicopter upward. But the lightning was swift, and with the helicopter so close to the rooftop, it struck with tremendous force. Boom! An explosion ensued, sending the helicopter spiraling down in flames, while several figures jumped from it, parachuting through the air. "What the hell? That zombie has awakened lightning powers. Everyone, heighten your altitude." Gatling, commence covering fire for the parachuting personnel. Falcon team members, aim for the nearest rooftop. I will dispatch a helicopter for your retrieval. As he spoke, the remaining helicopters ascended, while the parachuting team aimed for the adjacent skyscraper. Unbeknownst to them, the dark rooftop was already teeming with a mass of zombies, with one attack downing a helicopter. A smirk crept onto Xiao Tong's lips. However, with the helicopters now at a higher altitude, the situation became more challenging. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. At that moment, several Gatling guns aboard the helicopters unleashed a torrent of fire towards Xiao Tong's location, their powerful spotlights illuminating the stairway entrance. Should Xiao Tong dare to reveal himself, he would undoubtedly face a lethal onslaught. Whoosh! Just then, another bolt of lightning shot forth from the stairway, prompting alarm among the occupants of the helicopter. "Look out! Lightning is coming again!" Panic ensued, but at that moment, the lightning seemed to lose its vigor, detonating approximately 100 meters from the rooftop. The helicopter crew paused, only to be startled once more as fresh bolts of lightning arced into the sky. This time at a progressively lower altitude. Ha ha ha, that creature's energy must be running low. Lower the helicopter's altitude and prepare the rocket launchers. Fire directly at the stairway. Upon the Falcon captain's command, several helicopters descended closer, albeit cautiously, maintaining a distance of around 100 meters. Seeing the helicopters hovering at this distance, a sinister smile formed on Xiao Tong's face. All Bone Spike and Wind Blade zombies, target the helicopters above. Launch a relentless assault. With his command issued, a swarm of Bone Spikes and Wind Blades flew from the surrounding rooftops towards the helicopters. The Falcon team members descending from the sky heard a shrill whistle. Before they could discern its source, they were pierced by Bone Spikes and shredded by Wind Blades, plummeting down in ambush. In the darkness, a horrific scream echoed, abruptly silenced. Inside the helicopter, the intercom crackled with the sound of that agonizing cry, prompting a sense of foreboding in the Falcon captain. The next moment, they too heard the whooshing sound of approaching projectiles. In the night, it felt as though something was racing towards them. Then came the chop chop chop. Bone Spikes whistled through the air, violently puncturing the helicopter's exterior, creating gaping holes. Wind Blades slashed against the helicopter, leaving horrific gashes. The gunners stationed at the helicopter door bore the brunt of the assault. And soon, Bone Spikes and Wind Blades surged through the open door, instantly claiming several lives. The Bone Spikes and Wind Blades relentlessly battered the helicopter, even assaulting its rotor blades, causing the helicopter to sway violently. "Captain, we are losing control," the pilot shouted, panic evident in his voice. The Falcon captain's expression shifted dramatically as he yelled, "Jump! Everyone, jump!" As soon as he finished speaking, he leapt from the helicopter, and one by one, his team members followed suit. Just as they exited, Bone Spikes struck the fuel tank. Boom! The helicopter erupted in a fiery explosion, spiraling uncontrollably towards the surrounding skyscrapers. The light from the helicopter's explosion illuminated the buildings and rooftops, revealing a dense throng of zombies before the eyes of the Falcon squad. Staring at the mass of zombies, they were momentarily paralyzed, their eyes filled with terror. When had so many first and second-tier zombies lain in wait here? My God, so many long-range attack zombies. Could it be that this particular zombie had truly attained intelligence? How else could they have organized the zombies by their abilities? Get out of the way. The attack is incoming. As all eyes beheld the orderly ranks of zombies atop the building, resembling a well-trained army, they were struck with profound shock. Ultimately, a storm of Bone Spikes and Wind Blades darkened the sky. Converging upon them, the team scrambled to maneuver their parachutes, fleeing towards the distance. Chapter 80. Once again grateful for heaven's bounty, however, would Xiao Tong allow them to escape. At their current altitude, a single lightning storm could eliminate numerous foes. But he felt that letting them die so easily would be too merciful. This time, the healing zombie had slipped from his grasp, and knowing the strength of his formidable horde in the area, the healing zombie would surely flee far away. He was uncertain if he'd ever have another chance to encounter the healing zombie again. It was all these damned creatures. The Bone Spike and Wind Blade zombies had already made their move, but the fire zombies remained dormant. Now, with the parachutists merely 5 or 6 meters from the building, they were well within the attack range of the fire zombies, floating helplessly in the air. Resembling a string of human kebabs, all fire zombies, engage. Be cautious not to ignite the parachutes. Concentrate fire on their lower bodies. With a commanding shout, torrents of flames erupted, engulfing the descending parachutists. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air as one by one, the members of the Flying Eagle team, suspended by their parachutes, found their lower bodies engulfed in flames. In an instant, their legs lost all sensation, and the acrid scent of roasting flesh filled the atmosphere. They cast a sorrowful glance downward, only to witness that their comrade, Kuin, had been transformed into a charred husk. No. Another round of anguished screams erupted as their lower halves were scorched to perfection, while their upper bodies remained relatively unscathed. The sight of their own lower limbs being roasted alive, awaiting a grim fate, was a torment more unbearable than death itself, especially for Kuin, who had lost all feeling. It was an immense psychological blow. It was all over. Everything was gone. The pain caused their bodies to convulse, as below them, Tens of thousands of low-level zombies looked up, eagerly anticipating the slow descent of their charred feast. They opened their mouths wide, motionless, waiting for the heavens to bestow their gifts. Roast Kuin, come to the mouth of the great zombie lord after enduring half a minute of excruciating agony. All members of the Flying Eagle team were painfully dispatched. Their bodies still floating in the air, yet their lives extinguished. Below, a horde of zombies stood with their mouths agape, awaiting their meal. Burn the parachutes, Xiao Tong commanded, witnessing the demise of all his comrades. His fury finally somewhat alleviated. Boom! Just as Xiao Tong's order was issued, the flame zombies immediately redirected their firepower. The zombies below became even more exhilarated. Yes, the firepower needs to be evenly distributed. Otherwise, it could lead to an upset stomach. Without their parachutes, dozens of Flying Eagle members plummeted vertically. Thud. Several corpses hit the ground, already thoroughly cooked, bursting apart upon impact. The swarm of zombies surged forward, preferring the succulent barbecue over the foul and unappetizing rotten flesh of their kind. The sight of dozens of roasted bodies sent the zombie horde into a brief frenzy. Xiao Tong, having watched the entire Flying Eagle squad be consumed by the zombies, finally withdrew his gaze. It was then that a glimmer of intrigue flashed in his eyes. There were still a few little mice around, Xiao Tong murmured, and with a wave of his hand, countless zombies began to surround the area from above and below. At this moment, on the 6th floor of the building, the Longting team observed the horrific aftermath. Their eyes filled with terror. One of the leaders hastily retrieved a communication device to contact the headquarters. Headquarters? This is Longting, I repeat. The Flying Eagle team has been completely annihilated. Over. Roar. Just then, a series of growls erupted. Captain, it's zombies. The members of the Longting team stared in horror at the zombies continuously ascending from below, their faces filled with dread. Run upstairs, the captain of Longting shouted urgently, but at that moment, a similar cacophony of growls erupted from above, and in the next instant, zombies began to descend from above as well. Damn it, there are zombies up there too. We are surrounded. Wah, I don't want to die, Captain. What do we do? The members of the Longting team were on the verge of tears. The captain, his face grim, pondered desperately. What could he do? Surrounded by so many zombies, even as a second-tier ability user, what could he achieve? Roar. The swarm of zombies encircled the Longting team but did not advance. Instead, they turned and parted to create a path. Bowing their heads in reverence, and in the next moment, Xiao Tong's figure emerged slowly. It's that third-tier zombie. The pupils of every member of the Longting team constricted sharply. Some clutched their weapons tightly, while others began to unleash their abilities. Observing the defiant Longting team, Xiao Tong dashed forward, accelerating towards them. Clang, midway, he drew his blade, the sharp glint of the weapon momentarily stunning the members of the Longting team. What the hell? Zombies can wield knives. Attack? The Longting team immediately began to fire frantically at Xiao Tong, and waves of abilities surged towards him. However, the highest ranked among them was merely a second-tier user, while the rest were all first-tier, leaving them vastly outclassed by Xiao Tong. He swiftly dodged, evading both bullets and abilities with ease, and with a powerful leap that resembled a swift swallow, he closed the distance to the Longting team in the blink of an eye. Before they could react, Xiao Tong plunged into their ranks, swinging his blade with wild abandon. Slices of skin and muscle echoed through the air as the members of Longting fell, some losing arms, others' legs, collapsing to the ground like broken sacks, shrieking in agony. Xiao Tong's entrance among the Longting team was akin to a tiger infiltrating a flock of sheep. The captain, desperate to stop him, charged forward, only to be cleaved in two by Xiao Tong's blade. Though it was not a clean severance in under a minute, over a dozen members of the Longting team lay lifeless on the ground. This is the headquarters. What is the current status of the Longting team? Just then, a voice crackled through the intercom. However, every single member of the Longting team had fallen, with the unfortunate ones reduced to mere fragments, while the luckier ones became corpses, their blood staining the once pristine floor. Hearing this voice, a glint of excitement flashed in Xiao Tong's eyes, and he stepped forward, stomping down hard on the intercom. Silencing it instantly. Chapter 81. You chase me, I chase you on the other side. At the survivor base in Yinjing, the communication officer wore a serious expression as he turned to the high-ranking officials beside him. Sir? We have lost contact with the Longting team as well. The faces of several affluent gentlemen darkened at this news. They had not anticipated that a third-tier zombie would be so formidable. The Flying Eagle team boasted 3 second-tier ability users, alongside several first-tier ones, and the Longting team was not lacking in combat prowess either. Yet, both squads had been completely annihilated, a devastating blow for them. Should we send a rescue team? Someone suddenly inquired. A similarly high-ranking man shook his head slowly. No. Any entity capable of wiping out both the Flying Eagle and Longting teams must possess immense power. We cannot act recklessly at this moment. Our best course of action is to cultivate higher-tier ability users. Only with third-tier users in our ranks can we proceed with confidence in our endeavors. Mobilize more troops to gather crystal nuclei. We must expedite the training of third-tier and even fourth-tier ability users and accelerate our research on zombies. Understood. Meanwhile, after obliterating the entire Longting team, Xiao Tong led his horde of zombies away from Daxia. Not far from the battlefield, a sea of zombie corpses lay strewn about. With a single command, Xiao Tong's zombie army began to gather crystal nuclei and consume the bodies of their fallen comrades. This collection continued for several hours, and as dawn broke around 6 or 7 in the morning, Xiao Tong found himself surrounded by a pile of crystal nuclei, 45 second tier and over 1,300 first tier. He ordered the immediate consumption of any zero-tier nuclei discovered, while he pocketed the 45 second-tier nuclei and began to absorb them. The first-tier nuclei were distributed among all second-tier zombies. Several hours later, having absorbed 42 second-tier nuclei, Xiao Tong felt his strength surge, and among his subordinates, the body of Swift One had fully recovered. His ranks now boasted dozens of second-tier zombies and hundreds of first-tier zombies. Oh, whoa! At that moment, a distant howl pierced the air. Xiao Tong looked up to see a massive horde of zombies approaching, led by a chaotic blend of zero and first-tier zombies, interspersed with a few second-tier ones. Surrounding them were Xiao Ji, leading a pack of mutated dogs, along with 500 second-tier zombies, 2,000 first-tier zombies, and 20,000 zero-tier zombies, herding the front line. Master, I'm back. Xiao Ji quickened his pace. Reaching Xiao Tong's side, observing the massive horde of zombies being driven forward and sensing the enhanced aura of Xiao Ji, his eyes gleamed with delight. Xiao Ji had grown significantly stronger. Moreover, among the mutated dog squadron following Xiao Ji, dozens had reached second tier, while only a handful remained at the peak of first tier, poised to break through. Boss, these are the crystal nuclei collected over the past few days. Xiao Ji howled, as a subordinate mutated dog approached. Carrying a backpack, Xiao Tong accepted the bag, unable to suppress his raised eyebrows. The backpack was filled with crystal nuclei, boasting over 300 second-tier nuclei and more than 5,000 first-tier nuclei. Well done, Xiao Ji, indeed. Were it not for your urgent summons, my efforts to thoroughly cleanse that area would have yielded at least 100 second-level crystal cores. Upon receiving praise from Xiao Tong, Xiao Ji proudly lifted his head. Xiao Tong nodded. A capable dog can afford to be a bit proud. He promptly presented Xiao Ji with 100 second-level crystal cores and 1,000 first-level crystal cores, stating, "You performed admirably this time. This is your reward. Quickly absorb these crystal cores, for I have tasks for you to undertake." Understood. Thank you, boss, Xiao Ji exclaimed, immediately seeking a suitable spot to consume the crystal cores. Surrounding him were dozens of mutated dogs. Xiao Tong distributed 2,000 first-level crystal cores to the mutated dog army and allocated the remaining first-level cores to Swift One, Bone Spike 2, and Flame 2. After the distribution was complete, Xiao Tong settled into a meditative position to begin absorbing the cores. Several hours later, after absorbing all the second-level crystal cores, Xiao Tong felt his aura surge significantly. He quietly assessed his energy and realized that to advance to level 4, he would require at least 3,000 more second-level crystal cores. As 1's level increases, the efficacy of lower-level crystal cores diminishes. Yet there was little choice, for there were scarcely any level 3 zombies nationwide. It would take at least another 6 months for them to appear in abundance. Thus, he could only rely on accumulating second-level crystal cores. Woof, boss, I have finished absorbing the crystal cores. What task do you have for me? Upon seeing Xiao Tong open his eyes, Xiao Ji promptly called out. Xiao Ji, I want you and Swift One to lead your mutated dog army and the Swift troops northward, diligently searching for this zombie-esque trail. If you discover any signs of her, do not act rashly. Inform me immediately. Regardless of where she flees, I will capture her. Xiao Tong clenched his fist. Who would relinquish a healer? Not to mention, as his level rose and his senses gradually returned, he would need a source of hydration. Human water would induce gastrointestinal distress, while he could not tolerate blood. Thus, having a healer nearby would be both visually pleasing and quenching. In times of idleness, they could engage in productive endeavors. What could be more delightful than that? Woof! When do we depart? Time is of the essence. We set off immediately. Understood. Xiaoji howled and swiftly rallied his mutated dog army. Now, all of Xiaoji's mutated dogs had been fully upgraded to level 2. This entire army, comprised entirely of level 2 mutated dogs, could stride boldly across the Great Xia as long as they were not surrounded by human forces. Moreover, they had the support of Swift One, leading all the second level and above Swift troops. Xiao Ji and his mutated dog army advanced northward with remarkable speed, followed closely by Swift One and over 200 second-level Swift troops. Matching their pace, as the two teams quickly disappeared from view, Xiao Tong shifted his focus back to the task at hand. It was time to continue the sweep. Organizing his forces, he took command of the first and second-level zombies within Xiao Ji's army, further consolidating over 10,000 zombies under his control. His current forces included himself and the Lord, 2 level 3 zombies, over 600 second-level zombies, and more than 4,000 first-level zombies. As for zero-level zombies, including those he had commandeered, the count had reached around 60 to 70,000. As the saying goes, an army exceeding 10,000 is boundless. The spectacle of over 70,000 zombies was truly magnificent. Chapter 82. Advancing Northward Roar. Just as Xiao Tong was about to lead his zombie army northward, a deep roar echoed from a distance. Xiao Tong sensed it was the army led by Flame One and Defender One. He commanded his forces to halt. Moments later, a massive tide of zombies began to approach his direction, with Flame One and Defender One at the forefront. After a brief wait, Flame One and Defender One finally arrived with their army. Roar! Flame One stepped forward, presenting a snake skin bag to Xiao Tong. Taken aback, Xiao Tong thought, using a snake skin bag for holding crystal cores. What a remarkably simple approach, Comrade Flame. Xiao Tong accepted the bag, opening it to reveal a stunning sight. Over 1,000 second-level crystal cores and more than 5,000 first-level crystal cores. Incredible, my Comrade Flame. The haul surpasses that of Xiao Ji's mutated dog army. To convert the crystal cores into his own energy, Xiao Tong ceased his advance, seeking a secure spot to absorb the second-level crystal cores. After nearly 2 days of absorbing 1,121 crystal cores, his aura grew significantly stronger. Upon completing the absorption of the second-level cores, he proceeded to absorb 3,000 first-level cores, distributing the remaining 3,000 first-level cores among the other level 3 and level 2 zombies. There was no need to heal the first and zero-level zombies. Directly consuming zero-level crystal cores and the corpses of zombies would suffice for evolution. Half a day later, Xiao Tong opened his eyes, feeling the formidable power coursing through him, a sense of satisfaction mingling with a twinge of regret. If those over 1,000 crystal cores had been consumed by the second-level zombies, they could have potentially yielded 6 or 7 level 3 zombies. However, after his absorption, it had merely advanced him a small step towards evolving to level 4. To achieve that, he would require at least 4,000 to 5,000 second-level crystal cores, along with assistance from the first-level cores. Now, merely at level 3, the difficulty of evolution was already apparent. As levels increased, so too would the challenges of evolving. Fortunately, mutated beasts would gradually grow stronger and emerge to partake in the struggle between humanity and zombies. Although humanity boasted billions, the entirety of the natural world harbored far more life forms. Eventually, the crystal cores within those mutated beasts would become the primary driving force behind evolution. Xiao Tong glanced around. Now, with the addition of the forces brought back by Flame One and Defender One, his zombie army had surpassed 100,000 in scale. The number of first-level zombies had increased by over 3,000, and the second-level zombies had grown by nearly 1,000, with over a dozen second-level zombies already reaching their peak, poised to transition into level 3 shortly. Currently, Xiao Tong commanded a total of 5 level 3 zombies: Bone Spike 1, Defender 1, Flame 1, Swift 1, and the Zombie Lord, with Xiao Ji as the sole level 3 mutated beast. Among the second-level zombies, including the Devourer, Seer, Windblade 1, Bone Spike 2, and Defenders 2 and 3, many had reached the pinnacle of level 2. The first-level zombies numbered over 8,000, nearing 10,000, while Xiao Tong commanded 50,000 zero-level zombies, and the Zombie Lord had 30,000 combined. They totaled 80,000, not including the several tens of thousands of zombies he had commandeered, bringing Xiao Tong's army to over 110,000, approaching 12,000. Standing amidst this vast assembly, Xiao Tong surveyed the boundless sea of bodies, feeling an immense surge of pride in his previous life. He had only managed to evolve to level 2. Even if he had later reached level 3, the zombies under his command had barely numbered 2 or 3,000, predominantly zero-level zombies. He had no level 3 zombies aside from himself, and only a little over 100 second-level zombies. Whenever he encountered a slightly larger zombie tide, he had no choice but to retreat. Eventually, he had merely survived until becoming the Zombie King, commanding an army of hundreds of thousands. Alas, by the time he ascended to the throne of the Zombie King, countless level 7 powerhouses existed on both the human and zombie sides, each more formidable than he. Had he not commanded his zombies with such precision, he would have perished long ago. However, in this life, he was at the forefront of both humanity and zombies, always a step ahead. As long as he maintained this lead, he would eventually stand at the pinnacle. He harbored no regrets about becoming a zombie. Remaining within the human faction would have imposed too many constraints, hindering his rapid evolution and potentially reducing him to a pawn. Moreover, with the two troublesome figures, Lung Minghan and her accomplice, targeting him, he felt even less inclined to remain. Thus, transforming into a zombie was indeed the best choice. Once he evolved into a zombie king, his senses and appearance would return, and he would possess tremendous physical strength. As long as his head remained intact, he could recover from any injuries, and as long as he continued to evolve with sufficient crystal cores, he would endure. Humans, on the other hand, despite some awakening defensive abilities, often remained frail, even those who ascended to level 7. When death came, there was no chance for resurrection. Therefore, in every conceivable way, becoming a zombie was his optimal path. Roar! Xiao Tong let out a deafening roar, causing the dormant horde of zombies to slowly awaken, their eyes fluttering open as they responded to his command. Advancing steadily forward, at present, Xiao Tong found himself in the city of Dacheng, situated along the North River. Here lay the remnants of an army previously commanded by a formidable leader, while the surrounding counties had seen a significant reduction in their undead populations. Without hesitation, Xiao Tong led his forces northward, intent on cleansing the remaining districts of Dacheng. Once accomplished, he anticipated evolving to level 4, at which point he would no longer press forward but instead direct his army toward Gumo, eventually journeying southward in search of his family. Most critically, with the imperial capital to the north, the nation's most formidable military might was concentrated there, making the north the front line of the impending war between humanity and the undead. Remaining in the north, even as a zombie king, would not guarantee absolute safety. After all, among the northern zombie kings, the corpulent one was a later addition. Prior to its emergence, there existed an even more powerful zombie king who had perished in a fierce battle against a level 7 human powerhouse, taking countless zombies down with him. Chapter 83. Level 3 Mutated Serpent. Xiao Tong was not afraid. At the very least, he would endure. Surviving until the end, he envisioned a time when he would become overwhelmingly powerful, crushing all opposition and asserting his dominance globally. Beyond Dacheng lay Hualong, Quanping, and Ningfeng. Once again, Xiao Tong divided his forces into 3 contingents. He himself would venture westward to cleanse Ningfeng, while Flame One led a large army toward Quanping, and Defender One commanded another contingent toward Hualong. The 100,000-strong army erupted into 3 divisions, each advancing toward their respective destinations. Xiao Tong, accompanied by Bone Spike One and the Zombie Lord, marched toward Ningfeng. The southern region of Ningfeng bordered Yanjing, prompting Xiao Tong to steer his forces as close to the north as possible. Entering Ningfeng from Dacheng, he led his zombie army along the highway. Whenever the highway signs indicated the presence of a town, he would lead his troops off the highway to engage in a massacre. The first stop for Xiao Tong's army was Shanfeng Town. After several hours of travel off the highway, they arrived at this modest county town, surrounded by numerous villages. Roaring, Xiao Tong led his troops into the town, which boasted a resident population of only a few 100,000. With the zombie count barely exceeding 100,000 in merely 2 to 3 hours, he successfully annihilated all the zombies within the county, disregarding the scattered undead in the surrounding villages. Having cleared Shanfeng Town, Xiao Tong withdrew with 40,000 zombies, re-entering the highway. Several hours later, they entered a tunnel, where announcements echoed through the loudspeakers. Please do not drive fatigued. Overtaking is strictly prohibited within the tunnel. After a brief passage of time, the leading army emerged from the tunnel, which burrowed through a mountain, surrounded by towering peaks. Perhaps due to the blood rain, the forests and underbrush on Earth had grown denser and more formidable. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the forefront of the zombie horde, as countless Level 0 zombies shrieked in terror and began to retreat, as if a truly horrifying creature lurked ahead. Roar, Xiao Tong bellowed, halting the retreat of his army. Yet in his mind, the imprints of the zombies began to fade ominously. A series of hissing sounds reached his ears, prompting him to climb atop the heads of other zombies for a clearer view. His pupils constricted in shock as he beheld, at the mouth of the tunnel, a multitude of thick, terrifying serpents viciously slaughtering his undead minions. Regardless of whether they were Level 0, Level 1, or even Level 2 zombies, the massive constrictors, as thick as barrels, devoured them whole. Even more alarming, some of the giant pythons bore sharp fangs that sprayed venom, causing the zombies in their path to scream in agony as they collapsed. Corroded by the toxic substance, within mere seconds, entire hordes of zombies were reduced to nothingness. Mutated venomous serpents? A sense of dread filled Xiao Tong's eyes, with their enormous size and potent venom. These mutated serpents evoked a profound caution within him. If Xiao Tong's suspicions were correct, the foremost python, as thick as a barrel, was likely a Level 3 mutated beast, accompanied by a dozen smaller ones, each radiating a Level 2 aura, while the remaining dozens were merely as thick as an arm. Damn it. After painstakingly strategizing for years to reach Level 3, a mere roadblock in the form of a mutated beast appeared out of nowhere. Xiao Tong felt a surge of resentment, yet the reality was undeniable. In times of peace, humanity stood atop the food chain through intellect, but in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the Earth had reverted to a primal state of predator and prey. Especially following the blood rain, the flora and fauna began to grow in size, with creatures born into this cycle of predation growing increasingly powerful, far beyond the capabilities of humans and zombies. Yet, there was a silver lining. There was only one Level 3 mutated venomous serpent. If another were to appear, I would immediately retreat, but with just one, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Xiao Tong's eyes. All Level 1 and above zombies, fall back. Level 0 zombies, charge forward. As soon as the command was issued, the higher-level zombies gradually retreated while the Level 0 zombies pressed onward towards the venomous serpent. Despite the formidable nature of this Level 3 and its accompanying Level 2 serpents, their numbers were limited. Xiao Tong intended to employ these zombies to exhaust the mutated serpents, depleting the venom attacks he feared most, even potentially filling the serpents' bellies to slow their assault. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. With tens of thousands of troops, he would wear down this Level 3 mutated serpent. At Xiao Tong's command, tens of thousands of zombies surged toward the mutated serpent. Observing their fearless advance, several mutated serpents grew excited, eagerly devouring the incoming zombies, each bite claiming one of Xiao Tong's minions. The venom sprayed wildly, causing groups of zombies to be corroded instantly. The tail of the Level 3 mutated serpent swept through the horde, reducing dozens of Level 0 zombies to mere pulp. However, after several minutes, the Level 2 mutated serpents sensed an anomaly. Their bellies were swollen with the corpses of zombies, rendering their movements cumbersome. The relentless horde of zombies began to breach their defenses, claws and fangs leaving numerous wounds on the serpents' massive bodies. While a single wound might feel like a mere itch to such colossal creatures, the accumulation of hundreds, even thousands of scratches prompted panic among the mutated serpents. Yet the foremost Level 3 mutated beast's gaze remained fixated on Xiao Tong, who stood at the back of the zombie horde. Alongside Bone, Spike 1 and other Level 2 zombies, it felt an intense urge. Believing that if it could consume the zombies before it, it would achieve evolution. Its eyes gleamed with primitive greed, unable to resist the allure of evolution. All it desired was to devour Xiao Tong and transform into an even more powerful entity. With a hiss, it lunged into the tunnel, slaughtering Level 0 zombies along its path. Witnessing the mutated serpents mercilessly massacre his subordinates, Xiao Tong felt a pang of regret. Each Level 0 zombie bore a unique imprint, and losing even one meant a permanent reduction in his forces. Only by evolving to Level 4 could he replenish his ranks. Push forward, Xiao Tong roared, urging the remaining Level 0 zombies to charge toward the Level 3 mutated serpent. Chapter 84. Heavy Losses Hiss. The Level 3 mutated serpent faced the relentless tide of Level 0 zombies, letting out a roar as it swallowed one whole, with venom spraying from its mouth. A wave of zombies fell, swiftly corroded to nothingness, while its massive tail swept across the battlefield, severing limbs and crushing countless zombies. Witnessing the ferocity of the Level 3 mutated serpent, Xiao Tong's brows furrowed. And he retreated another 200 meters, directing the Level 0 zombies from a safe distance. However, his expression soon darkened. In such a short span, he had already lost 4,000 to 5,000 Level 0 zombies. The other mutated serpents aside, this single Level 3 beast had dispatched dozens, if not hundreds of zombies, many of whom were on the cusp of evolving to Level 1. This strategy could not continue. The losses were too great. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Tong realized that while the adage many ants can kill an elephant held some truth, the cost was exorbitant. The disparity in levels between the Level 3 mutated serpent and the Level 0 zombies resulted in an overwhelming disadvantage. While the sea of zombies had proven effective against Level 2 and lower mutated serpents, it was utterly futile against a Level 3. The claws and fangs of the zombies merely grazed the serpent's tough, black scales. Failing to penetrate its defenses, suddenly, Xiao Tong smacked his forehead in frustration. Though he was currently a zombie, he possessed a level of intelligence far beyond what both zombies and mutated beasts could comprehend. As if struck by a sudden realization, remote assault on the zombie horde, the spiked zombie battalion, target the eyes of the third-tier mutated serpent. Windblade zombies, aim at all remaining mutated serpents. Flame zombies, strike at the head of the third-tier mutated serpent. Defensive zombies, advance, circumvent the third-tier mutated serpent, and assist the zero-tier zombies in eliminating the other mutated serpents. The swift ones dart across the battlefield. Providing support, with Xiao Tong's command issued, all the zombies commenced their individual actions. The spiked zombie battalion raised their hands, targeting the eyes of the third-tier mutated serpent, and unleashed a frenzied barrage of bone spikes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, a cacophony of slicing winds erupted as the bone spikes shot forth like a dense cloud towards the serpent's eyes. The third-tier mutated serpent boasted an astonishingly resilient scale armor. Not even zero-tier zombies, let alone second-tier or other third-tier zombies, could breach its defenses. Only the most adept attackers, the Swift One No. 1 and the Devourer, stood a chance against the serpent's formidable protection, along with Xiao Tong, wielding the mysterious blade. Although this blade was forged by an old blacksmith before his awakening and lacked the sharpness of those crafted post-awakening, it could still pierce through the defenses of zombies or mutated beasts below Level 7 with ease. Thus, breaching the third-tier mutated serpent's defenses should be trivial. Yet, with tens of thousands of subordinates at his disposal, why would he tire himself by participating personally? Would it not be wiser to lay low? What if he suffered a grievous injury or even death at the hands of the third-tier mutated serpent? That would spell disaster. However, despite the third-tier mutated serpent's formidable defenses, it bore a critical flaw. It had no eyelids. Its exposed eyes constituted its most vulnerable point. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless bone spikes flew toward its eyes, and the third-tier mutated serpent immediately sensed the impending danger, swiftly turning its head to shield itself with its armored skull. Yet, in the next instant, a barrage of flames surged forth, engulfing the serpent's head. The cumulative heat of the flames soared exponentially, scorching the serpent's scales until they changed color, its entire head turning crimson. The excruciating pain drove the third-tier mutated serpent into a frenzy, its massive body thrashing wildly as it writhed to evade the flames. Nevertheless, the flame zombies relentlessly pursued, igniting the serpent's head anew. Meanwhile, the Windblade zombies unleashed their blades upon the second-tier, first-tier, and zero-tier mutated serpents. The second-tier mutated serpents fared better, but the first-tier serpents, with their significantly weaker defenses, sustained grievous wounds from the slicing winds. While the zero-tier mutated serpents were cleaved in two, the Defender rock zombies and the Swift ones maneuvered around the third-tier mutated serpent, charging towards the other lower-tier mutated serpents. The Defender and the rock zombies formed the vanguard, steadfastly absorbing the assaults from the other mutated serpents. Seizing this opportunity, the other zero-tier zombies surged forth, ravenously tearing into the mutated serpents. The Swift ones darted across the battlefield, executing swift strikes, regardless of the outcome. They immediately retreated. A mutated serpent that had been struck let out a roar and turned to bite, but the assailant had already distanced itself, hiding among the sea of corpses, poised to strike again. Hiss! In an instant, the mutated serpents were grievously wounded, with over half of the zero-tier mutated serpents falling in the blink of an EYE.AS. Some serpents collapsed. A throng of zombies swarmed, and upon dispersing, only skeletal remains remained on the other side. The third-tier mutated serpent was suddenly besieged by the combined onslaught of the spiked and flame zombies, catching it off guard. However, the third-tier mutated serpent, regaining its composure, retaliated with brutality, sweeping its tail and sending dozens of zero-tier zombies flying towards the spiked and flame zombies, interrupting their assault. It then unleashed a torrent of venom, spraying over 10 meters, leading to carnage within the ranks of the spiked and flame zombies. Damn it! How ferocious! Xiao Tong gritted his teeth. Under the searing heat of the flame zombies, the third-tier mutated beast's head had turned red, exuding a faint aroma. Yet, despite this, the beast not only survived but became even more ferocious. If any of Xiao Tong's third-tier zombies had been in its place, they would have perished countless times over. Indeed, mutated beasts were uniquely favored in the apocalypse, since encountering this horde of mutated serpents, over 10,000 of Xiao Tong's zero-tier zombies had perished, along with over 1,000 first-tier zombies and even dozens of second-tier zombies. This marked the most catastrophic loss his zombie army had faced since its inception. If the battle continued at this rate, to slay this third-tier mutated serpent, his subordinates would surely suffer further losses. Damn it. This is it. Xiao Tong gritted his teeth, abandoning the notion of remaining hidden. It was time for him to take the stage. Otherwise, if all his subordinates perished, he would be left as a lone commander, struggling to survive in this apocalypse. Chapter 85. A Field of Wounds. With this thought, Xiao Tong grasped his mysterious blade, suppressing his aura meticulously, and stealthily infiltrated the mass of corpses. Spiked zombies, flame zombies, at all costs, target the head of the third-tier mutated serpent. Xiao Tong silently issued the command in his heart. And once more, a storm of bone spikes and flames surged towards the third-tier mutated serpent. Hiss! The third-tier mutated serpent let out a roar, a glimmer of fear flashing in its eyes as its tail frantically swept through the ground, flinging the surrounding zombies towards the spiked and flame zombie battalions while simultaneously spewing venom. The ranks of spiked and flame zombies suffered grievous losses once again, yet the other zombies continued their relentless assault on the third-tier mutated serpent. Xiao Tong concealed his presence, maneuvering behind the third-tier serpent. With a swift motion, he severed the head of a nearby second-tier mutated serpent, his gaze fixated on the third-tier mutated serpent, searching for an opening. Engaged in a fierce battle with the remote assault zombies, the third-tier mutated beast suddenly sensed a chill on its back and swiftly turned its head. Xiao Tong quickly ducked, feigning an attack on a zero-tier zombie, only to be sent flying by a sweeping tail from the second-tier mutated serpent. The third-tier mutated serpent detected no anomalies and resumed its frenzied attacks. Hiss, however, at that moment, the dozen or so second-tier mutated serpents, under the combined pressure of the defender rock zombies and the swift ones, were on the brink of collapse. Most of their attacks were thwarted by the defender and the rock zombies, especially the latter, whose massive arms formed a colossal rock shield, effectively deflecting bites, venom, and tail sweeps. In the instant the attacks were blocked, countless zero-tier zombies surged forth. Under the frenzied gnawing of the zombies, the defenses of the mutated serpents were breached, leading to a delightful feast. The mutated serpents roared in desperation, but within a minute, one succumbed to their relentless assault. Severely wounded, they howled for the third-tier mutated serpent's assistance. Yet the third-tier mutated serpent, already agitated, bore a bone spike embedded in one eye, green blood oozing profusely. Its crimson eye blazed with madness. It disregarded the pleas of its subordinates, instead roaring for them to continue attacking. Pressing forward into the tunnel, its tail lifted, sweeping with abandon, causing more zombies to perish. Xiao Tong, closely observing the third-tier mutated serpent from behind, finally discerned another weakness apart from its eyes during the serpent's repeated tail sweeps. Xiao Tong's eyes brightened. Although mutated beasts did not transform into entirely different species like zombies, merely growing larger and acquiring special abilities, they generally surpassed zombies and humans of the same level. However, zombies possessed an incredibly tenacious vitality. Provided their heads remained intact, they could survive. Mutated beasts, however, were not so fortunate. Any fatal injury would lead to their demise. Therefore, heh, a sly smile crept across Xiao Tong's face as he stealthily approached. At that moment, the third-tier mutated serpent was enmeshed in its frenzied assaults against the visible zombies. With one eye pierced by a bone spike, the excruciating pain had driven it to the brink of insanity. It sought only to annihilate the zombies before it and devour the few third-tier zombies at the core to evolve. Each attack resulted in the deaths of hundreds of zombies, causing Xiao Tong's heart to ache as if he were about to leap up to play basketball. As he drew closer, Xiao Tong continuously shifted his position, evading the attacks of the third-tier mutated serpent. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. When he was within 5 meters, the third-tier mutated serpent lifted its tail once more. At that moment, concealed among the corpses, Xiao Tong's eyes gleamed with determination. Now is the time. He let out a low growl, his black defensive armor enveloping him completely, and with a powerful thrust of his right foot against the ground, he shot forth like an arrow. Simultaneously, he raised his mysterious blade high above his head. The fierce cry of the third-level mutated snake echoed through the air. Its scales bristled in terror upon seeing Xiao Tong charging forward with a strange blade in hand. In a moment of sheer fright, it instinctively turned its head, only to be met with the sight of a zombie brandishing a massive sword, 50 meters in length, lunging towards it with a hiss. The snake reacted reflexively, swinging its tail towards Xiao Tong. The impact was akin to being struck by a heavy vehicle, and Xiao Tong winced as he felt the crushing force collide with his body. The sound of breaking bones resonating in his ears. Simultaneously, the strange blade pierced effortlessly into the flesh of the third-level mutated snake. The blade sank deep. The mutated serpent writhed in agony, its colossal form thrashing violently, creating immense thuds that echoed as it smashed into the concrete ground, leaving deep craters in its wake. Any zombie or mutated snake caught in the chaos was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain coursing through him, Xiao Tong rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the snake's frenzied strikes. All zombies, retreat, he commanded, and the horde obeyed, tactically withdrawing, leaving the unfortunate mutated snake to unleash its wrath upon its own kind, decimating a significant portion of them. The snake's tail continued to pound the ground with relentless fury, and after a few minutes, its movements gradually slowed, the once fierce aura around it visibly waning. All ranged zombies, attack, Xiao Tong ordered, seizing the opportunity as the mutated snake's resistance faltered. Instantly, a barrage of bone spikes rained down upon its wounds and eyes. With a series of hissing sounds, the spikes penetrated deep, blinding the last remaining eye of the beast. Flames erupted, engulfing the third-level mutated snake in a fiery embrace. With a deafening hiss, the snake thrashed wildly, its body slowly turning red under the scorching flames. A faint aroma of roasted meat wafting into the air. As time passed, its scales became increasingly brittle. Finally, a pinnacle level 2 bone spike struck the snake, shattering its defenses and embedding itself within its flesh. With a ferocious roar, the third-level mutated snake writhed in desperation, its massive form wreaking havoc around it. However, the relentless assault of bone spikes continued, inundating it with pain. Vivid crimson blood began to flow from its wounds, staining the ground below. Its cries of anguish echoed as it struggled, blinded and racked with pain, feeling its strength dissipating rapidly. With a final, desperate effort, it crashed its heavy head against the ground, releasing a sorrowful roar filled with defiance. As its head drooped once more, it succumbed to its injuries, the other mutated snakes being systematically slaughtered in the ensuing chaos. Minutes later, all mutated snakes lay slain. The zombies, having lost their target, ceased their assaults. Yet, Xiao Tong raised his hand, commanding, "Fire zombies, continue the attack." The fire zombie units paused for a moment before resuming their fiery onslaught on the colossal remains of the third-level mutated snake. Half an hour later, a rich aroma filled the air as Xiao Tong stood nearby, saliva pooling in his mouth, though the surrounding zombies remained indifferent. After all, apart from Xiao Tong, who had regained his sense of taste, the others had only regained their sense of smell and were primarily interested in fresh meat. finding the scent of roasted flesh somewhat off-putting. Enough. Stop. After half an hour of roasting, Xiao Tong waved his hand. Signaling the fire zombies to halt, he approached and gently peeled back a charred scale, revealing the succulent, white-yellow flesh beneath. The moment he lifted the scale, an incredibly rich scent surged into his nostrils, distinct from any roasted meat he had previously experienced. This aroma, infused with a refreshing note, invigorated his senses. Without hesitation, he tore off a generous piece and placed it in his mouth, savoring the exquisite flavor. By the heavens, this is delectable! Xiao Tong nearly swallowed his tongue. The roasted meat he had tasted in his past life paled in comparison to the exquisite quality of the third-level mutated snake's flesh. As he chewed, the rich flavors enveloped his palate, the meat so tender that it disintegrated with the slightest pressure. The warm sensation coursed down his throat and into his stomach, transforming into a wave of heat that radiated throughout his entire being. The area injured by the snake's tail began to feel warm, the pain gradually subsiding, while his own aura grew stronger. Good heavens! This is not mere snake meat. This is a divine elixir, Xiao Tong. No longer restrained, indulged in the feast. After over half an hour, he had consumed approximately 2 meters of the snake's flesh, roughly 100 pounds, and sat on the ground, cradling his stomach, his aura having noticeably surged. Xiao Tong gazed at the serpent's carcass with astonishment. Just a small morsel has granted me such power. If I consume the entirety, I could almost certainly ascend to level 4. What manner of being was this third-level mutated snake? With that thought, he closed his eyes to digest the snake meat within him. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes again and lunged forward. Fire zombies, heat it up for me, he commanded, and the fire zombies promptly unleashed their flames upon the remaining flesh. Minutes later, he resumed his feast, consuming until he could eat no more, his stomach distended. He looked up at the remaining third of the third-level snake's body, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Even the most delectable dish could become tiresome after 3 consecutive days of consumption. Leaders, divide the remaining meat among the Pinnacle Level 2 zombies. The other Pinnacle Level zombies shall take the second-level mutated snakes. And the crystal cores are yours as well. The first and 0-level mutated snakes, along with their corresponding zombies, can be claimed on a first-come, first-served basis. As Xiao Tong's orders echoed, the leaders and a dozen Pinnacle Level 2 zombies surged towards the remaining carcass. While the other zombies frantically began to claim the remnants of the mutated snake, Xiao Tong withdrew his gaze, holding in his hand a crystal core the size of a quail egg. Unlike the irregular crystal cores of the zombies, this one, found within the head of the mutated snake, was perfectly round and smooth, radiating warmth in his palm. Closing his eyes, he began to absorb the energy contained within the core. As soon as he did, a massive wave of energy surged into his body, leaving him astounded. Though he had previously absorbed the cores of third-level zombies, none compared to the purity and magnitude of this mutated snake's core. This single core contained energy equivalent to that of over 10 third-level mutated zombie cores. It was no wonder, for even a typical third-level zombie would struggle against such a formidable creature. Xiao Tong speculated that had he not slain this third-level snake king, it would have undoubtedly evolved into a 7th-level king-level being. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, he focused intently on absorbing the core's energy. Time flew by, and half a day later, he had consumed half of the energy within the crystal. His aura had grown significantly, bolstered by the meat of the third-level snake he had consumed over the past 3 days, bringing him to the brink of peak strength. Chapter 87. Evolution to Level 4. Xiao Tong concentrated, continuing to absorb the energy from the third-level Snake King's core. Finally, after another half-day, a deep rumble resonated as his aura surged dramatically, unleashing a terrifying pressure that compelled the surrounding zombies to stagger back in retreat. In that moment, Xiao Tong opened his eyes, a glint of cold brilliance igniting within them. He lowered his head. Channeling his mental energy, and the dark, keratinous layer materialized once more, enveloping his body. In the next moment, the black carapace began to writhe, ultimately transforming into a suit of armor that clad Xiao Tong. The armor consisted of a formidable waist, a waist skirt, skirt armor, arm guards, and leg guards, all exquisitely fashioned. A black helmet adorned his head, exuding an air of majesty. Xiao Tong raised the unfamiliar blade in his hand, and with a flicker of thought, a surge of blue lightning gradually coalesced upon the weapon. He swung the blade fiercely towards the distance, and in an instant, a brilliant blue arc of light shot forth. Cleaving into the mountainside, boom! The mountain erupted with a resounding roar, as the blade's glow vanished, revealing a gash several meters long and over a meter deep etched into the rock. At its center lay a colossal boulder, now split in twain. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiaotong couldn't help but pause in astonishment. The power was indeed immense. Surely, it rivaled that of a small missile. It seemed that he could now emulate the feats of severing water with a blade as described in cultivation novels. With such a strike, a brook could momentarily be dammed, couldn't it? By heavens, was this the ability, enchantment, possessed only by a fourth-level powerhouse? Xiaotong's heart swelled with elation. In his previous life, his sole supernatural ability was the control of zombies, and he had never experienced the might of an aggressive supernatural being at fourth level. Enchantment allowed one to imbue their powers into their weapons, dramatically amplifying their offensive capabilities. In his former life, humanity's faction was feeble, however. A few top-tier human warriors wielded weapons crafted by blacksmiths from celestial meteorites, utilizing enchantment to carve out a third of the world against the zombie and mutated beast factions. Suppressing his excitement, Xiaotong turned to examine the tunnel entrance, where the body of the third-level mutated snake had completely vanished, leaving only its white bones, which had been thoroughly devoured, alongside the remains of other mutated snakes that had been consumed entirely. His gaze shifted to the nearby zombies, and his eyes brightened. Among the multitude of zombies, several third-level zombies now radiated their presence. Aside from the Zombie Lord, Blaze number 2, Bone Spike number 2, Defender number 2, Swift number 2, the X-Ray Zombie, Devourer, Windblade number 1, and Rock number 1, all had evolved to third level. The Bone Spike number 1 and the Zombie Lord, previously third level, also exhibited a significant increase in their aura. In the other zombie factions, the number of second-level zombies had surged by dozens. However, upon witnessing the heaps of zombie remains, Xiaotong's expression grew somber. This battle had cost nearly 20,000 zero-level zombies and over 2,000 first-level zombies, with even a dozen second-level zombies lost. Yet, he found solace in his own ascension to fourth level and the evolution of several peak second-level zombies to third level. All of this was worth it. Now, he merely needed to locate more zombies to replenish his forces. Xiaotong commanded the zombies to consume the remains strewn across the ground, and then led his zombie army onward. This time, no formidable mutated beasts emerged from the surrounding forest. It was understandable. Given the presence of a third-level mutated snake, any other mutated beast had likely fled the scene, and those unable to escape had become prey. Xiaotong marched forward with his remaining army of over 20,000 zombies. Meanwhile, at the survivor base in the imperial capital, an aide rushed into the office of the highest leader. Report. Come in, sir. Our base has cultivated third-level powerhouses. One of them is a major general. What? We finally have third-level powerhouses? And my son is one of them? Ha ha ha. Splendid. Let us go see. The highest leader's face broke into a smile, the wrinkles easing across his brow. As the apocalypse loomed, a year had swiftly passed. During this time, the zombies had grown increasingly powerful, with first-level zombies becoming more prevalent and second-level zombies becoming commonplace. Moreover, across the vast expanse of the Great Xia, numerous mutated beasts had been discovered, exhibiting even greater ferocity than the zombies. Some small survivor bases had been trampled by these mutated creatures. In recent times, military expeditions seeking resources had suffered significant losses, and the human faction desperately needed powerful warriors to hold the line. At last, through the tireless efforts of all, third-level powerhouses had emerged within the base. The news of the birth of third-level powerhouses quickly spread throughout the base, igniting joy among the populace. The stronger the warriors within the base, the safer they felt. In recent times, ever-growing hordes of zombies had besieged the base, though all were ultimately vanquished by the human military. However, as time passed, the zombies had become increasingly formidable, their numbers swelling from thousands to tens of thousands, even reaching over 100,000. The cost of humanity's victories over the zombies had escalated correspondingly. A pervasive sense of despair gripped everyone, as they feared the day the base might fall to the relentless tide of the undead. Yet, with the news of third-level powerhouses emerging, it was as though a potent stimulant had been injected into each heart, alleviating much of their anxiety. The aide escorted the highest leader toward the research institute. where more and more prominent figures converged upon receiving the news. Upon entering the institute, a cacophony of zombie roars greeted them. To their right, within metal cages, various zombies were imprisoned. 0 level, 1st level, and even 2nd level zombies. One of which had reached its peak. On the foremost operating table, several researchers clad in white coats were dissecting a zombie's head, placing slices under a microscope for examination. However, the distinguished guests paid little heed to this. Continuing deeper into the facility, venturing further in, they encountered an expanse filled with an array of sophisticated instruments. Advancing onward, they arrived at a vast training ground, where 5 young individuals stood. Had Chen Fan been present, he would undoubtedly recognize one of them, Jiang Zihongchuan. As the group of dignitaries beheld these 5, sensing the formidable energy emanating from them, smiles spread across their faces. Salute! The bald-headed leader among the 5 initiated the salute, and the others quickly composed their expressions and followed suit. No need for such formalities. Indeed, you 5 have ascended to 3rd level. It is truly commendable that we sacrificed so much to gather crystal cores for you. Now, our survivor base has birthed 5 3rd-level powerhouses, ensuring greater security for the entire base. You 5 are the future hope of our base. The foremost dignitary spoke, his gaze resting upon the young figure at the center. His son, who had awakened the terrifying lightning ability. Now, having ascended to 3rd level, he had become the foremost expert in the base, solidifying his position and instilling fear in any ill-intentioned minds. Among the other 4, there were 2 males and 2 females, 3 of whom were the offspring of other influential figures within the base. Only 1 male hailed from the special forces of peacetime, having fought valiantly for sufficient resources to become one of the first to ascend to 3rd level. General, we 5 have now reached 3rd level. Can we pursue that 3rd-level zombie? The son of the first dignitary gazed fervently at his father, his eyes filled with defiance. Jiang Zhongquan and the others nodded in agreement. Intoxicated by their newfound power, they felt invincible within the base, confident that they could crush any foul-smelling zombies outside, as the highest level among them was likely only 3rd level. No, you are the first batch of 3rd-level powerhouses in our base, and you embody our hopes. The outside world is fraught with danger. Mutated beasts have also emerged alongside the zombies. Any loss among you would be a tremendous blow to the base. The first dignitary firmly rejected the proposal, and the other dignitaries quickly concurred. These individuals were their children. Regardless of their strength, simply the thought of sending them out into the perilous wasteland left them uneasy. General, we have ascended to the rank of 3rd-tier powerhouses, becoming the most formidable group within the entire base. Our excursions outside pose minimal danger, especially considering the significant resources the base has expended on us. Now that we have grown stronger, it is time for us to give back to the base. Only by venturing out to hunt high-level zombies and procure more crystal cores can we ensure the proliferation of powerful individuals within the base. Furthermore, it is only by stepping into the fray and honing our combat skills that we can truly become formidable beings. Otherwise, remaining sheltered within the confines of the base will render us nothing more than delicate flowers in a greenhouse, perpetually reliant on your protection. What significance, then, does our ascension to 3rd tier hold? Indeed, General, we have already attained this rank. And the most powerful zombies and mutated beasts outside are merely 3rd tier as well. With the 5 of us joining forces, what zombies or mutated creatures could possibly stand against us? General, please allow us to go forth. We are determined to teach that 3rd tier zombie a lesson and retrieve its crystal core. General, the 5 of them spoke in unison, their faces resolute. Upon hearing their words, several prominent figures exchanged glances, particularly moved by the words of the first leader's child. After a prolonged moment, the first leader finally nodded emphatically and said, "Very well, we can permit you to go out, but you must ensure that you retreat immediately at the first sign of danger. Do not take unnecessary risks. I will dispatch 200 2nd tier and 500 1st tier powerhouses to accompany you, and I will also mobilize a satellite to monitor you at all times. Should you encounter any life-threatening situations, report back to headquarters immediately, and we will provide missile support." Hearing the first leader's words, the 5 were taken aback. After all, in this apocalyptic era, satellites from various nations have been severely affected by the Red Rain. With most rendered inoperative, only a minuscule number of military satellites remain functional, primarily utilized for missile operations. It is these very satellites that have enabled the base to navigate through perilous situations time and again. Thus, the fact that the first leader is willing to deploy a satellite to track them underscores their crucial standing among these leaders. Half an hour later, a formidable battalion of 600 to 700 individuals surged forth from the survivor base. Countless onlookers climbed the walls, their eyes brimming with excitement as they watched the grand procession depart. Have you heard? Our base has produced 5 third-tier powerhouses, and they are going out to seek crystal cores for us. Is that so? Third-tier powerhouses, the mightiest beings among humanity, zombies, and mutated beasts. Humph. The crystal cores accumulated by our base's hundreds of thousands of inhabitants are being funneled solely to these 5. Even pigs could rise to third tier. I fail to see what all the excitement is about. Indeed, these 5 are merely the offspring of the powerful. Regardless of resources, it will never be our lot as common folk. Disperse, disperse. You are all so short-sighted. Regardless of the circumstances, our base now boasts third-tier powerhouses, which will undoubtedly enhance our safety and improve our way of life. As the over 700-strong force burst forth from the base, numerous dormant zombies in the distance suddenly awoke, drawn by the scent of so many humans. They roared with exhilaration and charged toward the group. Roar! The zombies' howls echoed, awakening even more of their kind. Soon, a horde of several thousand zombies surged toward the battalion. Stand guard, prepare for battle, a camouflaged figure shouted. Yet at that moment, a defiant voice rang out, Captain Wong, you need not engage just yet. Let these few thousand zombies serve as a test of our strength. Captain Wong hesitated for a moment, uncertainty flickering across his face, but after a brief pause, he nodded. Very well, Major, but you must exercise caution. If the situation turns dire, retreat immediately. We will fight to protect you. Thank you, Captain Wong, the Major replied nonchalantly. Just ensure you don't hinder our progress. A girl clad in tight-fitting attire chuckled derisively, her expression one of disdain. As Jiang Zhongquan and the others followed closely behind, mirroring her contempt, their speed intensified, each transforming into a sleek, agile predator, stirring up clouds of dust. Brothers, let these beasts taste our might. The leading major bellowed, lightning crackling in his hands. Ha ha ha, just what I've been waiting for. These creatures have besieged us for long enough. It's time for them to learn that humanity reigns supreme on this blue planet. Charge! The 5 erupted into hearty laughter, brimming with youthful audacity. Boom! The leading major unleashed 2 spheres of blue lightning that crackled and sizzled, gradually merging into a single, terrifying bolt that sent his hair standing on end. Ha! He shouted, and the combined lightning surged forth, crashing into the massive throng of zombies. Boom! The explosion erupted, sending countless zombies into fragments. This single strike claimed the lives of at least 40 to 50 of them. Watch this! Jiang Zhongquan, unable to resist the urge to outshine the major, waved his hand, causing a multitude of metal shards from the ground and surroundings to soar into the air. With a single gesture, the shards hurtled toward the zombie horde, producing a cacophony of slicing sounds as severed zombie heads tumbled to the ground. Kill! The girl in the tight-fitting attire growled, her speed surging once more as her arms morphed into razor-sharp blades. In an instant, heads from the zombie ranks flew into the air. The other girl, though slower, fixed her gaze intently on the distant zombies. A terrifying, invisible force emanated from her eyes, and suddenly, several zombie heads exploded like watermelons without warning. The final male, letting out a roar, swelled in size, transforming into a towering figure over 2 meters tall, even larger than a second-tier defender. He wielded his massive fists, bulldozing through the zombie ranks, sending countless zombies flying. Limbs severed. The 5 plunged into the sea of thousands of zombies as if traversing an uninhabited land. The horde was decimated, bodies littering the ground. After several minutes, some zombies finally began to retreat, howling as they fled in a frenzy. The ground was strewn with thousands of corpses. Although the major and his companions trembled slightly, their powers nearly depleted, they were overcome with exhilaration. Ha ha, what a thrill. This is exhilarating. The major laughed heartily, exchanging glances with the others, who also wore smiles of satisfaction. These beasts are not so terrifying after all. Slaying them is akin to butchering chickens or dogs. Ha! Humanity was merely caught off guard before. Now that we've regained our composure, how could these mindless creatures possibly stand against us? They are weak, utterly weak. I have barely exerted myself. Indeed, had it not been for the severe depletion of my powers, not a single one of these zombies would have escaped. Aside from the male who had just enlarged his form, the others displayed an air of superiority, gesturing grandly. Not far away, atop the walls of the survivor base, the sight of the Major and his companions driving back the thousands of zombies left everyone in shock. In the next moment, a thunderous cheer erupted, countless individuals gazing at the five with fervent admiration, shouting their names in a frenzy. The prominent figures observing from the walls wore smiles of approval, nodding in satisfaction at the performance of the Major and his companions. Hearing the cheers behind them, the Major and Jiang Zhongquan stood tall, faces alight with pride and arrogance. Truly, they are the saviors of the entire survivor base. The 100 second-tier powerhouses and 500 first-tier soldiers witnessing this scene were equally astonished and alarmed. It should be noted that among the zombies, no fewer than 100 were second-tier, yet before these five, they appeared no more formidable than zero-tier zombies. As they watched the five decimate the horde, their hearts trembled with awe. Among the second-tier powerhouses, Long Minghan gazed at the crowd, excitement radiating from her as she shouted, "Look, that's my boyfriend Jiang Zhongquan. He's amazing." Her eyes sparkled with infatuation as she rushed into Jiang Zhongquan's embrace, exclaiming, "Zhongquan, you were incredible. You're so handsome." "Ho ho ho." Jiang Zhongquan smirked slightly. The Major General strode directly before Captain Wang. "Captain Wang, we have dealt with the zombies. You shall be responsible for collecting the crystal cores. The zero-level cores will be handed directly to our brothers, while the first and second-level cores will be entrusted to me." "Understood, Major General." A hint of respect for the strong flickered across Captain Wang's face. The Major General nodded and then returned to the vehicle to rest and recover his abilities, while Captain Wang dispatched his men to begin gathering the crystal cores. Ultimately, they acquired over 3,000 zero-level cores, more than 1,000 first-level cores, and over 100 second-level cores. Captain Wang distributed the zero-level cores among 100 second-level powerhouses and 200 first-level subordinates, 300 individuals in total, with each second-level powerhouse receiving 15 cores and each first-level powerhouse receiving 8. He entrusted the first and second-level cores to the Major General, who then divided them equally among 5 individuals. Jiang Zhongquan received 200 first-level cores and 10 second-level cores. Observing the 15 zero-level cores allocated to her, Long Minghan furrowed her brow slightly. "Captain Wang, we are second-level powerhouses. Shouldn't the cores be prioritized for us?" Captain Wang furrowed his brow slightly. "Miss Long, you should understand that zero-level cores hold little value for you second-level powerhouses. Moreover, none of you participated in the search for the cores, yet I still provided you with cores that are double what we received. Are you implying that because they are of little use to us, you can withhold them? Are you allowed to keep what rightfully belongs to us?" Long Minghan retorted sharply. Chapter 90. The healer arrives upon hearing Long Minghan's words. Captain Wang was momentarily taken aback, but his expression soon darkened, anger flickering in his eyes. "Miss Long, what do you mean by implying we have taken your things? You must take responsibility for your words." As he spoke, the pressure emanating from him, a peak second-level powerhouse, surged forth, causing Long Minghan to stagger back in fear. Those nearby observed the quarrel in silence, their eyes betraying a hint of amusement. Long Minghan's complexion shifted from green to red, then pale. Ultimately, she could only run to Jiang Zhongquan. "Zhongquan, look at that Captain Wang. He is threatening me." Jiang Zhongquan's expression remained impassive. "Why are you arguing over a few worthless zero-level cores? If you find them so insignificant, discard your zero-level cores. I have no use for these first-level cores either, so take these 100 or so for yourself." As he spoke, Jiang Zhongquan cast a cold glance at Captain Wang. Long Minghan was momentarily stunned, then elated, promptly tossing the zero-level cores she held in Captain Wang's direction. "Thank you, my dear. I have no desire for these zero-level cores. I knew these worthless items are as vital as life itself to certain individuals. Yet they are trivial to you." Long Minghan received over 100 first-level cores, her face alight with joy. Not far away, Captain Wang, overhearing their veiled insults, wore a grim expression. He clenched his fists tightly. Had it not been for Jiang Zhongquan's status, he would have long since silenced this meddlesome woman. "Enough, Zhongquan." Just then, a calm voice interjected, as the Major General approached slowly, casting a cold glance at Jiang Zhongquan. Jiang Zhongquan quickly concealed his arrogance. "Understood, Major General." The Major General paid no further attention to him, instead fixing his gaze on Long Minghan, a palpable killing intent gleaming in his eyes. Should you meddle again? I will end you with that. He turned and walked toward Captain Wang, leaving a pale-faced Long Minghan to look toward Jiang Zhongquan. Zhongquan, did you see? He threatened me. Jiang Zhongquan frowned slightly. Enough, the Major General is right. You should keep a low profile from now on. Long Minghan's surprise transformed into indignation, yet observing Jiang Zhongquan's stern expression, she recognized his trepidation regarding the Major General. Regardless of the Major General's inherent strength or the higher status of his father within the base compared to Jiang Zhongquan's, provoking the Major General would lead to dire consequences. Jiang Zhongquan wished to avoid offending the Major General. Should she continue her unreasonable behavior, she would surely incur his disdain. With this thought, she quickly donned a smile. All right. My dear, I understand my mistake. I shall behave from now on. Only then did Jiang Zhongquan's expression soften. Meanwhile, the Major General approached Captain Wang. Captain Wang, Zhongquan's girlfriend speaks without restraint. Do not take her words to heart. These over 100 first-level cores mean little to me, so I will leave them with you. You have already reached peak second level. With these first-level cores, you can expedite your evolution to a third-level ability user. The Major General's voice was soft, his face adorned with a bright smile that inspired goodwill. Captain Wang's expression brightened as well. I understand your words, Major General. I will disregard the remarks of Miss Jiang. However, I cannot accept your cores. Take them. Why are you being so polite? Let us set off. Before Captain Wang could finish, the Major General pressed the cores into his hands and turned aboard the vehicle. Captain Wang gazed at the Major General's retreating figure, a mix of gratitude and respect blooming within him. Meanwhile, as the Major General entered the vehicle, hidden from view, a smile crept onto his lips. Foolish, to offend a peak second-level powerhouse over a woman, truly naive. The Major General shook his head. The convoy then resumed its journey. Elsewhere, Xiao Tong led the main force in a relentless sweep, leaving desolation in the wake of the zombie army. A month swiftly passed, yet the other two armies had yet to return. Xiao Tong's forces reached Guyuan County in the days that followed. Xiao Tong replenished the zombies lost during the battle against the mutated third-level snake. After advancing to the fourth level, he now commanded an astonishing 10,000 zero-level zombies. Excluding the 4,000 zero-level zombies allocated to the other two teams, he currently possessed 50,000 zero-level zombies, complemented by 30,000 under the control of the Zombie Lord, bringing his total to 80,000 zero-level zombies. Additionally, the number of first-level zombies he could command had increased to 10,000, while he now commanded 4,000 second-level zombies and 13 third-level zombies, alongside one mutated third-level beast. These included 2 swift ones, 2 defenders, 2 flame beasts, 2 bone spikes, 1 seer, 1 devourer, 1 windblade, 1 rock, and the Zombie Lord. The mutated third-level beast remained Little G. The DOG.in Xiao Tong's perception, several of Little G's subordinates had already reached peak second level, on the cusp of breaking through to the third level. Woof, woof. As Xiao Tong's forces prepared to advance, Little G's voice suddenly resonated in his mind, leading him to believe he was hallucinating. Woof, boss. Just then, a bark echoed again. Little G, boss, we are currently a few kilometers away from you. We have located the female zombie you mentioned. We are driving her toward your direction. Quickly conceal your aura and set an ambush to avoid scaring her away. Little G's voice rang clearly in Xiao Tong's mind. Upon hearing Little G's words, Xiao Tong was momentarily stunned, then elated. Good, Little G. You have worked hard. We must not let her escape. He promptly ordered all the zombies to suppress their auras and disperse, hiding in various directions, waiting for the healing zombie to walk into their trap. Xiao Tong, along with the Devourer and the Zombie Lord, concealed themselves behind a large building, instructing all zombies to remain silent. Instantly, the entirety of Guyuan County fell silent, save for the occasional groan of a wandering zombie. Woof woof. Soon, a sound of rushing wind pierced the air. Despite the distance, Xiao Tong unmistakably recognized it as Little G's bark. Xiao Tong immediately utilized the seer to peer through the building, gazing into the distance where a cloud of dust billowed. Chapter 91. Damn, here they come again at the forefront. A horde of over 3,000 zombies fled in a frenzy, with the healing zombie leading the charge. Beside her, in addition to a throng of second-level zombies, was a third-level swift one. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Tong immediately understood. It was no wonder that Little G's entire mutated dog squad and the Swift squad had simultaneously launched an attack without being able to capture the healing zombie, merely driving her towards Xiao Tong's positioned AT present. The healing zombie was flanked by a crowd of second-level zombies and accompanied by a third-level zombie. Moreover, in just a few months, the healing zombie had grown considerably stronger. Although she had yet to reach the pinnacle of a third-level zombie, she was nearly there. The devourer beside her also emanated a formidable aura, surpassing the one he had just evolved. Hundreds of second-level and thousands of first-level zombies continuously broke from the ranks, charging toward the pursuing mutated dogs and Swift squads in a sacrificial assault, buying time for the healing zombie. The first-tier zombies continued to perish relentlessly, yet the second-tier zombies, upon sustaining injuries, swiftly retreat and are enveloped in a surge of milky white light that emanates from their bodies. Mere seconds later, as the luminescence dissipates, the injured zombies are restored to their former state. In stark contrast, the group led by Zyagigi and Swift One suffers grievously. Many of the second-tier zombies bear wounds, including Zyagigi and Swift One themselves, who sport several gruesome gashes. They have no choice but to prevent the healer from escaping. Yet if they pursue too aggressively, the devourer will retaliate fiercely, fighting tooth and nail. After a fierce skirmish, the devourer retreats once more, only to be rejuvenated by the healer's nurturing light, while they are left to endure their injuries. Fortunately, the healer is soon to be driven into Xiaodong's encirclement. With a roar, the healer summons another wave of zombies to charge at the pursuing mutated dogs and zombies trailing behind, while she leads the devourer in a swift escape, at that very moment. A battalion of over 500 individuals hastens towards this location. Within the vehicles, 6 figures stand poised, gazing into the distance at the fleeing healer and the pursuing mutated dogs from Swift One's faction. Their faces are alight with smiles. 3 third-tier zombies, 1 third-tier mutated beast, and hundreds of second-tier mutated dogs and zombies, along with thousands of first-tier zombies. This time, we stand to gain immensely. Let us hasten our pursuit. If we can eliminate all these zombies, our strength will be significantly augmented. By vanquishing this horde, we shall see the emergence of several third-tier powerhouses within our ranks. As the Major General's words resonated, the convoy accelerated once more. Faced with a horde comprising 3 third-tier zombies and 1 third-tier mutated dog, they harbor no fear, for during their time outside the base, they have encountered a multitude of adversaries, including mutated beasts and zombies. Yet, under the combined might of 5 individuals, bolstered by 200 second-tier powerhouses and 500 first-tier soldiers, neither zombies nor mutated beasts stand a chance against them. In recent times, they have hunted countless zombies and mutated beasts, significantly enhancing their prowess. Captain Wang, responsible for the soldiers, has even ascended from the pinnacle of second tier to become the 6th third-tier powerhouse within the group. Moreover, among the second-tier powerhouses, over a dozen have reached their peak. Should they eliminate this wave of zombies, these second-tier elites will ascend to the third tier, rendering their faction even more formidable. The 6 individuals, including the Major General, stand at the forefront of the vehicle, their eyes gleaming with determination. It appears we have made the right choice by venturing out. Had we remained at the base, how could we ever have hunted so many high-level zombies? Our strength would not have surged so rapidly. The Major General reflects with a sense of awe. Indeed, our current capabilities and combat prowess allow us to utterly overwhelm our former selves just a few months ago. The Major General, the most formidable among them, has nearly reached the pinnacle of the third tier in mere months. During this time, we have not only gained 1 third-tier powerhouse but also over 100 second-tier powerhouses, while most of the remaining first-tier soldiers are nearing their peak. Although we have lost a couple of hundred men, such sacrifices are worthwhile. Hearing the sentiments of the crowd, a gentle smile graces the Major General's face as he turns to address them. Everyone must strive harder. We embody the entirety of the base's hopes. In the future, we shall be the hope of all humanity, for the salvation of mankind rests upon our shoulders. Who would dare not follow the Major General? Let us accompany him in turning this damned apocalypse upside down. The crowd erupts into boisterous laughter, their gazes filled with confidence, as if the entire world is within their grasp. With the convoy accelerating at full throttle, they swiftly approach the healer. As the convoy draws near, the roar of the engines captures the attention of several parties. The healer raises her gaze to the approaching convoy of hundreds of humans, a flicker of bloodlust igniting in her eyes. However, Upon sensing the presence of 6 third-tier human powerhouses within the vehicles, a palpable fear flashes across her features, prompting her to alter course with the Devourer. Evading Xiaotong's encirclement. Concealed behind a structure, Xiaotong, utilizing the perspective of a seer, observes the convoy and is momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. Damn it, these worthless scum. It was because of you that the healer escaped last time. Now that we are on the cusp of capturing her, you dare to intervene again. All zombies encircle her. We cannot allow the healer to escape and simultaneously eliminate these human powerhouses. Xiaotong grits his teeth, issuing orders without hesitation. However, just as the horde of zombies is about to engage, Xiaotong halts them abruptly. He witnesses a vehicle from the frenzied human convoy, barreling towards the healer, as it closes in within mere meters. 6 figures leap from the vehicle, surrounding the Devourer and the healer. Leave 2 to handle these 2 third-tier zombies. The rest, deal with the mutated dog units and zombies behind, commands the Major General. Zhang Zhongquan and a girl remain behind, while the other 3, along with 200 second-tier powerhouses and first-tier soldiers, advance towards the remaining zombies. The sound of gunfire erupts, bullets and grenades rain down upon the horde of zombies. Swiftly diminishing their ranks die in an instant, a multitude of zombies collapse. Captain Wang and a colossal man with the ability to enlarge himself surge past the human forces, charging towards the mutated dog pack led by Xiaojiji and the Swift units commanded by Swift One. With a resounding crash, the colossal man activates his powers, his physique swelling to an impressive height of around 2.5 meters, muscles bulging ominously. He swings his fist with ferocious force, obliterating several zombies into pulp upon impact. Captain Wang, his skin adorned with golden patterns, experiences a marked increase in both speed and strength, wielding a trident to pierce the skulls of the advancing zombies. Their lethality is formidable, however, when compared to the girl trailing behind. They pale in comparison. The woman fixates her gaze upon the horde, unleashing an intangible force from her brow, causing the heads of dozens of zombies to burst open as if they were watermelons. Behind her, 200 second-tier powerhouses unleash their abilities, joining the fray. Meanwhile, the hundreds of first-tier soldiers coordinate their efforts, employing firearms to systematically eliminate zombies and mutated dogs. Woof! You dare to kill my comrades? Seek death! Upon witnessing the 3 third-tier powerhouses infiltrating his ranks and decimating his team with ease, Xiaojiji erupts in fury. With a ferocious roar, he bares his sharp fangs and lunges at the colossal man at the forefront. The colossal man, engrossed in his slaughter, suddenly senses a gale at his back, turning just in time to see a massive maw rapidly approaching. His pupils constrict in horror. If memory serves, the third-tier mutated dog was still several dozen meters away mere moments ago. How could it have closed the distance so swiftly? Faced with the gaping maw, the colossal man instinctively raises his arms, crossing them before him. In the next moment, a searing pain radiates through his arms. Ah! He cries out in agony, glancing down to see a substantial chunk of flesh torn from his enlarged arm by the third-tier mutated dog. The creature savors its meal, relishing the taste of third-tier human flesh. Xiaojiji grins wickedly, lunging once more at the colossal man. On the other side, the Major General, alongside the dual-wielding woman and Zhang Zhongquan, encircles the healer and the Devourer. Let us advance! The Major General bellows, his right foot slamming into the ground as he propels himself towards the healer and the Devourer with astonishing speed. As he leaps forward, blue lightning crackles around him, culminating in an explosive orb of energy that bursts forth, sending tendrils of lightning surging towards the healer. The air is filled with the sound of crackling electricity. Simultaneously, Zhang Zhongquan channels his power, summoning a barrage of metal that hurtles towards the healer and the Devourer. The girl, swift as the wind, dashes forward, her dual blades glinting ominously in the sunlight. Roars of fury erupt from the third-tier Devourer and the horde of second-tier zombies, who valiantly shield the healer from the impending onslaught. The ground quakes as the lightning strikes, obliterating dozens of second-tier zombies in an instant, while the Devourer raises its claws defensively, crackling with electrical energy. At that moment, a torrent of metal hurtles through the air. The sound of piercing and clanging metal resonates as the sharp projectiles penetrate the bodies of numerous second-tier zombies, sending them crashing to the ground. Only the Devourer and the healer manage to raise their claws in time to deflect the oncoming barrage. At that moment, A surge of thunder enveloped the devourer, erupting with a deafening roar. The Major General stood resolutely before Jiang Zhongquan and the dual blade maiden. "Leave this devourer to me. You two shall confront that zombie." "Understood." Jiang Zhongquan and the dual blade maiden immediately turned to join forces against the healer. As they struck, the second-tier zombies surrounding the healer fell one after another. With a roar, witnessing the two advance towards the healer, the devourer panicked and lunged at them. "Beast, your opponent is I," the Major General snarled. A wicked grin spreading across his face as he flicked his wrist, transforming the thunder into a blade that shot towards the devourer. However, the devourer disregarded the attack, frantically pursuing the two with a piercing sound. The thunderous blade pierced through the devourer's chest, instantly spraying a cascade of blood. The devourer let out a howl but did not halt its advance, closing in on Jiang Zhongquan and the dual blade maiden. Its sharp claws viciously slashing towards them. The two could only momentarily turn to deflect the devourer's strike, but they were sent flying, unable to encircle the healer. The devourer reached the healer's front, rallying a horde of second-tier zombies to shield itself. Why does this beast, being a third-tier zombie, risk its life to protect that frail zombie? The Major General mused, furrowing his brow. When we deal with that female zombie, be cautious, spare her life. Yes, Major General. Jiang Zhongquan and the dual blade maiden nodded, exchanging glances before charging towards the devourer once more. Metal whistled through the air as the dual blade maiden wielded her twin blades. Cleaving through the obstructing second-tier zombies, the thunder roared again, crashing down, yet the devourer and the horde of zombies showed no sign of fear. Under the devourer's command, the second-tier zombies advanced rather than retreating. Rushing towards the three-clang, the devourer's claws struck fiercely against the dual blade maiden's blades, the tremendous force sending her sprawling. The devourer, emboldened, stomped down hard and leaped, aiming a brutal slash at the dual blade maiden. Her face paled as she sensed the impending danger, and at that moment, Jiang Zhongquan noticed her plight. He swiftly summoned a torrent of metal, hurtling it towards the devourer. Should it persist in attacking the dual blade maiden, it would surely suffer grievous injuries. Seeing Jiang Zhongquan come to her aid, the dual blade maiden let out a heavy sigh of relief. However, her expression swiftly changed, for the devourer continued its ruthless assault. Its claws descending upon her, in a state of being flung by the devourer's strike. She had no leverage to counter, raising her arms in a desperate attempt to defend. Clang! In the next instant, the devourer's claws crashed against her twin blades, the immense force pinning her to the ground. Before she could react, the devourer's other claw struck her chest, a spray of white blood erupting forth. "Humph!" The dual blade maiden gasped, her chest instantly stained crimson. Suddenly, a flurry of metal surged past, piercing the devourer's form and sending it flying boom. As it soared through the air, enveloped in a storm of thunder, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. With a pained howl, the devourer was left charred and bleeding from numerous wounds. It struggled to its feet, rushing towards the healer, doing, "Are you all right?" The Major General quickly helped doing up, administering a serum to her shoulder. This serum, developed by humans, had a chance of preventing mutation after infection by zombies, with its efficacy increasing with the level of the ability user. The dual blade maiden, Du Ying, appeared pale, shaking her head slowly as she gazed apprehensively at the distant devourer. That damned beast, attempting to exchange injury for life. "Major General, kill it. Rest assured, Du Ying, I shall avenge you," the Major General declared with firm assurance. "Retreat to safety for now," Du Ying nodded, moving back. "You think you can escape, beast? Face your demise." The Major General's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he pursued the devourer, with Jiang Zhongquan following from another angle. The devourer was already gravely injured, and the healer was not skilled in combat. In their eyes, both the devourer and the healer appeared to be mere corpses awaiting annihilation. Their faces were etched with determination. While the devourer reached the healer, who immediately activated a skill that a soft, milky light enveloped the devourer and the surrounding wounded second-tier zombies. When the light dissipated, the healer stood unscathed, flanked by dozens of revitalized second-tier zombies. By the heavens! The Major General and Jiang Zhongquan were momentarily stunned. The Major General raised an eyebrow. Could it be a previously undiscovered special type of zombie, one with healing abilities? Jiang Zhongquan, do not kill that zombie. I intend to take it back for research. Understood, Major General, Zhang Zhongquan replied hastily, though he grimaced at the sight of the devourer. Killing it would prove to be a daunting task. Once healed, the devourer lunged once more at Zhang Zhongquan, who summoned a barrage of metal. Yet, the devourer stood its ground, unwavering. As the metal drew near, it let out a roar, its head swelling grotesquely before its mouth gaped wide, creating a powerful suction that consumed all the metal. With all the metal devoured, the devourer charged at Zhang Zhongquan. Damn it! Major General, save me! Zhang Zhongquan, reliant on his ability to manipulate metal to vanquish foes, found himself in a dire predicament as the devourer lunged at him. Fool! The Major General cursed inwardly, but his hands remained steady as he hurled 2 bolts of thunder at the devourer. Quickly sprinting to Zhang Zhongquan's side and seizing his collar to retreat with haste, boom! The thunder exploded, severing one of the devourer's legs, but the healer's radiant light enveloped it once more, restoring it to its former state. Zhang Zhongquan, the Major General, and the dual-blade maiden stood together, their faces grim, astonished by the formidable resilience of these third-tier zombies. Wu Yin, come to my aid, the Major General called out. And Wu Yin, amidst her own battle, abandoned her opponent to rush towards them. As Wu Yin withdrew, the pressure on the muscular man and Captain Wang intensified. The muscular man, battered with bite marks, swung his fists with diminishing speed, while Xiao Ji circled him, waiting for an opening. Meanwhile, the Swift One clashed with Captain Wang, whose strength surpassed that of the Swift One, resulting in a deadlock, though the 3-edged dagger in Captain Wang's hand bore numerous nicks and could not endure much longer. Fortunately, behind them stood over 200 second-tier experts and a contingent of over 400 armed with first-tier firearms, holding back the tide. Wu Yin reached the Major General's side. Wu Yin, use your psychic powers to control the healer. Zhang Zhongquan, doing. Let us strike together and swiftly eliminate the devourer, then capture that special zombie. Understood. Doing immediately unleashed a psychic assault on the healer, who stood frozen, eyes glazed in the next moment. Zhang Zhongquan, the Major General, and the dual-blade maiden charged towards the devourer. The dual-blade maiden, swiftest among them, aimed her blades directly at the devourer, which raised its claws to block, the sound of metal clashing ringing out. As the dual-blade maiden struck, Zhang Zhongquan manipulated the metal to pierce through the devourer's form. Boom! The Major General's thunderous attack detonated, sending the devourer flying with a pained shriek. In desperation, the devourer howled for the healer's assistance. But the healer remained motionless. The dual-blade maiden dashed forward again, poised to behead the devourer. Just then, a bolt of blue lightning shot towards her. A chill ran down her spine as it exploded behind her. Ah! Doing cried out, flung through the as she landed. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring incredulously at the Major General. Zhang Zhongquan, equally bewildered, looked at the Major General in disbelief. It wasn't me. The Major General bellowed, turning to see a figure shrouded in lightning charging towards them. Thud! The body of Xiao Tong crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Upon encountering Xiao Tong, the general's pupils abruptly constricted, for he realized that he could not sense any aura emanating from him. As a Tier 3 powerhouse, if he could not perceive the opponent's presence, it could only indicate 2 possibilities. Either the individual was a Tier 0 zombie, thus devoid of any discernible energy, or the opponent was even more formidable than himself. However, observing Xiao Tong surrounded by crackling thunder, he could hardly believe that he was facing a mere Tier 0 zombie. Hence, the latter possibility seemed inevitable. Could it be that this creature was a Tier 4 zombie? The general's pupils tightened further, while Zhang Zhongquan and the psychic woman beside him bore expressions of grave concern. They abandoned their respective adversaries to assist the gravely injured dual-wielding woman, rallying to the general's side. General, we are utterly incapable of discerning this zombie's strength, and it possesses terrifying thunder abilities akin to yours. What shall we do? The psychic woman inquired anxiously, standing close to the general. With a solemn expression, the general slowly shook his head. I too cannot fathom this zombie's power, thus it is highly likely that it is a Tier 4 zombie. If things proceed poorly, we may all perish here today. As the general's words settled, a deeper dread enveloped the hearts of the other 3. General, we must flee. As long as the green hills remain, we need not fear a lack of firewood. Jiang Zhongquan gulped nervously. Very well, Wu Yin. Initiate a wave of psychic assault against this zombie, and everyone must flee immediately. The general nodded resolutely. Just then, upon witnessing Xiao Tong and the human powerhouses converge, the healing zombie and the devourer emitted a low growl and attempted to retreat. Yet, in the next instant, a multitude of Tier 3 zombies emerged from all directions. Bone Spike 1 and 2, Defender 2, Flame 2, Speedster 2, X-Ray 1, Devourer 1, and Rock 1. 8 Tier 3 zombies encircled the humans and zombies alike. Damn it, how can there be so many Tier 3 zombies? As the throng of Tier 3 zombies slowly emerged from their hiding places, both the humans and zombies were rendered dumbfounded, their bodies trembling with fear. Yet, more despair awaited them. Moments later, thousands of Tier 2 zombies and over 10,000 Tier 1 zombies, followed by a staggering horde of over 100,000 Tier 0 zombies, surged forth, engulfing everyone within an endless tide of the undead. Why heavens! The sight of such a vast number of zombies prompted gasps of disbelief from all present. Meanwhile, the muscular man, Captain Wang, and his more than 200 Tier 2 powerhouses, alongside over 400 Tier 1 powerhouses, abandoned their battles and rushed to join the general and his group. General, what shall we do? All eyes turned towards the general, the strongest among them, their hopes resting squarely on him. The general's face was etched with bitterness. This horde of zombies is the most formidable we have ever encountered. Not only does it boast an immense number of Tier 0 zombies, but it also includes at least 10 Tier 3 zombies. And most crucially, a Tier 4 zombie with thunder abilities. We do not know the full extent of a Tier 4 zombie's power, but we are certainly no match for it. Very well, we shall employ the same strategy as before. Du Yin, use your psychic abilities to temporarily restrain this Tier 4 zombie. Everyone else, concentrate your firepower to carve out an escape route towards the south. This may grant us a sliver of hope. Should we find ourselves truly cornered, we must contact headquarters and call for missile strikes. If we are to perish, we shall take these beasts down with us. However, should we reach that point, none among us shall survive. As he concluded, a glimmer of helplessness crossed the general's face. Fear mirrored in the eyes of the others. The blast radius of a missile was vast, and if it came to that, they would all face certain death. Missiles? Xiao Tong jolted, incredulous. Is it truly necessary? I merely seek your demise, and yet you contemplate bombarding me. Fear flickered in Xiao Tong's eyes. Despite having ascended to Tier 4, a single missile strike would spell his end. Fortunately, his human consciousness allowed him to comprehend human language. Otherwise, should he drive these fools into a corner, even if he managed to annihilate them, he and the 10,000 zombies would meet the same fate. It seemed he needed to devise a different approach to eliminate them, one that could ensnare these fools while offering them a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Wu Yin, make your move. At that moment, the general bellowed, and without delay, Wu Yin unleashed her psychic assault on Xiao Tong. Instantly, a torrent of psychic energy surged into Xiao Tong's mind, a formidable force indeed. No doubt, even his pre-Tier 4 psychic strength would pale in comparison. However, following his ascension, both his abilities and psychic prowess had undergone tremendous enhancement. With a mere thought, he could dispel this invading force and inflict severe damage upon his assailant. Yet, contemplating the situation, Xiao Tong feigned being ensnared by the psychic energy. Remaining motionless, Wu Yin paused momentarily, clearly taken aback that this Tier 4 zombie had succumbed so easily to her control. However, a nagging sense of unease washed over her. She distinctly sensed the vast and terrifying psychic energy within the Tier 4 zombie's mind. So how could it have been subdued so effortlessly? Her doubts lingered, but the faces of the general and his companions were alight with joy. The Tier 4 zombie has been controlled by Wu Yin. Everyone, focus your strength and break through to the south, the general commanded, his voice ringing with authority. All Tier 3 powerhouses unleashed their might, launching frenzied assaults towards the southern direction, creating a breach in the encircling horde of zombies. All Tier 3 zombies, restrain the healer and devourer. The remaining Tier 2 and Tier 1 zombies, fight and retreat. With a roar, Xiao Tong issued his commands, and the Tier 3 zombies surged towards the healer and devourer. The healer and devourer let out a roar of resistance. But with the combined might of Xiao Tong's minions, 10 Tier 3 zombies and an altered canine, they overwhelmed the healer and devourer before they could mount a defense, swiftly dismembering them. However, at that moment, a flash of white light enveloped the healer, restoring her and the devourer to their former state. Witnessing this, Xiao Tong clenched his teeth in frustration, exasperated at the healer's seemingly boundless abilities. I refuse to believe your powers are infinite. Sever their lower halves at once. With this command, Speedster 1 executed a swift strike, cleaving the devourer and healer in two. Chapter 95. Xiao Tong acts as he pleases with a furious roar. The healing zombie emitted a burst of white light, enveloping both itself and the devourer. Under the luminous glow, their forms gradually began to regenerate. However, following this revival, the healer appeared significantly weakened, lacking even the strength to roar. Yet, in the next moment, Speedster 1 struck again, severing the two zombies once more. The healer's white light flared again, but this time it only enveloped one of them, growing dimmer and dimmer until it became nearly transparent. The healer's body was reconstituted only to the knee, and with a sudden flicker, the white light vanished entirely. With a defiant roar, the healer succumbed to exhaustion, her powers depleted, and she fainted. Observing this, Xiao Tong feigned a struggle, breaking free from the psychic woman's grasp, and hastened towards the devourer and healer. Grasping the devourer, now partially severed, Xiao Tong locked eyes with it, and moments later, he had gained control. The devourer emitted a subdued growl, its previous struggles dissipating as it submissively lowered its head to the ground. With the devourer under his influence, Xiao Tong turned his attention to the healer. He hoisted her up and delivered a series of resounding slaps across her face, rousing her from unconsciousness. Dazed and bewildered, the healer's thoughts raced. Even zombies can engage in domestic violence. Upon seeing Xiao Tong, she immediately let out a frantic scream and began to thrash violently. In the next instant, Xiao Tong pinned her against the nearby wall, locking her in place. He elevated her to eye level and fixed his gaze intently on hers. As she felt his psychic energy invade her mind, the healer fought desperately against it, but mere seconds later, she fell silent, her eyes filled with reverence and submission. Whatever Xiao Tong commanded, she would now comply without hesitation. Having successfully dominated the healer, a smile finally graced Xiao Tong's face. "Dear healer, you shall never escape my grasp." Observing the ensuing chaos among the two waves of zombies, the general and his companions felt a surge of hope. Intensifying their efforts to break free, the six fought with reckless abandon, supported by over 200 Tier 2 powerhouses and more than 100 Tier 1 soldiers armed with firearms, creating a significant breach in the encirclement. At that moment, Xiao Tong tossed several second-level crystal nuclei into the arms of the nurse and the devourer, then turned his gaze back to the humans. With a horde of zombies in tow, he pursued the humans relentlessly. Upon seeing Xiao Tong accompanied by 10 third-level zombies, panic ensued among the crowd. "Wu Yin, quickly, use your psychic power to control that 4th-level zombie. Jiang Zhongquan, Captain Wang, you two hold the rear with me. All 2nd-level defenders and ranged abilities, stay back and cover us. Dingyu, Duing, take Wu Yin and break through without holding back." "Yes, understood." With the command of the Major General, Dingyu roared, his body swelling once more as he barreled towards the oncoming zombies. None able to withstand his assault. Over 400 soldiers frantically fired their weapons in support. Meanwhile, Major General Jiang Zhongquan and Captain Wang led dozens of 2nd-level defenders and ranged abilities, firing as they retreated. Feigning to be under Wu Yan's psychic control, Xiao Tong's gaze fell upon Jiang Zhongquan. He paused momentarily, then clenched his teeth. "Jiang Zhongquan, you actually came, and that Long Ming Han must be here as well." Casting his eyes back, he soon spotted Long Ming Han among the remaining abilities covering the rear. "Excellent. What a stroke of luck. Since you've delivered yourselves to me, I shall graciously accept. All 3rd-level zombies. Surround them, but do not corner them too closely. Wear down their abilities and focus on these two. Do not let them escape." With a roar, Xiao Tong's order was given, and the 10 3rd-level zombies charged at the human powers. Seeing the approaching 3rd-level zombies, the Major General bellowed, and in the next moment, he clawed his hands into the air, summoning 2 orbs of thunder. With a fierce flick of his arm, the orbs expanded, radiating a terrifying and violent aura. As his arms converged, the 2 orbs repelled each other violently while gradually merging. Just as they were on the brink of fusion, he hurled the thunderous energy outward. In an instant, the 2 orbs fused mid-air, erupting into a cataclysmic explosion, enveloping the advancing third-level zombies in a storm of lightning. Many zombies trembled violently, their speed drastically reduced. In the next moment, a barrage of metal projectiles whistled through the air, prompting all zombies to raise their claws in defense, resulting in a cacophony of clashing metal. However, several projectiles pierced through them, continuing on to strike those behind. A chorus of roars erupted from the horde of zombies, and the bone spike and wind blade zombies immediately launched their attacks. Countless bone spikes and wind blades rained down upon the Major General and his group. Witnessing the deluge, the Major General shouted, and the thunder erupted, forming a defensive shield before him. Jiang Zhongquan directed the swirling metal around himself, while Captain Wang's golden patterns glimmered, manifesting a translucent golden shield above him. Behind them, all defensive abilities stepped forward, releasing their powers in unison. In the next heartbeat, the bone spikes and wind blades descended. The thunder crackled violently, incinerating both the spikes and blades into ash. The metals surrounding Jiang Zhongquan deflected the bone spikes and wind blades, producing a symphony of metallic clangs. Captain Wang's golden barrier absorbed the onslaught, rendering the attacks powerless as they fell to the ground. However, other second-level abilities were not so fortunate. The attacks from the third-level zombies proved overwhelmingly powerful, resulting in the deaths of over 20 second-level abilities and a multitude of first-level abilities. Retreat. After fending off the initial wave, the Major General shouted urgently, and everyone turned to flee. The other second-level abilities hurriedly followed suit, each wishing they had been born with more speed. Chapter 96. You are of no use to me. The speed of the third-level powers was astonishing. The Major General and his companions quickly surpassed the fleeing masses, reaching the front lines. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji and the swift beasts, renowned for their speed, swiftly closed the gap, sending the second-level abilities left behind into a state of terror. Xiao Ji was the first to plunge into the crowd, his gaping maw tearing apart any second-level ability in his path, devouring them with little effort. The swift beasts wielded their dual blades, dispatching second-level abilities with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. Help, Major General. Save me. I don't want to die. Among those being pursued, some less adept at running fell victim to Xiao Ji and the swift beasts. Witnessing their companions slaughtered, others were overcome with terror, while some, knowing escape was futile, found their last vestige of courage ignited and turned to fight. Yet, regardless of their resolve, when 10 third-level zombies pursued them, escape was impossible. Hundreds of second-level human powers were swiftly reduced by half. Hearing the screams from behind, the faces of the Major General and the others turned pale, yet they did not halt their flight. Jiang Zhongquan, pulling Long Minghan along, ran swiftly, though his speed was impressive. It waned slightly after taking Long Minghan with him, barely surpassing Ding Yu, who was leading Du Yan. The anguished cries soon faded, and those who glanced back saw Xiao Ji and the third-level zombies closing in. Run, do not concern yourselves with the others. We 6 are the hope of the base and humanity. We cannot perish here. There is no hope left for the others. Let them hold the rear and create an opportunity for our escape. The Major General suddenly bellowed, causing Captain Wang and the others to pale. Major General, silence. If you wish to die, you may stay behind. The Major General glared fiercely at Captain Wang, disbelieving that anyone could be so unafraid of death. The others nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the command, the hundreds of first-level soldiers quickly turned their weapons around, halting in place to construct defensive fortifications. A barrage of bullets rained down upon the pursuing zombies. Meanwhile, the Major General and his companions continued their rapid flight. The sudden assault from the human soldiers disrupted the advance of 10 or so zombies and mutated dogs, despite their third-level status. Bullets still posed a threat. If struck in the head, death was still a possibility. Just then, 2 orbs of thunder descended from the sky, landing amidst the hundreds of humans. Boom! The thunder erupted, killing those at the center instantly, while others were affected, momentarily incapacitated as if electrocuted. Do not concern yourselves with these humans. Pursue those third-level human powers, Xiao Tong bellowed, causing Xiao Ji and the other third-level zombies to quell their desire to slaughter and continue their rapid charge towards the Major General and his group. After Xiao Ji and the others surged past, the remaining hundreds of human soldiers regained their composure, only to find themselves surrounded by a horde of zombies. Damn it, Du Yan, that 4th-level zombie has recovered. Quickly, use your psychic power to control it again. Upon seeing Xiao Tong, Zhang Zhongquan and the others were startled. Du Yin hastily unleashed her psychic power once more towards Xiao Tong. However, Xiao Ji and the others continued their relentless pursuit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A flurry of bone spikes and wind blades surged towards them, prompting the group to dodge. But at that moment, a scream pierced the air. Cold Minghan, being pulled by Zhang Zhongquan, collapsed to the ground, impaled by a bone spike. Grasping her backside in agony, she cried out, causing Zhang Zhongquan to tumble as well. After rolling twice, he scrambled to his feet, witnessing Cold Minghan crawling towards him in terror. Extending her hand, Zhongquan, save me! Zhang Zhongquan, fearful of the rapidly approaching zombies and mutated dogs, darkened in expression, then delivered a harsh kick to Cold Minghan's abdomen, sending her toward the pursuing zombies. To hell with you. He turned and fled. Cold Minghan let out a wretched scream as she hit the ground, turning to look at Zhang Zhongquan in disbelief as he sprinted away. Her anguished voice echoed, "Why, Zhang Zhongquan? You beast, may you suffer a terrible fate. I curse you." The Major General and the others witnessed Zhang Zhongquan's actions. Though they felt disdain, none voiced their opinions. Had any of them been in Zhang Zhongquan's position, they might have made the same choice. They merely wished to survive. Hearing Cold Minghan's cries, Zhang Zhongquan's eyes were filled with contempt. "What good is your curse, you foolish woman? How dare you deceive me? If not for your slight talent, I would have kicked you away long ago." Zhang Zhongquan was about to say more. A multitude of bone spikes surged forth, ruthlessly embedding themselves into his back. Their powerful force causing the tips to quiver incessantly, he was propelled forward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Zhang Zhongquan rolled over and, upon raising his head, cast a desperate and piercing gaze at the Major General and his companions, exclaiming, "Major General, save me!" Yet, the Major General and his allies did not even spare him a glance. They were struggling to flee themselves. How could they possibly save him? Stunned, Zhang Zhongquan watched as the Major General and his cohort fled without looking back, while several second-tier powers dashed past him, equally indifferent to his plight. Cold Minghan, witnessing this scene, paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, tears streaming down her face, her eyes glinting with malice and the thrill of vengeance. "Ha ha ha! Zhang Zhongquan, you truly deserve a wretched fate." As the mutated dogs and zombies, led by Xiao Ji, closed in with menacing roars, Xiao Tong, from a distance, raised an eyebrow and commanded, "Spare their lives, Bone Spike no. 2. Restrain them for me to deal with later. Everyone else, continue the pursuit." Xiao Ji snapped its jaws shut and pressed on, while Bone Spike number 2 halted, brutally shattering the legs of both captives, extinguishing their last hope of escape. Chapter 98. Are you using this to test the zombies? Xiao Ji and the other zombies resumed their chase of the Major General and his team, while Xiao Tong feigned breaking free from mental restraints. Approaching Cold Minghan and Zhang Zhongquan, glancing at the two, he then continued his pursuit. However, when Xiao Tong's gaze fell upon her, Cold Minghan felt a chill run down her spine, as if plunged into an icy abyss. "Xiao Tong! He is Xiao Tong! He is still alive!" Cold Minghan shrieked, while Zhang Zhongquan, taken aback, sneered, "You foolish woman, are you out of your mind? Xiao Tong was devoured by zombies long ago. How could he possibly still be alive? Even if he were, he would be a zombie. Xiao Tong, he truly is Xiao Tong. He is dead, yet has transformed into a zombie, and his eyes it seems he still recognizes me. He still knows me." Cold Minghan's face drained of color, her eyes wide with terror. "He has come to seek revenge against me. He is that terrifying level 4 zombie, pursuing us all this time, intent on avenging himself." As fear gripped Cold Minghan, Xiao Ji and the horde of zombies closed in on the Major General and the others, with Xiao Tong following closely behind. The Major General and his team, glancing back while fleeing, were horrified at the sight of Xiao Tong. "Wu Yin, what is happening? How did that level 4 zombie catch up so quickly? I am powerless. That level 4 zombie possesses immense mental strength, and after controlling him so many times, my mental energy is nearly depleted. The duration of my control grows shorter." Wu Yin replied bitterly, "We must hold him off for as long as we can. If that level 4 zombie catches up, we will all perish without a trace." The Major General urged, and Wu Yin nodded, using her mental energy once more to restrain Xiao Tong, before they continued their desperate flight. However, the heavily injured dual-blade woman's speed began to falter, slowing progressively until she managed a faint smile. I can't go on. I'll stay back to hold them off. You all must flee. Upon hearing her words, only Wu Yin called out, while the others remained silent, continuing their escape, a flicker of relief visible in their eyes. The dual-blade woman activated her abilities, her hands transforming into sharp blades, resolutely facing the swiftly approaching Xiao Ji and the others. Kill! As Xiao Ji approached within 5 meters, she shouted fiercely and charged forward. But Xiao Ji was faster, dodging her attack effortlessly. With a swift motion, it slashed its claws, and a deep gash appeared on Du Ying's back, her fitted attire torn wide open, hanging askew on her shoulder. Kill! Undeterred, the dual-blade woman lunged recklessly at Xiao Ji. When other zombies attempted to intervene, Xiao Ji let out a warning growl, instructing them to stay back. It evaded her onslaught and delivered another claw strike, leaving a shallow mark on her waist, ripping another hole in her outfit. After several seconds, the dual-blade woman halted, panting heavily, her face flushed as she regarded Xiao Ji. Upon seeing the intelligence in Xiao Ji's eyes, coupled with its lecherous demeanor, she grasped the truth. This lustful beast had no intention of killing her. It was merely there to humiliate her. Ah, you will pay for this. Enraged, the dual-blade woman swung her weapon wildly, only to find her clothing torn further. What are you doing, Xiao Ji? Xiao Tong approached, his brows furrowing at the sight of the dual-blade woman and Xiao Ji. Boss, look at this human girl. She's my gift to you. Are you pleased? As he spoke, Xiao Ji's gaze shifted back to the dual-blade woman, while Xiao Tong regarded her with a serious expression, chastising Xiao Ji. As your master, I have taught you to behave like a morally upright creature. Yet look at you now. Is this how you test the zombies? Is this your way of probing my vulnerabilities? That zombie can withstand such trials. While scolding, Xiao Tong turned his gaze back to the dual-blade woman, clicking his tongue in admiration. Not bad. I must say, this little creature has quite the allure. So fair and radiant. Your current state is partly my responsibility, but this is the last time. It shall not happen again. All right then, woof. Xiao Ji lowered its head, a servile smile adorning its face. The dual-blade woman felt her cheeks burn under the scrutiny of the dog and the zombie, hastily wrapping her arms around herself. Keep an eye on her. Xiao Tong swallowed hard, issuing the command before resuming his pursuit. Understood. Xiao Ji replied promptly, keeping a vigilant watch over the dual-blade woman. The latter could barely fend off the pursuing zombies for long. Causing panic among the others. As Xiao Tong drew closer, the Major General urgently instructed Wu Yin to use her mental energy once more. This cycle repeated several times until Wu Yan's mental strength was entirely depleted. When Wu Yin finally managed to control Xiao Tong one last time, the Major General and the others poured every ounce of energy into their flight. However, Ding Yu, carrying Wu Yin on his back, began to lag behind. Before long, both Wu Yin and Ding Yu found themselves encircled by zombies. Major General, we cannot escape. Contact headquarters and have them launch missiles. We must take these zombies down with us. Captain Wang declared, his expression one of despair as he felt his strength waning, ultimately coming to a halt. Yet, the Major General seemed to disregard his words, swiftly zipping past Captain Wang. After doing so, he pulled a level 2 zombie crystal core from his pocket and swallowed it, his eyes filled with contempt. Fool! If you wish to die, do not drag me down with you, as long as I am safe. Your fates are of no concern to me. Chapter 99. Missile bombardment. Watching the Major General consume the level 2 crystal core before hastily fleeing, Captain Wang was taken aback, remaining stunned for a while before erupting in rage. You bastard! You deceived us? Didn't you say there were no crystal cores left? But the Major General's figure had already vanished from sight. Damn it! You insufferable idiot! Captain Wang cursed vehemently, and after a moment, he turned to face the horde of zombies barreling toward them, witnessing his subordinates being mercilessly torn apart. His eyes brimmed with tears. I have wronged you all. I brought you out, but failed to bring you back. If that is the case, let me join you. We shall become zombies and exact revenge on those wretches. Captain Wang spread his arms wide, and in the next instant, countless zombies surged forward, overwhelming him. Minutes later, as the zombies departed, the scene was left in ruins, with only a single intact skull remaining. Meanwhile, The muscular Ding Yu had been reduced to a mere skeleton, and the psychic woman had also been dealt with by Xiao Ji. Her legs bound together at the calves and thighs, her arms twisted and restrained, forcing her to lean forward. A dog collar was placed around her neck, saliva dripping from her mouth. Seeing the Major General vanish entirely, Xiao Tong ordered the zombies to cease their attack, casting a deep, contemplative glance in the direction the Major General had fled. Were it not for the fear of the Major General's desperate call for missile strikes, he would not have spared anyone this time. However, the battle had yielded satisfactory results. Over 400 first-tier powers, more than 200 second-tier powers, and 5 third-tier powers had been left behind, while the so-called Major General had escaped without consequence. Once he reached level 6 and could withstand the threat of missiles, he would take great pleasure in severing the Major General's head. Pursued like a stray dog, Xiao Tong felt an immense sense of frustration. One day, he vowed to sever the head of that insufferable general and display it as a trophy. However, he needed to retreat swiftly. Otherwise, once that fool reached a secure position, he might call for missiles and unleash a carpet bombing that would spell doom for them all. With a commanding shout, Xiao Tong ordered all the zombies to change direction and sprint rapidly towards another path. First the zero-level zombies, then the first-level ones, followed by the second-level zombies. Finally, Xiao Tong turned around. Glancing at the remains of Ding Yu and Captain Wang, he commanded his subordinates to carry the 2 corpses with them. After all, these were 2 Tier 3 human powerhouses, and upon transforming into zombies, they would at least become first-level zombies, endowed with formidable talents and a rapid evolution rate surpassing that of ordinary zombies. As for Jiang Zhongquan and Long Ming Han, he would not allow them to die so peacefully. He intended to find a fitting place to torture them thoroughly. The remaining dual-blade woman and psychic him. Xiao Tong turned to see that both the dual-blade woman and the psychic were bound with ropes. An instant jolt of recognition coursing through him as memories of certain intellectual pleasures he once indulged in flashed before his mind. Especially since both women hailed from noble backgrounds, exuding an air of aristocracy, and had been arranged by Xiao Ji to be carried by 4 zombies tied to a pillar. Witnessing this, Xiao Tong felt a flush of embarrassment rise to his face, his cheeks burning. Xiao Ji's actions left him, an intellectual, utterly humiliated. Who did this? Who in their right mind? Is there no sense of morality? No propriety? No law? No conscience? With a red face, he ground his teeth and bellowed. Xiao Ji, come out! Xiao Ji, with a sheepish grin, hurriedly appeared. Master, are you satisfied? Slap! Without hesitation, Xiao Tong delivered a resounding smack, forcefully shoving a crystal core into Xiao Ji's mouth, lamenting, Xiao Ji, what have I taught you? I have always said you must be a cultured, moral, and principled dog, yet look at what you've done. It's utterly depraved. I warn you, do not dare tell anyone you are my dog. I, Xiao Tong, cannot bear such disgrace. Xiao Ji swallowed the crystal core in one gulp. Is the master satisfied? Satisfied, Xiao Tong instinctively replied, only to realize his folly. What nonsense! Take them away, carry them away, I warn you. Do not repeat such behavior. Spitting in disdain, he commanded, let us move, hurry up and retreat. Understood. Xiao Ji eagerly nodded and turned to instruct 2 peak second-level zombies. You 2, let us go. Carry the ladies properly. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, Xiao Tong and his subordinates had already traversed several kilometers. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a series of deafening roars erupted. Xiao Tong looked up to see missiles streaking across the sky, their tails blazing as they soared towards the very spot where he and his group had recently occupied. Seconds later, a blinding flash erupted in the far distance, as if a second sun had suddenly appeared, prompting Xiao Tong to involuntarily shut his eyes, tears streaming from the pain. A thunderous roar followed, and the explosive shockwave swept through, knocking many zombies off balance. It took nearly 5 minutes for the chaos to subside, leaving Xiao Tong's eyes filled with trepidation. Such missiles, he mused, must be among the most formidable, second only to nuclear annihilation. Fortunately, the apocalypse had rendered nearly all satellites inoperative, and most missiles and nuclear weaponry had lost their effectiveness. Otherwise, if humanity had full control over such power, the initial waves of zombies and mutated beasts would never have amassed in such numbers, posing no threat to humanity. However, in due time, as Tier 7 or even Tier 8 powerhouses emerged among the zombies and mutated beasts. Humanity's conventional weapons would gradually lose their potency. Brothers, continue the retreat. Xiao Tong, still uneasy, commanded once more, prompting all zombies to commence another mass exodus. He could not gamble. If humans realized the missiles had missed their targets, he feared they might pursue and continue the bombardment. Better to run and find another location. Over half a month later, they had reached Dadong City. Upon arrival, the zombie army finally regrouped, with 2 additional armies following closely behind. Having swept through Zhangjiago City, with all his subordinates assembled, along with the cannon fodder they had driven along the way, Xiao Tong's zombie forces had swelled to nearly 150,000. With their safety no longer in jeopardy, Xiao Tong could finally allocate time to deal with Jiang Zhongquan and Long Minghan, who had been trembling in fear, fleeing alongside the zombie horde all this while.